The story opens with a muscular man with a stern face, clearly not someone to mess with. He stands with arms crossed as a phone intro plays, introducing him as Xiao Shui. Right before entering a life or death battle, he walks while glued to his phone, a slight grin on his face. He casually likes the video, feeling satisfied as his clip finally gets traction, and he might earn ad revenue to survive. Smiling at his phone, he crosses the road without noticing a speeding truck coming straight at him. In a blink, everything turns into a white void. He looks at a girl in front of him and asks in shock if he is already dead. The consciousness supervisor looks annoyed, thinking he died right before clocking out. The girl explains impatiently that his video brought people joy, so his merit exceeded requirements. He is granted reincarnation. He gets excited and asks if he can choose. The answer is no, just press the random spin. Without hesitation, he slams the button. A rectangular box on the table starts spinning rapidly. After a few turns, it stops on first-ranked Jianghu expert Ziwei Mozun. Seeing his new identity, he gets excited and asks if his luck is that good. The girl points to the door and tells him to leave so she can get off work. He slams the door open and shouts he is going to Di Jianghu. The staff notices another label in the box. In servant killed by Di Jianghu Ziwei Mozun by accident. She complains the system needs an upgrade because long names do not even fit. The scene shifts to a strange place with a pitch-black sky, thunder roaring, and heavy rain pouring down. At the foot of the mountain, a figure lies motionless. Suddenly, the hand of the body moves slightly. Lying on the grass, he slowly opens his eyes and wonders where he is. He jumps up excitedly, realizing he succeeded in reincarnation. His info appears, Li Ziwei identity, in-servant killed by Ziwei Mozun by accident. He clenches his fist confidently, convinced he has become the top expert Ziwei Mozun. Standing in the rain, Li Ziwei looks at his clothes and questions how a top master is dressed like a beggar. His eyes land on a token on the ground and he wonders what it is. Suddenly, a chilling presence appears behind him, and he looks back. 3 sword-wielding men have appeared behind him, without him noticing. They scan the area cautiously. Their leader frowns, sensing Ziwei Mozun nearby but seeing no trace of him. Li Ziwei picks up the token and asks aggressively if they are looking for him. The 3 stay silent. Seeing the token, they all change expression and shout it is the demon sect token and that it is him. One of them angrily says, Ziwei Mozun is cunning and even uses disguised techniques. They imagine Ziwei Mozun standing in a sea of fire and blood, confirming the terrifying killing intent is real. The man roars that this ruthless killer slaughtered countless lives for cultivation. Mountains of corpses and burning skies appear in their minds. He also mentions Wan Gu Ge. Hearing about poison worms, Li Ziwei's expression darkens. He thinks he might be poisoned and is hiding his identity, which makes sense. Golden energy-infused swords immediately fly toward him. The 3 point their swords at him and shout they will take his head today. But Li Ziwei just laughs. He asks if they really think 3 people are enough to defeat him, shocking them. He laughs like a villain, asking what makes them think 3 lives can beat him. He is extremely confident, believing he is still a top Jianghu expert. In reality, he is just a stand-in with almost no combat power. Looking at the stormy sky, the 3 begin to feel uneasy. One of them thinks they must use that move now. They raise their swords together as golden light gathers, shouting the golden clear sword formation. Light bursts out, illuminating the entire forest. Li Ziwei stands there calm as ever, saying they really think a trick like this is enough to stop him. The formation condenses into a massive golden pillar, shooting straight into the sky, while thunder continues to roar on the other side. At that moment, the lightning path suddenly shifts, since gold is an excellent conductor. The lightning strikes the golden pillar, instantly flooding it with crackling electric energy. Li Ziwei still stands there completely relaxed, thinking he still does not even know how to use cultivation techniques. He touches his forehead, striking a cool pose and smirks confidently, saying he is Xiao Shui after all. Lightning crashes down onto the 3 men, while Li Ziwei has no idea what is happening. He keeps pointing dramatically, head turned away, saying he will leave it to his body's instincts. A few seconds later, the thunder fades away. He slowly turns back, eyes half open in confusion. Seeing 3 charred skeletons on the ground, he freezes and asks what this is. He wonders if just a single thought wiped out 3 experts. Is this really the power of a top Jianghu master? He stares at his own hand in disbelief, saying this is way too overpowered. The next morning, entering the city and seeing the crowded streets, he can't help but feel impressed, thinking this is real Jonghu. A little girl suddenly points at him and calls for her mother. The girl shouts that it is Ziwei Mozun, and Li Ziwei immediately breaks into a cold sweat. People around start whispering that it is the Jonghu leader, looking completely different from rumors. Li Ziwei clenches his fist nervously, thinking he has been recognized. He grits his teeth, panicking and thinking he disguised himself. So what now? Should he eliminate everyone here? Then he notices a wanted notice on the wall showing a stern man labeled Ziwei Mozun, extremely dangerous, report to Tieji sect immediately. The crowd keeps talking while Li Ziwei silently stares at it. He sighs in relief, thinking the disguise worked. At that moment, a boy shouts away. The kid runs up happily asking why he is here. Li Ziwei turns around confused. The scene shifts to the first inn. Walking in, Li Ziwei observes while the boy talks, saying he was unlucky, fell off a cliff, and even lost his memory, missing for 2 days. The boy leads him to a room, saying this is his room, and tells him to change clothes quickly, since the kitchen is waiting. Holding 3 books, Li Ziwei looks around suspiciously and wonders if this is really his place. He smugly thinks this must be his cover identity, a perfect disguise plan. He nods proudly, holding a token and saying he needs to play the role properly. Li Ziwei then tightly grips a chicken in his hand. Holding a knife in one hand and the chicken in the other, he asks what situation this is. The cook glares at him, asking if he hit his head and forgot how to kill a chicken. Li Ziwei instantly concludes that this must be using chicken blood to hide his killing aura. The cook complains non-stop about his incompetence, while Li Ziwei keeps thinking he is amazing. The cook keeps insulting him, saying he can't even handle feathers, and even a pig would cultivate better than him. The cook yells at him again, asking if he is deaf and what is wrong with him. Suddenly, Li Ziwei slams the knife into the table. The cook freezes, staring at the knife in shock. Li Ziwei slowly turns with a chilling smile, one eye glowing faint gold, asking if he has anything else to say. A few hours earlier, a man erupts with terrifying power and laughs in contempt, calling others ants. Countless corpses lie before him. A woman on the ground grits her teeth, saying reinforcements are coming, and they must stop Ziwei Mozun today. Ziwei Mozun holds a token and smiles with a sinister expression. The woman's face changes instantly. She realizes something is wrong, the demon sect token. He is trying to transmit orders to the emperor and must be stopped. With a single sound, the man turns into thick red smoke and vanishes. Ziwei Mozun lets out a cold laugh, asking who they think they can stop him with that kind of force. On another mountain, a young man sits in front of a grave and murmurs that Daben is truly pitiful. He strokes the tombstone sadly, saying even the bones were completely picked clean. The original soul of the body sighs in regret, telling him to promise not to be reborn as a chicken next life. After standing up and brushing himself off, he casually says it is time to return to work. Behind him, a red beam of light locks onto him and rushes in at high speed. The unlucky original soul still does not understand what is happening before getting hit directly. The impact throws him off balance and sends him falling straight off the cliff. The red light follows him down and hits him again head-on. He coughs up blood, his mind spinning, thinking this is the end of the day. While tumbling down the mountain, he still cannot understand why they are going this far. His memory ends there. Before disappearing, he successfully blocks the demon sect's transmission with his life. The cook stammers in shock. His hand trembles as he points forward, thinking this kid was timid just days ago. Li Ziwei wipes the dirt off his face while listening to the cook bragging loudly, saying he has been in Jonghu for years, and asking if he knows who he is. He keeps yelling, threatening to turn Li Ziwei into ingredients. Li Ziwei silently evaluates him, thinking this guy is unstable but physically strong, maybe usable as a subordinate in this strange place. The cook slams the table in rage. He grabs a fish from the table. He roars and throws it at Li Ziwei, but Li Ziwei dodges effortlessly. Li Ziwei raises the chicken knife, his eyes turning dangerous, saying he will see if the cook is qualified. Seeing the knife, the cook steps back in panic, asking what he is going to do. He keeps retreating and slips on a puddle of soup. He crashes into the wall, the fish flying out of his hand. Li Ziwei throws the knife, pinning it near his head, making him go pale and speechless. Li Ziwei slowly walks closer, his gaze chilling. With bloodshot eyes, he smiles and asks what his favorite dish is. He vividly imagines slicing meat into neat pieces, coating them with batter and seasoning. He continues describing in detail, frying it slowly over low heat and adjusting the seasoning. Finally, he pictures plating it beautifully and feeling extremely satisfied. Back to reality, he brings the blade close to the cook's face and says it is pork meat. He swallows and asks if the cook wants to try it. The cook immediately bursts into tears and screams. Li Ziwei looks at him with disdain. He judges internally that the cook is already terrified without him even making a move. Bringing someone like this out would disgrace the demon sect. Meanwhile, the cook cries on the ground, saying his body is all muscle and too tough to taste good. Just as Li Ziwei is about to leave it, he suddenly looks to the side in confusion. He notices other workers gathering to watch and asks what is going on. They immediately turn pale. They quickly scatter, pretending to be busy cleaning tables and tidying up, leaving him speechless. Li Ziwei sighs and wonders if everyone here is strange, wishing at least one obedient subordinate existed. At that moment, a small hand gently tugs his sleeve. He looks down in surprise. It is the little boy again, staring at him with shining eyes full of admiration. Night falls in the back mountain, and the firewood room is still lit. Inside, it is packed with straw and various books. Li Ziwei falls onto the straw and sighs in relief, saying everything is finally done. He yawns tiredly, thinking he needs to understand the current situation of the demon sect before cultivating. Lying there with a satisfied smile, he thinks even if he is a master, life here is not easy at all. He suddenly remembers the admiring look the boy gave when tugging his sleeve. Seems like he found a pretty good seedling today. He turns over and plans it out. Maybe he can start training a deputy or disciple from that kid. Li Ziwei suddenly sits up and rubs his growling stomach. He steps outside while stretching, thinking he should grab a late-night snack first, then talk to the kid. But in the middle of the quiet night, a loud noise suddenly erupts in the inn. The boy is violently thrown out, crying in pain. A foot stops in front of Xiao Shui as a voice asks if he has lost his memory. Tian Wu Jin stands there hands on hips, saying that fall must have messed up his brain. He kicks the boy lightly and asks coldly if he is close with that guy. He looks down at the kid with disdain, calling him an orphan paired with a useless trash, a perfect combo. He mocks them for daring to mess with the cook, saying the cook is sworn brothers with the inn boss, and they will not be laughing when he returns. Tian Wu Jin rolls his eyes and keeps thinking. He smirks maliciously, planning to use the cook to cause trouble and then take credit when the boss returns. Thinking about it, he laughs like a villain and praises himself as a genius. Tian Wu Jin points at the boy and orders him to bring that useless guy out. Suddenly, a wooden plank flies in and both of them turn in shock. It crashes behind them, making the boy instinctively turn his head. Tian Wu Jin's expression changes slightly as he looks toward the door. Li Ziwei walks in while chewing a bun, casually kicking the door open. Still chewing, he says calmly that the talking is over and it is time for the next part. The boy looks at him with shining, admiring eyes. Li Ziwei takes another bite and excitedly points forward, saying the main character has entered the stage. His finger points directly at Tian Wu Jin. Seeing him, Tian Wu Jin smirks confidently, asking if he walked right into his trap. In his mind, he celebrates the opportunity to beat him and gain favor with the inn boss. Li Ziwei is equally excited but keeps a calm face, thinking this is a perfect chance to impress his future disciple. He imagines the boy worshipping him even more after seeing him win. Tian Wu Jin cracks his knuckles while Li Ziwei rolls his wrist. Different thoughts, same idea, neither willing to miss this chance. Tian Wu Jin sneers, saying if he kneels and apologizes now, he might spare him. Li Ziwei pats the boy's head and tells him to step back and watch. The boy obediently nods. That makes Tian Wu Jin furious, saying even with amnesia, he still looks down on him. Li Ziwei smiles mockingly and tells him to stop acting. Hearing that, Tian Wu Jin channels his energy and rushes forward, mocking him as a useless waste. But Li Ziwei calmly sidesteps the attack. He immediately prepares to counterattack. He grabs the opponent's arm. Before Tian Wu Jin can react, he is slammed into the ground. A loud impact echoes as he still cannot understand what just happened. His face turns from red to dark purple. Only now does he realize the person he looked down on is far stronger. Li Ziwei wipes sweat from his forehead and laughs, saying it feels good finally trying real combat after watching so many fight clips. He looks at his hands excitedly, thinking even without flashy techniques, his raw strength is already enough to crush opponents. Tian Wu Jin lies on the ground staring blankly at him. To him, Li Ziwei looks like a monster. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei mutters that he is still not used to this body and must be careful not to kill someone or his identity will be exposed. After just one throw, Tian Wu-jin is mentally shattered and starts overthinking everything. Suddenly, a realization flashes in his mind. He recalls all the stories he has read, thinking this only happens when someone has a terrifying hidden identity. Li Ziwei accidentally glances at him. Li Ziwei frowns in confusion, thinking this guy got knocked stupid already? His real combat power is basically -10, first real fight and he reacts like this. Tian Wu-jin is sweating heavily and trembling as he asks who Li Ziwei really is. Li Ziwei does not answer, his expression turning serious. He suddenly rushes forward and grabs the man by the neck on the spot. He stares at him and demands what he just said. Li Ziwei shouts again, asking how he saw through his identity. Tian Wu-jin struggles desperately, but cannot speak under the grip. Li Ziwei rests his chin in thought, realizing this weak guy somehow noticed his secret and even survived that earlier strike, so he is not simple. Luckily for Tian Wu-jin, after struggling, he finally breaks free from the chokehold. His face is completely pale as he coughs violently, thinking this guy is insane. Li Ziwei lowers his voice mysteriously, saying, if he has been discovered, then there is no other choice. He raises his hand slowly, then suddenly pushes the man forward without hesitation. The force is so strong it feels like his bones are about to scatter. Tian Wu-jin is slammed face-first into the ground, his lower body sticking up awkwardly. His eyes go blank. He even starts hallucinating his family smiling and waving at him. Foam comes from his mouth as his soul feels like it is leaving, while Li Ziwei coldly asks if he has achieved enlightenment yet. Li Ziwei crosses his arms and lies seriously, claiming that move is called bone-transforming soft palm, and anyone hit will have their bones turn to mud within 7 days. Tian Wu-jin panics, tears and sweat pouring down as he repeats in fear that his bones will turn to mud. Li Ziwei points at him confidently, asking if he really wants to wait for death. He says enlightenment is stepping beyond life and death into a new future. He spreads his arms like a god and declares he can offer him another path. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a girl drops down from above through the trees. She lands and sighs in boredom. Stretching, she complains endlessly. She is Xia Yiyi from Tieji sect and blames her father for giving her boring missions. Hands on her hips, she complains that recent unrest is not a big deal and wonders if her father thinks she will cause trouble. Then she smirks, thinking she will prove them wrong by capturing the demon sect remnants. She opens a scroll to check the target, but inside is a drawing of a seductive woman in revealing clothing. Xia Yiyi freezes in shock. Then she tears the scroll apart in rage, shouting who this woman is. As she grips the torn paper, a voice nearby says that person might as well be killed by the demon sect instead. The strange voice immediately catches her attention. Not far away under a tree, a man and a child are standing together. The boy asks Li Ziwei if what he said is true, that learning martial arts means no one can bully him again. Li Ziwei chews a peach and says of course, adding that he dealt with bullies easily like eating snacks, and now the boy will even be admired by others. In his mind, he silently adds that it actually feels more like being hunted. The boy suddenly presses his hands to the ground and bows hard. The sudden action shocks Li Ziwei. A big bump appears on the boy's head, but he still says seriously that he wants to become stronger and asks to be accepted as a disciple. Elsewhere, a girl happily runs to greet a returning young master, while maidservants cheer behind her. She hands him a letter from the capital, saying it arrived today. He walks past without even looking, saying he has no time for it. The girl gently offers to help him change clothes and treat his back injury, but he suddenly vanishes, leaving only his clothes behind. When she picks them up, she notices 5 clear handprints printed on the fabric. The maid's mouth drops open in shock as she screams who dared to hit the young master. Her eyes turn red as she is about to cry, trembling as she asks what kind of terrifying power could leave handprints on him. Even mosquitoes would not dare bite him. Tian Wu-jin says in a low voice that there is no need for medicine. His face darkens as he recalls what just happened. He replays the moment he was slammed by Li Ziwei, thinking that his chronic back pain, which even imperial doctors could not cure, was healed by that single throw. But the truth is simpler. No one could treat him before because no one dared to. His mind keeps replaying Li Ziwei's black expression and confident smile, convincing him the attack was intentional. Either he obeys or he dies within 7 days. Frustrated, he grips his clothes tightly. Someone behind him speaks up, saying they will go meet that man. Night falls under the ancient tree. Li Ziwei and Xiao Shuai continue training, focusing on gathering inner energy. While demonstrating, Li Ziwei explains that martial arts is not just technique, but the harmony between body and spirit. Sweat runs down Xiao Shui's face, showing how hard he has been working all day. Li Ziwei wipes it off and nods in satisfaction. He leans against the tree and tells him to keep practicing, while he thinks about a suitable cultivation technique. His expression turns serious as he considers the demon sect token techniques he still has not fully studied. He casually plucks a blade of grass. He puts it in his mouth while thinking about how those techniques sounded dangerous. He imagines elders accusing them of cruelty and disaster, making him feel uneasy. Li Ziwei holds his head and complains internally that every villain in this world acts openly evil instead of hiding it. Now his identity is hard to conceal, and the techniques are too recognizable. He glances at Xiao Shuai and decides to start him with a low-level technique for now. He calls out casually, and the boy immediately turns. Li Ziwei smiles and shows a book, saying he will teach him a fist technique today. Xiao Shuai walks over, confused, asking if that is really his name and where the book came from. Li Ziwei coughs and says Jianghu rules forbid real names, so he just uses nicknames. As for the book, he says not to worry about it. On a tree branch above, Xia Yi watches them with boredom, realizing they are just two clueless people training at night. She sighs, thinking they are not even martial artist level, and decides to keep an eye on them. Below, Li Ziwei studies the torn manual while Xiao Shui reads seriously. Xia Yi decides to stay and monitor them. While reading, Li Ziwei wonders how far he has progressed when Xiao Shui suddenly calls him. Xiao Shui excitedly says he has finished reading. Li Ziwei is shocked, asking how it could be so fast. The boy asks if he can try it. Li Ziwei pats his head and agrees. Soon after, Xiao Shui closes his eyes and begins gathering spiritual energy around his body. He raises his right hand forward and pulls the left hand back to his waist. The moment the move is released, a terrifying force erupts. The power instantly shatters nearby trees. Even birds flying overhead lose their feathers in panic. The energy surges straight toward a distant mountain. It is about to hit the mountain, but instead there is a wooden hut in its path. Ironically, that hut is exactly where the main protagonist lives. A massive explosion erupts from the house. If there were a HP bar, it would have dropped to negative 99,999. Li Ziwei's pupils shrink sharply at the sight. Not only him, even Xiao Shui freezes from the sheer power. Li Ziwei's jaw nearly drops in shock. No way, is this basic technique this strong? Li Ziwei clenches his fist excitedly but still keeps a calm face, praising him seriously. Xiao Shui's eyes light up, saying his master's technique is amazing. Li Ziwei feels proud inside, confirming it is indeed his creation. He immediately tells Xiao Shui to keep training hard, saying even if he cannot surpass him, he can at least secure second place in the world. Xiao Shui nods eagerly, determined to train under his master. On a nearby branch, Xia Yan's face turns pale as she witnesses the terrifying blast. She still cannot comprehend what she just saw. Xia Yi turns to look at the smoking ruins in the distance and freezes completely. Covering her mouth with both hands, she stares in disbelief, wondering who those two really are. Night fully falls. Xia Yi hides in the forest, watching Li Ziwei and Xiao Shui walk toward a small wooden house. She thinks true experts really do hide in plain sight. Her expression becomes serious as she holds two branches, silently regretting underestimating them earlier. Xiao Shui happily asks to live with his master. Xia Yi observes from afar, realizing the boy's strike alone is already terrifying, meaning his master must be even more monstrous. Standing in front of the house, Li Ziwei agrees without knowing the building is already barely holding together. He casually says the place is a bit small. He lightly taps the wall, and cracks instantly spread everywhere. In the next moment, the entire house collapses into ruins. Xia Yi, hiding nearby, breaks into a cold sweat, thinking he destroyed it just because it was too small. Tian Wujin, hiding nearby, jumps up in shock, eyes nearly popping out. Xia Yi is startled by the scream and wonders who this guy is. Li Ziwei stares at his hand blankly, realizing he may have used too much force. Xiao Shui looks at him admiringly, calling him incredibly strong. Li Ziwei sighs, thinking they will probably have to sleep outside tonight. Suddenly, a scream echoes out, making him turn around. Before he can react, a man suddenly grabs his leg tightly, calling him master. Tian Wujin's eyes shine with excitement as he realizes he has found a true hidden expert. He looks at the destroyed house and thinks that only a light touch destroyed it completely. This level must be beyond Martial King or even Martial Saint. If he clings to this thigh, he will rise to the top. Li Ziwei panics and tries to push him away, saying he has never taken an adult disciple before. Tian Wujin refuses to let go, insisting he was told to choose earlier. Tian Wujin eagerly begs to follow him, saying he is very useful. Li Ziwei finally gives up and asks what he can do. Tian Wujin stands proudly and declares that he has money and will help rebuild the house. Li Sizhui raises a hand to stop him helplessly, saying there are many ways to insult people but not by throwing money in his face. In his mind, he still looks down on him, thinking a mere waiter cannot possibly have much money. Time quickly passes to the next day. Li Ziwei stands frozen, eyes wide and mouth open, completely speechless at the scene in front of him. Tian Wujin stands beside him with shining eyes, pointing at a brand new building. The entire structure looks like it is made of gold, spotless without a single scratch. He happily explains that daily funds are limited, so this is just a temporary simple renovation. The dazzling reflection of the building leaves Li Ziwei completely stunned, unable to react. He then turns to Tian Wujin and asks bluntly why someone this rich is still working as an inn waiter. Tian Wujin freezes, staring at him in silence. After a few seconds, he recovers and smiles meaningfully, explaining that in this world, strength is everything. Experts are everywhere, and even Yuhong Town has dangerous figures on the assassin rankings. He quickly tries to flatter Li Ziwei, saying someone as strong as his master is also hiding here as a worker. True experts prefer concealment, and without strength, money means nothing. Those words hit Li Ziwei's weak spot, and he suddenly remembers his dream before transmigration of becoming someone rich who does nothing. Li Ziwei's expression changes as he looks at him and asks why, if money is also a form of power, he does not just throw it at the opponent's face. Hearing this, Tian Wujin suddenly realizes something, scratching his cheek awkwardly and turning away. The scene shifts to one of Tian Wujin's subordinates. She is casually sitting with legs crossed, holding a stack of banknotes and asking if this is enough. The shopkeeper stares wide-eyed, almost forgetting to close his mouth. He immediately smiles fawningly, praising her generosity and promising to deliver the property deed tomorrow. In his mind, he thinks this is someone spending 10 times the value just to buy a broken inn. He happily walks inside with the money, thinking this place was never his as anyway. The maid watches him leave. She then reports calmly that everything has been settled. Hearing the call, Tian Wujin peeks out from the room with an embarrassed expression, looking almost like a shy girl. In the next moment, he regains his usual arrogance, standing with one hand on his hip and waving a fan, amazed at the power of money. At that moment, Xia Yi suddenly appears. She walks straight past Tian Wujin as if he does not exist. He freezes in shock, gripping his fan tightly. Inside a wooden room, Li Ziwei studies a large map on the table. Yuhong Town is near Suzhou and not far from the Central Plains. He silently thinks that since that idiot bought the place, building a force here will be much easier. While thinking, a loud noise interrupts him, and he immediately turns to look. Xia Yi walks in slightly awkwardly, holding up a token and introducing herself as Xia Yi from the Tieji sect, asking if she can talk. The scene shifts to a large mansion under a clear blue sky, brightly lit by sunlight. A maid wearing white-pink cat ears cheerfully says that the food has been delivered. The cat-eared waitress stands there surrounded by floating pink hearts, her gentle expression making others uneasy. Li Ziwei blushes in panic, while Xia Yi calmly drinks tea as if used to it. Xia Yi smiles and asks if this is the latest service from Drunken Flower Pavilion, wondering if he does not like it. Li Ziwei panics and says he does not understand any of this. Xia Yi calmly continues, saying since the food is ready, she will get straight to the point. Li Ziwei casually picks up his teacup and closes his eyes to drink. Xia Yi sat across from him and calmly introduced herself. I am the daughter of the Iron Robe sect master. You already know who he is. The moment he heard that, Awei spat out his tea. Xia Yi narrowed her eyes and studied him before slowly saying, if I am right, then you must be. Awei's face instantly turned cold. He stared at her with razor-sharp eyes while panicking inside. This is bad. I might have to silence her. But instead, Xia Yi simply tilted her head and asked with curiosity, you are a hidden master living among ordinary people, right? Awei froze on the spot. Holding a chicken drumstick, Awei forced a smile. You are joking. I am just an ordinary man. But inside he felt proud. My disguise is flawless. No way anyone could see through it. Still, the Iron Robe sect already sounds like the enemy. What Away did not know was that Xia Yi had already filled in the blanks herself. Just like her father said, true masters are always humble. Thinking that, her cheeks turned slightly red as her eyes drifted toward him. Xia Yi continued, the demonic sect has fallen, but Yang Ni is still causing chaos everywhere. Hearing that, Asui sprayed out his drink again. What does that have to do with me? Seeing his reaction, she slammed the table so hard that the dishes jumped. Her tone turned serious. Of course it has everything to do with you. Away watched as she stood up and spoke with dramatic gestures. When the world is in chaos, everyone has a duty. The Iron Robe sect is short on people, and hunting down Yang Ni has become urgent. She had no idea the man she wanted to recruit was actually the fugitive leader of the demonic sect. Xia Yi softened her voice. One hand rested on her chest while the other reached toward him. She spoke non-stop like a cheerful little bird. I want you to help me hunt down Yang Ni and his group. Away froze with a mouthful of meat. Inside he screamed in despair. You want me to hunt myself? A short while later, a massive gate came into view. Above it hung the words Martial Assessment Hall. Away looked up at the sign and asked in confusion, this is where you wanted to bring me? Standing beside him, Yi simply nodded. Away acted excited on the outside. He ran around like a child seeing something new, and even touched the stone dragon by the gate. The place looks pretty impressive. Inside, he secretly laughed. Guess I am touring the enemy headquarters today. Yi looked at him in surprise and asked, you have never taken the test before? A faint smile appeared on her face. Then again, that made sense. A hidden master like him would never care about something like this. Standing beside Away, she looked toward the gate and explained, a few years ago, the Iron Robe sect built martial assessment halls everywhere to measure the strength of martial artists. She continued, the rankings go from martial apprentice all the way to martial god. Every rank is different. The Iron Robe sect issues a jade badge with a unique color for each level. As she spoke, Yi showed him her own badge. Mine is blue. It represents a mid-rank martial warrior. Away immediately leaned closer to examine it. Holding the blue badge, he asked with curiosity, then what color is the martial god badge? Yi blinked and answered honestly, I do not know. Away raised an eyebrow. Looking a little embarrassed, she continued, to be exact, no one knows. No one has ever reached the martial god realm. But the legends say that anyone who does can open the heavenly stairway and ascend to another world. Hearing that, Away rubbed his chin. I wonder how strong this body's original owner really was. Maybe I should test it while I am here. But when he glanced at Yi's innocent face, he hesitated. If the Iron Robe sect discovers anything unusual, it could become a real problem. Before he could finish thinking, Yi grabbed his wrist. Smiling brightly, she said, come on, we are already here. Looking completely excited, she pulled him up the stairs. It would be such a waste not to take the test. Deep down, she was already planning ahead. First, recruit him. If she could make someone this powerful an ally of the Iron Robe sect, who would fear those evil factions anymore? The more she thought about it, the wider her smile became as she held his hand and led him inside. Not long after, a shocked cry echoed through the martial assessment hall. How did this happen? Yi was holding the testing orb, her shocked face reflected on its surface. She muttered in disbelief, transparent? How can it be completely transparent? Away stood beside her in confusion as she pressed her face close to the orb. Yi continued, it does not even show white. This only appears for someone with absolutely no talent for martial arts. Away frowned and looked at his own hand.
No talent for martial arts?
A smug grin appeared on his face. Looks like the original owner had a technique that hid his true strength. As expected of the greatest martial artist alive, he really planned ahead. Sadly, he was completely wrong. Away turned away, let out a relieved sigh, and smiled. As long as I know I am the strongest, that is enough. At that moment, Yi glanced at him and caught every expression on his face. She lowered her head and covered her mouth in thought. Something is not right. Since the martial assessment hall was built, the test has never failed. The result cannot be wrong. She turned aside and thought it through again. I saw his strength and his disciple with my own eyes. How could the test detect nothing? While she was lost in thought, Away awkwardly smiled, waved goodbye, and quietly prepared to leave. Just then, Yi suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had remembered something important. That's it. A childhood memory flashed through her mind. She saw herself being carried by a man who gently called her name. Stroking his beard, he gazed into the distance and said, martial arts are just like understanding the Tao. Everything begins in simplicity, grows into endless change, and finally returns to its purest form. That is the highest realm. Yi suddenly realized the truth. Her body stiffened as she thought to herself, returning to the most natural state, could he have already reached that realm? She immediately turned to look beside her, only to find that Away had disappeared without a trace. She rushed outside, searching everywhere before mumbling in confusion, "Where did he go?" Right then, a voice came from behind her. A man stood with his hands on his hips and asked, "Yi, what are you doing here?" The moment she heard his voice, her face changed and cold sweat ran down her back. Gentle sunlight shined over the main hall, making the place look calm and peaceful. But inside, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. The teacup on the table shook so hard that tea splashed onto the floor. A middle-aged man sat in his chair with a dark expression, clenching his fist as he scolded the kneeling Xia Yi. "You secretly took the wanted poster of Yang Ni from the demonic sect. I have spoiled you too much. As my daughter, how could you do something like this? How am I supposed to explain it to the branch leaders?" Yi showed no fear at all. She pouted and argued back, "I only wanted to help. Besides, have you even looked at that portrait? Who drew something like that?" The furious man was Xia Yi's father, the iron-robed sect master and a martial ancestor. He tossed the scroll toward her and said, "Help with what? I personally paid the artist who draws official notices for our sect." As he spoke, he unrolled the scroll, revealing several layers of paper attached to the back. "It is just a portrait. How bad could it?" Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. His face turned bright red as if steam were about to rise from it. He quickly rolled it back up and stuffed it into his robe, trying to stay serious despite his burning face. Ahem, it is a little inappropriate. Yi could only stare at him in disbelief. After a moment, she spoke seriously again. "Father, the demonic sect has fallen, but Ziwi Demon Lord and many followers like Yang Ni are still free. If they rebuild their forces, the consequences will be terrible." Xia Yi's father closed his eyes, took a sip of tea, and calmly replied, "Stay out of this. The ones who escaped are all extremely dangerous." Yi puffed out her cheeks and turned away in protest. Her father continued sternly, "The Zui Demon Lord and Hongshu are not people you can challenge. The demonic sect has only just collapsed. Our enemies are hiding in the shadows, so every move must be planned carefully." Yi suddenly looked up and asked a question that froze the room. What if a martial god appeared? Xia Yi's father nearly choked on his tea and stared at her in shock. "What did you just say?" Awi's overwhelming presence and terrifying power flashed through Yi's mind as she began explaining her theory. The scene shifted to Li Ziwei, where one adult and one child were training diligently in the courtyard. A voice echoed non-stop. Sword techniques, fist techniques, mental arts, inner cultivation, hidden weapons. Books were piled all around Li Ziwei, and he held a glowing green stone in his hand. He said in surprise, "So all the top-tier techniques are hidden inside the demonic sect token? There are this many? No wonder it belonged to the greatest force in the martial world." Filled with excitement, he picked up another manual and muttered, "The basic technique was already insanely powerful. Let's try a different one this time." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Right." As he ran outside, Xiao Shui happily called out, "Master, are you done? Are we practicing fist techniques again today?" Li Ziwei folded his arms with a confident smile. "We are trying something new today." The scene shifted to the forest. Xia Yi's voice rang out, "Father, please trust me this time." Her father followed behind with a serious expression while she kept explaining, "Once you meet him, you will know I am telling the truth." She raised 3 fingers toward the sky and swore solemnly, "I saw it with my own eyes." The child beside him threw one punch and half a mountain disappeared. After hearing her, Xia Yi's father sighed helplessly. "It is not that I do not believe you. It is just too unbelievable." Stroking his beard, he muttered to himself. A 6-year-old flattened half a mountain with one punch, yet the test said he was not even a martial apprentice. And that man casually destroyed an entire house with a light touch. If someone like that really exists, why has no one ever heard of him? Besides, no martial god has appeared for ages. While walking, Xia Yi suddenly stopped. Seeing her strange reaction, her father immediately asked, "What happened?" But Xia Yi could not say a word. Her mouth hung open as she stared at the scene ahead. Not far away, a young boy stood in a training stance. White bones and brilliant golden light surrounded his body. Just then, the boy slowly opened his eyes. A gigantic phantom of the Buddha appeared behind him, many times larger than his body. Raising one hand as if in greeting, father and daughter were frozen in shock. Xia Yi's father was so stunned his eyes nearly popped out. "Good heavens, what is that?" The moment he finished speaking, the giant Buddha's arm began to move. One glance was enough for him to sense overwhelming danger. yet the enormous palm continued pressing straight toward them. He immediately shouted and stepped in front of his daughter, "Get behind me." Without hesitation, he formed hand seals and unleashed his strongest defensive technique to block the attack. Strange golden light and thick mist instantly spread across the entire area. Xia Yi covered her mouth in shock. She recognized it at once. The ninefold heart protection formation. Xia Yi's father felt an enormous weight in his heart. Knowing this was nearly his last trump card, he poured all of his inner power into a dazzling golden barrier. As he released his strength, he calculated that his full martial saint cultivation should be enough to withstand this attack. Then a sharp crack echoed through the air. The instant the Buddha's palm touched the barrier, countless cracks spread across it. In the blink of an eye, the energy collapsed, and the entire defense shattered into pieces. Xiao Shui threw both hands into the air and shouted excitedly, "Master, I did it." Standing nearby, Qian Wujin stared at the boy with his mouth wide open. "Are we really practicing the same technique?" Li Ziwei patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Do not get discouraged. Everyone has different strengths. This technique probably just does not suit you." After saying that, he casually rubbed Xiao Shui's head, unable to hide his joy. This kid really is a once-in-a-generation martial arts genius. Thinking further ahead, Wei wondered, if the Buddha palm works, then could the star-absorbing technique work too? Being transported into this world really does have its advantages. Behind him, Qian Wujin watched with eyes full of admiration. Just then, Xia Yi's scream rang out, "Father!" The three of them instantly stopped. On the ground, Xia Yi's father lay motionless while she desperately shook him. At that moment, a voice called out from the distance, "What is going on over there?" Hearing someone approach, Xia Yi immediately stopped crying and looked up. Li Ziwei walked over while Xiao Shui and Qin Wujin curiously followed behind. As he approached, he gently asked, "Why are you here?" Xia Yi quickly explained, "This is my father. I brought him here to meet you, but we arrived just as you were training. He tried to protect me, and before she could finish, her father let out a weak cough. Hearing the sound, she hurriedly called out to him, while Li Ziwei's face gradually turned pale because he had absolutely no idea what was happening. Xia Yi's father struggled to sit up and said he was fine, but the moment he opened his mouth, blood poured out non-stop. It was obvious something was seriously wrong. Xia Yi quickly wiped the blood from her father's mouth. He apologized again, saying it was his fault for intruding and asking the senior not to blame them. Even as he apologized, he finally accepted one fact. Everything Yi had said was true. His gaze shifted to Xiao Shui as he analyzed the situation. A mere child possessed such terrifying strength. Even his full defensive power could not stop a single attack. Then he looked at Li Ziwei and became even more confused. The man had no trace of martial aura at all. Had he reached a realm far beyond anything they could perceive? Xia Yi's father immediately stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the current Iron Robe sect master and Yi's father." Hearing that, Li Ziwei froze. The only words that registered were Iron Robe sect master, while the man kept explaining why he had brought his daughter here. But Wei could not hear another word. His mind was in complete chaos. Wait, isn't this the final boss of the enemy faction? Xia Yi's father continued, explaining that the Iron Robe sect gathered many extraordinary experts. Unlike wandering assassins, they were backed by the imperial court. Qian Wujin watched the sect master bow respectfully with wide eyes. He never imagined he would meet someone of this status. After waiting with no response from Li Ziwei, Xia Yi's father grew uneasy and slowly raised his head. "Did I say something wrong?" Meanwhile, Li Ziwei wore a painfully awkward expression. Seeing that look, Xia Yi's father felt his heart skip a beat. It seemed this hidden master was truly angry. As Li Ziwei rested his chin in deep thought, Xiao Shui suddenly called out, "Master." Li Ziwei turned toward him and asked, "What is it?" The boy looked genuinely worried. Xiao Shui pointed at Xia Yi's father. "He doesn't look very well." The man's face had turned completely pale, as if his soul were about to leave his body. Li Ziwei was about to speak when he suddenly realized something. "Wait, why am I panicking? They do not know who I really am." Meanwhile, Xia Yi anxiously cried, "Father, are you all right?" A faint smile appeared on his lips as a plan formed in his mind. The assessment test had already cleared all suspicion. This was the perfect chance to blend into the enemy camp. Two birds with one stone. Xia Yi's father looked as though half his soul had left his body. He nearly collapsed while muttering about an unlucky start. As Xia Yi caught him, Li Ziwei finally spoke. "You are the Iron Robe sect master, right? Nice to meet you." The moment the hidden master spoke first, Xiaoyi's father seemed fully revived. He immediately stood straight, cupped fists, introduced himself again, and repeatedly apologized for disturbing him. Standing beside them, Xiaoyi could only nervously tell her father to calm down. Li Ziwei smiled and waved it off. There is no need to be so formal. I was only casually teaching the kids. I am no hidden master. On the surface, Xiaoyi's father calmly replied that he had misunderstood and politely asked how to address him. But inwardly, he reached a different conclusion. So he is deliberately hiding his identity. No wonder he looked upset earlier. Li Ziwei returned the salute with a smile. Just call me Away. Xiaoyi's father beamed with joy. Calling me Uncle Xia sounds too distant. Just call me Brother Xia. Yi stood there completely confused by what was happening. Away hurriedly refused, feeling the title was inappropriate. But Xiaoyi's father laughed it off. There is nothing wrong with it. Someone like you will achieve great things in the future. I am the one who will benefit. Yi watched the two politely exchange words with a head full of questions. Her father then added, Xiaoru told me the guest staying at the #1 inn had an extraordinary presence, so I wanted to meet you. I just happened to arrive at the wrong time. Li Ziwei awkwardly smiled and waved his hands. Deep down, he could not help admiring how elegantly people in this world gave compliments. Xiaoyi's father insisted he meant every word, then changed the subject and asked about the technique Xiao Shui had just used. The question caught Li Ziwei slightly off guard. After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, Oh, you mean that technique? He casually made up a story that he had found it in a temple deep within the forest. At the same time, elsewhere, a young monk ran while shouting, Master Rukong. As soon as he arrived, the little monk pointed ahead, breathing heavily as he tried to explain what he had just witnessed. But Rukong simply patted the boy's head and gently said, No need to rush, I already know. As he thumbed his prayer beads, he calmly said, A heavenly sign has appeared, the Buddha has descended, and the source is. Looking toward the distant sky, he turned to the young monk and said, Have you not always wanted to leave the mountain? Go call your senior brother. With a mysterious smile, Rukong continued, The upcoming martial tournament is going to be very interesting. The young monk pouted and sighed. Master is talking in riddles again. Back at Li Ziwei's home, Xiaoyi and her father cupped their fists and said goodbye, promising to visit again. Li Ziwei casually waved them off. Li Ziwei remembered telling Brother Xia that if he wanted, he could teach him a little. Xia's eyes lit up at once, while Awei secretly sighed in relief. Finally, they were leaving. Still, he made another plan in his head. He would never give away the complete technique. They could figure out the rest themselves. The enemy was still the enemy. Just then, Xiao Shui gently grabbed his hand. Seeing the worried look on the child's face, Li Ziwei bent down and asked, What's wrong? Xiao Shui quietly asked if he had caused trouble for his master, making Li Ziwei pause. Li Ziwei took the child's hand and led him inside. This wasn't your fault. I just wasn't paying attention to our surroundings. Deep down, he thought. The old man did not suspect a thing. Staying in the shadows while the enemy stayed in the open was not a bad strategy. After opening the room, he told Xiao Shui to get some sleep while he went out for a walk. He secretly praised the kid's talent. He learned everything so quickly that it made his master proud. Xiao Shui obediently entered the room and quietly closed the door. Once inside, the child slowly removed the hat. Xiao Shui was actually a girl. Her long, silky hair fell over her shoulders as she hugged the hat and smiled to herself. Master treats me so well. I have to work even harder. The scene shifted to another cliff where Li Ziwei stood below, looking up. He measured the height with his eyes and wondered, what would happen if I tried it myself? Maybe it is time to find out. While looking toward the mountaintop, Li Ziwei suddenly sensed movement. His first thought was, someone is up there. In the distance stood a white-haired woman whose breathing had become rapid and unstable. Hidden inside a cave, she thought to herself, I came all the way here to recover, and they still found me? As she thought, she struggled to force the red and black energy wrapped around her arm back inside. A moment later, she shattered the rock wall blocking the entrance with a single strike. But immediately afterward, she clutched her arm and gasped for breath. Her body was completely drained. Even so, her eyes remained firm. Only one thought filled her mind. I cannot die, my master is still waiting for me. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her vision gradually darkened. She fought to stay conscious, telling herself to hold on just a little longer. Then, through the blur, she saw a figure approaching. Feeling a familiar aura, she thought her master had come. But the one walking toward her was Li Ziwei, asking, Are you all right? Unable to endure any longer, she lost consciousness completely. Fortunately, Li Ziwei caught her before she hit the ground. The scene shifted inside a room filled with bandages and first aid supplies. A basin of blood-stained water sat on the table. Li Ziwei collapsed into a chair and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Then he casually picked up a cup of water and took a drink. Looking at the woman resting on the bed, he thought, finally finished. Good thing I watched plenty of first aid videos before, or I would have had no idea what to do. The woman's wounds had been carefully bandaged, yet she still murmured, "Master," in her sleep. Li Ziwei could not help wondering who she was so devoted to. Just then, someone called from outside the door, "My lord, are you awake?" Li Ziwei opened the door and asked, "What is it?" The maid respectfully lowered her head. "Someone has come to see you." Before she finished speaking, Xia Yiyi appeared and waved with a smile. The maid quietly excused herself. Feeling slightly uneasy, Li Ziwei quickly shut the door and asked, "Why are you here again?" Xia Yi held out a bag and said, "My father asked me to deliver this to you." Li Ziwei curiously reached to open it, but Xia Yi's expression changed at once. "Wait, don't open it here." But it was already too late. A loud boom exploded from inside the room. In the next instant, countless books and military manuals poured out and buried Li Ziwei. He crawled out from the pile and blamed himself for being careless. So this was a storage bag. Xia Yi sat down and started organizing everything, while Li Ziwei picked up a sheet of paper and curiously asked, "What's this?" Xia Yi answered simply, "It has a little bit of everything inside." Yi recalled how excited her father had been, as he held the manual like a priceless treasure. He even said he had never seen such an incredible technique before ordering the treasury opened as a gift in return. As she counted the items, Yi introduced them one by one. Pills, secret manuals, weapons, everything was part of her father's lifelong collection for a way to choose from. Suddenly remembering something, she pulled out a few more sheets of paper. She explained that the #1 inn welcomed all kinds of travelers, making it easy to encounter suspicious people. Yi then handed him a list of wanted demonic sect fugitives. If you spot anyone suspicious and report them to the Iron Robe sect, you'll receive a reward. Li Ziwei stayed calm on the outside, but inside he was thrilled. This is basically a free list of everyone I need to avoid. She picked up another page and pointed at it. This one is especially dangerous. Don't let her appearance fool you. She is a killing weapon personally raised by the Ziwei Emperor. The portrait showed the very woman Li Ziwei had rescued earlier. Yi continued, "She once wiped out 3 small sects in a single night just because they offended the Ziwei Emperor. We recently heard she was seen near Yuhong town." Li Ziwei stared at the portrait and immediately thought of the woman he had rescued that morning. His eyes flew open in shock. "Wait, isn't this the woman I just brought home?" Noticing his strange expression, Yi quickly asked, "What's wrong?" But the next moment, she suddenly sniffed the air as if she had caught a scent. Yi stepped closer and began sniffing around Li Ziwei while his face slowly turned pale. She frowned. "Why do you smell so strongly of blood? Are you injured, or is someone else in your house hurt?" Li Ziwei stiffened and stammered an answer while screaming inside. "What kind of nose does she have?" Yi tilted her head and looked suspiciously toward the room behind him. Li Ziwei immediately jumped in front of the door and blocked the entrance. "That's my private room. You can't go in." But the more he tried to stop her, the more suspicious she became. Without another word, she rushed forward and threw the door open. Seeing what was happening, Li Ziwei stood there with his mouth wide open. "It's over." Yi smelled the thick scent of blood coming from the bed and hurriedly asked if he was hurt. But strangely, only a set of clothes remained. The injured woman was nowhere to be seen. Li Ziwei glanced around and secretly sighed with relief. It looked like she had heard the commotion and escaped before they arrived. Keeping a calm face, Li Ziwei made up a story. "I'm not injured. I found an injured stray cat in the back mountain and brought it home to treat it. After applying medicine, I accidentally fell asleep. When I woke up, it had already run away. Inside, he could only sigh. I really have terrible luck. I randomly picked up one of my former subordinates." Meanwhile, Hong Shu was quietly hiding above the bed. Hearing the story, Yi guessed, a normal stray cat wouldn't be worth keeping. It might belong to a disciple from the Eternal Pavilion. Too bad. If you had kept it, earning their favor would have been a huge advantage. Li Ziwei blinked. "The Eternal Pavilion?" Yi smiled and explained, "The sword debate tournament is about to begin, and the Eternal Pavilion will be attending. They absolutely love cats and even treat them as sacred spirit beasts. Yuhong Town was chosen as the venue, so things will become very lively soon." Hearing the name Eternal Pavilion, Li Ziwei quietly clenched his fist. Yi took the chance to ask him to watch for suspicious people because the town would soon be crowded, making it easy for enemies to slip in. Hidden above the bed, Hongshu silently gritted her teeth. She was certain the poison inside her body had been planted by the Eternal Pavilion. It sealed her inner power, leaving her unable to fight. Li Ziwei calmly asked Yi whether registration for the sword debate tournament was still open. She nodded. Theory's still time. As they walked outside together, Yi curiously asked, "Are you planning to register your disciple?" Li Ziwei nodded. Xiao Shui is still young. It will be good for the child to see more of the world. Yi smiled. "You really are a devoted master." Li Ziwei laughed. "Xiao Shui has great talent. All I can do is support that talent." But deep down, he was planning something else. Now that the Ziwei Demon Lord had disappeared, another expert of equal strength appearing out of nowhere would attract too much suspicion. So he decided to let Xiao Shui stand in the spotlight while he quietly worked behind the scenes, found someone from the Eternal Pavilion, and removed the poison first. As they walked, Li Ziwei suddenly remembered his former subordinate again. After the two of them left, Hongshu finally jumped down from above the bed. She reached out and touched the clothes still lying on the bed. In an instant, Hongshu's expression filled with emotion. She hugged the clothes tightly and declared, "This is my master's aura." At the same time, news of the Grand Martial Tournament spread across the land. Hosted by the three great sects, the champion would receive incredible rewards, including spirit pills, immortal artifacts, and many other treasures. More importantly, it was a chance to become famous across the martial world, and even earn the favor of the three great sects, changing one's fate overnight. For countless martial artists, winning the tournament was the dream of a lifetime. Li Ziwei was still enthusiastically explaining all the benefits when a thunderous shout suddenly interrupted everyone. "Master!" Qian Wujin burst into tears and begged until his voice turned hoarse. He wanted to join the tournament too. Li Ziwei gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said it was not that he did not want to take him along. His tone became much more serious. "I need someone I can trust to guard our base. While Xiao Shui and I are away, the inn will be entirely in your hands." Hearing that, Qian Wujin's eyes instantly turned red with emotion. As Li Ziwei and Xiao Shui walked away, Qian Wujin shouted after them through tears, promising to guard the inn until his master returned. Hearing those words, Awei felt something was strangely off, though he could not figure out why. On the day the tournament began, Yuhong Town became more crowded than ever. The streets were packed with people. One man in line complained after a burly figure blocked his path. He grumbled again, "Why are you staring at me like that?" But the moment he looked up, he froze. His jaw nearly hit the ground at the sight before him. The man was covered in expensive gear from head to toe. A reddish-brown ring sparkled on his finger, oversized golden prayer beads hung around his neck, and a shining golden pouch dangled from his waist. Li Ziwei was practically glowing with equipment. The 8 treasures soft armor, priceless. The Buddha seal prayer beads, worth over 20,000 silver. The fire essence ring, worth more than 1,000 silver. The moon yang pendant, the exquisite storage pouch gifted by brother Xia, and the swift cloud boots. Everywhere he went, he looked like a walking treasure vault. Standing beside him, Xiao Shui looked a little nervous and quietly asked, "Master, why is everyone staring at us?" The child was no less impressive, dressed in matching golden robes, and wearing the Heaven and Earth Heart Guard lock, worth nearly 40,000 silver. Li Ziwei sighed helplessly. It felt like showing up in legendary endgame gear at a beginner village while every rookie stared at him. Then he realized how heavy all this equipment was. Better take some of it off. As he thought that, he reached for the prayer beads. But just then, his eyes casually swept behind him. One glance left Awei speechless. Behind him stood a scruffy-haired kid casually picking his nose, while the 2 elders beside him looked even stranger. One leaned on a cane as if his ears were about to give out, while the other would not stop coughing. Awei could only think, is this tournament really legit? Why does everyone look either half-dead or pretending to be weak? As he packed away his gear, someone called out to him, and he turned to his left. A group of muscular men stood behind him. Their leader looked at him with open disdain and sneered, "First time here, isn't it? You don't need to carry all that. Why don't we hold it for you?" Li Ziwei remained perfectly calm. "These are gifts from my disciple. I should keep them myself. I couldn't possibly trouble someone else." As he spoke, he remembered Qian Wujin happily handing him the entire pile. That answer instantly darkened the leader's face. He clearly felt insulted. But Awei paid him no attention. His focus had already shifted to the crowd gathered nearby. In the middle stood a beautiful young woman wearing a rather revealing outfit, handing out papers as she walked. Seeing that, Li Zizui assumed the tournament was about to begin. He turned to the man and said, "I'll head over there first. We can talk later." The man stood frozen, completely caught off guard. Away walked over, accepted a scroll, and politely smiled. Meanwhile, he secretly thought, that guy is probably just a background character. At this rate, he might not even survive one episode. The young woman then spoke softly. Everyone should have received the test. Li Zizui, Xiao Shui, and the young monk all looked down at the paper in their hands as she continued. The trial will last 12 double hours, and it will officially begin in half a double hour. But just then, Li Zizui suddenly shouted, "Wait a second." His face instantly turned green as he realized the huge problem. Isn't this supposed to be a martial arts tournament? Then why are we being told to gather medicinal herbs? Isn't this just free labor? With a helpless look, he could only sigh at the sky. He could not recognize any of these herbs from the drawings, so he would have to figure things out as he went. At the same time, the young monk beside the senior brother reminded someone touching the notice to be careful not to tear it. Time passed quickly and night soon fell. A small campfire burned deep in the forest. Li Zizui leaned against a tree to rest, while Xiao Shui kept his head down and focused on reading. Suddenly, a series of strange noises came from the bushes. A white-haired man peeked out and whispered, "Boss, we have watched him all day. Should we take him out? He does not look like he knows martial arts. He is probably just here for fun." A green-haired man beside him laughed and said the guy looked pretty dumb. He even brought a kid along. One punch would be enough to smash him into a wall. Zheng Biao crawled out with a greedy grin. He figured everything on that guy was worth far more than their usual jobs, and that bag was obviously packed with valuable treasures. Just thinking about it made him flash a sly grin with his bright white teeth. In an instant, all four exchanged looks and reached the same conclusion: kill him. But things never go as planned. A giant net suddenly dropped from the sky and covered them all. The entire group was tied up like rice dumplings. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. One of the men shouted in panic, "What the hell is this? Who dares ambush me?" Right then, someone yanked the rope attached to the net. A second later, they were hanging upside down from a tree, and the more they struggled, the worse it got. Li Ziwei's voice echoed from somewhere. "See? I told you. Side characters like you never survive more than one episode." He let out a long breath, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At that moment, a way dropped from above like a cultivation version of Spider-Man, firing strange threads one after another. The gadget in his hand was his brand new gear, and after using it, he thought to himself, "So this is what it feels like to be a superhero." Zheng Biao crashed onto the ground and gritted his teeth in frustration. Li Ziwei put his hands on his hips and smirked. "Did you really think I was that stupid?" The events from earlier that morning flashed through his mind. Showing off his wealth and pretending to be a clueless rookie had all been part of the plan. He laughed and admitted he did it to lure greedy people right to him. Just then, she handed him the notice. From that very moment, his eyes locked onto them, and he laid out everything without holding back. Their furious reactions did not escape his notice. Everything was going exactly as planned because his real goal had always been to drive that guy crazy. In the end, he declared, "Everything went exactly according to my plan." The moment his foot slammed into the ground, the man started trembling violently as sweat poured down his face. A Wii's voice turned calm as he slowly said, "Villains really love giving speeches, do they? I have to admit, it is pretty fun. Anyway, enough chatting. Time to get to the point." The man replied with a trembling voice that he still had no idea how this world even worked. His lips slowly curled into a mysterious smile. He disliked doing things this way, but for now, he had no better option. Li Ziwi's face darkened, but the smile on his lips became even more dangerous. He slowly said, "Looks like I will have to trouble kind people like you for a little help." Inside the room, Yi leaned back in her chair, while holding a small fruit. She suddenly said, "I did not expect the supervisor of this tournament to be that person." A hand reached over and picked up the button on the table as a helpless voice replied, "What can we do? Who could ever guess what His Majesty is thinking?"
"Something this important, and your father did not tell you either."
Hearing that, she immediately turned away with a pout. "My father barely has time for things like this. Lately, he has been completely focused on cultivation. He rarely even leaves his room." The woman across from her raised her teacup with a surprised look. "Cultivation?" That woman was Meng Tianqiu, the holy maiden of the Wanggu Pavilion. She smiled at Yi and said, "Uncle Xia entered the martial saint realm long ago. and his 9-curve heart protection formation has already reached perfection. At his level, taking another step forward is incredibly difficult. Countless people remain stuck there for life. You should try to persuade him. Yi covered her mouth and calmly thought for a moment before replying, "No one can change my father's mind. I certainly cannot." But she suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. "Recently, I met a hidden master." The moment Meng Tianqiu heard that, she froze in place with her eyes wide open in shock. Suddenly, she placed a hand on Yi's shoulder, making her jump and turn around. Meng Tianqiu could not hold back anymore. She jumped onto the table with a flushed face and fired off question after question. "You did not meet some shady person, did you? Where is he from? What sect does he belong to? Who is his master? What about his family? Did you investigate him?" Yi was so startled that she quickly said, "You are really scary right now." She immediately stepped back to keep a safe distance and forced a smile. "Do not worry. My father has already sent people to investigate his background." She then looked back at Meng Tianqiu and continued, "He treats animals kindly, has a generous personality, and even helps orphans. He definitely is not a bad person." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Wei wore a creepy grin. His face was so red that he looked like a demon, enough to give anyone goosebumps. He Tufei knelt on the ground and respectfully offered an item with both hands. The rest of his men were still tied up, while only he had been released. Wei reached out toward the black item in his hands. After examining it closely, he looked completely stunned. "This is black profound ginseng? Why does it look nothing like the drawing? It looks more like something you would throw into a soup." He Tufei's eyes went wide, and his mouth hung open in shock. Only one thought remained in his mind. Make soup with black profound ginseng? Just how rich was this guy? The world of wealthy people was beyond his understanding. He lowered his head in despair as tears streamed down his face. Just then, Wei spoke again. "All right, we are done here. You and your men can leave now." The bandit froze in disbelief and asked again, "You are really letting us go just like that?" Wei looked equally confused, as if he had no idea why the man was even asking. He lowered his gaze and replied coldly, "Otherwise what? Do you really think people of your status are worth me dealing with personally?" Deep down, he thought these small fries were not even worth the effort. A moment later, Wei flashed another sly smile and looked down at them. "Life is precious. I am giving you a chance, so disappear while you still can. If you insist on dying, then that is your choice. But since we are both villains, let me give you one piece of advice." As he spoke, memories from his previous life surfaced. Characters like them appeared everywhere. They showed up once and disappeared as disposable cannon fodder, barely even worthy of being background extras. You think strength is everything, but brains matter just as much. If you want to achieve something great, power and intelligence must go together. The bandit only caught part of those words, but his face instantly turned pale as if struck by lightning. His imagination ran wild. Did he mean finish the job and then quietly get rid of the evidence? The thought alone threw him into a panic. He grabbed his companions and fled as if chased by a ghost. Before disappearing, he shouted, "We will never mess with you again." Wei watched them leave with a puzzled look. What kind of reaction was that? The next morning, sunlight began filtering through the mountain trees. Wei was still fast asleep beneath a tree when a familiar voice called beside his ear, "Master, wake up." He lazily sat up and let out a long yawn. "What time is it?" Xiao Shui stood beside him with a bright smile, holding a strange green fruit. When asked about the time, the boy looked confused. "Time? It is the Hmong hour. Master, you slept for an entire day." Wei casually took the green fruit from the boy and asked, "Where did you find this?" Deep down, he thought it looked exactly like a sugar apple. Xiao Shui happily pointed behind them and answered honestly, "I found it over there. There are lots, too." Then he pointed at the ground, where a mountain of black profound ginseng, nearly as tall as he was, had been piled up. Wei froze on the spot with his eyes wide open, completely speechless. After snapping out of it, he quickly walked over to the pile and grinned. "There are this many? Pack them all up first. We will take them with us later." Xiao Shui nodded excitedly. Neither of them noticed that Tu Ni had been sitting on a tree branch, quietly watching everything. As she looked at the two below, her eyes softened, and a faint blush appeared on her face. The scene shifted to a table with a black object resting on top. Meng Tianqiu sat with her arms crossed, stared at the item, and coldly declared, "Not good enough." The man picked up the item and sighed helplessly. Meng Tianqiu frowned in frustration and continued, "I already told you not to waste time on things like this. Instead of doing useless work, hurry up and announce a larger-scale purchase." At that moment, Wei and Xiao Shui could only stand there in confusion. The person standing beside Meng Tianqiu's chair spoke up. Holy maiden, you should not say that. This year's Three Hidden Heavens is completely different from previous years. Many places may suffer natural disasters. Those greedy merchants have driven the price of black profound ginseng far too high. Even the imperial court cannot afford such costs. Meng Tianqiu quietly listened to everything. After hearing the explanation, Meng Tianqiu looked utterly disdainful. So you just want to take them for free? Stop dressing it up with righteous excuses. If they keep pushing this onto the Wangu Pavilion, one day I might just poison that old man's wine. A while later, Wei suddenly asked, "Excuse me, is this where I turn them in?" The person beside Meng Tianqiu immediately beamed with excitement, while Meng Tianqiu frowned in annoyance. Him again? As he spoke, he opened his bag and looked inside before sighing. Your drawing was way too abstract, so I am not even sure if this is the right thing. Hearing that, Meng Tianqiu slammed her hand onto the table, her face turning red with anger. What do you mean abstract? I drew that myself. Before she could finish, a burst of golden light suddenly flashed, drawing everyone's attention. Meng Tianqiu jumped to her feet and stared ahead in shock. This is. In front of her was a massive pile of black profound ginseng. She stood there frozen. Every single one was top quality, and there were countless of them. Even stripping an entire mountain bare would not guarantee finding this much. Wei tilted his head, looked at the pile, and scratched his head. You never said how many you needed. Just take whatever you want. Those words completely stunned Meng Tianqiu. Only one word echoed in her mind. Choose? Seeing her strange expression, Wei asked in confusion, "What is wrong? Weren't you looking for this?" Meng Tianqiu immediately stared at him with wide eyes. She picked up one root and said awkwardly, "Yes, we do need this, but ordinary quality would have been enough." Before she could finish, Wei cut her off. Looking at the mountain of black profound ginseng on the table, she thought in disbelief. Is he really giving us all of it? Does he not know how valuable this is? Wei glanced at them as if reading their thoughts and casually replied, "I just picked them up anyway. Besides, I do not even like eating these." Meng Tianqiu nearly lost her balance. Her mind screamed, "Pick them up? Who would believe that, and eating them? You think this is something people casually eat?" Meng Tianqiu narrowed her eyes at him and thought to herself, wait, news about this tournament spread long ago. Everyone knows the Wang Pavilion has been buying black profound ginseng everywhere. She watched Wei and Xiao Shui chatting. The boy tugged on his sleeve and said, "Master, I am tired." Wei gently rubbed his head and replied, "We will head back soon." A smug smile appeared on Meng Tianqiu's face. She quickly reached a conclusion. This man was obviously trying to build a relationship with the Wangu Pavilion. Such generosity was clearly meant to earn them a favor. Meng Tianqiu slowly closed her eyes, as if she had seen through everything, and confidently said, "Since you are this sincere, I will accept your good will. You have done the Wangu Pavilion a great service this time." Wei was completely dumbfounded, as if a giant question mark had appeared over his head. Meng Tianqiu smiled and continued, "The Wangu Pavilion will remember this favor." Wei silently repeated in surprise, "The Wangu Pavilion?" She then stood up, extended her hand with a friendly smile, and said, "I am Meng Tianqiu, the holy maiden of the Wangu Pavilion. Nice to meet you." A quick fun fact. The pitch-black drawing used to represent the black profound ginseng was actually Meng Tianqiu's own masterpiece. Li Ziwei, Xiao Shui, and Qian Wujin followed behind Meng Tianqiu. Qian Wujin's eyes turned red with excitement, and he felt overjoyed. He never imagined his name would make the official tournament list. At last, he no longer had to stay home. Master really was his savior. With shining eyes, he rushed over to Wei and loudly declared, "From today on, Master is like my reborn father and mother." Wei instantly got goosebumps, hurriedly pushed him away and said in disgust, "Stop clinging to me. Let go right now. Otherwise, go back and watch the shop." Hearing that, Qian Wujin finally calmed down and looked around. "So this is the official tournament venue? It does not seem that special." Meng Tianqiu gave a faint smile. "That is because you do not know the full story." She raised her hand and slowly explained, "This place seems empty because the entire area was claimed by the three great sects long ago. To be honest, the preliminary competition was only a screening test. Very few people actually made it through." Her words struck Qian Wujin right in the heart. Members of the great powers and top sects had already entered the main tournament from the start. Simply put, this place was filled with true experts. Without real strength, all you could do was watch. Even if you passed the preliminaries, you would likely be eliminated right away. While Qian Wujin sank into despair, Wei became even more interested and nodded with a grin. "So that is how it works. It really feels like seeing the hidden side of the world." Meng Tianqiu happily added, that is why these tournament slots are so hard to get. But you did us a huge favor this time. These 3 spots are nothing. I could even get a few more if needed. Hearing that, Away clapped his hands and calmly said, Your Holiness is truly a kind person. Judging by his expression, though, no one could tell what he was really thinking. She then announced, Come with me. During the main tournament, your food and lodging will all be covered. Away glanced at Qian Wujin, who was still standing there completely overwhelmed by everything he had just heard. Next, Meng Tianqiu picked up Xiao Shui and held him in her arms. You must be tired from all that walking, right? Xiao Shui looked completely confused because he did not feel tired at all. Before he could answer, she smiled and said, It is fine. I will carry you. Meng Tianqiu then walked away at a relaxed pace. She was the type who was extremely confident, a little proud, and especially loved being praised. Away watched her with an awkward expression and thought to himself, was this holy maiden protected too well growing up? She feels way too easy to fool. When they arrived in front of the Zhanghu Inn, she immediately announced, We are here. This is the place. After putting Xiao Shui down, she suddenly remembered something and said, Oh right, there is something else I need to give you. As she took it out, she reminded them seriously, Keep it safe. Do not lose it. Then she tossed the item directly toward him, and Away instinctively caught it. Li Sui opened his hand to inspect what he had received. Inside were 3 golden name cards and a small gray flute. He asked in confusion, What are these? Seeing that he did not understand, Meng Tianqiu explained, These cards prove you are qualified to compete. You will need them to register later. As for the flute, consider it my welcome gift. If you ever need help, use this token, and the Wangu Pavilion will come to your aid. Away stared at the little flute in surprise. A flute? Is this made from bone? With just one glance, Meng Tianqiu realized he had guessed its origin. She smiled proudly and said, I secretly took this out. There is only one, so do not use it carelessly. The moment she finished speaking, Away immediately put the flute to his lips and tried blowing it. No sound came out. He frowned and said, It does not work. Meng Tianqiu instantly turned red with anger and shouted, I literally just told you not to use it carelessly. The scene shifted as Away looked around in surprise. This place is decorated pretty nicely. The moment they stepped inside the inn, everyone turned to look at them after hearing his comment. The place looked like a luxurious hotel. Even without knowing anything about it, anyone could tell it was expensive. Qian Wujin spread his arms wide and laughed excitedly. If Master likes it, we should renovate our inn to look just like this someday. Walking up to the front desk, Away calmly said, Innkeeper, we would like a room. The old innkeeper slowly asked, How many guests? Li Zui answered without hesitation, 3. Just then, a voice came from behind them, making everyone turn around. So the little kid came too? Did you all come to the wrong place? She crossed her arms with a cold expression and continued, This is not a playground. Take my advice and go back. Right then, someone raised a wine jug and interrupted, Why are you so concerned with other people's business? His face was flushed from drinking as he mocked her. Are children not allowed to compete? Then tell me, why is an old woman like you here? Her expression instantly darkened. Gritting her teeth, she shot back, I was only trying to help. What exactly do you mean by that? He tilted his head back, took another drink, and casually replied, Exactly what I said, nothing more. Unable to argue back, she could only swallow her anger. What a waste of good intentions. Soon afterward, she and her group quickly left. Once they were gone, the man turned to Xiao Shui and encouraged him. Kid, do not pay attention to people like that. This world has always respected strength above all else. Who cares about age or gender? Even though he was tipsy, he remained perfectly clear-headed. He continued evenly, No one who makes it here is ordinary. So why look down on anyone? This is your first time competing, right? If you run into trouble, just come find me. Standing beside him, Li Zui could barely hold back his laughter. Away immediately cupped his fists in thanks. Then I will be relying on your guidance, senior. The man burst into laughter and said it was nothing. Meanwhile, high above them, a young woman quietly watched Away from afar. She clenched her fists as her trembling voice whispered almost silently, Master! Hong Xia's face turned bright red as she blamed herself. He was standing right in front of her, yet she could not reveal who she was. The thought alone broke her heart. She lowered her head in embarrassment and thought to herself, I miss Master so much that I even remember the tiny red mole on his chest. The image of Li Sui smiling with those bright eyes flashed through her mind. Hong Xiu sighed inwardly. Even if he changed his appearance, I would recognize him instantly. Her constant gaze finally made Away notice something. Strange, why does it feel like someone keeps watching me? The scene shifted to his room. Li Ziwei lay on the bed with his hands behind his head and one leg crossed over the other, staring thoughtfully at the small flute. Meng Tianquo's earlier words echoed in his mind. If you ever need help, the Wanggu Pavilion will answer. He pouted at the flute and started calculating. If I ask them to remove my poison now, they will definitely become suspicious. While lost in thought, a deafening noise suddenly erupted outside, making him jump out of bed. Wei sat upright in confusion. What was that? Just then, Qian Wujin burst into the room with Xiao Shuai tucked under one arm, his face pale as he shouted, "Master!" He gasped for breath before blurting out. Something terrible happened. A bizarre tree had appeared outside. It could move on its own, and its branches shot forward like giant tentacles. The branches instantly wrapped around a man as a cold voice declared, "The tournament has begun, or die on your own. Sorry, I will burn some paper money for you later." A blood-curdling scream tore through the air. The man trapped by the branches collapsed to the ground moments later. It looked like his life had already come to an end. Elsewhere, a man knelt before a woman's back and respectfully reported, "Young lady, it is done." That woman was none other than Meng Tianyu. She turned around with a satisfied smile and praised him. "Well done. Head to the next location." The monstrous tree swung its branches toward the night sky as a confident voice rang out. "The championship this time will belong to us." Under the pale moonlight, the surroundings were so quiet that even the air felt heavy. Then, a massive explosion suddenly erupted deep within the forest. The shockwave even reached the nearby village, throwing the entire place into chaos. 3 streaks of blue, pink, and golden light burst out of the dust one after another. The elder with martial king cultivation sneered, "I did not expect to run into so many familiar faces." The man wrapped in golden spiritual energy curled his lips into a faint smile. "It has been 4 years. I hope none of you disappoint me." It seemed he had also reached the martial king realm. The only woman present was just as formidable. She too was a martial king. The moment she opened her mouth, her words were razor sharp. "Just looking at your faces makes me want to throw up." All 3 erupted with spiritual energy at the same time. Each wore an excited grin as they spoke in unison. "We still have unfinished business from last time." The instant those words fell, all 3 shot into the sky. Violent winds howled around them as they shouted together, "Let us settle everything once and for all." The first elder quickly formed hand seals, and countless talismans appeared, spinning around his fingertips. A moment later, the talismans rained down on her like a meteor shower. She merely smirked, completely unfazed, and mocked him. "Is that all you have?" She immediately unleashed her own ultimate technique and laughed. "Did you forget to tell your own fortune before coming here?" As soon as she finished speaking, a summoned creature appeared and blocked the attack head-on. Watching the scene unfold, the remaining elder raised his weapon and proudly declared, "One of you loves showing off, and the other keeps hurting everyone's eyes. Fine then, let me show you what a real performance looks like." He lifted his staff high into the air and shouted, "Today I will show you what a real fight looks like." The attack unleashed a violent storm that swept across the battlefield and even reached the nearby village. Qian Wujin witnessed the entire scene. He stared into the sky with a trembling voice. "This is." His eyes shone brightly as if a whole new world had opened before him. "So this is how true experts fight." The sky glowed like a miniature Milky Way. Because Qian Wujin had his back turned, he had no idea what was happening behind him and kept talking excitedly. "The strongest experts gathering to compete for the top spot. This is incredible. The spirit of this battle is unbelievable." In sharp contrast to his excitement, the real battle had become incredibly tense. One expert blocked his opponent's strike with a sword and laughed. "Compared to someone who only knows how to show off, you are just wasting my time." Hearing that insult, the woman immediately snapped, "Shut up, old man. Do not think I do not know you secretly put a bounty on my head." Back on their side, Li Ziwei looked around and sighed helplessly. "No matter how I look at it, this feels more like people settling personal grudges than an actual tournament." Just then, a strange disturbance caught his attention, and he immediately turned around. 3 men with mocking grins appeared before them. One of them said, "There they are, take their badges." Wei looked closely and recognized them. They were the same group from earlier that day. Qian Wujin immediately stepped in front of him and shouted, "Master, be careful." Suddenly, the man in the middle changed expression and yelled, "Watch out, he is making a move, fall back." Qian Wujin instantly unleashed his technique, and countless sheets of paper began floating through the air. The man saw them and his eyes lit up. "Money?" The white-haired man looked around in confusion. Where did they go? They just disappeared. The leader replied impatiently, "It is just an illusion." He immediately crouched down to gather the scattered papers. They can run if they want, but I am picking up the money first. A moment later, he looked in another direction. But the instant he did, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. He collapsed to the ground, and the papers scattered everywhere. The other two screamed in terror, "Enemy attack." A cold voice suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" A young woman with an overwhelming aura stood right before them. The newcomer was Hong Shu. Her face remained expressionless, and her icy voice sent chills down their spines. "So it was you. You dared lay a hand on the person I treasure most." A streak of light shot forward at terrifying speed, like a missile tearing through the sky. Xiao Shui was holding on to both of them, but their reactions could not have been more different. Li Ziwei calmly picked his nose as if nothing had happened, while Qian Wujin's face turned ghostly pale as he screamed at the top of his lungs. The three martial kings fighting in the sky suddenly froze, as if they had sensed something unimaginably terrifying. This aura. The same thought flashed through all of their minds. Is this Marchashul sent here? At that very moment, Hong Shu had already finished dealing with the attackers. She now held 3 golden badges in her hand and quietly counted 137, 138, 113. With a snap of her fingers, a blue ring instantly appeared in her other hand. Hong Shu covered her blushing face with both hands and thought happily, "Once I collect 520 people, I will give this ring to Master. Then I can use the chance to return to his side." Perfect plan. The 3 landed on a rooftop. Seeing Chan Wujin vomiting nonstop, Xiao Shui asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" His face was green as he weakly replied, "Promise you something. Next time you carry me, grab my waistband if you have to. Just do not lift me by the collar again." After saying that, he turned to Awei and asked, "Master, what do we do now?" After a brief silence, Awei calmly answered, "What else? Watch the show." Those words left Qian Wujin completely frozen, as if he had just heard the most unbelievable thing imaginable. Just then, a whole roasted chicken suddenly flew into Qian Wujin's hands along with Awa's casual remark, "Here, this one's yours." He turned and found that Li Ziwei and Xiao Shui had already claimed the best spot to lie down. They were happily eating popcorn. Awei casually patted the empty space beside him, inviting him to sit. Qian Wujin just stood there in confusion, wondering why Master had even brought all this food. The moment Awei saw his expression, he guessed exactly what he was thinking, and reassured him, "Didn't you come along because you wanted to climb the rankings? Relax. I have not forgotten." As he spoke, Awei held up a golden badge and explained, "If I am right, the goal this time is collecting these. The more you gather, the higher your score. So for now we rest. After everyone else finishes fighting, we go after whoever has the most points." Hearing that, Qian Wujin could only stare at him with wide eyes. In the end, he obediently joined Li Ziwei's team of people who planned to do nothing and profit anyway. But just as they were completely relaxed, a series of rattling sounds came from beneath the roof. Awei calmly kept eating popcorn as if he had noticed nothing. Suddenly, the chair they were sitting on was blasted into the air, while countless red vines shot up from below. Before the boy even understood what was happening, the vines tightly wrapped around his waist. Beside him, Qian Wujin froze in terror. This time it is real. The scene shifted to the Xia residence. Xia sat cross-legged in cultivation. A blazing golden flame burned behind him, while a glowing ancient book floated before him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his brows furrowed. Looking at the strange energy fluctuating in his palm, he muttered in shock, "This feeling." At that very moment, a giant Buddha apparition appeared. Blinding golden light surged like crashing waves. Xia stood atop a rocky peak with his arms spread wide and his eyes blazing. His heart shook because this was pure, overwhelming power. Tears of joy streamed down his face. He never imagined a cultivation art could merge so perfectly with the 9-curve heart protection formation. That old manual from the warehouse had been an unbelievable bargain. He then remembered everyone who had mocked him with the nickname Martial King 8, and secretly vowed to make them pay once his technique was complete. His eyes returned to the book floating before him as he carefully examined it. Even so, it still seemed incomplete. He would have to ask Brother Awei for guidance the next time they met. A while later, Xia was in such a good mood that he looked ready to burst with joy. With his hands behind his back, he happily walked outside. The guard waiting outside immediately bowed respectfully. "Sectmaster, you have finished your seclusion?" Xia stroked his beard with a satisfied smile and asked, "Has anything noteworthy happened in the sect recently?" The guard quickly replied, "Everything has been peaceful these past few days." Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Father, you are finally out?" Xia's face lit up with delight. He waved his daughter over. "My precious Yi, come here. I have something amazing to show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his power, and golden energy spread throughout the area. In the blink of an eye, countless golden cross-shaped pillars surrounded Yi. She looked around in surprise and asked, "Is this the 9-curve heart protection formation? It does not seem much different from before." Xia simply smiled mysteriously. He closed his eyes and pointed ahead. "Look more carefully." Yi turned around in confusion. Dense golden energy flooded the ground beneath her feet, and a massive lotus slowly bloomed. Then the image of the Tathagata appeared, leaving everyone completely stunned. Xia raised his head proudly. "Exactly." He then drew all the golden energy back into the cross-shaped pillars and explained, "The 9-curve heart protection formation has always been known as an unmatched defensive technique, but it could only defend and never counterattack. It was far too passive in dangerous situations." He looked at his daughter, barely able to hide his excitement. "For all these years, I have searched for a cultivation art that could perfectly complement it. Today, I finally found one." Xia immediately imagined himself sitting upon a giant lotus, while countless flying swords hovered behind him, and enormous divine supper emerged around him. The thought alone made him want to jump for joy. Once the technique was complete, the 9-curve heart protection formation would finally possess both offense and defense. Yi could only watch her father with a helpless expression. The moment Brother Away came up, Xia immediately turned to Yi and said everything was possible thanks to him. Then he suddenly realized it had been a while since they last met and asked how Away had been lately. Yi put her hands on her hips and answered, "Brother Away already left Yuhong Town with his disciples." The moment Xia heard that, it felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him. His face instantly fell. He dropped to his knees and raised both hands toward the sky in despair. "Brother Away, why did you leave without telling me? At least let me see you off." Such a great opportunity appeared for only a moment. This is unbearable. Watching her father overreact, Yi remained completely calm. She explained that she had visited Away a few days earlier, but the gatekeeper told her he had already left with his 2 disciples. Before leaving, he had mentioned registering them for this tournament, and since it had just begun, he had most likely taken them there. Hearing that, Xia seemed to come back to life. He instantly jumped to his feet, dusted off his clothes, and said, "My dear daughter, could you please stop telling stories halfway next time? As long as he has not left for good, everything is fine." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes filled with regret. "If I had known Brother Away wanted to compete, I would have arranged a few spots for him myself. After all, the qualifiers are not easy to pass." Yi could only look at her father helplessly and replied, "You were so obsessed with cultivation that you looked possessed. How was I supposed to tell you?" Xia hardly seemed to hear her. He simply smiled to himself, imagining everything. So even someone like Brother Away is interested in this tournament. Standing by the window and gazing toward the distant tower, Xia smiled softly. He thought to himself that although Brother Away seemed cold on the outside, he must truly care about his disciples. He could not bear to let them miss this opportunity, so he personally brought them here. What a rare and wonderful master. Back on Wu Jin's side, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He stared at the vines before him in terror and stammered, We are done for." Xiao Shui was already completely wrapped in vines and suspended in midair. Hearing the voice ahead, he looked up as the other person calmly said, "I warned you already. A kid like you should never have come here." The girl floated in midair, wrapped in blazing red vines, while Xiao Shui hung right beside her. She looked down with overwhelming pressure and said coldly, "Just admit defeat. I do not enjoy bullying kids." Meanwhile, Away stood on the rooftop, lightly touching one of the vines as he quietly examined it. Something about it felt strangely familiar. Wu Jin came running over with tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Master, senior brother got captured." The girl above was left completely confused. She stared down in disbelief. What was wrong with this idiot? That kid came with him, so why was he not reacting at all? Seeing Away calmly studying her vines like they were toys, she started thinking, he had no martial aura at all. Was he really just an ordinary man? But at that moment, a different thought flashed through Away's mind. Wait, did this not feel just like Smile? The girl watched Away smiling while holding a vine, with the pale-faced Wu Jin hiding behind him. Something suddenly felt off. This was an official tournament. How could ordinary people sneak in here? She looked more carefully at Wu Jin. He looked like he had lost half his life, yet he also had no cultivation aura. She quickly concluded that both of them must be using a technique to hide their strength. She frowned even harder, becoming more convinced of her theory. That had to be it. But if they came here to compete, why hide their power? Wu Jin was drenched in sweat and silently falling into despair. He knew his master was incredibly strong and his technique was absurd, but this was the Sword Dao tournament. Even random passersby could be martial kings. Those monsters from earlier were one thing, but even the girl in front of them had already reached peak martial master. Yet when Wu Jin saw Wei standing before his opponent without the slightest hesitation, his eyes filled with admiration. Senior brother was still hostage, yet master stayed completely calm. That composure was unbelievable. Thinking about it, he became so emotional that tears rolled down his face as he covered his mouth and stared in admiration. Wei's eyes lit up as he held the vine and asked curiously, "Did this grow naturally, or did you create it with inner force and true qi like Brother Xia?" As he spoke, he reached into his pocket as if searching for something, and casually added, "Besides, Xiao Shui does not need me worrying about him. Chances like this are rare." Hearing that, the girl instantly bit her lip and became extremely cautious. He was about to make his move. In complete contrast, Xiao Shui's eyes widened with excitement. A moment later, Wei pulled an enormous broadsword out of his small pouch, looking unbelievably excited. The blade was called the Dragon Slayer Saber. A grin slowly spread across his face as he laughed. "Well, I might as well try one swing first." The scene shifted to an old man with white hair and beard drinking wine. But the moment he saw what was happening, he froze and exclaimed, "I never expected a martial saint to appear in this tiny Group A arena." On a deserted road at night, the old man staggered forward as if he might collapse at any moment. His face was flushed with alcohol, clearly half drunk, as he muttered regretfully, "It would be wonderful if someone that powerful could be recruited into the Wuding sect." At the same time, on the rooftop, the girl angrily shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Xiao Shui was still tightly bound by the vines beside her. Hearing the noise, the old man looked up in confusion. "Huh? What is going on up there?" Red with anger, she pointed at the suspended Xiao Shui and yelled, "This kid is in my hands. I have a hostage, understand? If you will not respect me, at least respect the hostage." The old man looked up and quietly judged her. Her presence was fairly strong. She seemed to be an early martial king. Meanwhile, the girl was so furious, she looked ready to explode as she glared at both Wei and Wu Jin. "Do you believe I will kill the hostage right now? Do not force me to do this the hard way." But just then, the old man noticed something, and his expression immediately changed. Looking closely at the child wrapped in vines, he blurted out in surprise, "Huh? Is that not the kid I met this morning? Where is the adult who was with him?" Right then, a series of booming crashes echoed out, making the old man jump. It turned out Wei was relentlessly hacking at the vines until the blade was chipped. He looked completely puzzled. "It cannot cut through? That is strange. This thing works great for cracking walnuts." Behind him, Wu Jin eagerly held up a small knife and shouted, "Master, try this one. I spent a fortune buying it." The old man stood below in a daze, straining his ears to hear what was happening above. Watching Wei's actions, he immediately came to his own conclusion. "Disciple, do not be afraid. Your master is here to save you." Then he looked at the trembling, crying Wu Jin, who pointed a knife at himself while saying, "Master, I failed to protect junior brother. If anything happens to him, you can kill me with this knife." The old man froze, his whole body shaking in shock. The problem was that his hearing was terrible, so he misheard almost everything. The girl lowered her head, her face darkening as her patience finally ran out. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Fine, then do not blame me." The moment she finished speaking, a flash of light made her eyes widen in shock. A figure landed lightly on the rooftop. Holding Xiao Shui in one arm, the old man pointed at the girl and scolded, "What is wrong with you? Bullying such a little kid? There are plenty of people in this arena, yet you picked these three. Do you only bully the weak?" The girl looked ready to explode and pointed right back at him. "Where did this old fossil come from? You think I do not dare rob other people? The whole arena has already been cleaned out. And which eye of yours saw me bullying children? That guy started it first." The old man refused to back down and pointed at Wei, who was holding his badly chipped saber. "Both of my eyes saw it. He cannot even recognize Qi taking form. He can only hack away with a sword by hand. Look how pitiful he is. He even chipped his blade." Hearing that, the girl simply lowered her head and clenched her fists, too furious to speak. Finally, she snapped. I have had enough. Soul-devouring secret art. Instantly, the countless vines around her blazed with power. At her command, the vine shot toward the old man. He quickly leaped aside and dodged the attack. Away was not so lucky. The vines wrapped tightly around him and lifted him straight into the air. Seeing that, Wu Jin nearly lost his soul, his eyes widening in panic. The girl smiled smugly at Away. So you are hiding your strength? Let me see just how powerful you really are. The old man landed with Xiao Shui in his arms and frowned slightly. This is bad. That woman actually knows the soul-devouring art. Hearing that, Xiao Shui quickly turned to him and said, Grandpa, do not worry. My master is really strong. He will be fine. The old man's eyes instantly turned red with emotion. He thought the boy was trying to comfort him and sighed inwardly. A disciple always believes in his master. He really is a great teacher. He even destroyed his own saber, trying to save his disciple. Looking at Away hanging in the air while Wu Jin desperately reached up to catch him below, the old man sighed. Once the soul-devouring art is activated, it is almost impossible to stop. It drains inner force until the victim's danshin is empty, leaving them crippled. Your master is in grave danger. Just as everyone tensed up, the vines wrapped around Away suddenly disappeared one after another as if they had never existed. The two people below immediately noticed, their eyes filled with shock. The girl's eyes went wide as waves of disbelief surged through her mind. How was this possible? The soul-devouring art only failed under two conditions. Watching the vines keep fading away, she quickly analyzed the situation. Either the target was an ordinary person with no inner force at all, or their strength far surpassed the user of the secret art. Meanwhile, Away simply stood frozen in midair, staring blankly below. Seeing that made the girl even more stunned. He actually broke free by himself? Meanwhile, Away thought, I thought this thing would be scary. Turns out it cannot even hold me. Suddenly, the girl's face turned pale. She coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked up at Away with complete confusion. Who was this guy? The old man beside her was equally stunned as he stared at Away. Could this kid really be? Right then, another figure suddenly shot into the sky. Under the bright moonlight, that person swept Away into a Princess Carrie, leaving him completely stunned. Away looked up at the person holding him and asked blankly, Who are you? Before everyone's shocked eyes, the figure gently landed on a nearby rooftop. The moment Away was set down, Tuni rushed over and hugged him tightly, smiling brighter than ever. Master, master. Meanwhile, Away stood completely stiff with a beautiful girl clinging to him, too embarrassed to say a word. Cat ears seemed to pop up on Tuni's head as her cheeks flushed pink and her eyes turned into hearts. She happily said, It is all my fault for arriving so late and making Master fight by himself. But Master was just as handsome as ever in battle. You defeated your opponent so effortlessly. As she spoke, she held out her hand. Resting on her palm was a green ring. Master, look. Inside are exactly 520 contestant badges. They represent my feelings for you, forever unchanged. Tuni knelt on one knee, holding the ring in one hand while gently taking Away's hand with the other, her eyes closed as if she were proposing. Then she confidently said, Master hid your identity to join this tournament so you could approach the three great sects, right? Just as expected of my master. Your plans are always brilliant. Away was covered in goosebumps and had no idea what she was talking about. He quickly pulled his hand back, looking completely flustered, but before he could say anything, Tuni loudly called out, Master. Away stood there with a helpless expression. Meanwhile, Tuni sat below him with tears streaming down her face. Are you still angry with me? You always called me Tuni before. Like a robot, Away awkwardly raised his hand to comfort her and asked, Tuni, when did you start following me? Tuni immediately stepped closer, blushing bright red before answering, Of course it was when you saved me while you were badly injured. The moment I saw you, I recognized your aura. Hearing that, Away looked at her and finally understood. So it was you. Remembering the pile of black profound ginseng and everything Xiao Shui had found earlier, Away immediately asked, Wait, were all those things during the preliminary round secretly placed there by you? Tuni instantly nodded like a little kitten. Of course. Did you really think I would let my master suffer a loss? Away smiled at her. I see. Then he gently patted her head and said, You really helped me out this time. Those words made Tuni blush so hard she looked ready to burst into steam. Resting his chin on his hand, Away thought to himself. No wonder he had always felt someone watching him lately. It had been this girl all along. Judging from her reaction, she must have been very close to the previous owner of this body. Meanwhile, Tuni unconsciously turned into a cat while enjoying the head pats, even letting her tail pop out. Away closed his eyes in thought. He wondered what their relationship had been like before and hoped he had not revealed anything suspicious. Just then, while enjoying the head pats, Tuni quietly said, "Master is much gentler now, but I liked the cold and distant master from before too." At that moment, Wu Jin's voice sounded from behind as he ran over, panting heavily. "Master, are you all right? You scared me to death earlier." The old man laughed and said, "Your master is just fine." Making the soul-devouring art of an early martial king backfire on its owner, this kid has hidden his strength well. Wu Jin could only stare at him in confusion. The old man's expression then became serious. Although it had only appeared for an instant, the aura that surpassed the martial king realm had definitely come from this direction. At first he thought that crazy woman was bullying the weak, but now he realized he had forgotten something. Anyone qualified to enter this tournament could never be an ordinary person. Looking at Tuni standing protectively in front of Wei, the old man fell into deep thought. From beginning to end, even after his disciple became a hostage, the kid never used excessive force. He only tried warning his opponent with an ordinary saber, and even when hit by a secret art, he never showed the slightest panic. If the enemy did not move, neither did he. That style suited the Wuding sect perfectly. Thinking that, the corners of the old man's mouth slowly curled into an interested smile. Letting such a promising talent slip away would be a waste. With that thought, he looked at Wei and asked, "Hey kid, what is your name?" His face was flushed from drinking, his eyes half sleepy, yet he kept staring at Wei. "Come on kid, tell me who you are." Wei remained expressionless, having no interest in looking at the half-drunk old man. He silently thought, "Who is this guy? He looks more like the villain than I do." Just then, Tuni suddenly spoke from beside him. "Master, do you want me to deal with him?" Wei glanced at her in confusion. "You know him?" Tuni's expression instantly turned cold, her voice sharp as she replied, "I know him, but he is not qualified to know me. If I remember correctly, he is the third elder of the Wuding's sect. People in the martial world call him the drunken heavenly venerable." Wei frowned. "The Wuding sect? One of the three great sects?" Tuni immediately nodded. "That is right. Back then, Master even mocked them for being too poor and having disciples scattered everywhere. When you sent challenge letters to the major sects, you skipped them entirely." Wei froze on the spot, a growing sense of unease rising in his heart. "Wait, I actually did something like that? Was I really that arrogant before?" Tuni continued with a look of disdain. After that, the other sects even suspected the Wuxing sect had ties to the demonic sect. If they had not been supported by 3 peak martial emperors, they probably would have started fighting each other before we even made a move. Hearing that, Wei narrowed his eyes in thought. This misunderstanding was going to be very hard to explain. Tuni's expression suddenly changed as her eyes sparkled with excitement. At the peak of the demonic sect's glory, even all the experts from the 3 great sects together could not shake us. We may have declined now, but as long as Master is here, everything will return to the way it was. While the two chatted as if nothing was unusual, the drunken heavenly venerable narrowed his eyes in confusion. What are those two even talking about? He cleared his throat to get their attention and said, "Kid, I'm talking to you. What is your name? Do you already belong to a sect or have a master?" Hearing that, Wei gently patted Tuni on the shoulder, making her look at him in confusion. Then he stepped forward on his own. The move surprised everyone behind him, especially Tuni. Wei cupped his hands politely. "My name is Li Ziwei. Thank you for helping us just now, senior. May I ask how I should address you?" The old man burst into laughter as he stroked his white beard. "The juniors in my sect all call me old man. Call me whatever you like." Wei smiled politely. "I could not possibly do that." Standing behind him, Tuni looked like she was about to cry. Her master had never needed to be this polite to anyone before. What had happened while she was searching for him? Just then, Wu Jin suddenly spoke up, "Miss." Tuni turned toward him, and Wu Jin asked blankly, "What is your name? Do you know my master?" The moment she heard that, her expression turned cold. She frowned slightly but said nothing. Seeing Wu Jin's puzzled face, she gave a quiet snort and turned away. Tuni grumbled to herself in annoyance. "If only I could stay by Master's side, he would not have to travel with these ugly guys." Then she suddenly froze, her cheeks turning bright red. "With my talent and Master's perfection, our child would definitely become an unmatched genius." Her imagination was starting to run a little too far. Just then, the heavenly venerable's voice interrupted her thoughts. He pointed at Tuni, who was standing there with her hands on her hips, and asked, "Come to think of it, is this young lady traveling with you?" Although he still looked half-drunk, his eyes were extremely serious. She was not hiding her strength, yet her aura was so strange that he could not see through her at all. Seeing that, Away immediately stepped in front of her with a smile. She is my cousin. We were separated for many years, so I never expected to meet her here. Behind him, Tuni blushed so hard she looked ready to melt. Away continued smiling as he explained, "She is a little shy around strangers and does not like talking to people. I hope you will not mind." The Heavenly Venerable simply nodded. "I see. As long as she is someone you know, that is fine." Seeing that Xiao Shui and Wu Jin still looked unconvinced, the old man slowly explained that this tournament was jointly organized by the three great sects. On the surface, it was a gathering for martial artists to exchange skills. Raising a hand, the Heavenly Venerable continued, "But the real purpose is to discover talented people. I have taken a liking to you all. Are any of you interested in joining the Wuding sect?" Away immediately waved his hand and politely declined, thanking him but saying he was not interested. Wu Jin, on the other hand, looked as though he had just been struck by lightning. This was an invitation from the Wuding sect. The scene shifted to the next morning. As a carriage rolled down the road, Wu Jin suddenly shouted in disbelief, "You really turned down an invitation from the third elder of the Wuding sect?" Sitting comfortably inside the carriage, Away calmly chewed on a pastry with his eyes closed before replying, "Yep, I have no idea why that old man was so determined to recruit both me and Xiao Shui." Tianqiu leaned over slightly and asked with a hint of expectation, "So you really have no intention of going?" Away finished the last bite of his pastry and casually answered, "No, it does not interest me." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea crossed his mind. Rather than becoming a disciple of the Wuding sect, he would rather build his own sect. Following others meant living by their rules. It was better to forge his own path. Tianqiu kept her usual calm expression, but her words sounded almost approving. "That is actually an interesting idea." Her gaze grew thoughtful. He was not wrong. Outside, everyone called her the Saintess of the Wanggu Pavilion, but how many people still remembered her real name? Tianqiu glanced at Away, who was happily stuffing his cheeks with pastries, and silently judged him. He did not seem very clever at first glance, yet somehow he understood certain things better than almost anyone else. But while Tianqiu was distracted, the corner of Away's mouth slowly curled into a mischievous grin. The paper in his hand carried a shocking headline, "Tournament Champion gives away the title and rejects the three great sects." Away's eyes lit up as he read it. A headline like this would definitely grab attention. Once everyone saw it, promoting his new demonic sect would be easy. After thinking for a moment, he rubbed his chin and frowned. The name had to be memorable. Calling it the demonic sect directly did not sound right. He decided to discuss it with Tuni later. Just then, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a massive estate, where the surroundings were strangely quiet. The coachman turned around with a broad smile. "Sir, we have arrived." Away jumped down from the carriage and casually said to Tianqiu, who was peeking out from the door, "Thanks for giving me a ride back, Saintess. Would you like to come inside for some tea?" She frowned in confusion. "You even own a business here?" At that very moment, fireworks shot into the sky, filling the air with dazzling explosions. Hearing the commotion, Away turned around. In front of the gate, two perfectly lined rows of guards stood at attention. Wu Jin's maid happily ran out and shouted, "Welcome back." Then all the guards spoke in unison. "Welcome home, master. Unmatched in battle, your name shakes the world." The maid hurried over, looked at Away with wide eyes, and anxiously asked, "Sir, where is my young master? I have something important to report." Away smiled and pointed behind him. "Your young master is still in the carriage behind us." Just then, a cheerful voice called from the left. Brother Xia and Yi Yi were waving enthusiastically. Hearing the familiar voices, Away immediately turned toward them. Brother Xia rushed over and grabbed Away's hands with a bright smile, as if greeting a long-lost relative. "It has only been a few days, but it felt like years. You finally came back." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "The results are not out yet, but I am certain first place belongs to Brother Away. I came here early this morning just to be the first one to congratulate you." Behind him, Yi Yi shyly whispered, "Father, calm down a little." Suddenly, Tianqiu interrupted. "Uncle Xia?" Hearing her voice, both Brother Xia and Away turned toward her. Tianqiu froze completely. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief, as if she had been struck by lightning. Was this really the Uncle Xia she knew? Out in the courtyard, Yi Yi walked over to Tianqiu and curiously asked, "Tianqiu, why are you here too?" Behind them, Brother Xia and Away were still chatting happily without pause. Tianqiu pointed at Away with a bewildered look. "I should be asking you that. Why is everyone here? You all know each other? Yi immediately nodded. Of course we do. The person I told you about before is him, Li Ziwei, Brother Wei. Just hearing that name made Tianqiu blurt out in disbelief. The name is not the important part. Meanwhile, Brother Xia and Wei continued talking as if nothing had happened. She still could not accept it and pointed at Brother Xia. Are you kidding me? Uncle Xia has always been known for being calm and serious. Why does he become like this around that guy? Hearing that, Brother Xia immediately corrected her. Even if you are the saintess of the Wanggu Pavilion, strength is what matters in the martial world. The first time I met Brother Wei, I already regarded him as a true master. How could I casually speak to someone like him? Tianqiu felt speechless inside, but she still wore a polite smile. But Uncle Xia, there is such a huge age difference between you two. Calling him brother feels a little strange, does it not? Brother Xia was not embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he cheerfully clasped his hands and said, "The ancients said we should learn from those who are better than us. If Brother Wei accepted it, I would not even mind calling him father." Hearing that, Wei stood there completely stunned. In Brother Xia's mind, Wei had already reached the level of a divine figure. He looked at him with deep admiration. Without Brother Wei, my martial arts would never have advanced any further. To me, he is nothing less than my greatest idol. Tianqiu could only stand there, completely speechless. She quietly tugged on Yi Yi's sleeve and whispered, "What exactly happened to your father? Is he mentally all right?" Yi Yi looked puzzled by the question and answered naturally, "He is fine. He is just really excited." Tianqiu nearly shouted, "Really excited? You mean Uncle Xia truly broke through in martial arts because of Wei?" Yi Yi immediately nodded and asked, "Do you still remember the weakness of my father's 9 curves heart protection formation?" Tianqiu lowered her gaze and nodded. Of course she remembered. It was an incredibly powerful defensive technique, but its offense was almost non-existent. The balance was way off. As she spoke, she raised her hand and a stream of purple energy slowly gathered at her fingertips. Tianqiu explained that Uncle Xia had always wanted a technique to fix that weakness, but finding one was never easy. Every technique came with a price, and perfect combinations simply did not exist. Just then, she overheard Father Xia calling out ahead. He looked at Wei and asked, "Brother Wei, can you help me see what this move is missing?" The scene shifted to the courtyard Wu Jin had once prepared for Wei. Warm sunlight filled the area, making everything peaceful and calm. Yi Yi stood nearby and glanced at Tianqiu, who was sitting down with her head in her hands. Tianqiu finally connected all the pieces. The mysterious person Yi Yi had mentioned was actually this guy. She even remembered Yi Yi saying he had a child with him. Yi Yi stepped closer and smiled. "Tianqiu, you have no idea. Brother Wei rarely shows off, but his strength is terrifying. If he joins the Tieyi sect, it will be like giving a tiger wings." Tianqiu stared with wide eyes, still completely stunned. At this rate, it was not just Yi Yi. Even Father Xia had been won over by this man. She quietly watched Wei and Father Xia talking across from each other. This guy was still so young. Just how powerful could he really be? Tianqiu narrowed her eyes and observed them closely. A martial saint like Father Xia was actually asking him for guidance. That made no sense. She even wondered if it was still possible to take back the token she had given a complete stranger. At that moment, Father Xia began demonstrating his technique. He took a deep breath, his expression turned serious, and he raised 2 fingers before him. Waves of true energy surged around his body. His face darkened, his eyes shined brightly, and he thrust his arm forward. Tianqiu's expression changed the instant she felt the overwhelming power. She narrowed her eyes and raised an arm to shield her face. A gigantic golden palm appeared in the sky like a Buddha's palm descending from heaven, while Father Xia stood below, looking as if he were seated upon a lotus throne. The massive palm slammed straight into the forest ahead. Countless green leaves were blasted into the air as dust clouds exploded everywhere. After the strike, the giant golden hand quickly faded away. Only a massive imprint remained on the ground, along with a few faint golden sparks that had yet to disappear. Father Xia happily ran toward Wei with a loud laugh. "Brother Wei, what do you think? It may not match that kid's move, but it looks pretty decent now, right?" But the moment he got close, he froze. Wei was frowning, and Father Xia instantly became nervous. The second Father Xia noticed Wei's frown, he stopped dead in his tracks. Only one question remained in his mind. What did I do wrong? His expression changed in an instant. One moment he looked normal, and the next he looked ready to cry. He stared at Wei anxiously, wondering if his performance had been so bad that Wei could not even find the words. What Father Xia did not know was that Wei looked calm on the outside while panicking inside. He wanted to grab his head and scream. This was bad. The technique was not even finished, yet this guy had already mastered it. He had completely created trouble for himself. The image of the ruthless demon lord from the past flashed through Wei's mind. Then a new idea appeared. If he kept acting exactly like the former owner, no one would ever suspect a thing. A calculating gleam flashed across his eyes. The previous owner loved showing off, while he looked like nothing more than a harmless ordinary man. Besides, if he wanted to recruit allies, he had to invest something. Using a few low-tier techniques as bait was hardly a loss. Tianqiu watched everything unfold beside them and was left completely speechless. She looked at the huge mark Father Xia had created, then at him sitting on the ground with a miserable expression. An unbelievable thought suddenly crossed her mind. She then turned toward Yi Yi behind her with admiration in her eyes. Only now did Tianqiu truly realize that everything Yi Yi had said before was actually true. The scene shifted to another room filled with drifting smoke, giving it a mysterious atmosphere. A woman reclined comfortably on a long chair and praised, "Tianqiu, you did well this time." Meanwhile, Tianqiu remained kneeling silently below. She held the black profound ginseng in her hand as a calculating look appeared in her eyes. These would keep Qing Shang quiet for a while. But with so many high-grade black profound ginseng, she wondered just how many people's treasure vaults had been emptied. Just then, Tianqiu suddenly spoke. "Mistress, every piece of this black profound ginseng came from a single person." The woman immediately sat upright in surprise. One person? Resting her chin on one hand, she quietly watched Tianqiu continue. Tianqiu explained that she first thought the man wanted to win the favor of the Eternal Pavilion, but in the end, he asked for nothing except 3 official tournament slots. She lowered her head and continued. After escorting them back to Yuhang Town, she realized this man was far from ordinary. Even Father Xia, a martial saint, treated him with great respect. He even improved the 9 Ben's heart protection array, if he could truly combine formations with other cultivation techniques. Before she could finish, the mistress cut her off with a cold voice. Tianqiu trembled where she knelt, sensing that something was terribly wrong. The mistress looked down at her indifferently. "Tianqiu, have you forgotten who you are?" Her gaze turned even colder. Gu masters do not cultivate martial arts. If you want to cultivate, ask whether the gu inside your body agrees first. As the holy maiden of the Eternal Pavilion, how dare you casually befriend outsiders? After hearing those words, Tianqiu could only press her lips together and remain silent. After a long pause, she finally gathered the courage to explain. "But Sister Wu cultivates too, and she even reached the martial king realm. I only wanted to befriend him because he seemed truly special." The moment she finished, the mistress exploded with rage. Insolence. The shout made Tianqiu tremble so badly that she did not even dare raise her head. The mistress stared at her with darkened eyes. "I rarely praise you, yet you still dare argue with me." She rose to her feet, her eyes as sharp as blades. "She is an exception, you are not. Zhu Wu suffered a backlash during the tournament and is still unconscious. Group A was under your command, was it not?" Tianqiu was completely speechless. She could only bow her head and listen. The mistress gave a cold order. "Investigate this immediately. I want to know who dared attack someone from the Eternal Pavilion." Killing intent filled her face as she clenched her fist until the veins bulged. "Anyone who dares touch my people will pay with their skin." The scene shifted to the busy marketplace, where a crowd was chatting excitedly. One person said, "I heard this year's tournament champion is from our Yuhang town." Someone beside him immediately laughed. "No way, this place is full of independent cultivators. How could someone that powerful come from here?" The blue-haired man beside them joined in. "Do not underestimate a small town. Hidden experts can be anywhere. Look at Sect Master Xia of the Ti sect. He only came here on patrol, yet he ended up staying." The elderly shopkeeper beside them smiled and nodded. "Exactly. Yuhang Town has become much livelier lately. Business has been much better than before." As everyone continued chatting around the stall, a polite voice suddenly interrupted. "May I ask something?" 2 monks, one old and one young, stood before the crowd. The older monk looked utterly exhausted, as though life had worn him down. Yet he still respectfully clasped his hands and asked, "Is there anywhere in town where we can stay?" Meanwhile, the young monk's eyes sparkled as he looked around with endless excitement. The old woman rested her chin in thought before replying. "A lot of people have come to town recently, so the inns are probably full. But there is one nearby that still has space. It just changed owners, and they have been renovating it these past few days." At that moment, the young monk suddenly pointed at the blue-haired man. holding a bright red candied hawthorn stick. "Senior brother, I want one of those." The senior brother frowned, took out a few gold coins, and handed them over. "Master's money is almost gone. Try to spend less." His face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the little monk, wondering where everything had gone wrong. At that moment, he only wanted to return home. On the outside, he calmly chanted scriptures while tapping his wooden fish. Inside, he was crying in frustration. They had come down the mountain to watch some tournament, then ran around asking about elders from the great sect. This trip had completely exhausted him. All he wanted now was to go back and keep chanting. Just then, his eyes suddenly stopped on someone in the distance. Ahead of him, Xiao Shui carried a basket full of oranges and handed it to the old woman with a cheerful smile. "Aunt Hua, I brought the fruit." "Oh right, my junior brother asked me to let you know that you can bring your things over to the inn later." Aunt Hua smiled warmly and patted his head. "How is the renovation going? When will you open?" Xiao Shui answered happily. "Grand opening is tomorrow, be sure to come." She widened her eyes in surprise. "Tomorrow already? Then I will definitely be there." She suddenly remembered the two monks and pointed toward them. "Oh right, this master here is looking for a place to stay." Hearing that, the senior monk smiled kindly. The scene shifted to a house where everyone was busy hanging a brand new sign. A man stood above holding the frame while following the directions from below. "A little left, now a little right. Lower it a bit. That's it, stop," Tianshu said with satisfaction. She placed her hands on her hips and smiled proudly as the sign settled into place. Just then, Wei walked out, scratching his head as he said politely, "It feels embarrassing to trouble the holy maiden with something this small." Tianshu ignored that and fired back. "Leads his way. What time is it? You just woke up?" Wei yawned repeatedly before explaining, "I've been busy every day lately. It's even more exhausting than working. I finally had some free time, so I had to catch up on sleep." Then he looked at her and asked, "Didn't the holy maiden already return to report in?" "The tournament is over, so for you're still staying in Yuhong town?" Tianchu immediately fell silent. She turned her head away and puffed out her cheeks. "I can go wherever I want." Deep down, however, she thought, "I finally got a chance to travel. Why would I rush back?" Wei could only smile helplessly. A few seconds later, she turned back and asked, "By the way, did you notice anyone suspicious in Group A?" Wei tilted his head in confusion. "Suspicious?" He quickly looked away and answered awkwardly, "Honestly, everyone looked suspicious to me." Inside, however, he was starting to panic. Tianchu raised her head as if carefully thinking things through, while Wei's heart started pounding. Why was she asking this? Had Shunis' identity been exposed? Those two had never even met. Tianchu looked at him with obvious suspicion, while Wei had absolutely no idea what was happening. Somehow he had become suspect number one. She closed her eyes and sighed. Then again, Group A was full of wandering cultivators. It's normal for everyone to seem suspicious. She looked directly at Wei and asked seriously, "Did you happen to see a woman who fought with vines?" She was followed by several handsome men, so she should be easy to recognize. The description immediately reminded Wei of someone. He muttered to himself, "A woman with vines and a group of handsome men." The moment he processed it, his face twisted as if he had aged decades in seconds. His mind shook violently. Wait, wasn't she just a background character? Who knew she actually had a bigger role? After only a few seconds, he regained his composure and flashed an almost suspiciously natural smile. "Before I answer, why don't you tell me who she is?" Tianchu explained in a low voice. "She is a disciple of the Eternal Pavilion, and someone the mistress values greatly. But after this tournament, she was seriously injured. The backlash from her internal energy left her unconscious even now. The mistress wants to find whoever did it, but everyone from Group A already went their separate ways, so I could only ask you first." Wei kept the same confident smile on his face. "I see, so that's what happened." Inside, however, a chill ran down his spine as sweat formed on his forehead. A backlash from internal energy? Was that really because of me? But I never even attacked her. Is this body seriously that absurdly powerful? Just as his thoughts were in complete chaos, a cheerful voice interrupted him from behind. Xiao Shui waved excitedly as he ran over. "Master, I'm back, and I brought some guests." Behind him stood two disciples from Ru Kong's group, and Wei immediately turned around. The little round-headed monk instantly pointed his candied hawthorn stick at Wei and shouted, "It's you, the guy who brought that child to the selection round at Jishi." Wei froze on the spot. After a few seconds of silence, he forced an awkward smile. What a coincidence. In reality, he had absolutely no idea who this kid was. Wei quickly gestured toward the entrance. "Since we have guests, let's go inside and talk." "Holy Maiden, you should come in as well." Inside, rows of elegant vases sat on polished shelves, reflecting the light. One glance was enough to tell they were incredibly expensive. Even the decorations around the room gleamed so brightly that they almost looked as if they were made of gold. As Tianqiu looked around, she commented, "Come to think of it, I've never stayed at an inn before. This place is decorated quite nicely." Secretly, she thought, no wonder he could casually hand over so much black profound ginseng. Looking at the relaxed Away in front of her only made her even more confused. He did not care about the three great sects. He helped Father Xia achieve a breakthrough. So why was he trying to win the favor of the Eternal Pavilion? Tianqiu pointed at the sign and asked, "Yi told me this place used to have a different name. Why did you change it?" Meanwhile, her thoughts were in turmoil. This is bad. I thought he was trying to impress me before, but now it feels like I'm the one trying to impress him. Standing behind them, the senior monk closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and spoke slowly, "In the martial world." He then opened his eyes and explained, "Only by living in the martial world can you truly understand freedom. But once you step onto that path, you must be ready to face endless storms. The hardest thing to find, and the most precious of all, is peace." As he finished speaking, he pictured green trees swaying beneath a gentle breeze. The thought of a place where travelers could finally rest made him smile with quiet satisfaction. In his imagination, he and Away stood together atop a cliff beneath the open sky. Even in a chaotic martial world, they hoped everyone could find a peaceful place to rest. It was an incredibly grand dream. Looking at Away, emotion suddenly surged through his heart. "Benefactor, I understand now. I truly understand." Snapping out of his thoughts, the senior monk smiled so brightly that tears streamed down his face. "This is simply brilliant." Hearing that, Away covered his mouth as his eyes turned red with emotion. "You feel the same way?" He was overjoyed that someone had finally understood what he meant. It almost felt as if flames were blazing behind them. Away placed both hands on the senior monk's shoulders. One laughed while the other teared up, yet both looked strangely happy, like lifelong soulmates finally meeting. The story flashed back to the previous night at Li Ziwei's house. Inside the room, he called out Xiu Ni. The moment he finished speaking, she appeared. "I'm here." Li Ziwei turned toward her and said, "You already know the situation. Because of the goo poison, I can't freely use my techniques anymore, so your identity must remain hidden. I've already made contact with the Ti sect, the three great sects, and even the Holy Maiden of the Eternal Pavilion. Rebuilding the demon sect can't be rushed. We have to wait and see." Hongshu smiled gently and replied, "Yes, master. Hongshu will follow your orders." Li Zui relaxed and continued, "You don't have to be so nervous. It's just the two of us here. There are a few things I'd like to discuss with you." The moment she heard that, Hongshu blushed. "It's just me and master and he wants to talk in private?" Her imagination immediately ran wild. Her face turned bright red as she thought, could master be planning that? When Li Ziwei placed both hands on her shoulders, Hongshu became even more nervous. She secretly encouraged herself, "Come on, master. I've been mentally prepared for this for a long time." But Li Ziwei simply smiled with interest and asked, "What do you think of the name Peace Inn?" The instant those words left his mouth, every romantic fantasy in her head shattered. Her expression froze completely. Back in the present, the senior monk and Li Ziwei looked at each other like lifelong friends. They even clasped each other's hands tightly. The senior monk said emotionally, "Benefactor." Li Ziwei immediately replied, "A true kindred spirit." Tianqiu rested her chin on one hand and thought deeply. So the name carried such profound meaning. She had clearly underestimated it. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei quietly calculated to himself, "The more you try to hide, the easier it is to get caught. If I act completely normal, who would ever suspect that the demon Lord Ziwei opened an inn right here?" The senior monk happily asked, "Then may we stay here?" Li Ziwei smiled casually, "Of course. And don't call me benefactor anymore. Just call me innkeeper Li." Li Ziwei turned and instructed, "Xiao Shuai, show our guests to their room." The boy immediately bowed. Understood. Holding the young monk's hand, the senior monk gratefully thanked them. They were taken to a freshly renovated room. Before the senior monk could react, the little monk's eyes lit up. Everything here is brand new. The moment he saw the bed, he jumped onto it without hesitation. The senior monk clasped his hands with a satisfied smile, silently thinking that he could finally get some proper rest. The little monk quickly shook him. "Senior brother, don't fall asleep." But the older monk simply kept his eyes closed and mumbled, "A place like this just makes you want to sleep forever." The little monk instantly blushed in embarrassment. "That's not what I meant." Sitting on the bed, the little monk pointed seriously toward the sky. Master said a great opportunity is waiting for us in Yuhong Town. If we don't go outside and look, how will we ever find it? The senior monk yawned and replied, when you insisted on watching the tournament, you never mentioned any great opportunity. If Master said it will come, then waiting a little longer won't hurt. The little monk tugged hard on his robe and shouted in frustration, opportunities don't grow legs and walk over to us. Senior brother, get up and let's explore. But the older monk was already half asleep and only muttered, let me sleep a little first. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. The senior monk rolled over and called out, who is it? The little monk walked in carrying a basket covered with a white cloth, smiling brightly. A maid brought some fruit. She said it's a grand opening gift for the inn. The little monk set the basket on the table. The senior monk kept yawning and said, please thank them for me. Go ahead and eat. Let me sleep a little longer. He still could not stop thinking about how their master had only told them to come to Yuhong Town, without saying what the great opportunity actually was. He stretched out comfortably on the bed. Forget it. I'll get some sleep first. I'll need the energy to find that opportunity later. Suddenly, the little monk shouted, senior brother. The cry startled him awake. The senior monk sat up in confusion. What happened now? The little monk was trembling so badly that he could barely keep pointing. Hugging the basket of green fruit, the little monk stammered, this is. The senior monk's eyes nearly popped out. Huh? He grabbed the basket with overwhelming excitement. It's here. The great opportunity has finally appeared. Outside the inn, Aunt Hua kept praising Li Ziwei. Little Li, this place looks like a palace after the renovation. You probably won't find another inn like this anywhere in the Central Plains. Holding a flower basket, she smiled happily. Your boy ordered these flowers from my shop for the decorations. What do you think? Do they look good like this? Looking at the flower arrangement, Li Ziwei suddenly felt as though someone had decorated a memorial portrait. His face froze. He forced a smile and thanked her while thinking, why does this setup look so familiar? Aunt Hua patted him on the back and laughed. Don't forget your grand opening tomorrow. I'll definitely come support you. That kid was pushed around for so many years, and now has an innkeeper. I still can't get used to it. She looked at him warmly. Still, it's a good thing you became an innkeeper. At least you can protect those children. I've watched them grow up all these years. She let out a quiet sigh. Li Ziwei asked curiously, are you talking about Xiao Shuai? Aunt Hua waved her hand, not wanting to continue. Let's leave it at that. Heading home. Li Ziwei smiled and saw her off. Be sure to bring more people tomorrow. He casually handed her the fruit basket. By the way, these are homegrown fruits. Please take them home and give them a try. She smiled. You're such a good kid. Then I'll gladly accept them. Just then, a shout came from inside the inn. Wait. The senior monk rushed outside, so excited that he was almost out of breath. The sacred fruit. These are the sacred fruits that were stolen 2 years ago. He pressed his lips together in thought. So this is the opportunity Master was talking about? But how did the sacred fruit end up here? Walking over to Li Ziwei and Aunt Hua, he respectfully clasped his hands. Please forgive my rudeness. Without another word, the senior monk pulled away the white cloth covering the basket. Underneath were fresh green sugar apples that looked as though they had just been picked from the tree. His whole body trembled as he stammered, Benefactor, where did these come from? Li Ziwei scratched his head in confusion. Oh, you mean these sugar apples? I grew them myself. Hearing that, the senior monk froze as though struck by lightning. He nearly coughed up blood. You actually grew them? The little monk beside him stood there with his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide in disbelief. Before the monk stretched an entire orchard of lush sugar apple trees. Every tree was thriving, and every branch sagged under the weight of countless fruits. They were completely stunned. He had really grown them himself. And that was not even the most shocking part. The more they looked, the more overwhelmed they became. There were simply too many fruits to count. Li Ziwei walked over naturally, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and a fruit in the other. My disciple no, my subordinate found these. Or more accurately, he stole them. Xiao Shui likes eating them, so I planted a few more. Just then, Li Ziwei heard a strange sound beside him and turned to look. At some point, the senior monk had started crying, leaving Li Ziwei completely confused. Wait, why are you crying all of a sudden? Covering his mouth, the senior monk spoke with a trembling voice. Master Rukong once said the sacred fruit is unbelievably precious. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei simply stared at him with the expression of someone listening to complete nonsense. The senior monk remembered the lonely tree back at the temple. It looked even more pitiful than his own bald head. They had nurtured it for over 10 years without seeing a single fruit. 2 years ago, it had finally produced a few fruits, but before they could even celebrate, every last one had been stolen. He still remembered watching his master helplessly stare after the fleeing thief. Then he looked back at the flourishing orchard before him. His emotions surged uncontrollably. I never imagined I'd witness something this magnificent while I was still alive. It's almost too incredible to look at. Holding the scissors in one hand, Li Zizui offered him a fruit with the other. All right, stop crying. Are these really that delicious? Why don't you take some back with you? You can even help advertise my inn. The senior monk hesitated, his eyes still filled with tears. He clasped his hands respectfully and asked with genuine curiosity, "Benefactor, may I ask why these sacred fruit trees are growing so well? Our temple has one too, but we've never seen it this full of life." Li Ziwei put his hands on his hips and asked, "Where is your temple built? What's the climate like there?" The monk quickly replied, "Wuchan Temple sits atop Lingfeng Peak. Thanks to a formation, it's spring all year round." The moment he heard that, Li Zui understood the problem. No wonder. Sugar apples are tropical trees. Of course they won't grow well in that environment. He thought to himself, it took me quite a bit of work to recreate a tropical climate, and the soil Hongshu gave me is incredible. Everything grows like crazy. Crossing his arms confidently, he explained, "Plants don't grow just because you want them to. You have to understand each species and create the right environment for it to thrive." The monk stood there completely confused. He wondered to himself, what is a tropical fruit? Every plant has its own growing environment. Li Zui simply smiled gently and handed him a fruit for a closer look. Holding the fruit, the monk's expression slowly changed. "We always believed we were taking the best possible care of the sacred fruit, yet we never stopped to think about what it truly needed." Suddenly, it felt as though a bell rang inside his mind. "I understand now." Joy instantly spread across his face. At the same time, outside the inn, a young man and a young woman stood at the entrance looking visibly annoyed. The blond man crossed his arms and frowned. "The inn looks decent enough, but where's the innkeeper? Why isn't it open yet?" He was Lurenja of the Spirit Sword Sect, a high-level martial warrior. The woman beside him complained as well. "An inn that's not even open for business? How dare they keep Senior Brother Lu and the rest of us waiting?" Just then, Qian Wu Jin appeared out of nowhere, casually waving his gold-plated fan as he smiled. "Are you here to rent a room?" He gave a slight bow, gestured toward the entrance, and said, "The inn officially opens tomorrow." Hearing that, the pink-haired woman frowned arrogantly. "So someone finally decided to show up. I almost thought this place was abandoned. You made us wait this long. Do you even know who we are? It's just a tiny inn, yet you're putting on such airs." Qian Wujin simply let out a cold smirk. Tightening his grip on the gold-plated fan, he waved it a few more times and thought to himself, "I'm not the same person I used to be." The next second, his face twisted with anger as he pointed straight at them and shouted, "Looking for trouble? Maybe you should find out who I am first. How dare you insult my master's inn? We already told you, it doesn't open until tomorrow." The pink-haired junior sister had always been hot-tempered. The moment she was yelled at, her anger exploded, and her hand immediately grabbed the hilt of her sword. Seeing the tension rise, Lurengia quickly stepped in front of her. "Junior sister, don't be rude." Then he turned toward Qian Wu Jin with a polite smile. "Young master, are you in charge here? I am Lurengia, the chief disciple of the Spirit Sword Sect. Every inn in town is full. Since you open tomorrow, could you make an exception and let us stay tonight?" Qian Wu Jin smiled smugly. "Now that's a much better way to speak. But didn't you hear me just now? This is my master's inn." He then pointed directly at the pink-haired woman. "Besides, your junior sister just called this place a dump. Since the Spirit Sword Sect is so prestigious, I doubt a small inn like ours is worthy of hosting such important guests." The pink-haired woman instantly lost her temper. Drawing her sword, she shouted, "Who exactly are you mocking?" Lurengia had to stop her once again. "Junior sister, calm down. Young master, my junior sister has a fiery temper. She didn't mean any harm." Lowering his voice, he smiled warmly. "May I ask where the innkeeper is? Could I speak with him for a moment?" But Qian Wu Jin did not soften at all. "My master is busy entertaining guests. He doesn't have time for you. You showed up and immediately announced your title. Were you trying to show off your status?" Called out so directly, Lurengia suddenly felt embarrassed. He took a few steps back and stammered, "Well, about that." Although he kept a polite smile on his face, he was secretly frustrated. Even the title of chief disciple of the Spirit Sword Sect doesn't work here? Just what kind of background does this inn have? Unlike him, the pink-haired woman could not swallow her anger. She had been scolded, and now even senior brother Lu had been shut down. Her face turned bright red as she shouted, "Senior brother, look at how arrogant he is." The moment she finished speaking, she raised her sword, her aura surging, as if she were determined to teach him a lesson. Lu Renjia watched her aggressive stance with an unusually calm expression. His reaction completely caught the pink-haired woman off guard. "Wait, senior brother, isn't stopping me this time? So he was only pretending before?" After waiting a moment, Lu Renjia slowly raised his hand to stop her. "Junior sister, don't act recklessly." On the surface, he sounded calm, but inside he was thinking, "Perfect. This is my chance to find out who is backing this in." Just then, a massive explosion suddenly echoed through the crowded town. Xia Yi, Father Xia, and Tian Chu heard it as well. Xia Yi immediately turned and asked, "What happened?" Tian Chu instantly stood up, one hand on the table as she looked toward the source of the blast. Father Xia recognized the location at once. His expression changed dramatically as his eyes widened in shock. "That's Brother Awis in." Meanwhile, Li Ziwei was still confidently explaining everything while the senior monk listened in complete amazement. Sugar apple trees love warmth and sunlight. The ideal temperature is above 20 degrees. They grow best in well-drained, sandy soil. This isn't the tropics, but you can recreate the conditions with heat-retaining stones. If possible, adding a formation is even better. As for the soil, the spiritual earth, Hong Xiu gave me. If you're planting at high altitudes, you also need to maintain a stable temperature, add fertilizer, protect them from strong winds, and... Before he could finish, the distant explosion interrupted him. His golden eyes shifted toward the source, and a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. He raised a hand to his forehead and looked into the distance with a faint smile. Things are lively in town today. Inside, he thought, I've been in this world for quite a while now. With a bit of effort and a little luck, everything is finally falling into place. He slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fist, silently making a promise to himself. Before long, my Peace Inn will become famous throughout the martial world. But at that exact moment, the door was thrown open with a loud bang. "Brother, away." Xia Yi's frantic voice echoed through the room. Her face was completely pale with panic, and her whole body was trembling. Pointing toward the town, she cried, "Something happened at your inn." The scene returned to the inn. Thick smoke rolled through the air, while flames raged everywhere, making it look like the aftermath of a fierce battle. In the middle of the destruction, Lu Renjia's face had gone pale as he held his junior sister in his arms. She was not much better, gripping her sword with one hand while clutching her stomach with the other. Sweat streamed down his forehead as he stared cautiously into the smoke ahead. "My junior sister may be arrogant, but she's one of the strongest among our generation." Someone forced her back with a single strike. This opponent is no ordinary fighter. A figure slowly emerged from the thinning smoke. It was Chan Wu-jin. Holding a white folding fan over half his face, he could not hide the smug smile underneath. Lu Renjia stared in disbelief as the smoke continued to clear. Then a tiny figure appeared standing protectively in front of Chan Wu-jin. Lu Renjia was stunned. "It's just a child?" When the last of the dust finally settled, the situation became clear. On one side stood Chan Wu-jin and Xiao Shui. On the other stood Lu Renjia and his junior sister. The young woman let out an irritated snort, and Lu Renjia immediately noticed her reaction. Refusing to admit defeat, she shouted, "Who knows where this brat came from? He only blocked my attack because of some defensive treasure." Her anger flared as she tightened her grip on her sword, and her aura exploded once more. "I don't believe he can stop a second attack." But before she could move, Lu Renjia stepped in front of her and raised a hand to stop her. His expression showed he already had a plan. "Junior sister, leave this to me." He confidently drew his sword, closed one eye, and ran 2 fingers along the blade as energy poured into it. His aura surged violently. "Since we're all martial artists, why not settle this with a duel? If I win, you let us stay. How about it?" A sinister glint flashed through his eyes. That kid blocked the attack earlier without any fluctuation in his internal energy. Just as junior sister guessed, Hez relying on a magical treasure. Sword in hand, he charged straight at Xiao Shui through the burning flames, the chief disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. "I've already lowered myself enough by speaking politely to these nobodies. If I don't get my pride back, what face will I have left?" A cruel smile spread across his lips. He clearly did not take his opponent seriously at all. He roared, "Take this." Behind him, Chan Wu-jin stood with his mouth wide open, while Xiao Shui remained perfectly still, his eyes filled with determination as he clenched his fist. The surrounding energy seemed to gather around Xiao Shui's fist. He closed his eyes and threw a punch straight ahead. Xiao Shui shot forward like an arrow and drove his fist directly into Lu Renjia's face. A deafening impact echoed through the air. Lu Renjia's face twisted violently to one side as several teeth flew out. Blood and tears sprayed everywhere from the sheer force of the blow. The punch sent him flying backward, and he landed motionless beside his junior sister. She screamed in panic, "Senior brother." Blinded by rage, she rushed straight at Xiao Shui and shouted, "You dared to hit my senior brother, and you even punched him in the face." She gritted her teeth. "You will pay for this." Then she charged. Xiao Shui stayed still with his fists clenched, waiting to strike. She quickly judged the situation. This kid was strong, but his fighting style relied only on close combat. Fist techniques hit hard but lacked defense. She thrust her sword at Xiao Shui while he kept his stance, ready to counter. But in the next instant, her figure flashed, and she appeared directly above Xiao Shui. She laughed proudly. "Haha, you fell for it, die." Her eyes glowed red as her sword burst with blue light. Lightning-like energy wrapped around the blade as she drove it straight toward Xiao Shui's head. Then everything suddenly went dark. When the light returned, the entire place was already in ruins. The peace in sign hung crooked to one side, looking ready to fall with the next gust of wind. Xia Fu and Meng Tianshou had just arrived, but both froze in place. Flower petals covered the ground, and everyone looked completely confused. What just happened? The girl dropped to her knees with one hand on the ground. Her sword had slipped from her grasp, and she trembled as she muttered, "No, impossible." Her face was filled with disbelief. Her pupils kept shaking and sweat poured down her face. One thought echoed in her mind. Just how many techniques had this kid mastered? Didn't her master say a martial artist devoted their entire life to one path? Once everything settled, Li Ziwei and Xia Yi also arrived. Seeing the scene, he casually asked, "So, is everything already settled here?" Xia Fu turned to look at him. Li Ziwei's expression immediately became serious. "Can someone explain what exactly happened here?" Just then, Qian Wujin came running over in tears while carrying a stunned Xiao Shui. "Master, senior brother just saved my life. Otherwise, you would never have seen your disciple again." While everyone here was making a huge commotion, Lu Renjia's side was strangely quiet because he was pretending to be dead. Suddenly he flinched, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced toward the noisy crowd. That kid's master. Meanwhile, the people on the other side kept talking without stopping. Lu Renjia quietly crawled to his feet while thinking fast. Anyone who could raise a monster like that had to be extraordinary. The smartest move now was to run. The girl beside him noticed and immediately shouted, drawing everyone's attention, "Senior brother." Knowing he had been exposed, Lu Renjia instantly flew away on his sword, leaving his junior sister behind. He even shouted back, "Junior sister, wait here. I'll bring reinforcements." The girl sat there completely frozen in disbelief. She raised her hand to call after him, but he had already disappeared beyond the horizon. Stiff as a statue, she muttered, "Senior brother, you could have at least taken me with you. Did you really have to run that fast?" Li Ziwei looked at the fading streak of light and sighed. He really can run fast. Meng Tianshou immediately asked, "Aren't you going to stop him? If he brings reinforcements, this could become a problem." Li Ziwei waved his hand without a care, just a passerby. If he wants to run, let him. But inside he thought, "I'm not afraid of trouble. I'm only afraid there won't be any. A protagonist always attracts chaos anyway." Suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed at the girl. "Besides, don't we still have a hostage?" Hearing that, she quickly hugged herself and backed away in fear. Her mind was in complete chaos. How did they even know her senior brother's name? Qian Wujin immediately jumped in with a proud grin. "Are you kidding? Do you know who my master is? He can kill a martial king without even moving. What is the Spirit Sword sect? With my master here, one move is enough to wipe them all out." Meng Tianshou curled his lips in disdain. "Kill a martial king without moving? That's way too exaggerated." Xia Yi immediately nodded with confidence. "Not exaggerated at all. I saw it myself. That day, there weren't enough rooms, so he snapped his fingers and someone disappeared. Everyone listening was left speechless." Xia Fu stroked his beard with a serious look. "The Spirit Sword sect, if they really belong to that sect, this won't be a small problem." The scene shifted to a massive grand hall, where several figures sat together discussing something important. Just then, a young man rushed inside in panic and shouted, "Sectmaster, something terrible has happened." A loud bang echoed as a streak of blue light slammed into him, sending him rolling across the floor. A white-haired man frowned and snapped, "Stop rushing around like an idiot." He turned and shouted, I'm discussing important matters with the sect masters. Who gave you permission to interrupt? This was Lu Rene, sect master of the Spirit Sword sect, an early-stage martial saint. Beside him, a black-haired woman with playful purple eyes smiled softly. As expected of a martial saint, Sect Master Lu's presence is truly impressive, but don't be so harsh. Maybe he has something urgent. She was Yomian, master of Shadow Moon Pavilion, at peak Martial King. Across from them, another man smiled warmly. Exactly. Our discussion can wait. Sect Master Lu should handle this first. He was Gongzi Qing, master of King Shan sect, also at peak Martial King. Lu Rene looked down with a stern face. Speak. What happened? The young man dropped to one knee and replied with a trembling voice, Senior, Brother Lu has returned. Yemian looked slightly surprised. Senior, Brother Lu, Renjia? Lu Rene smiled with satisfaction. Some time ago I sent Renjia to train outside with his junior sister. Since He's back, he must have gained a lot. Since both sect masters are here, bring him in. But the kneeling disciple looked desperate, almost in tears. Sect master, I'm afraid Senior Brother Lu can't come. Hearing that, Lu Rene immediately exploded. What do you mean? Do I have to personally invite that brat? Seeing the tension rise, Gongzi Qing quickly stepped in. Uncle, don't be upset. Maybe the kid is preparing a surprise. Young people do things like that. Even my son acts the same way. Even as he spoke, his eyes kept wandering toward the woman beside him. His hand shamelessly touched her, making her turn pale. Then he laughed. If he won't come, we can just go to him. Just as the atmosphere became unbearably awkward, a loud cry suddenly broke the silence. Master, boo-hoo! A bruised and battered man ran in while crying, leaving all four people completely stunned. Yumian glanced at him with a mocking smile and muttered, Sect Master Lu, it's only been a few months. How did your disciple end up like this? Lu Rene rushed over in panic, grabbed his shoulders and demanded, What happened? Where is your junior sister? Between sobs, he explained, Junior sister and I went to Yuhong Town to look around. We planned to stay at an inn for the night. I was speaking normally, but the people there attacked me without warning and seriously injured me. He collapsed to his knees, trembling under the icy silence. I only escaped because I caught him off guard. But junior sister, Yuemian frowned slightly, resting a finger against her lips as she murmured thoughtfully, Yuhong Town. The scene shifted back to Away. By now, the servants had almost finished cleaning up the wreckage. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Brother Xia. Without your help, we couldn't have handled all this. But inside, he thought, honestly, those flower wreaths didn't look that bad. Elder Xia smiled warmly. Brother Away, don't mention it. I only helped with a few small things. Outwardly, he looked cheerful, but inwardly he thought, so Away likes this style. He'll prepare even more next time. His expression then turned serious. The Iron Garment sect is powerful, but it's not convenient for us to get deeply involved in martial world conflicts. As for the Spirit Sword sect, they may have few members, but they're definitely not easy to provoke. He raised his hand and asked, Away, do you know why the three great sects hold this competition? After thinking for a moment, Away replied, to recruit talented people. Elder Xia nodded. That's only part of it. The real purpose is to expand their influence. Back then, the Z Demon Lord bathed the land in blood. Countless martial artists died, and many sects were wiped out. The survivors had only two choices, unite or perish. As he spoke, his brows tightened, and his eyes grew heavy, as if remembering something painful. Away asked in confusion, swallow each other up? Elder Xia nodded. Exactly. The strong always dominate the weak. The Spirit Sword sect rose to power by absorbing and unifying other sects. As he spoke, images of three figures appeared one after another. Gongzi Qing of Qingshan sect, Yue Mian of Shadow Moon Pavilion, and finally Lu Rene, sect master of the Spirit Sword sect. Just like that, another day passed. By morning, firecrackers echoed throughout the entire town. The adults gathered to gossip. Did you hear that huge noise yesterday? Meanwhile, the children covered their ears and ran around until their mothers shouted after them, Don't run around, sweetheart. Several figures hovered in the sky. The first to speak was Yue Mian. So this is the peace inn that Shadow Moon Pavilion mentioned? Standing beside her, Lu Rene snorted with disdain. This tiny place? Looks like we gave our enemy too much credit. Ata smiled faintly. Not necessarily, Sect Master Lu. Take a closer look. He pointed toward the flower wreaths at the entrance. In Shadow Moon Pavilion, wreaths like these are only used for funerals. They knew we were coming and prepared them on purpose. Look closely. They even wrote the character for celebration. They're clearly mocking us. Looking again, everyone could clearly see the large character in the center of the wreath. Lu Rene folded his arms and sneered. Listen up. Capture everyone inside the inn. Bring the leader to me alive. The disciples behind him immediately bowed and accepted the order. The four of them remained inside a formation as a faint blue glow surrounded them. At that moment, Da Piaoliang, standing beside Gong Ziqing, suddenly spoke. This in. Hearing her, Gong Ziqing casually wrapped an arm around her shoulders and laughed. What are you thinking about, beauty? Oh right, you're from Yuhong Town, aren't you? As he pulled her into his arms, she struggled in fear. Completely shameless, he kept saying things that made everyone uncomfortable. After we're done here, I'll take you home on the way. I heard you have a younger sister. If the older sister is this stunning, the younger one must be just as beautiful. Avoiding his greedy gaze, she answered weakly, Sectmaster about that. But his restless hand quietly slid down to her waist. Da Piaoliang froze and quickly glanced behind her. Gong Ziqing smiled with obvious menace, silently forcing her to comply. What? Are you planning to refuse me? She was clearly uncomfortable with his advances, but all she could do was stammer. No, Sectmaster. It is my honor that you are willing to take me home. Satisfied with the answer, Gong Ziqing laughed. That's more like it. Yuhongzil town isn't far from my Qingshan sect. If you like, I'll bring you here again sometime. Sweat streamed down her body as she trembled and replied, Thank you, Sectmaster. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the town below. She kept thinking, there is no mistake. This place should have been the #1 inn. Her eyes gradually turned red. If this inn had changed its name, then had it really changed owners? And if so, what happened to my younger sister? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a loud slam echoed through a room. Damn it, they actually locked me up. She paced back and forth while muttering, Once senior brother returns with reinforcements, I'll skin those people alive and turn them into lanterns. Just then, the door opened. Li Zui walked in carrying a tray of hot food and casually said, Listening to you, you sound more like the villain than I do. The moment he finished speaking, she froze in fear and didn't dare say another word. Resting his hands on his hips, he continued, Besides, weren't you the one who wanted to stay? Now that you get to stay, you should be happy. He set the food on the table and said, Here, eat something. Don't starve to death in my place. Even those simple words made her flinch, her face turning pale. Li Ziwei had genuinely brought her food out of kindness, but her mind instantly imagined countless scenarios. Is he really being this nice? Did he hear everything I was muttering just now? Seeing her sit there like a statue, he asked, What's wrong? I made this myself. Aren't you going to eat? Meanwhile, Li Ziwei was secretly moved by his own kindness. My teacher always said to treat hostages well. I'm so kind that it's almost enough to make me cry. But the more she looked at his expression, the more uneasy she became. Alarm bells rang in her head. That smile is way too suspicious. The food has to be poisoned. He doesn't want me to starve. He wants to poison me instead. Just as the room fell into an awkward silence, her stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. She trembled as she picked up the chopsticks. If I eat, I might die. If I don't eat, I'll definitely die. In the end, she stopped caring and devoured the meal. Fine. If going to die, at least I'll die with a full stomach. After finishing, she slowly set down the bowl and chopsticks, resting both hands on the table with a blank expression. Then she stared absent-mindedly at the clear blue sky in the distance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of poison tastes this good? Did I already make it to heaven? Tears streamed down her face as she cried inside, It's over. Did the poison kick in that fast? Just then, a voice echoed out. Sectmaster Lu, is this the disciple your sect lost? Ataz's eyes went wide the moment she heard that voice. Only one thought remained. Wait, him not dead? Lu Rene appeared with an arrogant smile and confidently called out, Master. Several more disciples followed behind him. Li Ziwei looked up calmly. You got here pretty fast. He let out a slow sigh. My poor little inn never gets a single peaceful day. Lu Rene immediately asked, Are you the owner of this place? He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist as spiritual power surged around him. After checking Li Ziwei, he thought, just as Renjia said, this man has no martial aura at all. He relaxed his hand and the gathered power faded away. His voice turned icy. You injured my beloved disciple and even captured a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect. He shouted again, Hand over that little brat now, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. The moment he finished, a powerful wave of energy burst forward. Faced with the tense standoff, Li Zui simply sighed and smiled. First passerby A, now passerby B, the trouble just never ends. Behind him, Ata stood there completely dumbfounded. Cold sweat covered Ata's face as terrifying thoughts filled her mind. This guy not only knows senior brother's name, he even knows our master's identity. The more she looked at Li Ziwei, the stranger he seemed. If he knew exactly who they were and still dared to act, then something was seriously wrong. No, something doesn't add up. Just then, she remembered what Li Ziwei had said earlier and quietly analyzed it. He called it the usual trick. Has he dealt with this kind of thing more than once? She kept staring at him. That ordinary appearance had to be an act. Who exactly is this man? Lu Rene gritted his teeth, his face turning darker when Li Ziwei still refused to hand anyone over. Done wasting words, he made his move. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. A burst of blue light erupted and shot straight toward Li Ziwei. Seeing the attack about to land, Ata panicked and shouted, "Master, stop. This man isn't ordinary. Something is wrong. Hez pretending to be weak." Lu Rene froze for a split second. What? He immediately forced himself to withdraw the attack, but it was already too close, too late. The blast tore through the air with such force that the surrounding space shook violently. Xia Yi still had no idea what was happening. She only focused on moving everyone away. Everyone, get back. Seeing that, Meng Tianshou raised his hand and shouted, "Yi Yi, be careful." Hearing her name, Xia Yi slowly turned around in confusion. But the moment she saw what was ahead, her eyes flew wide open. The blazing attack had already arrived, but a figure suddenly appeared and blocked it head-on. The young woman turned back and looked toward Xia Yi. Xia Yi blinked in surprise. Who is she? Hongshu calmly put on her face veil and glanced toward Li Ziwei. She quietly said, "This feeling, it seems strangely familiar." Li Ziwei seriously raised a hand and explained it's an unbreakable rule. Once you put on a mask, nobody recognizes you. Hongshu blinked in surprise. So that's how it works. Back on the battlefield, Hongshu gripped her flaming sword and stood firmly in front of the others, with unwavering determination. From Lu Reine's perspective, the people before him were protecting one another, while a crowd of spectators watched from every side. Li Ziwei instantly switched to a frightened act and pointed at them. "You wrecked my inn, attacked an Iron Garment sect constable, and even threatened innocent civilians. Is this really how the Mighty Spirit Sword sect behaves?" Terrified. Meng Tianshou anxiously shouted, "Li Ziwei, are you too hurt?" Lu Rene looked around and frowned. "Those clothes belong to the Eternal Pavilion. The Iron Garment sect is here too, along with all these civilians. This just became a real problem. I only wanted to show off a little, and now everything has gone wrong." He then looked up at the rooftop and spotted a young woman hiding there. He thought to himself, that girl claimed this was a trap. Did they plan all of this from the start? Standing beside him, Yuemian placed her hands on her hips and laughed. "Looks like this is going to be much more interesting than I expected." Her gaze swept across the crowd. There were people from the Eternal Pavilion, an Iron Garment sect constable, and even the Eternal Pavilion's saintess. Then she looked at Awi's group. 3 more interesting people. One looked obviously rich. One was so ordinary he was forgettable. And one kid looked suspicious from head to toe. Covering her mouth in mock surprise, she smiled. Could these 3 be the top winners of this tournament? I heard Group A was complete chaos. Even the Eternal Pavilion experts were beaten so badly they're still unconscious. The corner of her lips curled into a knowing smile. To defeat so many martial kings and claim first place, that is no ordinary feat. The spectators immediately burst into discussion. What did that woman just say? I only heard the champion came from Yuhong Town. Could she really mean those 3? Amid the endless whispers, Li Ziwei remained calm while voices echoed around him. Impossible. I know Li Ziwei. He used to be nothing more than a waiter at the #1 inn. That's right. Somehow he became the manager later. I heard he practiced martial arts, but... Li Ziwei glanced coldly at the gossiping crowd. Someone continued, he used to be timid and got bullied all the time. Exactly. If he was really that strong, why did everyone walk all over him before? Yuemian rested her chin on her hand with an amused smile. I'm curious too. A man with no martial aura who used to get bullied every day suddenly becomes the inn's manager and wins first place in the tournament? Li Ziwei's expression darkened slightly. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Meanwhile, he thought, where did this woman come from? She figured out the problem after only a few sentences. Hongshu suddenly spoke up. Master, I know her. Shez Yuemian, the mistress of Shadow Moon Pavilion, the biggest information broker around. Li Ziwei tilted his head in confusion. How do you know so many people? Hongshu continued. Shez famous for stirring up trouble. She travels everywhere under the banner of wiping out the demon sect, creates chaos herself, then steps in to solve it. The martial world's hatred toward the demon sect today owes a lot to her. Hearing that, Li Ziwei was speechless. So the demon sect's reputation for committing every evil imaginable was mostly because she kept exaggerating the stories? That's seriously unfair. Hongshu became even angrier, her eyes almost blazing with fire. Not at all. My former master was dignified and unmatched. How could they be as despicable as she claims? She labels every nobody as part of the demon sect. It's outrageous. Lizzie froze after hearing that. Wait, are you saying the real demon sect is actually even more ruthless than the rumors? So she still wasn't exaggerating enough? Seeing Hongshu puff her cheeks in anger, he quickly tried to calm her down. Sure, relax. Remember what I told you? Hongshu immediately placed a hand over her chest and nodded confidently. Don't worry, master. If anyone asks about the demon sect, I follow the 3 rules. I don't know them, am not connected to them, and I've never heard of them. Xia Yi stepped forward and stood between the 2 sides. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know what your goal is. Then she proudly patted her chest. But the Iron Garment sect has thoroughly investigated Brother Awi's background. 2 years ago, Li Ziwei came to Yuhong Town and worked as a waiter at the #1 inn. His background is clean. His parents passed away, and he only has one missing cousin. He gets along with everyone and never picks fights. Qian Wujin bought this inn and gave it to him. As for winning the tournament, secretly training and improving isn't strange at all. Hearing her defend him like that left Li Ziwei completely stunned. Seriously, are you from the Iron Garment sect or the census office? You investigated me this thoroughly? He touched his chin and fell into deep thought. If everything she said is true, his imagination immediately ran wild. Brushing back his hair dramatically, he thought, doesn't that make me ridiculously overpowered? I even ended up possessing the classic orphan protagonist. A smile spread across his face as he kept adding to the story in his head. So the original owner spent years building the perfect harmless identity for me. Then his expression suddenly turned innocent again. Wait, did the original owner actually plan all this? In his imagination, the original Li Ziwei held his head and cried, why do villains always commit crimes and then make sure the whole world knows they did it? Now you've dragged me into this mess. He switched tones as quickly as flipping a page, as expected of such a famous figure in the martial world. Impressive, but this is all just a misunderstanding. Yuemian smiled faintly. I naturally trust the Iron Garment sect, but I'd like to remind everyone of one thing. Kingshan sect recently received reports that remnants of the demon sect appeared in Yuhong Town. She deliberately raised her voice so everyone could hear. Whenever something seems too unusual, there's usually a reason. Maybe a demon sect remnant stole someone's identity and slipped in among us. Da Pioliang quickly spoke up. No, that's not true. He can't be from the demon sect. Before she could finish, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Sister. Li Ziwei blinked in surprise. There's another hidden character? She continued, I met him 2 years ago. I can see everyone's aura, and his aura hasn't changed at all. Li Ziwei looked at her in confusion. Aura? You can actually see that with your eyes? At that very moment, his eyes suddenly widened. A thick black aura was clearly rising behind Da Pioliang. The sight left him completely speechless. Hongshu gasped beside him. The heavenly maiden. Li Ziwei, meanwhile, had no idea what was going on. The moment he heard the words heavenly maiden, he immediately pictured a little girl. Just then, a gentle voice said, allow me to handle this for you. Hongshu quickly explained, Master personally ordered everyone to search for the heavenly maiden. Even after she disappeared, you repeatedly ordered me to continue the search. Li Ziwei slowly turned toward her with a completely blank expression. Hongshu asked, have you really forgotten something that important? Li Ziwei stood there stiff as a statue, his brain struggling to process everything Hongshu had just said. There was something like that too? Cold sweat poured down his face as he made up an excuse. The goo poison inside me has grown worse. I've forgotten many important memories. But inside he screamed, seriously? Couldn't the original owner have left me a diary? Hongshu stared at him with a dark expression, while Li Ziwei felt too guilty to say another word. She slowly placed a hand on his shoulder, her face unusually serious. I need to confirm something. Li Ziwei shivered as countless terrifying scenarios flashed through his mind. Oh no, is she really about to do it? Without warning, Hongshu yanked down Li Ziwei's shirt, exposing his perfectly toned abs. Li Ziwei froze completely as his mind went blank. Hongshu stared for a long moment before falling into deep thought. No red birthmark then could it be. Embarrassment slowly spread across her face. In her mind, she concluded that her master had disguised himself so perfectly that even a secret only she knew had vanished. His new body was completely flawless. Meanwhile, her thoughts drifted in a very questionable direction, while Li Ziwei desperately hugged his clothes, utterly confused. What on earth just happened? A few seconds later, her expression suddenly changed as anger erupted. It's all because of those people from the Eternal Pavilion. They didn't just destroy Master's cultivation. It finally clicked. No wonder Master's personality had changed so much. He had lost his memories. Hongshu suddenly paused. Wait, doesn't that mean Master saved me even after losing his memory? The thought instantly made her blush. Her imagination ran completely wild. Could this really be mutual love? Meanwhile, Da Piaoliang watched everything from a distance while quietly piecing things together. According to Sect Master Lu, his disciple had been seriously injured by a child, and beside that child were a wealthy young master and an ordinary-looking man. Suddenly, her whole body stiffened as her pupils shrank. Putting all the clues together, that child had to be her younger sister. Just then, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Da Piaoliang immediately knew who it belonged to. She turned around with a pale face. Oh no, I was so busy helping away that I forgot the real problem. Gong Siqing leaned in close. Just hearing his voice was enough to make her tremble. His tone turned icy. So, my beautiful lady, are you planning to testify for him? She lowered her head and didn't dare answer. The next second, he completely snapped. Grabbing her by the hair, he yanked her head up and roared, I don't care whether Hez from the demon sect or not. How dare you defend another man in front of me? Have you forgotten who you belong to? I've been far too lenient with you. He stepped even closer. For the past 2 years, I haven't even touched you. Facing his twisted expression, Da Piaoliang could only stammer, I am sorry. Gong Ziqing's face twisted with fury. Looks like it's time you learned your lesson. Da Piaoliang trembled in fear. Gong Ziqing gently caressed her face and smiled with a twisted grin. That's it. That terrified expression is exactly what I like. He stared at her as if admiring a prized possession. Then he slowly pulled down her robe and whispered, beautiful. As he became more and more outrageous, tears streamed down her face. Please don't. On Li Ziwei's side, his eyes suddenly locked onto the strange aura surrounding Gong Ziqing and Da Piaoliang. This feeling was familiar. It was a demon sect technique. Li Ziwei instantly switched into spectator mode. A title like Heavenly Maiden was clearly no small matter. Even the original owner had personally ordered people to find her. She had to be important. That meant he definitely had to save her. With that thought, he pointed at the two of them and shouted, Shuer, take her. Hongshu answered without hesitation, understood. Lu Ren's eyes widened as he saw a long silk ribbon shoot toward him and wrap around Da Piaoliang's waist. His pupils immediately shrank. Ye Mian's expression also changed as she shouted, enemy. Before Da Piaoliang could react, she found herself standing beside Hongshu. She quickly gathered her inner energy and leaped into the air. At the same time, another figure unleashed their full power and charged straight at her. Without hesitation, Hongshu pushed Da Piaoliang aside and said coldly, you're only getting in the way. Then she shot into the sky to meet the enemy head-on. Xiao Shui hurried over, calling anxiously, sister. She immediately reassured him, I'm fine. But the next moment, Da Piaoliang knelt before Li Ziwei and asked anxiously, do you know that young woman? The four of them attacked together. She can't hold them off alone. Xia Yi looked up at the sky and couldn't help saying, she's incredibly strong. High above, every clash of attacks exploded with deafening shockwaves. Hongshu raised a defensive barrier and remembered her father's warning. These people were far from easy opponents. Another enemy seized the chance to launch a sneak attack, but she narrowly dodged it. Even while fighting 3 opponents alone, she never fell behind and even seriously wounded one of them. Down below, Xia Yi bit her lip in frustration. No wonder father always warned me never to rush into battle. With my current strength, it'd only make things worse. Hongshu raised one hand, and the light surrounding her surged dramatically. Seeing that, the woman across from her smirked. The opportunity is here. She unleashed an attack toward Hongshu, laughed triumphantly, and immediately retreated. Hongshu slowly descended from the sky. But strange streams of energy soon began swirling around her. Hongshu frowned slightly, unease flashing across her face. The moment Xia Yi saw it, she cried out in shock. That appearance shiz Hongshu of the demon sect. Even Meng Tianshou stared with wide eyes and shouted, what? Xia Yi pressed her lips together and nervously glanced at Li Ziwei. Could he also be connected to the demon sect? While everyone else fell into confusion, Li Ziwei forced himself to remain calm, standing silently with his eyes closed as though none of it concerned him. Inside, however, it was the complete opposite. His heart pounded wildly, cold sweat poured down his back, and only one thought remained. Please, identity-hiding artifact, don't fail me now. Xia Yi cautiously asked. Brother away, what exactly is your relationship with her? Just then, Lu Rene let out a cold laugh. His mocking voice echoed across the battlefield. Iron Garment Sect, are you still going to stand there and watch? A demon sect rebel has revealed herself. This is no longer an ordinary martial world dispute. His anger flared as he pointed directly at Li Ziwei and shouted, arrest both of them immediately. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Or has your Iron Garment Sect been secretly working with the demon sect? Xia Yi immediately shot back. What nonsense are you talking about? The Iron Garment Sect has never done anything underhanded. What does this have to do with the demon sect? But inside, she felt helpless. Wanting to arrest them and actually being able to were two different things. She had only just arrived at the Three Greats this morning, and now she was caught up in this unbelievable mess. Li Ziwei forced an awkward smile as sweat streamed down his face. He kept reminding himself, stay calm, don't reveal anything. His eyes turned cold as killing intent flickered for a moment. Who exactly are you calling a demon sect rebel? Just like the villain's handbook, the first rule was to deny everything. The crowd immediately answered, isn't it obvious? The demonic aura around her couldn't be clearer. Li Ziwei turned toward Xia Yi for help, but she only looked confused. What demonic aura? Hongshu stepped closer and quietly called out, Master. She explained seriously, I don't know what they mean by demonic aura, but you once said your cultivation technique was extremely unique. If that's true, ordinary people probably can't even see it. Hearing that, Li Ziwei felt like he'd been stabbed in the heart. I'm a transmigrator, not an ordinary person. Hongshu looked toward Gongzi Qing and continued, that man does have demon sect aura, but I've never seen him in the demon sect. He probably stole Master's technique, learned only half of it, and turned it into a disaster. A disciple trembled while holding a medicine jar. Meanwhile, Gongzi Qing clutched his remaining arm and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. He actually cut off one of my arms. Hongshu looked at Li Ziwei with innocent eyes. Master? Li Zi was on the verge of tears. Inside, he screamed, so only I and the readers can see it? I thought everyone could see the visual effects. Does that mean the Buddha palm is just a normal technique? To ordinary people, demon sect fights are basically fantasy battles with all the special effects turned off? He completely froze. I've already got enough power. Why did I also get a special effects cheat? Hongshu hurried to reassure him, while Li Ziwei clutched his head in panic. His entire plan had just fallen apart. The original idea was to frame the other side as demon sect rebels, let everyone else deal with them, and then have Shuir make a perfect dramatic entrance. Instead, Hongshu's identity was exposed first, and even he became a suspect. Looking around at all the experts gathered here, he started worrying whether Hongshu could handle them. On top of that, the Eternal Pavilion was here too. His goo poison problem was becoming a complete nightmare. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Li Ziwei's eyes lit up as he looked toward Da Piaoliang. There's still a martial heavenly maiden here. She has to be able to see it. But when he looked over, Da Piaoliang was staring back with the exact same confused expression. Her face practically said, I have no idea. At that moment, Li Ziwei turned completely to stone. His mind went utterly blank. Covering his face, he sighed to himself. Forget it. This must be a Wii's fate. Even if I can't use my techniques, this body's strength is enough to escape safely. I'll take Xiao Shui and the beautiful girl with me and start over somewhere else. Poor Qian Wujin had already been completely forgotten. After making up his mind, Li Ziwei spread his arms confidently. Fine, I'm done acting. He had only one decision left. Time to reveal everything. But right then, someone suddenly screamed, My heavens, it's really the demon sect. Li Ziwei angrily spun around. Why are you yelling? Couldn't you at least let me finish my speech? Meng Tianshou was trembling so badly that he stammered while pointing behind him. Li Ziwei, look behind you. Behind him, Gongzi Qing was now completely engulfed in dense demonic energy. He cursed furiously as the sinister aura surged around him. Then the arm that had been severed began growing back. Gongzi Qing's face twisted into something monstrous. His eyes turned black with blazing red pupils, making everyone shiver. He roared, You dared to cut off my arm. The demonic aura around Gongzi Qing exploded violently as he bellowed with overwhelming killing intent. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Li Ziwei stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he almost burst with excitement. What a perfect turnaround. If no one could see the special effects, fine. But now his arm grew back and his eyes transformed. Nobody could deny it anymore. I can put away that identity reveal speech. Veins bulged across Lu Rene's forehead as he gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, that idiot Gong Ziqing. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his power and charged straight at him. The surprise attack landed squarely on Gong Ziqing's back. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos. Everyone shoved and fled in every direction while terrified screams filled the air. Run. It's really the demon sect. Stop pushing me. Where's my child? Hong Shu turned to Li Ziwei. Master, what should we do next? The Spirit Sword sect always claims to be righteous. To protect their reputation, their sect master will definitely kill him to clear their name. Li Ziwei smiled with interest. Judging by his reaction, there's definitely more going on behind the scenes. But if Lu Rene kills him now, won't he steal my spotlight? He placed his hands on his hips and smiled confidently. Sure, remember this. From this moment on, it's our show. Li Ziwei's lips curled into a sly grin. Today we'll deliver justice on behalf of heaven and take care of this demon sect rebel while we're at it. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiafu and Drunken Frog Heavenly Venerable were flying through the sky. Xiafu sighed. I never expected Heavenly Venerable to meet Brother Away during the tournament. As expected, true talent always catches the eye of those with vision. The Drunken Frog Heavenly Venerable chuckled while slightly tipsy. I was surprised too. I was wondering where I'd have to look for that kid after the tournament. He asked curiously, I heard the kid wants to open an inn. Is he planning to build his own future? Then he grumbled, I knew it. He was never going to join the Boundless sect. Xiafu stroked his beard thoughtfully. I don't think Brother Away likes being tied down by any sect. He probably wants to build a force of his own. Opening an inn actually sounds like a pretty good start. Zuiwo Tianzun still had not given up recruiting him. The idea was good, but a kid that interesting would always attract attention. He had barely appeared before running into the Spirit Sword sect. In this world, having strong backing was much safer. Xiafu feared the true master would trick someone again, so he quickly replied, knowing Brother Away, he would rather stay free than rely on anyone. If he becomes strong enough, he will be his own greatest support. Zuiwo Tianzun raised a hand and changed the subject. Forget that. I came here because of that kid. Then he suddenly froze. Wait, is that his inn? Xiafu closed his eyes to sense the area. Looks like the Spirit Sword sect brought plenty of people. But the moment they looked down, both of them froze. Explosions echoed everywhere as smoke and flames filled the battlefield. In one area, Yang Ni's demon sect was fighting a mysterious stranger. Elsewhere, the Spirit Sword sect master was battling another member of Yang Ni's demon sect who looked strangely familiar. On the other side, a monk calmly chanted scriptures with his eyes closed while casually beating people non-stop. Xiafu stared at the chaos below, completely stunned. What in the world is happening? Right then, a loud shout rang out. What are you doing? These people are innocent civilians. He immediately turned toward the voice. Xia Yi blocked the incoming swords and shouted angrily, attacking civilians. Have the Spirit Sword sect lost their minds? The disciple facing her had empty, lifeless eyes as if someone controlled him. Capture them all. It is the sect master's order. While Xia Yi was still blocking attacks, another enemy suddenly rushed in to ambush her. A deafening explosion erupted, sending everyone nearby flying several meters away. The one who struck was Xiafu. Golden spiritual energy surged wildly around him. Xia Yi instantly smiled with joy. Dad. Meng Tiantiu finally spoke. Yi, something is wrong with them. They look like. Li Ziwei folded his arms and finished the sentence. Like they were infected by goo? Not quite. They are still conscious, but their bodies are controlled. Their movements are stiff, their strength is boosted, and their skin is pale like corpses. This is soul possession. He glanced at the bodies on the ground and calmly continued his explanation. Meng Tiantiu widened his eyes in shock. What, soul possession? Li Ziwei raised one finger. Back then, Ziwei Demon Venerable experimented with countless cultivation methods. Soul possession was just one failed byproduct. Defeat the one controlling them, and everyone will recover. Meng Tiantiu immediately became suspicious. How do you know so much? Li Ziwei winked with a mysterious smile. Take a guess. Meng Tiantiu was left speechless, while Li Ziwei thought to himself, because I already read the original story. Zuiwo Tianzun slowly landed while laughing. Young people these days are impressive. Just fighting, yet the momentum's incredible. Then he looked around. Huh? That kid's cousin is here too. Her skills are pretty good. Xiafu looked confused. Cousin? Whose cousin, Brother Awis? Zuiwo Tianzun pointed into the distance. That silver-haired girl. Do you know her? Xiafu frowned as he searched his memory. That white-haired girl. A second later, his eyes went wide as if struck by lightning. Isn't she the close attendant of Ziwei Demon Venerable? Zuiwo Tianzun casually took another sip of wine. After drinking, he let out a satisfied breath. Now that hits the spot. Then he casually tossed the wine jug away. The muscles on his arm immediately began to swell. His ordinary frame rapidly became massive and powerful. An overwhelming aura spread everywhere as he laughed. All right, my turn. The moment he finished speaking, he launched himself straight toward Lu Ren's battlefield. Seeing that, Li Ziwei secretly rejoiced. So the Wuding sect is here too. Heaven finally sided with me for once. His expression instantly turned serious. Whether I can clear my name depends on this. Li Ziwei narrowed his eyes and coldly called out, Xiao Shui. Zuiwo Tianzun was completely fired up. The instant he arrived, he threw a devastating punch at Gongzi King. Try this old man's fist. He was not finished yet. Turning toward Lu Ren, he casually gave him a punch right in the face. You get one too. Lu Ren coughed up blood, his face filled with disbelief. Holding his face, he raged in humiliation. Why did I get punched too? His mind exploded with anger. Not even my grandmother ever slapped my face. Civilian or not, my dignity is gone. I might as well kill everyone and silence them. But just as he was about to move, Lu Ren's expression suddenly changed. His eyes turned blood red in panic. What is happening to me? Fear instantly overwhelmed him as he realized he could no longer move his body. Worse, his inner power was draining at an alarming speed. Only then did he notice the golden spiritual energy wrapped around him. Not far away, Xiao Shui stood with complete focus, his cultivation technique running at full power. At that moment, Da Piaoliang recalled her past. A cheerful girl with a bright smile and innocent eyes ran home carrying a basket of flowers. Dad, Mom, I'm home. She was Da Piaoliang. Her name was as beautiful as her appearance, a true heroine. But heroines rarely escaped terrible misfortune. Nearby, a man and a woman were talking. Those poor kids, how will they survive now? The other sighed. Old Joe will figure something out. But when she returned, the sight before her left her frozen. Her uncle was bowing before Gongzi King with a flattering smile. Sectmaster, speak of the devil. This is my precious niece. Beautiful, isn't she? Gongzi King sat with a cold expression, then smiled the moment he saw her. She truly is breathtaking. Da Piaoliang's face turned pale. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she trembled. Where are my parents? The memory shifted again, the same room, the same chair. But now Da Piaoliang stood beside Gongzi King, while a maid knelt and offered tea. Sectmaster, please enjoy your tea. Gongzi King slowly accepted the teacup. After a brief silence, Da Piaoliang looked at the maid with pity. Gong Ziqing sniffed the tea and glanced at the kneeling girl. The tea is too weak today. Are you new? The maid trembled in fear. I have never learned to brew tea. Please forgive me, Sectmaster. He stood up and forced a gentle smile. I am not blaming you. There is no need to be afraid. Then he leaned close, his sinister expression fully exposed. His fingers brushed the maid's lips as he whispered in a chilling voice. Let me have a closer look. When it was over, the maid lay motionless on the bed. Her body was covered in bruises, and one arm hung helplessly over the edge. Gong Ziqing simply walked away as if nothing had happened. After a few steps, he looked back at the stunned Da Piaoliang. My beauty, why are you standing there? She snapped back to reality and realized she was still holding the serving tray. Without the slightest shame, he spread his arms and ordered, Come help me change. Unable to resist, she stepped forward to dress him. Her head stayed lowered as she quietly mentioned the maid. Thinking she was worried about the girl, Gong Ziqing laughed. She was just a temporary toy with a little value. You care that much? Go check on her if you want. He secretly thought her uncle was right. She was both beautiful and gentle. He turned and walked away while Da Piaoliang remained frozen, staring at the bed behind her. A second later, her face turned ghostly pale. She covered her mouth as terror filled her eyes. Gong Ziqing had somehow appeared right behind her. His face darkened as he asked, Why did my beauty suddenly go silent? Trembling, Da Piaoliang looked toward the maid, who was no longer even recognizable. The maid struggled to lift her bruised and frail arm toward Da Piaoliang. She looked decades older as she weakly whispered, Save me. A few breaths later, her last bit of strength faded away, and her arm dropped lifelessly over the edge of the bed. It was the first time Da Piaoliang had witnessed something so horrifying. She instinctively stumbled backward, covering her mouth to keep from screaming, but tears had already filled her eyes. She looked at Gong Ziqing with a trembling voice. Sectmaster. He put on his fake gentle smile again, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her close. Do not be afraid. My beauty is special. I would never treat you like that. Then he whispered into her ear, Oh, and from now on, call me Sectmaster. Panicking, Da Piaoyang tried to pull away but could not escape. She lowered her head and answered, Yes, I understand, Sectmaster. Gongzi Qing curled his lips into a calculating smile. A rare physique like this would be wasted if I used it now. Better to raise it carefully and wait until I break through by taking it. He immediately imagined his glorious future. By then he would dominate the world, and Qingshan sect would stand above them all. The memory faded, returning to the present. Before Li Ziwei and Xu Ni knelt three bound captives, the Spirit Sword Sect Master, the Shadow Moon Tower Master, and the Qingshan Sect Master. Unable to swallow the humiliation, Gongzi King roared with bloodshot eyes. Bastards, I am the Qingshan Sect Master. Touch me, and every one of you will pay. Li Ziwei picked his ear with his little finger, looking completely bored as if he were listening to a buzzing fly. Big talk. Then he turned and said, Xu Ni, shut him up. Xu Ni immediately replied, As you command. The next second, a spray of fresh blood shot across the air, leaving Li Ziwei frozen in place. His whole body went limp as he stared in shock. Wait, Xu Ni, I meant silence him, not kill him. Xu Ni turned around with a confused look. Her face was covered in blood, and crimson drops still dripped from her blade. Huh? Every time you said that before, you meant to eliminate them. Did I misunderstand? At that moment, Lu Rene hurriedly spoke with a serious expression. Heaven is my witness. I truly knew nothing about this. If I had known he belonged to Yongnis demon sect, I would never have dealt with him. Beside him, the Shadow Moon Tower Master rolled her eyes. Do you even believe that yourself? Looking at Gong Ziking's corpse beside them, both of them broke into a cold sweat before exchanging frustrated looks. Unable to stay calm any longer, Lu Rene shouted, How was I supposed to know things would end up like this? Aren't you the smart one? Think of something. The Tower Master shot back. My inner power is gone too. What am I supposed to come up with now? The one who knew everything was Zhuang Junjie. I never knew you two were involved with the demon sect. Standing beside Xia Fu, Li Ziwei smiled faintly. When someone practicing demonic arts goes down the wrong path, they are almost impossible to save. Dying early might spare them more suffering. Inside, however, he was screaming. First time seeing blood, and now I already have to clean up my own side. Being the demon sect leader is way harder than I expected. Xia Yi was about to speak, but Xia Fu immediately cut her off with a bright smile. Of course I understand. Brother away, go get some rest. We'll handle everything else. Li Ziwei closed his eyes and rubbed his chin. Xu Ni accidentally helped eliminate a member of Yang Ni's demon sect. If I guide things a little more, he quietly muttered, actually, Xu Ni. But he suddenly felt uneasy. After hearing Xia Fu's reply, he blurted out, Wait, I can really just leave. Inside, he was shouting, Hez not even going to question me? How fearless are the people from the Iron Garment sect? Beneath the deep blue sky, the atmosphere gradually returned to peace. Xia Yi walked behind her father with an unhappy face, tugging at his sleeve. Dad, why did you stop me? Brother Away knows far too much about the demon sect. I have to ask him, what if he really? Xiaofu calmly looked back at his daughter. Yi, you need to work on that temper, then he asked. Do you suspect Brother Away has ties to the demon sect? Xia Yi answered without hesitation. Of course. Hongshu is right beside him. Xiaofu smiled and raised one finger. No, that is exactly why we must not act recklessly. Stroking his beard, he said wisely, Think about it. If Brother Away really belonged to the demon sect, why would he openly travel everywhere with Hongshu? She is Ziwei Demon Venerable's most trusted subordinate. His eyes lit up as confidence filled his face. With Brother Away's abilities, he must have found a way to control her. Everything he knows about the demon sect probably came straight from Hongshu. Xia Fu turned around and walked away with complete confidence. For now, we should quietly observe and avoid causing trouble for Brother Away. When the time is right, he will explain everything himself. Behind him, Xia Yi clenched one fist into her palm as if she had suddenly realized the truth, then nodded repeatedly. That actually makes sense. But a moment later, she remembered something else and grew serious. Right, Dad. Earlier, Brother Away mentioned demonic energy. Do you know what that is? Xia Fu immediately spun around, his expression changing completely. Demonic energy? What did you just say? Just then, Zuiwo Tianzun suddenly jumped over, forcing Xia Fu to dodge aside. With a grin, he said, I do not care about demon venerables, demonic energy, or the demon sect. Let's talk about something else. He pointed at the sky and looked at Xia Fu. That kid is even more interesting than I thought. Your 9-bend heart protection formation only broke through because you got something valuable from him, didn't it? Xia Fu immediately waved him away with obvious caution. Go, go, go! Didn't you say you were close with Brother Away? If you want to know, Ask him yourself. What Brother Away gave me is a priceless treasure. Don't even think about it. Zuiwo Tianzun pouted, squinting one eye. So stingy. Fine, I'll go find that kid myself. Then he gazed into the distance and slowly said, the move that little guy used just now was even stronger than that woman's soul-devouring secret art. Who knows? He might be hiding something even more terrifying. Meng Tiantiu, standing nearby, was stunned by what he heard. Meng Tiantiu stared at him in shock. Senior, did you just mention the soul-devouring secret art? The next morning, everyone was awakened not by birds, but by Li Zivai's earth-shaking scream. Xiao Shui is a girl? He could not believe his eyes. The Xiao Shui he remembered was a tough, short-haired kid, but now stood an adorable, long-haired girl in a pink dress. Pointing at her with a trembling hand, he cried out, how are they the same person? Give me my Xiao Shui back. Li Ziwei clenched his fists and stared at Da Piaoliang and Xiao Shui, while the two girls simply stared back in complete confusion. Xiao Shui looked up at Da Piaoliang and explained, Sis, Master lost his memory after falling into a cliff. I just changed back into my usual clothes. The old outfit made training inconvenient. Da Piaoliang simply nodded. I see. Da Piaoliang looked at Li Ziwei with sympathy. She gently reached out as if to comfort him and softly asked, that fall must have hurt a lot, didn't it? The moment she did, Li Ziwei's nose started bleeding like a burst dam. He quickly turned away, screaming inside, oh no. This is a beauty attack. Meanwhile, Da Piaoliang had no idea what was happening and thought he had suddenly fallen ill. After stopping the bleeding, Li Ziwei finally heard her entire story. Rubbing his nose, he sighed. That is truly tragic. Inside, his heart ached. Such a pitiful beauty, yet she ended up in a comedy. She has every quality of a true heroine. Then his expression suddenly changed as his pupils shrank. Wait, something is off. The original owner spent all his time searching for the Heavenly Maiden. This supporting heroine stayed beside the Heavenly Maiden for so long. How did he never notice her? As he thought about it, he imagined a whole group of beautiful girls standing together. He muttered, was one not enough? Was he trying to collect the whole Three Idiots squad? Then he immediately shook his head. No, that cannot be right. Just then, Meng's Chitiu walked over, carrying a bowl filled with pitch-black liquid. Looking at him, she said, Li Ziwei, so you were here. I have been looking for you everywhere. Her expression turned serious. After investigating, we confirmed that King Shan's sect and the Spirit Sword sect were secretly working with the Demons sect and cultivating demonic arts. Lu Renee has been taken to the three great sects by Zuivo Ftianz for judgment. As for Yue Mian, she knew nothing, so she is being held by the Iron Garment sect. After speaking, she sighed helplessly. Your inn has become famous overnight. Everywhere I go, people are talking about it. Li Ziwei simply blinked in confusion. Then Meng Tiantiu handed the bowl of black medicine to Da Piaoliang. Here, drink this. Da Piaoliang looked at the bowl and asked, what is it? Meng Tiantiu rubbed her forehead and explained, Uncle Xia found goo insects in Gong Ziking's room. They survive on blood essence and use the host's body to steal yin and nourish yang. The mother goo is already dead, so the offspring are harmless now, but it is still better to remove everything completely. Standing nearby, Li Ziwei threw his hands into the air in disbelief. Is everyone in the 10,000 goo valley this carefree? Inside, he screamed, one bowl of soup can remove goo? That Qingshan sect guy practiced demonic arts and raised goo at the same time. He was even more dedicated than I am. Without a second thought, Da Piaoliang accepted the bowl and looked at Li Ziwei in confusion. Unable to resist his curiosity, he casually took the bowl and tasted it himself. Meanwhile, Meng Tiantiu had already turned around with her arms crossed and eyes closed, completely unaware. She kept talking, saying the recipe was probably from her master, who only cared about quick results. After just a few sips, Li Ziwei jumped into the air, screaming because of the horrible taste. Even Da Piaoliang turned pale. Meng Tiantiu turned around, calmly looked at him, then shrugged confidently. Doubting my skills? Hurry up and drink it, or I will take it away. Before she could finish, Li Ziwei hugged the bowl and poured the entire thing into his mouth, with the expression of someone accepting his fate. Everyone watching could only stare in shock. After finishing every drop, a smug grin suddenly spread across his face. The next instant, his body stiffened. A powerful aura erupted and swirled around him. Brimming with confidence, he shouted that the goo insects had been suppressing his true power. In the name of Jianghus No. 1, Li Ziwei demanded that the seal be lifted. But the impressive display lasted only a moment before the energy vanished completely. Instead, his whole body started itching for no reason. His expression changed at once. His eyes widened in disbelief as he kept muttering, unable to understand why his strength had not returned. Meng Tiantiu finally lost her temper. She snatched the bowl from his hands and yelled, "Lizue, are you out of your mind? That medicine was for her, not you. You do not even have goo insects, so why did you drink it?" Li Ziwei scratched his cheek in confusion. Then, why did nothing happen after I drank it? The question nearly drove her crazy. What exactly were you expecting to happen? In the end, she let it go with a helpless sigh and closed her eyes, saying she would examine him herself. Deep down, though, she thought this perfect opportunity had practically delivered itself. She placed her hand against his chest. A brilliant purple ring of light appeared in her palm like a crack in space. He looked down and blurted out, "So you can do this too? It would be terrifying if you pulled some weird bug out of me." Meanwhile, he was secretly thrilled, convinced the annoying goo insect was finally about to be removed. Once his strength returned, he would no longer have to hide. He could shock the entire world and claim the title of Zhonghus #1. Just as he was lost in that fantasy, Meng Tiantiu finished the spell, turned around, and calmly said, "There are no goo insects inside your body. You are perfectly healthy." Hearing that, he looked as if lightning had struck him. His face filled with disappointment before he shouted, "Impossible." The others stared at him in confusion. "Are you actually disappointed?" At that moment, Xiao Shuai brought Meng Tiantiu another bowl and politely handed it over. "Big Sister Saintess, I brought you a clean bowl." She accepted it with a smile and thanked her. Li Ziwei was still in a daze while Meng Tiantiu could not resist teasing him. "You really have strange hobbies. You actually wanted your body to be full of goo insects." Suddenly, Meng Tiantia's expression turned cold. She stared at his shoulder and thought to herself, "There was nothing inside his body when I checked. But now things are different." A tiny spider had appeared on his shoulder. The protagonist remained completely unaware. Wearing the face of a man who had lost all hope, he returned to his bed, flopped down, and wondered, "What is going on?" Xu Ni immediately tried to encourage him. "Master, do not give up. Someone as powerful as you cannot be defeated by something this small." He looked at her blankly. "How am I supposed to stay positive? Even the saintess of the 10,000 Goo Valley confirmed I do not have any goo insects." His thoughts became a mess. If there really is none, then why can't I use my cultivation technique? Is there another reason? Xu Ni proudly lifted her head and pointed toward the sky. "Master is so powerful that whatever can suppress you must be extraordinary. If even the saintess could not detect it, that only proves this goo insect is truly special." Hearing that, he sprang to his feet as if fully revived. His eyes lit up. That actually makes a lot of sense. Rubbing his chin, he continued thinking, "Looks like I need to find a way to meet the Valley Master's wife." Then he started praising himself again. If even the saintess could not see it, this goo must be the greatest one in existence. The world's strongest man deserves the world's strongest goo. Meanwhile, Meng Tiantiu sat at a table with a glowing purple portal floating before her like a window into another space. She frowned in confusion. What are those two talking about? She knew secretly watching others was not ideal, but it was all for her master's mission. Inside the glowing portal, Li Ziwei and Xu Ni could be seen chatting happily. The tiny purple spider rested quietly on Li Ziwei's shoulder, secretly observing every move as if carrying out a covert mission. Meng Tiantiu frowned thoughtfully. According to Zuiwo Tianzun, Meng Tianyu had attacked Li Ziwei first. But when Li Ziwei did not resist, the soul-devouring secret art turned around and backfired on its own master. The more she thought about it, the more intrigued she became. A confident smile appeared on her lips. Anyone capable of injuring Meng Tianyu is no ordinary person. He can even control the remnants of the demon sect. What method did he use? Just then, the image in the portal changed. Li Ziwei was standing beside a table with one hand on it, deep in thought. She muttered, "Where did the white-haired girl go? And what is he doing now?" He was holding a light-colored wooden piece, but his body blocked the view, making it impossible to see what it was. Sitting at the table, he carved the wood with a carving knife while grinning. Anyone who steps into Jianghu needs a personal token. Before long, the words Li Zi appeared on the wooden piece. He proudly declared, "From now on, this will be Li Ziwei's personal token." The little spider looked at it and silently thought, "That is seriously ugly." Just then, Xu Ni returned to report. The moment she saw the object in his hand, she asked in surprise, "Is that the demon sect token?" He handed the token to her and explained, "The old one cannot be used anymore, so I modified it a little. From now on, we will call it the Sacred Flame Away token." Xu Ni accepted it and immediately acknowledged the order. She stood there silently for a few seconds, her eyes fixed on the token in her hands. For some reason, Tuni's face turned red. She rubbed the token and could not stop smiling. She convinced herself that the name Wei was not just an alias. It also stood for the Great Demon Lord. One word with two meanings. Her master's mind was truly on another level. After hugging the token until she could barely let it go, she suddenly remembered something else and pointed to the side. "Right, master. I brought what you wanted." A whole table was covered with scrolls. Tuni asked if this would be enough. He casually picked up a blue scroll and nodded. "This is enough." He opened the scroll, grabbed a brush, and smiled with a crafty look. "Now that P1+2 is famous, it is time to promote our cultivation arts. We will test a few ideas first. Tuni, you should learn to do." She accepted the order at once. His brush flew across the paper. He looked completely absorbed and even stuck out his tongue like a child. He thought that cultivation arts without flashy effects were boring. His own creations were clearly stronger and much cooler. The atmosphere around him turned dark and imposing. His hand moved so fast it looked like he had cheats enabled. A wicked grin appeared as he muttered that the original owner's techniques looked great, but real men loved special effects. Meng Tianshu was stunned by his unbelievable writing speed. She had no idea what he was doing. She guided the purple spider along his arm and slowly climbed onto his shoulder. He stayed focused on his work and noticed nothing. She quietly decided to get a closer look and sent the spider even nearer. But the moment she saw the scroll, her expression changed. It was filled with bizarre drawings that made no sense to her. Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered if this was some secret technique that only men without pants could practice. Just then, her spying technique suddenly dissolved into red smoke, making her cry out in shock. She stared at the fading red smoke in confusion. Had she been discovered? On his side, it turned out Tuni had crushed the spider on his shoulder with one squeeze. He turned around and asked what happened. Tuni quickly tossed away Setsuba's body and awkwardly explained that she saw Master working so hard, so she gave him a shoulder massage. He simply nodded. He relaxed and enjoyed Tuni's massage. While working on his shoulders, she said that the mistress of the Eternal Pavilion was extremely mysterious, with almost no public information. If Master wanted to meet her, she would investigate first tomorrow. Tuni's eager expression pleased him greatly. She promised to scout the situation first, so everything would go smoothly later. He smiled and praised her for being so dependable, secretly admiring how capable the original owner's followers were. Night had completely fallen. It should have been quiet, but their conversation made the place feel lively. Tuni reminded him to stay careful while she was away. He confidently replied that no one could possibly capture him on his own turf. He boldly declared that such a thing could never happen, completely unaware that a chubby white cat with glowing golden eyes had been listening to every word from the darkness. The next day, Qian Wujin rushed straight to the magistrate's office. The moment he burst inside, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Report it! Hurry and report it!" Prefecture Lord Xia immediately jumped up and slammed the table in shock. "What? Brother Awei is missing? Even that demon sect remnant has disappeared too?" Xia Yi looked equally confused. Did he suddenly run away because he was afraid of being punished? The prefecture lord frowned deeply. He sighed helplessly and said everything had happened too suddenly. It was too early to jump to conclusions. He turned to Qian Wujin and asked when Awei had disappeared. Maybe he had simply gone out. Qian Wujin looked obviously annoyed. Qian Wujin immediately replied that he came to report it the moment he found out. There was no reason to wait. Da Piaoyang also spoke up with concern. She had lunch with Awei earlier that day. He never mentioned leaving. He even invited her to cultivate together. She then took out several items, including the blue scroll he had written the previous night and a wrapped cloth bundle with something hidden inside. She said they were all found in his room. He looked over the items and recognized a dead spider along with an unfinished cultivation manual. Deep down, he admitted, Brother Awei's drawing skills were impossible to describe, though the character's outfit was a little questionable. Meng Tianshu picked up the cloth holding the spider's corpse and calmly admitted it was her spider. She had used it to spy on him, but it was quickly discovered. Qian Wujin exploded in anger. "You dared spy on my master?" She ignored the accusation and simply said she roughly knew where he was. The scene shifted elsewhere. Inside a cold steel prison, Awei lay motionless on a bed lined with soft fur. A white cloth covered his face as if he had already died. He suddenly sat up, and the cloth slid away. He looked around in confusion. It was obviously a prison cell. Staring at the stone walls and iron bars, he blurted out, "What is this place?" A panicked voice suddenly rang out nearby. "He is awake. Hurry and inform the mistress." Turning his head, he saw two beast girls, dressed as maids, staring at him like they were judging food. The pink-haired one commented that he was a little skinny, but the meat looked tender. The white-haired one immediately agreed, saying he was exactly her type. The pink-haired girl teased her for being boy-crazy. He silently watched the entire scene. Then his expression changed completely as he shouted in excitement, "No way! Legendary beast girls? Did I get isekai'd again?" A voice echoed through the dark dungeon, asking Meng Tianshu why she had not gone to see the mistress yet. Meng Tianshu briefly replied that she would go later. The other person warned that the mistress would be unhappy if she delayed. Besides, why would a mere prisoner need the saintess to watch personally? She frowned and coldly answered that she had failed her task and would accept the punishment herself later. The other person's face darkened, but they pretended to agree while secretly thinking that she was nothing but a saintess in name. Meanwhile, Li Zizui was sleeping so deeply that he looked completely disconnected from the world. He suddenly woke up with a start and shouted, "Where am I? I remember seeing beast girls. Did I get transported again?" His eyes suddenly shifted to the side. The moment he saw the person before him, he immediately recognized her. "Saintess?" Scratching his head in confusion, he asked what was going on. Meng Tianshu looked at everyone else and told them to leave because she needed to speak with him alone. Before leaving, one person carefully warned her to be careful. If he escaped, no one could bear the consequences. Meng Tianshu stepped into the cell and explained that this was the prison of the Eternal Sect, where criminals were kept. Hearing that, he immediately sat upright and asked why he was here. His mind instantly began making up wild theories. Had he been kidnapped? Such an overused plot. The worst part was that he could not even remember how it happened. Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he remembered Tu Ni saying yesterday that she planned to infiltrate the Eternal Pavilion. Had she been exposed? But Meng Tianshu gave no explanation. She directly guided purple spiritual energy toward his neck. A sharp pain hit him without warning, making him scream. A goo parasite was immediately forced out of his body. Li Zizui hurriedly wiped his mouth and stared at the thing he had just coughed up in horror. What on earth is that? As she withdrew her spiritual energy, she explained that it was a phantom goo. Anyone infected would suffer hallucinations. Removing it by force was painful, but it was the only option right now. Meng Tianshu then looked at him and asked whether he had met anyone from the Eternal Pavilion that morning. At the same time, she quietly wondered if the mistress had ordered this. He had been infected with a phantom goo and brought here, but perhaps the mistress still did not know that Li Zizui had seriously injured Meng Tianyu. He calmly replied that he had only gone out to find breakfast. Inside, however, his thoughts were racing. He had no idea when someone had secretly planted the goo inside him. The Eternal Pavilion was truly terrifying. Just then, a loud voice called out from behind Meng Tianshu, "Lady Saintess." The newcomer smiled mysteriously and pointed at him. "The mistress wants to see this man, and she also wants you to come along." When they entered the meeting room, they saw the mistress leaning back in her chair. One hand supported her chin, while the other gently stroked the white cat in her lap. She spoke first. "Tianshu, you came back, yet your first stop was not to see me?" White mist drifted through the room as she continued with a light scolding. "You were away for only a few days, yet you seem to have forgotten your manners even more." Li Zizui instinctively stared at the white cat. A familiar feeling instantly surfaced. He was sure he had seen it before. In the very next second, he pointed straight at the cat on the mistress' lap and shouted, "It was that cat. It showed up outside my window this morning, and I even petted it." His face turned dark as he clenched his fists. So they had used the cat to lower his guard before planting the goo. What a ruthless trick. Meng Tianshu glanced at his furious expression and said that randomly petting every cat he saw would get him into trouble sooner or later. Then again, who could resist a cute cat? Anyone would want to pet it. She turned to the mistress with concern and asked why Li Zizui had suddenly been summoned. He was still tied to the Iron Garment sect, and Uncle Xia was looking for him. The mistress looked at her and replied, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Have you already forgotten what I told you before?" Meng Tianshu awkwardly answered that she still remembered. But then she suddenly realized something and froze. "Wait, have you been watching me this whole time?" The mistress smiled. "If you could watch him, why couldn't I watch you?" The moment he heard that, Li Zizui exploded and pointed at himself. "You were secretly spying on me too? So there really was an insider." Meng Tianshu immediately panicked and tried to explain. The mistress set the white cat down and fixed him with a cold stare. You are quite something. You even made the Eternal Pavilion Saintess ignore my orders because of you. She pointed at him. By now, Li's Vice's face had turned completely pale. I hear you are quite capable. She grabbed his chin and said coldly, anyone who lays a hand on the Eternal Pavilion will pay the price, no matter who they are. Li Ziwei looked completely unfazed and turned his head away. By the way, the last person who wanted revenge for a disciple is already sitting in prison. She gave him a sinister smile. You dare compare me to those fools? Your courage is impressive. She straightened up and calmly said, enough talking. Spiritual energy instantly gathered in her hand and surged toward him, making both Li Ziwei and Meng Tianshu turn pale. She frowned impatiently. Why waste time with questions? Whether it is his identity or strength, one look into his memories will reveal everything. Behind her, Li Ziwei's face lost every trace of color. Aren't you going to ask a few more questions first? Ignoring him completely, she leaned closer and said, if he truly has something special, then that power must belong to the Eternal Pavilion. If not, I'll turn him into a medicine puppet to avenge Tianyu. Everything has gone more smoothly than expected. Let me see what secrets this man is hiding. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly looked down and realized she was standing in a completely unfamiliar place. She found herself sitting on a modern roller coaster. Her face turned pale. What in the world is happening? Her expression changed again and again. She clenched her teeth and panic filled her eyes. Sweat poured down her face as her trembling voice asked, what is this thing? She gripped the safety bar with both hands. Her mouth hung open, her eyes nearly rolled back, and she had never seen clothing this strange before. Where am I? The rattling wheels echoed through the air, signaling that the coaster had reached the top. Before she could understand anything, the coaster plunged downward at full speed. Her face twisted in terror as endless screams filled the air. When the ride finally ended, she collapsed onto the ground, feeling half dead. Is this some new torture device? Meanwhile, everyone behind her laughed and cheered, saying it was amazing and begging for another ride. She stared at them in complete confusion. What part of this is supposed to be fun? Then she heard them excitedly talking about trying the next attraction. The moment she realized they wanted to keep going, panic instantly flooded her heart. Her stiff body could only stumble after the crowd. This is over. The only choice was to follow whatever he had experienced. One after another, she was dragged onto every extreme ride in the park. By the time they reached the pirate ship, she had vomited everything and lost the last bit of strength she had left. Before she could recover, she was dragged onto another spinning ride. Her head spun wildly as she thought that falling off this one would definitely kill her. It still was not over. Next came the freefall tower. The instant it prepared to drop, she screamed at the top of her lungs. No, I cannot take this anymore. At that moment, she had only one thought. Even if the backlash destroyed her, she had to escape or she would die here. Terror reached its peak. She clenched her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, everything around her had changed. Strange creatures that looked neither human nor ghost filled her vision. Where is this? She looked at the people around her and became even more confused. Their clothes were just as bizarre. Her eyes suddenly widened as she turned to look beside her. In front of her stood a man wearing sunglasses and dressed like some bizarre goddess, holding a microphone in the middle of a brightly lit Halloween festival, surrounded by people in strange costumes. She froze like a statue with her mouth hanging open. Could this really be the legendary heavenly realm? Just then, a blue-green hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, followed by a cheerful greeting. Cold sweat covered her body as she slowly turned to see who had touched her. Standing before her were two figures with ox and horse heads surrounded by purple smoke. One casually held an iPhone 14 Pro and asked, "Could you take a picture for us?" At that moment, she had only one thought. Have I really died? Is that why I am seeing the ox-head and horse-face guardians? Her entire body froze. A moment later, she went limp and collapsed to the ground. Back at the sect, the moment the disciples saw the mistress faint, they rushed over in panic. Mistress, mistress. Li Ziwei stared with wide eyes, completely confused, while someone beside him frantically shouted for a healer. Ata suddenly appeared, grabbed him by the collar and roared, "What did you do to our mistress?" Li Ziwei was speechless. Great, another person who refuses to listen. I did not even touch her. Meng Tianshu frowned as she watched everyone crowd around the unconscious mistress. Did she really faint? She then turned toward Li Ziwei, who was still yelling from Ata's grip. I am innocent, big sis. Meng Tianshu's expression gradually darkened. Just what did the mistress see? Not long afterward, Li Ziwei was thrown back onto the familiar pile of straw. Grabbing the iron bars, he shouted in frustration, "Are you people serious? Which eye saw me attack your mistress? She attacked first. I did not even get a chance to move." Ata snorted. "Do not think we know nothing. We heard that when Miss Tianyu was seriously injured by you before, you never even moved. Who knows what kind of evil trick you used? If anything happens to the mistress, I will throw you into the 10,000 insects pit." Li Ziwei immediately argued back. "What kind of logic is that? If I were really strong enough to defeat your mistress, do you honestly think this broken iron cage could hold me?" "Deep down," he sighed, "I was still hoping she could remove the goo from my body. Why would I be stupid enough to harm her?" He quickly turned toward Meng Tianshu, who was locked up with him. "Lady Saintess, it really was not me this time. Please say something for me. You saw everything too. I still have no idea what happened." Meng Tianshu let out a soft sigh. "I am afraid I cannot help you this time." She looked at him and revealed a truth that stunned him. "Did you not realize? I only carry the title of Saintess. Hardly anyone truly respects me. Even the mistress only treats me as someone to control. She has never cared about anything I say." Li Ziwei pointed at the item in his hand and asked, "Then the thing you gave me before was completely useless?" She calmly nodded. "It was useless. It was only my personal token." Hearing that, he nearly exploded. "So all that back then was just for show?" Li Ziwei held his head with an exhausted expression, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. "What am I supposed to do now?" In the end, he flopped back onto the straw and gave up. "Forget it, I will just sleep. Tu Ni will figure out a way to save me." Meng Tianshu could only stare at him in silence. Meanwhile, in another large room, where everyone's hopes rested on Hongshu, an Eternal Pavilion disciple rushed outside in panic after hearing someone shout, "Hurry and bring the alchemist. I will get the calming incense." Behind the closed door, Hongshu blushed as she thought everything had gone exactly according to Wei's plan. "My master has become even stronger. He must have come here because he was worried about me." Thinking back on everything that had happened, she covered her flushed face. Even her master in the past had never dared confront that woman head-on. Yet this time, he had easily left her badly injured. Just then, the door slowly opened. A figure quietly stepped inside. Hongshu carefully moved closer and secretly observed the person lying on the bed. The unconscious woman before her was the mistress of the Eternal Pavilion. Hongshu stepped even closer and stared at her with hatred. "You dared lay a hand on the person I treasure most. I really want to end you right here." Hongshu quickly searched through every book on the shelf while thinking it over. Since Master left her alive, she must still have some value. Besides, this also involved the goo parasite inside Master, so she absolutely could not act recklessly. She randomly opened a book and froze. It was a comic book. She pulled out one book after another, but every single one was the same. The only thing filling her mind now was comics. Hongshu held another book with a blank expression. She opened it, and once again, it was nothing but comics. She was so frustrated she nearly exploded. Glancing at the sleeping woman, she grumbled to herself, "Forget ancient secrets. There is not even a clue about the goo parasite. She really does nothing useful." While looking around the room, her eyes suddenly landed on a small box beside the bookshelf. Hongseo picked it up and examined it. It was a locked wooden box. She shook it a few times and tried to open it, hoping there might be something useful inside. Just then, a faint groan broke the silence, making Hongshu jump. The mistress had awakened. Before even opening her eyes completely, she rubbed her head and groaned. It felt like she had just crawled back from the dead. She sat quietly on the bed, lost in thought. The image of the roller coaster racing through the tracks flashed across her mind. Then came the spinning thrill rides, and the crowd dressed for Halloween. Towering skyscrapers appeared next, followed by those bizarre monsters. The mistress instantly turned even paler as cold sweat poured down her face. That man was definitely no ordinary person. Holding her aching head, she imagined those strange beings descending everywhere like immortals, while the final monster looked as though it had crawled straight out of the underworld. Suddenly remembering something, she sprang to her feet and muttered that she had read about something similar in a book before. The moment she looked toward the bookshelf, she paused. The messy stack of books looked suspicious, as if someone had searched through them. Still, she did not think much of it. She casually picked up a book and blamed the servants for getting sloppier every day. Meanwhile, Hongshu was hiding behind a wooden partition. The entire room was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. She sighed in disappointment. Even now, the mistress still had not noticed someone else was in the room. Sure enough, the mistress had no idea another person was hiding there. As she focused on reading, she suddenly froze. Looking at the page, her face lit up with joy. She had finally found it. At that moment, someone entered from outside. Turning around, she saw a young woman carrying a tray. The girl smiled and said, "Mistress, you are awake. The physician said you were overly frightened, so he prescribed a calming medicine." Before she could finish, the mistress urgently asked where that man was. The girl blinked in confusion. "You mean the one who made you faint?" The girl replied that he had been thrown into prison after the mistress collapsed. Hearing that, the mistress immediately became furious and ordered them to bring him out at once and treat him as an honored guest. But a moment later, she changed her mind, gritted her teeth, and said, "Forget it. I will go and bring him here myself." A gloomy silence still hung over the prison behind the iron bars. Meng Tianshu sat there looking completely drained. Li Ziwei lay on the straw with his chin resting on one hand and said, "If I ran away, you would take all the blame. Besides, you already know where I am, so escaping would be pointless." She remained silent. Meng Tianshu continued urging him to move somewhere else. The mistress was impossible to predict and always acted before asking questions. She warned that once the mistress woke up, she might really turn him into food for goo parasites. He, however, showed no concern at all. Deep down, he was not even sure whether he or the parasites would come out on top. Suddenly, someone outside shouted that the mistress had awakened. Both of them immediately looked toward the entrance. Meng Tianshu's expression instantly became tense. Li Ziwei, on the other hand, casually picked up his teacup and said, "Watch, this is all just a misunderstanding." The mistress smiled as she raised her own cup and replied that everything had happened because she had handled the situation poorly, turning it into a ridiculous misunderstanding. He casually about her disciple and explained that he had not known the other person's identity at the time. The mistress politely answered that everyone who entered the competition needed real experience. If everyone held back, there would be no point in competing. Meng Tianshu stood nearby, completely dumbfounded. Her mouth hung wide open as countless questions filled her mind. The mistress then turned to her and asked, "Tianqiu, why are you still standing here?" She waved her away and said, "Do not interrupt my conversation with shopkeeper Li." Meng Tianshu froze on the spot. Even after being sent outside, Meng Tianshu still could not process what had happened. Inside, she was screaming, "What in the world just happened?" The mistress poured another cup of tea and invited shopkeeper Li to drink. Li Ziwei remained polite on the outside, but inwardly he felt a little uneasy. Her attitude had changed so fast that it made no sense. Across from him, the mistress was breaking into a cold sweat as she secretly wondered if he still remembered that she had attacked him earlier. Thinking about what she had read, she became even more convinced that the man before her was a heavenly immortal. Under no circumstances could she afford to offend him. While they were talking, the mistress suddenly slammed her teacup onto the table, instantly changing the atmosphere. The very next second, she dropped to her knees and repeatedly kowtowed. She called him Senior, Immortal, Exalted One, and Supreme Lord while apologizing for her earlier disrespect, leaving Li Ziwei completely baffled. His face went blank as his mind completely froze. The mistress hurriedly grabbed his hand and insisted that she now understood his true identity because Meng Tianshu had once mentioned his heaven-defying abilities. With absolute sincerity, she said that if he was willing to teach them even a little, the Eternal Pavilion would gladly follow all of his arrangements. The more Li Ziwei listened, the more confused he became. "She figured out my identity?" His expression darkened as his imagination ran wild. Could the Purple Star Demon Lord's strange poison really make people plant goo into anyone they fell in love with? Outside, the place suddenly became lively. Xiaofu happily called out to Brother Awei. Da Piaoliang greeted him as well. Xiao Shui looked excited, while Qian Wujin nearly burst into tears as he ran toward his master. Not long after, the mistress stepped down from her carriage. She walked up to Xiaofu and warmly greeted the Iron Garment Sect Master, as though they were old friends meeting again. The mistress explained that after hearing Meng Tianshu had made a new friend, she had invited shopkeeper Li over as a guest, without informing anyone first, and apologized for the misunderstanding. Xiaofu smiled and said it was nothing since Meng Tianshu had already explained a little. Deep down, however, he found it strange. Why did this woman seem like a completely different person today? He recalled the mistress' usual reputation. Everyone knew she was unpredictable, sharp, eccentric, and especially disliked interacting with men. Xiaofu's expression became serious because, according to Meng Tianshu, Brother Away had clearly been captured. Yet the scene before him was the complete opposite. The mistress chatted happily with Li Ziwei and even said she planned to stay at the inn for a few days. The more Xiaofu watched, the stranger it felt. This was not just friendliness, it looked more like she was trying to win his favor. The mistress then told Xiaofu that since she had already returned shopkeeper Li safely, she would also bring Meng Tianshu back after speaking with Li in private. Inside the room, Li Ziwei told her to wait for a moment while he went to get something. The mistress obediently lowered her head and respectfully agreed. A little later, he came back carrying a huge stack of scrolls and asked how she planned to take all of them home. The mistress quietly stored every scroll inside her spatial storage. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly thanked shopkeeper Li. Li Ziwei rested his hands on his hips and said he would give her more in the future. He secretly thought there had never been any deep grudge after all. She had only wanted some cultivation manuals. Seeing how delighted she looked, he began wondering if cultivation manuals were really that rare in this world. The mistress then remembered her earlier promise and asked what kind of help he needed. Without hesitation, Li Ziwei said he wanted her to remove the goo parasite from his body, catching her off guard. The mistress looked at him uncertainly. "You really have a goo parasite inside you?" Li Ziwei stared at her in confusion. What else could it be? He secretly wondered why she was asking that after supposedly figuring out who he was. Folding his arms, he sighed and said that without this goo parasite, he would not need to disguise himself as an ordinary man. The mistress was deeply shaken. Could her goo really be powerful enough to trouble even an immortal? She immediately activated her technique to examine him, while wondering who could possibly have dared place a goo on someone like him. After finishing the inspection, her eyes widened in shock because she found absolutely nothing. Seeing her expression, Li Ziwei grew nervous and asked if something had gone wrong. Remembering the bowl of green soup from before, he asked whether he needed to drink something like that again. Meanwhile, the mistress' face had already turned pale. She thought he must believe she was refusing to remove the goo. She clenched her teeth and closed her eyes as though making a final decision. She could disappoint anyone else, but never this man. After all, it was not merely an ordinary person's trust at stake, it was the trust of an immortal. After saying that, she nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Li Ziwei hurriedly asked if she was all right. Inside her mind, however, she was screaming in disbelief. How could this be? Forget a fully matured goo, she could not even find the slightest trace that one had ever existed inside him. Li Ziwei asked whether even she could not remove it. The question instantly filled her with panic. The mistress looked up anxiously, wondering what he meant. Had he already tried countless methods to remove the goo before coming here? Just then, she suddenly remembered something important. Looking at Li Ziwei as if he were a divine being, she became even more convinced that he did not belong to this ordinary world. The place he came from was probably the legendary divine realm or immortal realm. In her mind, an epic story took shape. An immortal had been infected with a goo parasite that even he could not remove, forcing him to wander across countless worlds until he finally placed his hopes on the Eternal Pavilion. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. If they could really cure him, the Eternal Pavilion's reputation would soar. After all, they would be the sect that cured an immortal's goo. She lowered her head and apologized, honestly admitting that the goo inside him was far too unusual. With her current strength, she was completely powerless. Li Ziwei's expression immediately fell, but she quickly reassured him not to worry. Once she returned, she would search through every ancient record. Even if she had to search the entire world, she would not let him down. Li Ziwei could only nod reluctantly. Deep down, he muttered that the Eternal Pavilion seemed a little unreliable. They could not even deal with a goo they had supposedly planted themselves. The mistress took a few more steps closer and said that although she could not remove it yet, she might be able to reduce its effects. She then asked him to describe every symptom after being infected. Li Ziwei closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said there was nothing too unusual. He explained that at first he could still use his power from time to time, but before long it almost completely disappeared. He could no longer circulate his inner energy. The only strange part was that his body had become unbelievably tough. No one had managed to injure him so far. Hearing that, the mistress was deeply shaken. Just how terrifying was this goo if it could seal the power of an immortal? Even the soul-severing goo she had once used on the Purple Star Demon Lord had only sealed part of his strength. After thinking it through, She seriously explained that the loss of power might be caused by blocked meridians. The more he tried to circulate his inner energy, the stronger the gust backlash became, until every meridian was completely sealed. Li Ziwei finally understood, so that was why he could no longer use any strength. Did that mean he would never be able to cultivate again? The mistress hesitated before saying she did not know much about martial cultivation. However, she had noticed that the girl beside him possessed a rather unusual constitution. Perhaps he should take her to Empty Zen Temple. She continued that there was an annoying old monk there who might have a solution. Hearing that, Li Ziwei immediately asked about Empty Zen Temple. At the same time, on a distant mountain, senior brother Huiying struggled up the mountain with a huge pile of sacred fruit on his back, groaning that he was about to collapse from exhaustion. The young novice ahead kept urging him on, saying they were almost there, making his face grow even paler. Just then, something shot across the sky above them, making him look up in surprise. A voice called down from above, saying that Empty Zen Temple was just ahead. High in the sky, Xiao Shui was flying at incredible speed using his cultivation technique. He held Li Ziwei with one hand and pulled Da Pioliang with the other. Li Ziwei looked around at the scenery and admired how breathtaking it was. Inside Empty Zen Temple, Master Rukong sat peacefully before a Buddha statue, quietly chanting scriptures. He had remained there for quite some time. After finishing a round of chanting, he looked up with smiling eyes. The wrinkles at the corners of his face deepened, as he softly said toward the entrance, "It seems they have returned." No sooner had he spoken than a tall young monk rushed inside, still clutching a broom. Leaning against the doorway, he excitedly reported that senior brother had returned. Master Rukong simply replied that he already knew. But the young monk was far too excited to stop there. He immediately added that something even more unbelievable had happened and urged his master to come see it. The old monk remained calm as he slowly stood up, thinking that if his guess was correct, his disciples had probably brought that honored guest here. But only a few minutes later, his relaxed steps came to an abrupt halt when he saw the enormous sugar apple tree they had brought back. He froze in place and cried out in horror, "Did you really bring the entire sacred tree back?" His whole body trembled as though he might collapse. The sacred tree was the temple's greatest treasure. It had always pained him just to see a single leaf fall. Seeing it apparently uprooted like this nearly gave him a heart attack. Then a sudden realization flashed through his mind. Master Rukong looked again and noticed that this tree was lush with healthy branches and heavy with fruit. It actually looked completely different from the sacred tree in the temple. Even so, some strange instinct told him not to trust his disciples' judgment. Pointing at the tree with trembling hands, he asked Rukin where he had gotten it. "Please do not tell me you stole it from another temple. We cannot become robbers." Rukin could only stand there in total confusion. "Didn't you tell us to go to Yuhong Town and seek our fortune?" Rukong still looked perfectly calm on the outside, but inside he was already screaming, "That is not the kind of fortune I meant." Just then Li Ziwei walked over, drawing Rukong's attention. The old monk still held his prayer beads as always. Rukong greeted the guest with a warm smile and respectful bow. Li Ziwei quickly returned the greeting in high spirits. Rukin immediately introduced him as the person who had gifted him the sacred tree. They had happened to meet outside the temple gate, so he simply brought him along. Rukong's smile never changed. He looked perfectly composed, but inwardly he wiped away cold sweat. So this was the real blessing. That almost scared him to death. He bowed in gratitude for the sacred tree, then invited everyone into the guest hall to rest, while instructing Rukin to take good care of the tree. Li Ziwei had not realized it before, but once he heard it was their sacred tree, his expression changed. "If I had known earlier, I could have given them a few more. I need a favor anyway, so using a few trees as gifts would have worked perfectly." Rukong turned back with a gentle smile and explained that desire was like salt water. The more you drank, the thirstier you became. The sacred tree was an extremely rare treasure, so receiving even one was already an incredible blessing. Li Ziwei immediately cut him off. "Just say it plainly. My yard is full of these. Do you want more?" Rukong's eyes instantly lit up as he eagerly answered yes. Li Ziwei proudly said he would have his disciples deliver more later, but for now he had something he wanted to ask. Deep down, he figured that after accepting the gift, the old monk would have to help him. Inside the guest hall, the three of them sat before Rukong. After listening, the old monk said that Tianru had been the one who sent them here, then asked how she was doing these days. Li Ziwei kept smiling on the outside, but inwardly he was surprised. Wait, these two actually know each other? Rukong regained his usual calm demeanor. folded his hands together and said he understood Li Zivai's problem. He explained that the appearance of an outsider was always unpredictable. Since Li Zivi had arrived, the world's natural order had already begun to change. Hearing that, Li Zivi rubbed his chin. That sounded familiar. This old monk had figured out his identity too. After sitting cross-legged in thought for a while, he asked directly, "So what should I do now?" Rukong smiled and replied, "What belongs to you can never be taken away. What does not belong to you can never truly be kept. Following the natural course is the best path." Li Ziwei interpreted the words in his own way, so the old monk meant he should stop forcing himself to use this body's power. That made sense. He carefully connected those words with what the mistress had said earlier. The more he forced his inner energy, the more blocked his meridians became, just like a knot that tightened the harder it was pulled. Once everything clicked, he clenched his fist with determination. If that was the case, he would start from the basics and slowly reopen his meridians. Even if he never returned to his peak, it was still better than being completely powerless. Even though he did not fully understand the master's words, Li Ziwei happily grabbed Rukong's hand and thanked him. The old monk simply smiled and replied that he was glad he could help. Li Ziwei then pointed at Da Pioliang and asked everyone to examine her too. People kept saying she had a very special constitution. Meanwhile, back at the Green Mountain sect, the place had become little more than ruins. Even the surrounding trees had withered away. Inside the sect, broken objects were scattered across the ground everywhere. A young man stood amid the devastation with a stunned expression and shouted, "What on earth happened here?" He was Gongzi Tong, the Green Mountain sect's senior disciple and the son of Gongzi Qing, with cultivation at the mid-martial master realm. Gongzi Tong followed the trail of blood across the ground and slowly approached a room where strange noises were coming from. Inside, a man who clearly looked like bad news was rummaging through a chest. He picked up an old dusty scroll. Gongzi Tong immediately rushed in and shouted, "What do you think you are doing?" Hearing the voice, the man turned around with a sly grin and calmly replied that he was searching for treasures. Then he asked if Gongzi Tong had come for the same reason. Turning halfway around, he continued that he had heard the Green Mountain sect master had collected many valuable treasures while alive. Now that the man was dead and the sect was gone, leaving them here would only be a waste. Gongzi Tong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank as those words echoed over and over. Father is dead, and the Green Mountain sect is gone too? Overcome with rage, he grabbed the man's collar and shouted that he was lying. His father was about to break through to Martial Saint, and Qingshan sect was one of Yuhong Prefecture's 3 great sects. There was no way it could simply disappear. The man frowned and shot back. "So you're the sect master's son. You really don't know your father secretly worked with the demon cult and trained demonic arts?" He shoved Gongzi Tong away and sneered. "The 3 great sects? Even Wuding sect joined the campaign against the demon cult. Yang Ni is dead, and sparing the Qingshan sect disciples was already merciful." Gongzi Tong stood frozen. The endless stream of shocking news left his mind completely blank. He had barely returned home only to lose his father, his sect, and hear that the man he admired was tied to the demon cult. Anyone else would have collapsed by now. The thief walked behind him and casually warned that if he truly knew nothing, he should change his name and disappear. Anyone connected to the demon cult would eventually be dragged into it. He never noticed Gongzi Tong's face had turned as dark as night and kept rubbing salt into the wound. Then a flash of sword light cut through the air so fast he never even reacted before his body was split in half. Gongzi Tong remained standing there, gripping the sword he had just swung as fresh blood dripped from the blade. He stepped past the corpse, his killing intent growing stronger. The murder of his father would never go unanswered. "Father, rest easy. I will avenge you." The sunlight continued to shine over the crowded marketplace as people filled the streets with endless activity. Among the crowd, a figure dressed entirely in black quietly walked forward. As Gongzi Tong kept moving, he suddenly overheard 2 men talking behind him. One asked if the other had heard about Qingshan sect. The other immediately replied that everyone knew about it and claimed he had been there. The battle was so chaotic he could barely tell friend from foe, and zombie-like martial artists even appeared. Without someone's help, he would have died long ago. Just as he was speaking excitedly, a hand hidden beneath a black cloak suddenly landed heavily on his shoulder. The 2 men turned around in shock, their eyes widening instantly. Beneath the black cloak stood Gongzi Tong with icy eyes and a chilling smile. A sinister aura surrounded him as he quietly asked, "Can you tell me everything that happened that day?" The scene shifted to the main hall, where everything was peaceful and silent beneath the warm sunlight. At that moment, Away frowned seriously as he repeatedly punched the training post in front of him. His punches never stopped, and his determination was incredible. But after all that effort, the post never moved an inch. Away stared blankly at the result. The training post had only lost a tiny chip, and its durability was still about 99.99%. He turned around looking ready to cry. Both hands were swollen bright red as he screamed inside from the pain. So this was what being a beginner felt like. Clutching his aching hands, Away was practically ready to collapse when Pyoliang walked in carrying a cup of tea. She happily walked over and gently told him to take a break and drink something. Away was squatting on the ground with a gloomy face, while both hands were swollen from training. As soon as he heard her, Away accepted the bowl and politely thanked Pyoliang. She simply smiled and said it was nothing. She gently brushed her hair aside, her soft expression mixed with a hint of sadness. She slowly said that he had saved her, cared for her younger sister, and even taught her martial arts so she could protect herself. She had no idea how to repay such kindness. Away quietly listened while drinking. Pyoliang continued that after being away for 2 years, no familiar faces remained except the old man. Her parents had long passed away, and her little sister was her only family left. Her eyes were sincere yet slightly shy. She secretly thought that ever since losing his memory, Away had become much more straightforward. He complimented her beauty every single day, which always embarrassed her. Placing a hand on her chest, she softly admitted that having him here made her feel much safer. Away looked at her with admiration, silently praising her gentle nature. Ever since returning from Kongchan Temple, she had stayed by his side almost all the time. But then, he suddenly remembered how Pyoliang would carry a bowl into his room while he was writing, smiling brightly as she happily called his name. Even when he was taking a bath, she still walked in carrying a bowl and called out to Away, startling him so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin. Even when Away and Shu Ni were standing so close they were almost hugging, she suddenly appeared again, still carrying that familiar bowl, and cheerfully told him to drink some tea. Shu Ni was so furious she nearly attacked on the spot, her killing intent flaring wildly. Luckily, Away stopped her in time and awkwardly smoothed things over. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Away fell silent. Was she getting way too attached to him? He had no idea what that monk had told her. Just then, rustling leaves echoed from a nearby bush as if something had moved inside. Hidden in the bushes, Zedong secretly watched Away's every move, wondering if this was really the famous village chief everyone talked about. Seeing Away and Pyoliang chatting happily, Zedong's eyes turned cold. Wasn't this woman always by his father's side? It looked like she had betrayed him. He studied Away from a distance and silently judged him. The guy looked completely ordinary, dressed so plainly that even a monkey could probably knock him down. Yet she chose to follow him. It made no sense. The more Zedong thought about it, the more confident he became. He had heard this man was the child's master, but that was probably just a cover. He might as well kill him now. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he tightened his grip on the engraved dagger in his hand. In the next instant, he burst out of the bushes and charged straight ahead. But at that exact moment, he stepped on a dry branch, and a loud crack echoed beneath his foot. "Brother Away, are you training?" Just as danger closed in, a voice suddenly rang out, freezing Zedong in place as his eyes widened in panic. The voice also caught the attention of Away and Xiaofu. Both of them turned toward the sound, completely unsure what had happened. Away glanced at the quiet bushes and guessed the wind had simply snapped a branch. Xiaofu immediately agreed, saying strong autumn winds were perfectly normal. But a moment later, he frowned. The timing seemed a little too perfect. Maybe the branch had broken because of Brother Away's training. Meanwhile, Zedong was lying flat against the grass as if he had been knocked over, silently cursing his terrible luck. He gritted his teeth and raised his head, his face twisted with anger as he secretly cursed T-sect. Just then, Xiaofu spoke again. Zedong quickly calmed down and listened carefully. Xiaofu explained that he came because a strange phenomenon had appeared in Gusu. Ancient records mentioned a cave in the north that hid a secret treasure not belonging to this world. Hearing that, Away rested his hands on his hips and calmly asked, "A treasure that doesn't belong to this world?" Xiaofu happily explained that realms like the immortal realm or divine realm might truly exist. He was not that interested himself, but rumors claimed the treasure had been left behind by a martial god. Away looked confused and asked, "Didn't everyone say no one has ever seen a martial god?" Xiaofu immediately replied, "That's exactly why it's called a rumor." Away rubbed his chin and looked off to the side, so that was how it was. Seeing his reaction, Xiaofu smiled with satisfaction, convinced that Brother Away had finally become interested. Xiaofu reached out as if inviting him, and excitedly said this treasure's appearance would attract countless experts fighting for their chance. He planned to join the fun, and asked if Away wanted to come along. Although he smiled naturally, Xiaofu was secretly calculating everything. With Brother Away's strength, obtaining the treasure would probably be effortless. As long as he got a small share, he might even reach the martial emperor realm. Away also began thinking seriously. Just how powerful had this body been before? Even if it had never reached martial god, it probably was not far below it. With that thought, he smiled with growing excitement. If it really was a martial god's legacy, then this trip would definitely be worth it. Away immediately asked Xiaofu when they would leave. Xiaofu happily answered that they would depart tonight, and if they traveled quickly, they would arrive in 4 or 5 days. The moment he heard that, Away's face fell. A ride of an hour or two was fine, but sitting in a horse carriage for several days would be torture. Xiaofu explained that horses also needed rest, and even using lightness skills would still take 1 or 2 days. He worried Away would wear himself out, but Away immediately cut him off and said there was no need. Suddenly thinking of something fun, Away pointed at the sky and grinned at Xiaofu. "Want to experience high-speed flight? My lightness skill is much faster than any horse." Xiaofu looked at him in confusion and asked what was so special about lightness skills. A moment later, everyone was left speechless. Away was carrying 4 people at once, 1 child in front, 1 person on his back, and 1 in each hand, while racing through the sky at an unbelievable speed. Away was clearly enjoying himself and turned to ask Xiaofu how the ride felt. Wu Jin looked like his soul had left his body. His face was completely pale, his eyes rolled back, and he kept screaming, "Master, I can't breathe anymore." Xiaofu was not doing much better. Away was gripping his hair tightly, leaving his whole body stiff as he silently wished Away would just let him fly on his own. Away descended toward the ground, revealing a river below with a boat anchored on the water. The moment they landed, Xiaofu bent over and started dry heaving. His whole body shook uncontrollably as he stammered, We finally made it." Meanwhile, Away looked completely unaffected. Standing beside them with his eyes closed, he casually bragged that he had experienced far crazier high-speed thrills before. He never expected martial artists to have such weak endurance. Hearing Away brag behind him, Xiaofu's face darkened even more. Even that young lady stayed calmer than he did. Brother Away was probably looking down on him now. No one noticed Wu Jin lying flat on the ground, like his soul was about to leave his body. His face was deathly pale, drool ran from his mouth, and in his hallucination he could even see his great-grandmother smiling and waving at him. But a moment later, Wu Jin suddenly sensed something around him and looked up in surprise. He instantly jumped to his feet and shouted with a still purple face, "We're here already." Just then, a figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared behind Away's group, holding a sword in one hand while slowly removing the hat with the other. It turned out to be a young woman. Holding the hat lightly, she smiled and reminded them that the secret realm would not open for another 7 days, so there was no need to rush. Away immediately took a step back, struck an exaggerated pose, and nervously shouted, "Who are you?" The young woman bowed politely with clasped hands and introduced herself as Sui Jue. After hearing her name, Away could only blink repeatedly, secretly thinking it was a very unusual name that made no sense to him. As soon as Wu Jin understood the situation, his face turned even paler. He hurriedly told Away that he had something important to take care of first. Countless experts would gather once the treasure appeared, and with his strength, staying here was practically asking to die. Away simply waved with a smile and told Wu Jin to go ahead, then remember to send him a letter afterward. Wu Jin immediately stepped closer and stuffed a thick stack of banknotes into Away's hand. Holding back tears, he too faster to take good care of himself, use the money first, and withdraw more from the bank if it was not enough. In the end, the 5 of them stood on the shore watching Wu Jin aboard the boat with tears in his eyes, waving a white handkerchief as he shouted, "Master, your disciple will miss you." Xiaofu watched the scene with amusement and laughed, saying Away's disciple was truly interesting. Deep down, however, he thought the young man was obviously a ridiculously wealthy young master, just a little simpleton. Away quietly turned to look at him. Sui Jue also looked toward Away, and cheerfully asked what everyone's plans were next. Hearing that, Away grinned and said, "Logistics come first. If we're going treasure hunting, we should prepare our supplies before anything else." Suijue smiled until her eyes curved into crescents and said, "In that case, I'll see you again in 5 days." As she watched the 4 of them leave, Xiaofu curiously asked Away if he knew the girl. Without even looking back, Away rested his hands behind his head and calmly replied, "Nope." The answer left Suijue frozen for several seconds. Just, a man hurried over to her side and loudly reported that they had finally found her. Looking like he was about to cry, he begged her not to run off again. Even losing 5 heads would not be enough if something happened to her. Suijue puffed out her cheeks, glanced back at him, and casually replied, Yeah, I know. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility myself. You're way too timid." She then watched Away's group disappear into the distance and smiled with anticipation. This trip had already been worth it. She never expected to meet the legendary Master and Disciples trio here. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Xiaofu stood outside Away's room, knocked on the door several times, and called out to ask if he was awake. The door opened, and Piaoliang walked out with a bright smile, happily announcing that everything was ready. Xiaofu laughed and told the slightly shy Piaoliang that after 5 full days of preparation, the treasure was as good as theirs. Just then, Away stepped out of the room wearing a cloak, holding a shovel in one hand and a gleaming golden compass in the other. Grinning with excitement, he said, "Let's go. My shovel can't wait anymore." Xiaofu was left completely speechless. With a blank expression, Xiaofu asked what kind of outfit that was. Away simply smiled mysteriously and replied with one word, "Cosplay." The scene shifted to the legendary treasure site, a massive cave surrounded by dense trees. Countless people had already gathered outside when a voice suddenly called out, "Sect Master Xia, you're here to join the fun too?" The speaker added that once everyone entered the cave, status would earn them any mercy. A young man glanced at Away's group, who were busy studying the golden compass, and asked Xiaofu who they were. Xiaofu immediately introduced Away as the famous innkeeper of Peace Inn. Someone behind Away laughed and said, "So you're the one who hunted down the Qingshan sect master. What an honor." But the man beside him crossed his arms and scoffed. "He only killed a demon cult member. What's so impressive about that?" Away immediately turned to look at them. He pointed at the group and asked Xiaofu who they were. Xiaofu explained that most of them were sect masters or well-known martial arts experts. Xiaofu suddenly asked Away if his cousin had really not secretly followed him into such a dangerous place. Deep down, he thought Hongshu joining them would not have been a bad idea. Away confidently rested his hands on his hips and said he had told Xioni to stay home and watch the house. Hearing that, Xiaofu immediately fell silent. Out of nowhere, Sui jumped in front of Away with a cheerful smile and asked to join them. She said she only wanted to look around, and if they found the treasure, she would gladly let them have it all. Away happily gave her a thumbs up and agreed without hesitation. Xiaofu, however, folded his arms, closed his eyes, and objected immediately. Before long, Away's group entered the cave. The interior was dimly lit, with jagged stone pillars rising everywhere. They ventured deeper, completely unaware that someone behind them was secretly watching their every move. Walking at the rear, Xiaofu looked far from pleased as he watched the smiling Suijue ahead. He silently analyzed that her aura was extremely unusual, and she seemed to be using something to hide her true appearance. This was definitely not simple. Piaoliang suddenly placed a hand on her chest and nervously looked behind them, saying she kept feeling like someone was following them. Away rested his hand on the cave wall and turned to ask, "Are you sure someone's following us?" But without realizing it, he pressed a hidden switch in the wall, instantly activating the cave's mechanism. The moment he sensed something was wrong, Away froze in place. His eyes widened with bloodshot veins as one thought raced through his mind. "We're doomed. I triggered a trap." But all that came out was a tiny mouse. The 5 of them stood there speechless, silently watching it scamper away. A few seconds later, Away turned around, flashed a confident thumbs up, and told Piaoliang, "Don't worry, beautiful. It's just a mouse. I'll protect you." Piaoliang beamed with a bright smile and obediently replied, "I knew you would." The cave fell quiet again, with only the sound of dripping water echoing through the stone, mixed with faint noises as if someone was desperately holding something back. Hidden in the darkness behind them, Zedong watched with a sinister gaze while gripping an arrow tightly against his chest. But his thoughts were already in chaos. Had Away discovered him? Was that mouse comment aimed at him? Just then, Away accidentally pressed another hidden switch in the wall and immediately shouted, "Oh, no, I triggered another trap." Before he could recover, his next step landed on another mechanism beneath the floor. He cried out again, "Now my feet set one off too." Awee's face instantly changed as he flailed his arms and legs to dodge the arrows flying at him, running around while yelling, "There's another trap here. Why are there traps everywhere?" Xiaofu and Suijue stood safely in one corner, helplessly watching the chaos unfold. After a while, Away turned back with an embarrassed smile, scratched his head, and apologized. He never expected his luck to be this terrible. Staring at the path ahead, Away carefully lifted each step as sweat formed on his forehead. He muttered that there were simply too many traps here and they could not afford to be careless. Xiaofu leaned forward to inspect the path with complete focus, while Suijue began wondering if all of this was really just bad luck. She turned to Xiaofu with an awkward smile, pointed at Away, and asked if he was always this unlucky. Xiaofu simply smirked. Folding his arms and raising his chin proudly, he declared, "How shallow. That way of thinking is far too shallow." Suijue only became more confused. Xiaofu raised a hand and asked her two questions. First, how could Brother Away hit every hidden mechanism with such perfect accuracy? Second, after triggering so many traps, why had nothing truly dangerous happened? Suijue covered her mouth as if she had suddenly realized something. Stroking his beard, Xiaofu calmly nodded. "Exactly what you're thinking." He pointed at Away and confidently announced, "There is only one truth. What looks accidental is actually Brother Away deliberately triggering every trap to secretly disable them and protect everyone." Suiju's eyes instantly lit up. It felt like she had just discovered the ultimate truth, so that was it. She looked at Away with newfound respect, thinking the rumors were true. This hidden master stayed humble, devoted himself to teaching his disciples, and disguised himself as an ordinary man. Up ahead, Away was still jumping around and yelling, "Seriously? Why are there traps everywhere? I was being so careful." Behind him, Xiaofu kept reminding him to be careful, while Suijue covered her mouth with watery eyes. In her mind, she had already completed the entire story. To protect everyone, he was even willing to ruin his own image. Although the acting was a little obvious. Suiju's eyes sparkled even brighter as she clasped her hands against her chest. Her heart raced. Her idol really gave people an overwhelming sense of security. Suddenly, Xiaofu appeared right behind her, one hand on his beard, and said there was one last question. Suijue jumped in surprise and quickly turned around. She instinctively stepped back, her body tensing as her thoughts raced. Had this old man recognized her? She had heard he used to carry her when she was little. No, that could not be right. She had taken a disguise pill. Had he still seen through it? She was not ready to be dragged back to the palace yet. Xiaofu's expression turned serious as he stared at Suiju with suspicion. He asked why she wanted to get close to Brother Away and how she knew his identity so well. What he did not know was that his memory of the little girl from years ago had long since faded away. Caught off guard, Suijue froze, unable to think of an answer. Her face flushed red as she folded her arms and looked away. This heroine simply thought everyone seemed nice and wanted to make friends. Is there a problem with that? As for his identity. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her eyes lit up as she happily said, "Didn't you introduce him yourself earlier?" Xiaofu paused for a moment. "Oh, I guess I did." Looking farther ahead, countless crossbows could be seen mounted all across the cave walls. The only problem was that every single one had already fired all of its arrows. Zidong stood motionless in the dusty cave, his face completely frozen. Behind him lay piles of shattered traps he had accidentally triggered. His clothes were torn, his body was covered in dust, and he clutched his juzus in speechless frustration. Without realizing it, he had unknowingly cleared every trap behind Awee's group. Grinding his teeth, Zidong was so furious he wanted to curse nonstop. Bastard, what a bastard. He imagined Away laughing at him while pretending to complain about his own terrible luck. The more Zidong thought about it, the angrier he became. Forget fighting head-on. Away had played such a dirty trick while acting like an innocent fool. The more he imagined it, the more elaborate the whole scheme became in his mind, until he was trembling with rage. He tightened his grip on his blade, completely unwilling to accept it. Zidong's eyes darkened with murderous intent. Killing his father was not enough. Now Away had humiliated him like this too. Fine, he would kill them all. But in the very next second, he stepped on a broken trap beneath his feet, slipped, and crashed to the ground. His eyes rolled back, foam spilled from his mouth, and all strength left his body. Trembling, he barely managed to mutter, "I will kill." Before he could finish, he collapsed completely as the poison fully took effect. Meanwhile, Away turned back with a puzzled look and asked, "You really want me to lead the way? You've all seen how terrible my luck is." Xiaofu immediately raised a hand and cheered, "Go for it." Suijue happily chimed in, claiming her luck was even worse. Away reluctantly nodded and took the lead again, warning everyone not to blame him if something went wrong. Deep down, he wondered if they were using him as a human shield because his body was tougher than theirs. But if they ran into poison gas, they would all be doomed anyway. The moment he took another step, his foot landed on yet another hidden mechanism. Away jumped in shock and shouted in panic, "See, every single step hits a trap. No one could trigger them as accurately as I do." Watching the scene, Suijue suddenly cried out in surprise. Behind Away, a massive golden door slowly opened, glowing with brilliant light, while the man himself simply turned around in confusion, having no idea what had happened. Xiaofu and Suijue stared with eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, Pioliang and her younger sister smiled happily. All four of them shared the exact same thought, the hidden chamber entrance. Away calmly glanced at the glowing doorway and said, "So this is where the treasure is hidden. I guess the heavens finally decided to make up for my bad luck." Suijue's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Xiaofu trembled with excitement. To him, there was only one conclusion. Brother Away was incredible. He had found the hidden chamber the instant he made his move. Filled with excitement, Suijue ran toward the glowing entrance, urging everyone to hurry inside so she could see what was waiting there. But just then, an iron chain suddenly whipped past her face, causing her eyes to widen. A small cut appeared on her cheek as blood slowly trickled down. 3 men wearing matching yellow robes appeared behind her with malicious smiles. The black-haired leader held the very chain that had struck her and casually said, "Sorry, my hand slipped." He then looked toward Away's group and said, "How about we make a deal? Let us go in first." Suijuet turned to him with icy eyes, wiped the blood from her face, and coldly replied, "Where did you idiots come from? Don't you know who was here first? We found this hidden chamber." The black-haired man casually picked at his ear and sneered, "So what? The strongest always gets it first." Away stepped forward and smiled calmly at them. "No need to get worked up. It's just a hidden chamber. If you want to go first, be my guest." Suijue immediately turned to look at him. The 3 men instantly grinned with satisfaction. They walked toward the hidden chamber entrance, and before going inside, one of them sneered, "Looks like the kid knows his place." After they disappeared inside, Suijue looked at Away in confusion and asked if he was really going to let them go first. Disappointment was written all over her face. She even wondered if the intelligence she had gathered before was completely wrong. Why was this legendary master giving in so easily? Away closed his eyes and calmly replied, "You all misunderstood this time." Folding his arms, he spoke mysteriously. Someone once said that the first person to charge into a fortress is usually the first one to smash his head open. Suijue frowned as she thought about his words. Outside, Xiaofu and Piaoliang listened as Away continued explaining, "This place is packed with traps. Who knows what horrors are hidden inside the chamber? Letting them rush in first means they can clear the way for us." Suijue rubbed her chin thoughtfully, finally understanding his plan. Xiaofu also realized it at the same time and clapped his hands in admiration. The scene shifted deep inside the hidden chamber. The 3 men looked around the room until they spotted a box resting at the far end, radiating dazzling golden light. Strange cloud-like carvings covered its surface, making it look incredibly mysterious. The black-haired man rushed forward, unable to contain his excitement. "It's really the treasure." The bald man immediately sprinted after him, grinning from ear to ear like he had found free gold. The long-haired man stayed silent, but his glowing eyes revealed he was just as thrilled. But just as the leader was celebrating, his body suddenly staggered, his eyes rolled back, and his words were cut off before he could finish. The long-haired man froze in place, staring at the 2 collapsing bodies with wide eyes, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Once they hit the ground, he hurried over in panic, desperately calling for his big brother and Ergo. At that very moment, Away arrived. Away and Xiao Shui stood there watching the scene. 2 men lay motionless on the floor, while the last survivor knelt beside them, crying in despair. Away glanced around and chuckled. "Just as I thought, this place really was trapped." Hearing that, the remaining man gritted his teeth, covered his mouth with his sleeve, and pointed furiously at Away. He spun around with a murderous glare and roared that Away had clearly known the room was filled with poison, yet deliberately tricked them into entering first. Wiping away his tears, he cried that his big brother and Ergo were finished, and everything had gone exactly the way Away wanted. He even regretted not forcing Away to go in first. Away looked confused and replied that he thought the man regretted coming here to steal the treasure in the first place. Away then looked ahead and slowly said, "This doesn't seem like poison gas." Facing the golden-lit chamber, Away examined the room and shared his theory. If it were really poison gas, everyone standing here would have already collapsed. Shafu immediately warned him to be careful, but Away simply glanced back at him. The two unconscious men were lying directly on the square tiles in the center of the floor. Shafu looked around and pointed out that there were no signs of hidden weapons nearby, so the problem had to be this specific area. Away raised a hand in confusion. If it's poison gas, why are we completely fine? And how could the gas stay trapped inside such a tiny space? There's no container here holding that much gas. What is this, some kind of laboratory? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused as if remembering something, then snapped his fingers. Away immediately turned to Shafu and said, "Brother Sha, hand me that torch." Shafu quickly passed it over. While giving him the burning torch, Shafu could not help asking what he planned to do. Away simply smiled. "You'll see." Without hesitation, Away threw the torch straight into the chamber. Shafu silently thought there had to be a reason behind it. The burning torch flew toward the two unconscious men, leaving Shafu and the last survivor frozen in place as they stared at it. A moment later, the survivor clutched his head and screamed in panic, convinced Away was trying to burn the bodies. He slammed his fists against the ground while sobbing, begging his big brother and Ergo to bless him so he could escape this cursed place alive. By now, he had decided Away was a complete psychopath. Even Shafu felt a chill down his spine. He quietly thanked his lucky stars that he had never offended Away. This man clearly repaid every grudge without delay. But just then, Away's eyes lit up with excitement as he pointed ahead. "Just as I thought. This isn't poison gas." Shafu looked at him in confusion. The torch had been burning brightly moments ago, yet the instant it landed inside the chamber, the flame went out as if someone had snuffed it. Shafu let out a long breath after seeing the extinguished torch. For a second, he really thought Away was about to do something outrageous. Stroking his beard, he wondered if it was not poison gas, then was it some kind of formation or another strange phenomenon? Looking at the two unconscious men, Away calmly said, "The condition of your big brother and that other guy." He immediately reached a firm conclusion. They've suffered carbon dioxide poisoning. Shafu and Sui Jue both turned toward him with completely baffled expressions. Away explained that this happens when someone suddenly moves from an area with lower carbon dioxide into one with a much higher concentration. It causes dizziness, headaches, and difficulty breathing. In severe cases, people can faint, and prolonged exposure can even be fatal. Away continued, "This cave is deep underground and poorly ventilated, so carbon dioxide building up here isn't surprising." That idiot walked in laughing with his head tilted back, breathing in huge gulps of air. No wonder he collapsed. Other than Xiao Shuai, the other three stared at him with wide eyes, as if listening to an ancient heavenly scripture. They all shared the same thought. It sounded incredibly impressive, but they had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Shafu suddenly clapped his hands together and said seriously, "In that case, brother Away, stay here and rest. I'll figure out a way to bring the treasure out." He frowned to himself. He had done almost nothing useful the entire journey. If he stood by again this time, when would he ever get a chance to prove himself? Shafu gathered his strength as golden energy quickly wrapped around his arm. Deep down, he thought that although he did not understand Away's explanation, it was obvious this place was extremely dangerous. If he personally retrieved the treasure, Brother Away would surely see him in a new light. With that thought, he let out a loud battle cry. Shafu's body began to transform. His frame swelled, his fingers grew longer, his eyes turned completely white, and golden energy spiraled around him. He was finally getting serious. The nine-bent heart guardian formation. Shafu furrowed his brows and shouted as the formation was completed. But at that exact moment, Away's voice came from behind. He was already holding the glowing golden box in his hands, casually weighing it while commenting on how heavy it was. He picked up the box for a closer look, then his eyes went wide. It was made of real gold. The whole room looked absurd. Shafu stood in the middle, fiercely casting a formation. Away casually held the golden box on the right. The three unlucky men were still lying on the ground in front, while Piaoliang and the others watched from behind. When Shafu saw the box resting in Away's hands, he froze as if struck by lightning. Away casually opened the box and was surprised to find it was not even locked. Xiaofu almost turned to stone, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Was it really that easy? Away looked inside and paused after spotting something completely unexpected. Sui Jue stood beside him with clasped hands and narrowed, smiling eyes, praising Away non-stop while asking to see what was inside. She leaned over to look into the box and instantly froze as well. Everything inside was neatly arranged. There was a camera, a letter, and a small bottle. Sui Jue stared blankly and asked what those things were. The silent secret chamber was suddenly filled with several figures in black robes, and they quietly observed the scene. The leader scanned the area with a grim face and coldly said they had arrived too late. Someone beside him immediately pointed ahead, ready to give chase. But the leader turned back in annoyance and asked who they were supposed to chase, and in which direction. People came and went here like ants. Questioning everyone would take days. After another look around, he decided to withdraw first and report everything to his lord. Just as they turned to leave, one of them accidentally stepped on a hand sticking out of the ground, making the man below scream in pain. Gongzi Tong lay on the ground, clutching his trembling hand and groaning. The man in black was so startled that he screamed about a ghost. Gongzi Tong hurriedly explained that he was still alive. The flustered man pulled out a banknote and tossed it onto Gongzi Tong's face as a quick apology. Someone behind him immediately asked why he was giving away money. The man turned around and he was building up good karma. The other man shot back that someone in their line of work had no business talking about karma. Gongzi Tong quickly grabbed one of their legs and stammered for them to stay. Even though he was grimacing in pain, he refused to let go and asked if they were looking for the secret treasure, because he knew exactly who had taken it. The man smiled with a sly grin and looked down at Gongzi Tong in satisfaction. So good fortune really had arrived. The scene shifted outside, where the house rested peacefully under the sunlight. Inside the house, 5 people sat around a table, with the camera placed neatly in the center. Away seriously examined the device in front of him, while Xiaofu and Sui Jue behind him stared at it like it was a legendary divine relic. Xiaofu looked at Away with complete admiration and kept marveling to himself. Away was truly incredible. He had obtained the treasure so easily. It was black, shiny, and even seemed to glow. There was no way it was ordinary. Away kept studying the camera in his hands, while the 2 behind him could not take their eyes off it. Away pressed several buttons on the camera and frowned. Things were getting out of hand. A camera had appeared out of nowhere. If this existed, there might be even more shocking things ahead. The thought suddenly made him pause. A shocking guess appeared in Away's mind. Could someone like him have existed in this world before? His curiosity surged as he kept pressing the camera's buttons. If this really was a relic left behind by the martial god, then that senior must have already reached the peak. At least another transmigrator had done everyone proud. Beside him, Xiaofu watched in horror and silently screamed. That was a priceless treasure. Who handled it that roughly? The screen suddenly lit up, making Away grin. It works. Xiaofu and Sui Jue immediately rushed over with endless questions. Away quickly aimed the camera at the confused Piaoliang and smiled. Look over here. Give me a smile too. Seeing the device still worked perfectly, Away nodded happily. Piaoliang was startled by the flash and instinctively squinted one eye. Looking at the image on the screen, Away casually commented that she had a pretty good presence. The moment Piaoliang saw herself on the screen, she completely panicked, while Away looked at her in confusion and asked what was wrong. Trembling, she pointed at the camera with a terrified expression as if she had seen a ghost. There was a legendary secret art that could steal people's souls. Could this be it? Away almost laughed. As expected, another ancient misunderstanding of modern technology. Seeing how terrified she was, Away patiently explained that there was nothing to worry about. The device only recorded images. But at that exact moment, a voice suddenly came from the camera, freezing all 3 of them. A hand appeared on the screen as if waving at them. A man wearing glasses appeared, brushed back his hair, and introduced himself as Long Batian, the only martial god in the world. He added that anyone who could open this device was either a fellow transmigrator or incredibly smart. Xiaofu stared at the screen, completely frozen. Sui Jue was no better. Her face was filled with shock as if she had just confirmed something unbelievable. The next second, both of them screamed with eyes ready to pop out. It was the martial god. It was this martial god's divine consciousness. Meanwhile, Away could only glance at them helplessly. He had already said it was just a recording device. A while later, Sui Jue stood outside the door with her head lowered, silently staring at the ground. But in her mind, she kept replaying how calmly Wei had explained everything. The more she thought about it, the more she admired him. This trip had been totally worth it. She had met the legendary village chief and even seen traces of the martial god. On top of that, Wei was far friendlier than she had imagined. She had expected him to be cold and unapproachable. Just then, a man rushed over looking like he was about to cry. The moment he arrived, he shouted, "Princess, my little ancestor, we have to return to the palace right now." Sui Jue crossed her arms and asked impatiently what was so urgent. Her biggest mission was not even finished yet. The man quickly waved his hands and said she had only sneaked out to play. How could that be such a major matter? Sui Jue closed her eyes in satisfaction and slowly shook her head. Then she happily revealed her plan. She wanted to befriend the village chief and take him as her master. As long as she became a Wei's disciple, reaching the peak of life would be guaranteed. The guard was left speechless. He tried to persuade her by saying that becoming someone's disciple required sincerity. When she left the palace, she had only brought banknotes, while all her valuable treasures were left behind. Hearing that, Sui Jue's eyes lit up and she immediately agreed. She really did need to return and prepare first. The guard beside her finally let out a huge sigh of relief. Night fell, and the moonlight shined over the grand palace hall, making the atmosphere both peaceful and solemn. Inside the hall, the emperor stood with his hands behind his back and coldly told a palace maid that the imperial preceptor had been waiting for a long time. His spoiled daughter was probably still wandering somewhere, so she should hurry and bring her back. But just then, someone gently raised a teacup and said there was no need. The man smiled, took a sip of tea, and calmly said he had nothing important to do today, so waiting a little longer was perfectly fine. Inside the luxurious room, one man sat while another stood, and Sui Jue bowed respectfully before them. Looking at the scene, she immediately thought, "Isn't this my mysterious father and the teacher, who only shows up once every 800 years?" Wearing an elegant dress, Sui Jue lifted her skirt with one hand and asked why she had been summoned so late at night. Deep down, she complained that the timing could not have been worse. She had not even finished enjoying the excitement outside. The emperor looked at his daughter with a helpless smile and could only shake his head. This girl was becoming more fearless by the day. The imperial preceptor glanced at Sui Jue and greeted her with a smile. It had been a long time since they last met, and she was still as lively as ever. Then he asked how prepared she was to join tomorrow's rescue mission to Wuming Town. The moment she heard that, Sui Jue shot him a sideways glance. She crossed her arms, turned away, closed her eyes, and refused without hesitation. "This princess is not going. Isn't my royal brother free? Let them handle it. They would probably fight over a mission like this anyway." The emperor could only sigh helplessly. Sui Jue then added that she was busy cultivating. After saying that, she immediately turned around and walked out while dragging her skirt, casually leaving one last remark. "Leave this important mission to my royal brothers. Father, teacher, have a good night." The maids hurried after her, calling for the princess to slow down. Watching her leave, the emperor rubbed his forehead with a headache. This child was getting more stubborn every day. She even dared to show him attitude now, especially with the late emperor's decree backing her up. He then turned to the imperial preceptor with an apologetic expression and explained that the girl had probably just woken up and was in a bad mood. The imperial preceptor stood up with the same faint smile and said there was no need to worry about it. Still smiling as if nothing had happened, he said the princess had always been straightforward, so he would not take it personally. Perhaps he had been too busy lately and had not paid enough attention to her, which was why she had become a little dissatisfied. After saying that, the imperial preceptor bowed and asked to leave. The emperor waved his hand and told him to take his time. The scene shifted to the imperial preceptor's courtyard. He smiled faintly and dismissed the two guards with a wave. They immediately bowed and obeyed. The door closed behind him. The room was empty, yet that polite smile never left his face. Then he slowly raised a hand to his face. With practiced ease, he removed the mask, revealing that his true identity was a woman. She also took off the outer robe, exposing the cloth tightly wrapped around her chest. Letting out a long breath, she muttered that she had almost suffocated. Tian Xuan gently rubbed her face. A black-clad figure appeared behind her, and she calmly asked whether they had obtained the item. The man in black bowed respectfully and admitted they had arrived one step too late. He then turned toward Gong's Tong, who was kneeling on the floor, and said they had failed to recover the treasure, but had brought back someone who knew where it was. Hearing his name, Gong Zitong immediately became agitated and started shouting. He accused Li Ziwei of robbery, arson, and every crime imaginable. He even dared to steal the treasure their lord wanted. Tianchi closed her eyes and casually cleaned her ear, looking completely uninterested. Then she asked, "Did he kill your father or something?" Gong Zitong burst into tears and asked how she knew. Tian Xuan was briefly stunned, so it really was a blood feud. Gong Zitong slammed the ground in anger and shouted that Li Ziwei had not only killed his father, but had also framed him as a remnant of the demonic sect. In his eyes, those people were the real parasites. But the moment Tian Xuan heard the words demonic sect, she tilted her head, her eyes turning ice cold as she slowly repeated the name. Standing with one hand on her waist, her aura completely changed. She looked down at him with killing intent and asked, "The demonic sect? Those rat-faced fools?" A crimson force instantly wrapped around Gong Zitong's neck, lifting him as he coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Tian Xuan's face darkened as her glowing eyes locked onto Gong Zitong hanging helplessly in the air. Only then did he realize something was terribly wrong. The lack of air made his head spin. Tian Xuan narrowed her eyes and coldly told him to repeat what he had just said. At that moment, Gong Zitong finally realized the woman before him was a member of the demonic sect. Losing all interest, she waved her hand and sent Gong Zitong crashing onto the floor. Then she calmly ordered her subordinate to dispose of him since he was obviously trying to use them to kill someone. At the same time, she ordered them to keep searching for the secret treasure. As Gong Zitong was dragged away, all color drained from his face. He desperately shouted that he had not meant any disrespect. Everyone knew the demonic sect's fearsome reputation. The real problem was that those people worked for the Iron Robe sect. Rolling his eyes in panic, Gong Zitong hurriedly added that traitors like them deserved to die. In his opinion, they should be wiped out in the Demon Lord's name. Tian Xuan was about to finish him off but suddenly raised a hand and told everyone to wait. She crossed her arms, stared at Gong Zitong, and suspiciously asked how he knew their identities. Gong Zitong sat collapsed on the floor, barely able to catch his breath. He quickly crawled forward and explained in panic that there was a white-haired woman with them. He had seen her portrait before. She was Hong Shu, the Demon Lord's trusted right hand. She was also incredibly close to Li Ziwei and even followed his orders. Almost everyone in Yuhang Town knew about it. Tian Xuan rubbed her chin thoughtfully and frowned. Hong Shu? She is still alive? The scene shifted elsewhere. Inside a spacious house, a loud sneeze suddenly broke the silence. Shu Ni was dusting the room with a feather duster. She rubbed her nose and jokingly counted the old saying. 1 sneeze means someone misses you. 2 means someone is cursing you. 3 means someone cannot stop thinking about you. Thinking of that, she blushed and smiled shyly. It looked like her master was missing her. At the same time, Awei pulled a tiny object from inside the paper. It looked just like a SIM card. Awei held it up with interest and smiled. I knew it. Something hidden this deep inside a cave could not just be a bunch of random vlogs. He continued reading the note. It was basically Long Batian introducing himself again, explaining that he had transmigrated here and was not originally from this world. He even complained about not knowing what bizarre place this was, what dynasty it belonged to, or what remote village he had ended up in. But after reading for only a short while, Awei casually tossed the stack of papers behind him. Too many words. Not reading all that. He turned his attention back to the camera and immediately powered it on to check its contents. He guessed that something hidden this carefully had to be important and might even prove useful to him. A burst of static came from the camera as it powered up, followed by a voice checking the equipment. A moment later, Long Batten appeared on screen. He adjusted his glasses and grumbled that he had finally found the right camera angle. This thing was harder to use than he expected. He stepped back, waved with a bright smile, and asked if the person watching was wondering why a camera existed in this world. Sitting confidently on the steps with one leg crossed over the other, Long Batian introduced himself. He called himself the Martial God, which sounded pretty impressive. As a senior, he wanted to help future transmigrators survive here, but first he had a confession. After an awkward laugh, he admitted he actually knew nothing about martial arts. Hearing that, Awei froze on the spot. His face darkened and he stared blankly as if he had just been scammed. The screen switched to a blue profile card. Long Batian, born in 2333, a failed scientist but a loyal believer in materialism. Cause of death, staying awake for 7 straight days before collapsing from overwork. Beside the text was a childhood photo of him wearing oversized glasses wrapped in a blanket. He had transmigrated before birth. The scene changed to a battle between cultivators. A crowd watched excitedly below, while the young Long Badian was carried in a woman's arms as he witnessed it all. The woman smiled, thinking the baby was fascinated by the fight. In reality, Long Badian was screaming inside because his entire materialist worldview was falling apart. But only a few seconds later, his expression flipped completely. He became wildly excited. A legendary fantasy world? That actually sounded amazing. Just then, the system appeared and coldly corrected him. Unfortunately, this was not a fantasy world. Long Badian looked at the two fighters, blasting shockwaves and flashes of light everywhere, then immediately snapped. With effects like these flying all over the place, how is this not a fantasy world? A shockwave swept past and shattered his glasses, leaving the young Long Badian completely terrified. Several years later, beneath a clear blue sky beside a small cottage, Long Badian stood in a horse stance, drenched in sweat and trembling all over. He explained that according to the system, this was only a low-level world, and his mission was to complete every task it assigned. Long Badian looked pale and painfully thin after endless training. Gasping for breath, he complained that he could not take it anymore, but the system calmly replied that a man should never say he could not. The following days were no better. He was forced to keep holding the horse stance until every limb shook uncontrollably. The system mercilessly encouraged him. Just 2 more minutes. Otherwise, your reward will be an electric shock. Long Badian explained that ever since he was stuck with this cursed system, his life had become pure hell. Just the other day, it forced him into painful splits until he almost cried, only for the system to announce that his posture was incorrect. If he failed to fix it, another electric shock was waiting. He thought transmigration would change his life, but instead he became an unpaid employee. A few days earlier, the system had forced him to do 1,000 push-ups. He only reached 56 before it started threatening him with electricity again. The notification window hovered over his head non-stop, warning him not to give up unless he wanted punishment. Shaking from head to toe, soaked in sweat and pale as a ghost, Long Badian shouted that even 100 million shocks would not help. This body was even weaker than his last one. He was completely done with this. If the world needed saving, the system could do it itself. He did not even have any privacy left. The system calmly explained that he had been chosen at random, and it had no authority to change that. If he tried to leave by force, his consciousness would disappear as well. As for privacy, there was no need to worry. The screen would automatically be blocked whenever he used the bathroom. Back in the present, Li Zizui looked at the camera and laughed. Reborn before birth, a system, endless missions that Senior really collected every classic transmigration trope. After that, he kept watching to pass the time. But when he noticed the video was 6 hours long, his old habit kicked in, and he immediately turned on fast forward. The screen showed Long Badian grinning while holding a ginseng he had traded for. He summed up his life with one simple sentence: complete missions, earn points, then repeat. The next scene showed him beaming with excitement while holding a laser weapon. Everything still revolved around the same cycle: grind missions and collect points. The footage sped up again. Long Badian unleashed a hail of bullets at the people around him, while the system kept announcing bonus points. From someone who knew nothing about martial arts, he had eventually upgraded himself into the martial god. The next scene showed him wearing cutting-edge power armor, laser goggles, and an all-purpose combat weapon, while striking a dramatic victory pose. Huge red reward notifications filled the sky. Beneath his feet lay the defeated enemy, while the crowd behind him roared an unforgettable slogan: "If martial strength is not enough, then science will do the job." The scene shifted to Long Badian sipping tea in front of a computer when the system announced his points had exceeded 10 million, unlocking premium items. It also revealed the final mission. Once completed, the world would undergo purification, wiping out all life before recreating it from scratch. The system assured him that his consciousness would be preserved. No matter how much it talked, Long Badian kept staring at his computer as if he heard nothing. The system urged him again to purchase the designated item, warning that refusal would result in immediate punishment. This time he finally snapped. He slammed his cup onto the table and jumped to his feet. All it ever did was rush him around. Those points were something he had earned with endless effort. A purchase window appeared, asking him to confirm spending all 100 million points on a single item. His fingers slowly moved toward the button. Long Badian smiled strangely as he looked at the item he had chosen. Even the system was confused and asked if he had selected the wrong one. He burst into laughter. The item was the perfect 10 tonic pill, priced at exactly 100 million points. He casually added that what he had been drinking was not coffee at all. It was poison. The system immediately began malfunctioning as alarms echoed non-stop. Host poisoned. Emergency antidote required. Insufficient points to purchase treatment. Death in 10 minutes. Attempting emergency shutdown. System failure detected. Entering sleep mode. Hearing that, Long Batian laughed like a madman. The day had finally come. Constant missions and endless electric shocks. It deserved this. The system desperately warned that if it disappeared, his consciousness would vanish as well. Long Batian did not care. He leaned back in his chair and smiled. If I die, I die. I have always believed in materialism. Ever heard of a cornered dog jumping over the wall? Never underestimate a programmer. Then Long Batian raised his middle finger toward the sky and cursed. If I had not wanted to get my revenge on you, I would have hanged myself in front of my computer long ago. Goodbye, idiot. A while later, the screen announced that the video had ended. Li Ziwei stood there holding the camera, completely stunned for several seconds. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Seriously? That was way better than he expected. Somehow it even felt more exciting than his own experience. It could easily be its own series with Long Batian as the main character. When he turned around, he noticed he was still holding a thick stack of pages packed with writing. Remembering Long Batian flipping off the world before disappearing, Li Ziwei suddenly had an idea. I forgot to check what the perfect 10 tonic pill actually does, but it sounds amazing. Might as well give it a try. Oh, and remember to buy my autobiography too. That old guy was seriously awesome. After saying that, Li Ziwei rested both hands on the table with an unusually serious expression. Mom was right. Programmers are built differently. If I had known, I would have studied computer science back then. And if the system could preserve consciousness, it was basically talking about souls. As for wiping out every living thing, that sounded like a real apocalypse. Lost in thought, he picked up the small bottle from the table. He had no idea when the system would wake up again. He could only hope he would still be alive by then. Besides, a name like Perfect 10 Tonic Pill sounded reliable enough. He poured out a perfectly round red pill and muttered to himself, "Same rule as always. If I do not eat it, someone else eventually will." Trusting his predecessor, Li Ziwei stopped hesitating and swallowed the pill. Not long afterward, a warm sensation spread through his entire body. But even after waiting for a while, nothing seemed to change. Everything looked completely normal. What Li Ziwei did not know was that a strange mark had quietly appeared on the back of his neck. Meanwhile, he wondered if the medicine had expired. Time passed until the night of the full moon. Inside a quiet room, Hong Xiu's face was bright red as she hugged and rubbed against a pillow, letting out soft little sounds. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind. She missed her master so much. Suddenly, she imagined Da Piaoliang hugging Li Ziwei with a bright smile, saying she would take good care of him in Hong Xiu's place. Thinking about it made her grit her teeth in frustration. So annoying. Master left without taking me along. She is only a heavenly maiden. What is so special about her? Hong Xiu wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and reminded herself to stay calm. Stop overthinking. Master left me behind because he trusts me. I have to protect this place no matter what. Just then, a strange noise suddenly echoed through the room, putting Hong Xiu on full alert. Her eyes widened as she spun around in an instant, drawing her crimson sword and pointing it straight at the black-clad figure. Who's there? The razor-sharp blade stopped just inches from the intruder's face. The mysterious figure stared at the sword with wide eyes, while Hong Xiu coldly demanded to know their identity. Standing before her was a stunning red-haired woman with irresistible charm, looking at Hong Xiu with clear interest. So it really is you. The moment Hong Xiu recognized her, her expression immediately changed. She lowered her sword slightly and greeted her. Lady Tian Xuan, it's been a long time. Tian Xuan rested a hand on her cheek, tilted her head and smiled softly. Indeed, time really does fly. But the moment those words ended, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. Folding her arms, Tian Xuan looked at Hong Xiu and asked, "You seem to be doing well. I assume senior brother is safe too?" Hong Xiu closed her eyes and answered without hesitation, "Master is that powerful. Nothing could possibly happen to him." Hearing that, Tian Xuan's eyes lit up. She pointed at Hong Xiu and continued, "But I heard you've been working with the Iron Robe sect." Hong Xiu immediately denied it. "Who told you that? Are you questioning my loyalty?" Master infiltrated the Iron Robe sect, befriended an elder of the Wuding sect, and even brought the Eternal Pavilion under his control. Then she looked at Tian Xuan with a faint smile. What about you? You spent years hiding just to become the imperial preceptor. Yet when the demonic sect was destroyed and Master disappeared, you couldn't help at all. Tian Xuan's face darkened after being hit where it hurt most. The only thought in her mind was that this girl was just as annoying as ever. Taking a deep breath, she turned to leave and replied, "I'm different from you. I use my brain. For Senior Brother's plan, I've spent all these years secretly searching for the hidden treasure." Hongshu smiled as she watched her. Master has already gone to the treasure site with the Iron Robe sect's leader. Looks like you won't have to worry about that anymore, Lady Tianshuan. Tianshuan immediately turned back. Don't tell me Li Zui, as Hongshu calmly folded her arms. That's Master's new identity. You understand now. Then she smiled again. Oh, right. Master also left a message. His cultivation is gone, his manpower is limited, so everyone should quietly develop in secret, stay humble and avoid trouble. Be a good person in Yuhong Town, starting with me. I don't know any demonic sect. Lady Tianshuan should follow the new rules too. After hearing all of that, Tianshuan looked completely confused. None of it made any sense to her. A moment later, her expression grew even darker. These words were far too strange. Senior Brother had always taken pride in founding the demonic sect. Hongshu placed a hand on her cheek, and the moment Li Zui came to mind, her face turned as red as a tomato. Honestly, Master's disguise is nearly flawless. It's even better than before. Tianshuan narrowed her eyes and asked again, "You personally confirmed it?" Hongxiu answered with absolute confidence. "Of course, I could never mistake Master's aura." Tianshuan rested her chin in thought. Back when the demonic sect was first founded, Senior Brother loved using different identities to move around unnoticed. He always carried the demonic sect token, so Hongshu was unlikely to be mistaken. Even so, something still felt suspicious. A subtle change flashed across her eyes. It seemed she would have to investigate personally. The scene shifted outside. Da Piaoliang stood at Awei's door and gently knocked a few times. "Awei, may I come in?" She quietly waited outside for a while. Li Ziwei welcomed Da Piaoliang into the room with a warm smile. "You've been running around with everyone these past few days. You must be exhausted. Staying in one place has to be boring. Want to go for a walk?" She hugged her knees, shook her head, and said she was not bored at all. Then she mentioned that Miss Q had stopped by and invited everyone to have a meal together. The moment Li Zui heard the word food, he instantly perked up. "Let's go, and bring Brother Xia and Xiao Shui too." Not long afterward, the room's door opened. The moment Kuo Ziwei saw the group arrive, she happily called out, "Village Chief Li, you're finally here." Smiling brightly, she ran over with a small green pouch in both hands and said that thanks to Brother Xuan, she had the chance to witness the martial god with her own eyes. This was a small gift to thank him. Li Ziwei simply smiled and told her she was too polite. Standing nearby, Xiafu quietly observed Awei and found something strange. For some reason, Awei's aura felt different today. Then again, maybe he was just experimenting with another cultivation technique. In reality, Li Zizui was still chatting and smiling as usual, but the subtle transformation had already begun ever since the perfect 10 tonic pill took effect. A moment later, the waiter rushed over with a bright smile and announced that the food had arrived. He added that a great official downstairs had already paid for everyone's meal, so they should eat freely. Then he placed a letter beside Xiafu, saying the official wanted it delivered personally. Xiafu accepted the letter and politely thanked him for the trouble. As he opened it, he secretly thought that anyone currying favor for no reason was definitely up to no good. Li Ziwei and Da Piaoliang leaned in with curiosity to read it together. After a quick glance, Xiafu realized it was a letter from the royal family, and the sender was none other than the imperial preceptor. The moment Li Ziwei heard the title, his eyes lit up. "Brother Xia, that's impressive. You even know someone like him? Are you too close?" Beside them, Ku Bij was also startled. "The imperial preceptor?" Xiafu crushed the letter without hesitation and calmly replied, "Close? Not at all. I get annoyed the moment I see him. Back when the late emperor had many princes, he chose to support the weakest fourth prince. When the new emperor took the throne, he naturally rose with him." Mentioning the imperial preceptor made Xiafu frown. "We do have a grudge, but as far as I know, he has never abused his power. Even so, I just can't stand looking at his face." Li Ziwei smiled and replied, "Sounds like you two are just not on the same wavelength." Li Ziwei curiously asked, "If you don't get along, why did he treat us to a meal?" Xiafu immediately stood up with a wary expression. "He also wants us to meet him and I'm sure has planning something." "Brother Awei, don't worry. I'll refuse right now." But Li Ziwei shook his head with a smile. "No need. I actually want to meet this imperial preceptor. Maybe I can even win him over." Meanwhile, Jiao quietly fell into thought. Xia sect master was right. That imperial preceptor really gave off an unpleasant feeling. It seemed he needed to return first and observe more carefully. The scene shifted outside, where a palace eunuch and a maid were already waiting to greet them. As soon as they arrived, the eunuch spoke up. "Lord Xia has arrived." The eunuch stepped forward and respectfully said that His Majesty had heard Xia Fu was coming and had ordered him to wait here. The emperor wished to speak with sect master Xia first. Meeting the imperial preceptor could wait. Beside him, the maid bowed politely and introduced herself as Xiao Hong. She had come under the imperial preceptor's orders to escort the honored guests. She then led the other three away in the opposite direction, separating them from Xia Fu. As they walked, Li Ziwei looked around and casually remarked that this place did not look much like the imperial palace. Xiao Hong turned back and explained that this was not the main palace but a royal retreat for the imperial family. She added that the imperial preceptor loved this place, so the emperor had entrusted him with managing it. Behind her, Li Ziwei and Da Piaoliang admired the scenery as they walked. Li Ziwei casually joked that the imperial preceptor seemed to have a pretty easy life if he even had time to look after the emperor's gardens. Before long, Xiao Hong pointed ahead and announced that they had reached the main hall, inviting everyone inside. But at that exact moment, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared and blocked their path. The man smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the famous shopkeeper Li everyone has been talking about." At the same time, a demonic aura quietly spread from his body. Li Ziwei stared at him and clenched his teeth. This imperial preceptor was carrying demonic energy. The scene immediately shifted to the royal court, where a man in a dragon robe sat upon the throne. The emperor smiled calmly on the surface, but sweat was already running down his face. He greeted Sect Master Xia, saying it had been a long time. Inside, however, he was panicking. The imperial preceptor only told me to meet Sect Master Xia. He never told me what I was supposed to say. Xia Fu cupped his hands in salute and respectfully replied that His Majesty carried countless duties, so he would never dare disturb him. Deep down, though, he was already cursing. That damned imperial preceptor really was targeting Brother Away. Looking down at Xia Fu, the emperor smiled and said he had misunderstood. He had heard that Sect Master Xia recently captured the remnants of the demonic sect, and that was the real exhausting task. Xia Fu maintained proper etiquette and humbly replied that it was simply his duty, but in his mind, only one thought remained. Damn it, is it still possible to come up with an excuse and slip away now? Just then, the doors behind them suddenly burst open, making both men turn around in surprise. A familiar figure quickly rushed inside and loudly called out, "Father." Jiao narrowed his eyes with a bright smile and dashed towards Xia Fu, even startling the emperor. "Uncle Xia, you came all the way here without telling me first?" The emperor froze as he looked at his daughter. A terrifying thought instantly crossed his mind. Had someone possessed her? Xia Fu was no better. His face was full of confusion as he wondered whose child this even was. Jiao immediately bowed with perfect manners and smiled. "Uncle Xia, don't you remember me? Im Xiaochu, you even carried me when I was little." Xia Fu returned the salute. "So it is the 9th princess. Please forgive my disrespect." After bowing, Jiao stepped aside and looked up with the sweetest smile imaginable. Her fair hand immediately wrapped around the emperor's arm. She hugged him tightly with a radiant smile, leaving the emperor completely stunned. "I heard Uncle Xia made a 1,000-year friend, and that person even took first place in this tournament." Looking up with an obvious pleading expression, she begged, "Father, please ask Uncle Xia to take me to meet him." Meanwhile, the emperor was sweating non-stop. He understood absolutely nothing anymore. His daughter had definitely been possessed. Jiao looked at him with sparkling eyes full of expectation. "Please let me go. I truly admire him." Deep inside, however, she sighed. This acting was so embarrassing. She was only doing it for shopkeeper Li. Xia Fu stared blankly, unable to process what he was seeing. That depends on whether Uncle Xia agrees. Yet something felt strange. Why did the 9th princess seem oddly familiar? Before him stood a blushing girl clinging to the emperor's arm with pleading eyes. The scene shifted to the courtyard outside. The three of them were now facing the man in black in the middle of the open courtyard. Li Ziwei looked at him in confusion, his mind filled with questions. What was going on here? The man smiled faintly and slowly explained that he had long heard of shopkeeper Li defeating 100 people alone. Since this chance was rare, he wanted to exchange a few moves. But his expression soon turned serious. Hong Xiu had been right. This man truly carried the aura of the demon sect token. He stared at Li Ziwei with dark eyes and thought, but that's still not enough to prove anything. If senior brother lost the token back then, and someone else picked it up. Li Ziwei scratched his chin helplessly. These rumors were getting more ridiculous by the day. Sure, I used to be that strong. The man in black cupped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me, shopkeeper Li." Li Ziwei returned the salute with an awkward smile. Fine, but I'd rather not fight. His mind raced wildly. Right now, he had no chance of beating this guy. They were both from the demon sect, so why hadn't he recognized his identity? Thinking that, Li Ziwei was about to suggest another way. Before he could finish speaking, the man vanished like lightning and struck without warning, leaving Li Ziwei no time to react. Li Ziwei's eyes instantly widened. Blood burst from his mouth non-stop. As the attacker pulled back his hand, a massive charred hole appeared through Li Ziwei's back. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body collapsed to the ground. Xiao Shui stood frozen after witnessing the horrifying scene. His panicked gaze slowly lowered. Lying before him was Li Ziwei with a huge hole through his body covered in blood, his face blackened as he lay motionless. Master. After several seconds, Xiao Shui and Da Piaoliang finally snapped out of it and rushed over while shouting, "Away, Master." The man in black calmly wiped his hand with a white cloth and concluded, as expected, he's just a fake. If he were truly senior brother, even with his cult agent sealed, his body wouldn't be this weak. As he wiped away the blood, memories surfaced. Back when they trained together, even after senior brother sealed his own meridians, he still couldn't leave so much as a scratch. That foolish Hong Shu only looked at the token. Next time he met senior brother, he would definitely tell him about this. Da Piaoliang burst into tears as she desperately tried to wake Li Ziwei. Away. She frantically pressed her hands over the wound, but it was useless. The bleeding would not stop. This time it was really over. What were they supposed to do? The man in black continued wiping his hands as he calmly explained that he had only wanted a spar. He honestly thought shopkeeper Li would dodge. He then glanced at Da Piaoliang with an expressionless face and thought, so this is the heavenly maiden? All this crying is incredibly annoying. At that moment, Xiao Shui's rage exploded. He threw a devastating punch straight at the man in black. The man in black was visibly shocked by the sudden power. Xiao Shui did not stop and immediately followed with another attack. A deafening explosion erupted, blasting the entire building into pieces. He stared at the area that had just exploded, unable to believe his eyes. Somehow, Xiao Shui had already appeared right behind him. Xiao Shui's overwhelming rage instantly made the man in black's expression turn grim. Xiao Shui unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each strike faster than the last. But the man in black calmly saw through every move and dodged them all. Watching the boy fight, a smile slowly spread across his face. This kid really had outstanding talent. Once Hongshu was gone, bringing him back as a new tool would not be a bad idea. His gaze toward Xiao Shui grew even stranger. He was certain senior brother would love this gift. The thunderous crashes outside startled everyone inside the hall. The officials panicked and rushed toward the emperor, shouting for the guards to protect his majesty. Xiafu immediately ordered them to secure the emperor and the princess first. The emperor slammed the table in anger and shouted, "What is going on? Don't tell me those unfilial sons of mine brought troops to force the palace." But the moment Xiafu sensed the disturbance, he knew something was wrong. Could that terrifying energy really be coming from Brother Away? The thought barely crossed his mind before he rushed outside. Pushing his movement technique to the limit, Xiafu gritted his teeth as he ran. Damn it, why am I never there whenever something happens? Back at Li Ziwei's side, Xiafu found Da Piaoliang kneeling on the ground, crying as she called Li Ziwei's name. Beside her, Li Ziwei was covered in blood, looking so miserable that he seemed moments away from death. There might as well have been a giant, critical condition sign floating above his head. Xiafu froze on the spot, unable to say a single word. Holding his head in despair, he stared at the scene. Brother Away was perfectly fine just moments ago. How did he end up like this in the blink of an eye? What happened? At the same time, inside the Consciousness Management Office, a young woman sat behind a desk with her hands folded in front of her. Across from her, Li Ziwei awkwardly scratched his head, feeling crushed by the heavy silence. In the end, he forced a smile and greeted her. Before he could finish, she glared at him and snapped, "Cut the high already." Pointing at him with one hand, while resting her chin on the other, she said with clear annoyance, "At least you've improved. This time, you didn't die right when I was getting off work." She lowered her head and searched through the files on her desk while muttering, That's strange. I can't find your death notice. So how exactly did you die? Li Ziwei immediately looked away. Getting punched clean through the body was hard to explain, so he awkwardly smiled and said, maybe it happened so suddenly that the report hasn't arrived yet. Looking at the file describing him as a random waiter who had been casually dealt with by the strongest man in the world, she frowned. Forget it. Surviving this long with that identity is already impressive. Li Ziwei's face darkened. He had once been the demon lord and the strongest under heaven, yet now he had been beaten into this state. Just thinking about it hurt. He then pointed at himself with a crooked smile and asked, so what's my situation now? Can I still be saved? Honestly, I want to go back. I've gotten to know quite a few people over there. The girl looked up at him as if he were some strange creature. What do you think this is, buying lottery tickets? Lose once and you get another? Hold on while I check. What a hassle. Just then, a system panel suddenly appeared in midair, making Li Ziwei widen his eyes. The girl simply glanced at it as the words appeared. Checking dimension for user 2B666. Curious, Li Ziwei walked behind the panel to get a better look. The girl only gave him a deadpan stare. He immediately thought of Long Baiqian's system. Could that lousy system have come from this place too? Even the serial numbers looked like population records. Another line then appeared, management system not responding. The scan quickly returned its result. This dimension is outside the management range. The girl frowned at the screen, looking increasingly confused. What the heck? Is this thing broken again? It worked perfectly before. Li Ziwei quickly leaned over and asked, when exactly was before? She calmly replied, if you use the human calendar, it was probably more than 1,000 years ago. Hearing that, Li Ziwei felt like his brain had exploded. He stumbled back in shock and shouted, more than 1,000 years ago? The girl seriously pointed upward and replied, theories no way. I'm remembering it wrong. The last person from that dimension showed up, screaming that he didn't want to transmigrate or reincarnate. We had to work incredibly hard just to throw him back. It almost became a workplace accident. The memory slowly came back. Long Baiqian was screaming, while desperately trying to escape that place. During the struggle, he even kicked the consciousness management officer in the face, and she had never forgotten it. Li Ziwei's face turned completely dark. The person she was talking about had to be that senior. He immediately rushed over, slammed the desk, and shouted, so what happens now? Am I dead or not? The girl remained calm with her hands folded, while Li Ziwei suddenly remembered what Miss Xiao once said. No one had seen the martial god for years. Thinking about it, that pill had been sitting there for over 1,000 years. Its expiration date had become ancient history long ago. She waved her hand, and the system interface instantly disappeared. Looking at him, she explained, every dimension has its own management system, but the system over there can't be accessed anymore, and the database can't update itself. If the data is frozen, we can't find the problem, and if we don't know where the error is, we can't fix it. So for now, all you can do is wait. Hearing that, Li Ziwei stared at her in disbelief. Seriously? You're just sending me in circles? He immediately switched to begging, waving his hands as he spoke rapidly. But I remember that dimension still has a system. That's right. It even mentioned some kind of life eradication protocol. It just can't be contacted anymore. Don't you have an emergency backup? She shrugged and calmly replied, that's not my department. There are countless dimensions. No one has time to monitor every single one. Bugs happen from time to time. Closing her eyes, she waved him off. Don't worry. Activating a life eradication order requires endless approvals, and the entire dimension has to be sealed first. If Dimension 2B666 had really received that order, you wouldn't have been able to enter it at all. As she spoke, she took out a stack of papers and a pen that had already been prepared. Since the reincarnation system failed to update and skipped your information, I'll make it up to you with a premium reincarnation package. Now sign here first. But at that very moment, Li Ziwei suddenly vanished right before her eyes. She jumped in shock, looked around, and shouted, where did he go? He wasn't even fully dead, and he already went back. Holding her head in frustration, she gritted her teeth and muttered, I hate this stupid job. Nothing ever makes sense. Now I have to write another incident report. Who came up with these ridiculous procedures anyway? Back in the other world, Li Ziwei's motionless body suddenly began to change. The massive hole in his chest visibly healed before everyone's eyes. The man beside him turned pale, blood still staining his lips, and shouted in panic, Brother Away can't die. The wandering spirits around them cried even harder as they kept calling his name. Li Ziwei slowly lifted one hand. His face was still deathly pale, but he weakly said, Stop crying. I'm back. The woman beside him immediately changed expression and called out his name. She tightly grabbed his hand as tears continued streaming down her face. But a bright smile finally appeared on her lips. "Thank goodness you're still alive." Li Ziwei smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, I actually did die for a little while." He turned to look at the huge wound on his back, where flesh had been completely exposed, and sighed. "Looks like I'm tougher than I thought. A fatal injury only hurts a little." The man beside him immediately frowned. "A little? Your heart literally stopped beating just now." Looking at the mysterious energy surrounding Li Ziwei's body, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, the strange aura around Brother Away is even stronger than before. Could this power be what saved his life? Li Ziwei scratched his head and glanced aside, unable to accept what he was thinking. The system was already beyond control. Judging by everything that had it actually awakened long ago? This brush with death had uncovered something truly terrifying. His expression grew heavier as his thoughts sank deeper. If the world was really heading toward destruction, then saving everyone might be impossible. The world was simply too vast. He couldn't even find the system, let alone stop it. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted beside him, making him turn in shock. It was Xiao Shui. The boy was gritting his teeth as he slammed the ground with all his strength, sending dust and shattered rocks flying everywhere. The battle had clearly drained every last bit of his energy. Sweat covered the young boy's face, and every breath had become heavy. The man in black coldly shifted his gaze toward Xiao Shui. But a smile soon returned to his face as he slowly closed his eyes. A thought immediately crossed his mind. The boy's aura was already unstable, his movements were off, and every opening had been exposed. He raised one finger, and crimson power instantly gathered into a swirling vortex at its tip. He muttered that Today's commotion was far too big, and cleaning up afterward would be a hassle. The crimson blast shot straight toward Xiao Shui, but at the very last second, someone stepped in front of him. It was Li Ziwei. A deafening explosion echoed as Li Ziwei's arm was blown clean off. Seeing that, Xiao Shui cried out, "Master!" The man in black widened his eyes in shock. This guy was still alive. Li Ziwei forced out a crooked smile and looked him straight in the eye. Clutching the stump of his missing arm, he still could not stop talking. "Come on, brother. We came from the same roots. Do you really have to go this far?" While grimacing in pain, he groaned, "That seriously hurts." But the mysterious power not only saved his life, it also pulled his severed arm back together in an instant. The moment it regenerated, he smugly added, "Bullying my favorite disciple right in front of me? That's pretty rude." A wine gourd and a golden pill suddenly appeared, along with a floating description. "Perfect restoration pill." The name said it all. Whatever your body lacked, it restored. Its effects were nothing short of miraculous. Best taken while warm. Even a fatal wound was no cause for panic after taking it. Every time it healed the user, the body became even stronger, almost like endless rebirth. Simply put, it turned its owner into the hardest person in the world to kill. The only mystery was its creator. No one knew who had forged such an impossible pill. The man in black narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Ziwei regenerate at unbelievable speed. This kind of healing ability was unlike anything he had ever seen. Just then, the emperor arrived with a large group behind him, followed by Qu Shujia and the royal guards. The moment he stepped in, he shouted angrily, "What on earth happened here?" But the instant he saw the scene clearly, his expression completely changed. Looking at the royal retreat reduced to rubble, the emperor grabbed his head in agony. "It's over, we're finished. This is going to drain the national treasury." The man in black stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and calmly explained, "Your Majesty, I simply wish to spar with my disciple and shopkeeper Li. They are both extraordinary individuals. Holding back would have been disrespectful." Even after hearing that, the emperor still looked completely confused. At that moment, a strange crimson light flashed through the man's dark eyes. Looking at the emperor, he softly added, "I will personally cover all repair costs. Please forgive the disturbance, Your Majesty." Li Ziwei held Xiao Shui in his arms, but his eyes remained fixed on the emperor. A thought immediately crossed his mind. Wait a second, did that guy's eyes just glow red? I was about to keep acting, and he interrupted everything. Standing nearby, Qu Shujia noticed the emperor suddenly fall silent and cautiously called out, "Father?" The emperor suddenly burst into laughter as though nothing had happened. Everyone nearby looked completely bewildered. Smiling from ear to ear, he said, "I see now. I understand. It was only a friendly spar. What's there to punish?" Watching from the side, Li Ziwei could not help wondering if ancient emperors were always this easygoing. Then he glanced at the Imperial Preceptor and thought to himself, those eyes are so red he looks like he needs a doctor. Suddenly his eyes lit up with realization. Ah, I get it now. I'm probably the only one who can see it. This really is some kind of demonic technique. The Imperial Preceptor turned toward him, and Li Zui immediately picked Xiao Shui up and gently rubbed his head. Still wearing the same pleasant smile, the Imperial Preceptor said, Shopkeeper Li, I'm truly sorry for ruining your clothes. To make up for it, allow me to personally escort you to change into a new set. Shafu, standing nearby, was furious but could only mutter under his breath. You really know how to twist the story. Is this just about torn clothes? If Brother Away weren't so tough, he'd already be dead. The wandering spirits nearby also looked deeply worried, afraid something else might happen. As white clouds drifted across the sky, Li Ziwei followed the Imperial Preceptor toward a room in the distance. Reaching the doorway, the Imperial Preceptor was about to open it when Li Ziwei suddenly stopped and set Xiao Shui down. The boy clearly had no intention of letting go. Li Ziwei smiled and said, Wait here while your master changes clothes. Pointing toward the open room, he reassured him, Don't worry, your master is pretty amazing. Nothing's going to happen. But Xiao Shui only frowned harder and refused to agree. Li Ziwei rubbed his head again and sighed. All right, I'll stop showing off. Only then did Xiao Shui reluctantly nod. Got it. Still wearing that cheerful smile, the Imperial Preceptor turned back toward Li Ziwei and said, Please, come inside. Li Ziwei did not waste any time and walked straight into the room. The moment he stepped inside, his expression changed. Leaning forward, he said, Controlling the Emperor in broad daylight. You're definitely no ordinary person. Just then, Tuni suddenly rushed in from nowhere with a huge smile and shouted, Master. She threw herself into his arms with a joyful grin. Li Ziwei was surprised but did not push her away. Excitedly, Tuni said she had sensed his aura earlier and missed him terribly. He looked at her curiously and asked, How did you end up here? Tuni immediately put on a pitiful face, pouted, and explained, Lady Tianxuan sent people to find me. I told her everything that happened, and she said she wanted to discuss something with you, so she told me to wait here. Li Ziwei glanced aside, puzzled. Tianxuan? That name sounded completely unfamiliar. Was there even such a character? Only then did Tuni notice the wound on his chest and cry out in shock, Master, what happened to you? Li Ziwei instinctively looked down as well. The Imperial Preceptor was still standing quietly beside them. Smiling, she waved at Tuni and explained, It had been so long since I last saw Senior Brother that I couldn't resist sparring with him. I never expected his body become so fragile after the Gu curse. I accidentally injured him. Tuni immediately pointed at her, practically fuming with anger. What? You're the one who hurt Master? Tuni's anger exploded. In her mind, she had already imagined the whole story. This shameless woman used to cling to Xuanmei all the time, and now she was even taking advantage of Master after he lost his memory. The Imperial Preceptor simply smiled, as if it had all been harmless play. Standing nearby, Li Ziwei silently thought that the least qualified person to say that was probably Tuni herself. Li Ziwei narrowed his eyes as several words echoed through his mind. Senior Brother, and the way she kept changing how she referred to herself. His right hand absent-mindedly tapped as oft as his drifted in a Why would a grown man talk like that? Did he have some unusual hobby? Beside him, Tuni still refused to calm down. She kept making faces at the Imperial Preceptor and muttered, Lady Tianxuan, it looks like Master doesn't like that act anymore. The Imperial Preceptor looked completely confused. Perhaps noticing Li Ziwei's thoughts, she decisively removed her disguise. Taking off the mask, she said, Wearing this fake face all the time feels a little strange. This should be much easier on the eyes. Li Ziwei stared wide-eyed as the mask dropped onto the floor. Standing before him now was a beautiful woman with long brown hair. Smiling gently, she said, It's only a way of speaking. I can always change it. Li Ziwei froze with his mouth hanging open. He crouched down and picked up the mask, his face full of regret. His mind raced. Disguises in this world really were something else. A mask that turned into a completely different person? That was a first. I wonder if it's reusable. She stepped closer until she was almost right in front of him. Her black eyes once again glowed with an eerie crimson light. Though she smiled warmly, the pressure she gave off was overwhelming. In a soft voice, she said, I'm sorry, Senior Brother. I didn't mean to hurt you earlier. I was only joking. We used to fight like this all the time. Li Ziwei remained silent on the outside, but his thoughts spun rapidly. She noticed that I caught her controlling the Emperor. I should just play along for now. He quickly waved his hands and awkwardly explained, I've lost my memory. so I barely remember anything from the past. Inside, however, he was complaining. Isn't this basically trying to dig information out of me? Tu-Ni never mentioned such an important person even once. She continued moving closer, her crimson eyes fixed on him until he instinctively looked away. Li Ziwei immediately became alert. Why are your eyes glowing like that? Are you trying to use some demonic technique on me? Not wanting to drag it out any longer, he immediately changed the subject and pointed upward. Earlier, Tu-Ni said you wanted to discuss something with me. So what exactly is it? She clapped her hands and put on her usual polite smile before looking directly at him. When senior brother suddenly disappeared, everyone was worried sick. Now that we finally found you, the first thing is to let everyone know you're safe. As for the real matter, we can discuss it later. As she spoke, she stepped aside and pressed a loose brick in the wall. A hidden mechanism clicked open. She turned back and told Li Ziwei to follow her, assuring him that someone would look after the child outside. Oh, and change your clothes first. Outside, the blazing sun still scorched everything under its light, but they were already deep underground. A long tunnel stretched into the distance, lined on both sides with glowing luminous pearls. She led the way while Li Ziwei and Tu-Ni followed behind. Li Ziwei casually grabbed one of the glowing pearls and secretly marveled. These luminous pearls were unbelievably huge. As he watched Tian Xuan's back, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, this woman clearly didn't trust me. She even dug out my heart before. In most stories, someone like that shouldn't be left alive. But she knows things that even Tu-Ni doesn't, so I'll keep her around for now and learn more. Walking behind her, Tu-Ni suddenly heard him call her name and immediately answered. Li Ziwei turned to her and asked, why didn't you ever tell me I had a junior sister? They both stopped walking. Tu-Ni clenched her fists and quickly explained, you once told me that my duty was to obey orders. I wasn't allowed to ask too many questions or say too much. My only job was to carry out your commands. Li Ziwei fell silent. Thinking back, Tu-Ni had almost never brought up the demon sect on her own. What a mess. Back then, I only cared about my own business. If I had known, I would have asked a few more questions. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. Only then did he realize they had already walked a long way. Tian Xuan was still leading the way, but countless iron cages filled with prisoners now lined both sides of the passage. The emaciated figures inside looked like cornered beasts. Countless hands stretched through the bars, begging for help. Some cried non-stop, desperately calling out, my lord. Others had rolled their eyes back until only the whites remained. Yet they still screamed that they were useful and still had value. Suddenly, an arm shot through the bars toward Li Ziwei. Like a drowning man grabbing his last hope, the prisoner desperately begged, please spare me, my lord. The sight shook Li Ziwei to his core, and his pupils contracted. Throughout the cold, gloomy prison, cries of pain echoed endlessly. Some prisoners were driven nearly insane by torture, groaning as they begged for release. Everyone trapped inside desperately reached through the bars as if fighting for one last chance to survive. One prisoner grabbed the person in front of him in panic and shouted, I'm still valuable, I swear. I know my father's secret. I'm the only one who knows where the Qingshan sect hid its treasure. He clung tightly to Li Ziwei's robe, his voice trembling with fear. Please let me go. Li Ziwei looked back with both surprise and caution. Li Ziwei turned toward Tian Xuan and asked, what's going on with these people? She glanced at the cages and casually replied, them? Tian Xuan smiled faintly before continuing. It seems losing your memory made you forget quite a lot. Looking at the broken prisoners, she explained, they're nothing more than people who craved power too much. Li Ziwei frowned and repeated, power? Something about that explanation felt strange. Tian Xuan gave a mocking smile. That's right, power without talent, power without effort, strength anyone can obtain with ease. Li Ziwei immediately asked, you mean the demon sect's cultivation techniques? She nodded without hesitation. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the world calls us the demon sect? A prisoner curled up in the darkness heard her voice and was instantly shaken. That voice sounded familiar. The moment he recalled Li Ziwei's appearance, he was almost certain it was him. He grabbed the iron bars tightly and stared at Li Ziwei, Hongshu, and Tian Xuan in horror. So they were all on the same side. He had thought Li Ziwei was only pretending to fool everyone, but the truth was the complete opposite. Rage immediately erupted inside him. My father was part of the demon sect. Hez part of the demon sect too. Then why did he kill my father? Tian Xuan looked at Li Ziwei and said, come on, I'll take you farther inside. Li Ziwei simply nodded. All right. Tian Xuan continued leading him deeper into the underground base. Along the way, Li Zui quietly observed everything around him, building such a massive headquarters right beneath the emperor's feet. I almost feel sorry for those righteous sects. Li Ziwei glanced at Tianxuan and quietly analyzed the situation. Even though the demon sect token proved his identity, this woman still didn't truly trust him. He thought back to Hongshu, but with Tuni here, she couldn't make a move against him yet. After thinking it over, he made up his mind. Once I figure everything out, I'll find a chance to deal with this woman. Li Ziwei quietly called out Tuni. She immediately answered, Master, I'm here. Lowering his voice, Li Ziwei asked about the man who had grabbed him earlier. Hongshu explained, He's the son of the Qingshan sect master. Tianxuan once said he kept secretly following you. He was probably trying to avenge his father. Hearing that, Li Ziwei could not hide his surprise. That guy actually had a son? He immediately began thinking seriously. Deal with the father, and the son comes after you. Deal with the son, and the father shows up again. People like this could never be left alive. Turning to Hongshu, he said, he mentioned a hidden treasure. If the Qingshan sect's secret is connected to demonic cultivation, then it must be tied to the demon sect. Find out where that treasure is, then get rid of him afterward. Hongshu immediately bowed and accepted the order. Tianxuan glanced back at the two of them. Her expression darkened slightly, but she remained silent. A moment later, she spoke. Senior brother, we're here. Pointing at a stone table inside the chamber, Tianxuan said, This place is completely private. No one will interrupt us. Now let's talk about our plans. Meanwhile, outside, beneath the clear blue sky, Kuo Bijiao walked over to Da Piaoliang carrying a bundle. Looking apologetic, she said, I'm sorry. I never expected the Imperial Preceptor to suddenly challenge Shopkeeper Li and strike so heavily. She handed over the bundle with a friendly smile. You and Shopkeeper Li are honored guests brought by Uncle Xia. What happened must have frightened you. Please change into these clothes for now. They were just prepared. I'll have someone wash your old clothes later. Then she looked down and added, Your skirt is covered in blood. Da Piaoliang accepted the bundle and quickly thanked her, but shyly said it was far too valuable. Ku Bijiao simply waved her hand with a smile. Don't be so polite. Just think of it as a welcome gift. I love making new friends. Da Piaoliang blinked in surprise. A welcome gift? Ku Bijiao quietly calculated to herself. No matter how she looked at it, this girl seemed close to Shopkeeper Li. Building a good relationship now could only help. Meanwhile, Da Piaoliang was thinking that this princess looked exactly like the wandering heroine who had traveled with them before, although her appearance had changed quite a bit. With a knowing smile, Ku Bijiao draped an arm over Da Piaoliang's shoulder and whispered, I heard Shopkeeper Li turned down Wuding Sect's invitation and plans to establish his own sect with the Peace Inn. Is that true? Da Piaoliang awkwardly nodded. I think so. Why do you ask? Smiling like she had already made up her mind, Ku Bijiao asked, If I join now, do I still have a chance to become his personal disciple? Da Piaoliang could only sigh inwardly. This princess really planned her backup options fast. She forced a smile and replied, Your Highness, it's probably better if you ask away directly. But aren't you already the Imperial Preceptor's disciple? Ku Bijiao immediately shook her head. That's completely different. A teacher is a teacher, but a master is a master. Da Piaoliang could only laugh helplessly. So she really separated them like that? Curious, Da Piaoliang asked, It seems your highness really admires a Wei. Kuo Bijiao's eyes instantly sparkled. Pressing her hands together, she said with complete admiration, This is way beyond simple admiration. He even gave first place in the tournament to his disciple. That proves he doesn't care about fame at all, and his strength is unbelievable. I heard even Uncle Xia couldn't withstand that little girl's punch. She continued excitedly. Most importantly, I heard people from the three great sects say that Uncle Xia recently gained an opportunity to merge his own cultivation technique with another one. Spreading her arms dramatically, Kuo Bijiao said, Just think about it. Only the Demon Lord's Ziwei ever managed something like that before. But his demonic techniques were far too overbearing, and mastering them depended entirely on luck. Shopkeeper Li is completely different. His methods are much more stable. Even children can learn them. Da Piaoliang nodded in agreement, her cheeks turning slightly red. If I hadn't met a Wei, Ruer and Xiao Shui would probably still be bullied, and I wouldn't even have the chance to stand here talking with your highness. Kuo Bijiao immediately smiled sweetly. Exactly. No matter how you look at it, Shopkeeper Li is a genuinely good person. So no matter what, I'm determined to become his disciple. Please say a few nice things about me when you see him. Da Piaoliang could only smile awkwardly. I'll do my best. Deep down, however, she thought to herself. The princess seemed sincere enough, but the imperial preceptor beside her was terrifyingly ruthless. If Away hadn't had one final trump card, he would already be dead. To be more accurate, he really had died once. Da Pyeolyong recalled what had just happened. The emperor trusted the imperial preceptor to an unbelievable degree. Even after everything, the imperial preceptor had calmly smiled and said he only wanted to take shopkeeper Li away for a moment. The emperor had even patted Xiaofu on the shoulder before telling Kui Bijiao to take good care of her. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt. If Away had truly died, the whole incident would probably have been buried without anyone questioning it. Suddenly, her eyes turned ice cold as a strange thought crossed her mind. How wonderful it would be if all of them simply disappeared. But the very next second, she snapped back to her senses. She quickly covered her mouth in shock. Those were the emperor and the imperial preceptor. What was wrong with me? How could I think something so outrageous? Right then, Ku Tijiao called out to her. She kept urging her, Ron Kun Xiang, go change your clothes. Then we will head over to find shopkeeper Li. Da Piaoliang forced a smile and nodded. Sure, but deep down she decided it was safer to stay close to Away from now on. Back inside, he and Tianquan were sitting across from each other at a stone table, while Tuni stood beside them. The silence suddenly felt strangely heavy. He tensed up without realizing it. Something felt off. Why did this suddenly feel like a serious meeting? I am supposed to be the one in charge here. Even so, he kept smiling confidently and said, then I will ask whatever comes to mind. He looked straight at her with a serious face and asked, before I disappeared, did I leave you any special instructions the last time we spoke? Tianquan stayed calm and replied, you only said one thing. Treat the token as if it were you. Everything else stays according to the original plan. He immediately caught the key point and asked, so what exactly is that plan? At the same time, he secretly mocked the line about treating the token like the person. That sounded way too dramatic. He placed every cultivation manual he had onto the table. The empty stone table was soon covered with scrolls. Then he raised a hand like a salesman and said, here they all are. Pick whichever one you want. Tianquan picked up a scroll and frowned slightly. The manuals were genuine. They were all techniques senior brother had created before. She glanced at him, growing even more suspicious. If that was true, then the biggest mystery was this man's real identity. He looked completely pleased with himself, while Tianquan became even more curious. Senior brother once said only he could unlock the demon sect token, so why could this man do it too? Old memories flashed through her mind. Senior brother had always loved changing identities, but not through ordinary disguises. An old man, a scholar, an inn-waiter, and even the red-eyed demon Lord Ziwei all appeared one after another. Tianquan silently thought it over. Senior brother used demonic arts to disguise himself by transferring both his power and memories into a new body. She narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on the scroll. A tiny goo worm could be dealt with by simply changing bodies. But memory loss? That was impossible to believe. Senior brother could lose anything except his memories. She quickly regained her calm and told him there were simply too many techniques like these, so she could not be certain. Since she had orders to visit Zhen Wuming tomorrow, they might as well travel together. Even so, she was still wondering because senior brother's demonic arts ignored cultivation limits, and this man seemed to possess something similar. He scratched his head in confusion and asked where Zhen Wuming was and why they were going there. She smiled gently on the outside, but inside she was already planning. If she could not deal with him yet, then she might as well stay close to him a little longer. By the time the three of them returned to the surface, the sun was already setting. Away, Xiao Shuai, and Elder Xiaofu were waiting beside the carriage. The old man and the young boy both had tears in their eyes as they saw him off. Xiao Shuai grabbed his sleeve and begged to follow his master. The old man was no better, and kept sniffling while asking to join them too. He frowned at the pair with a confused look and asked, did you two turn into a crying kid and a weepy old man? After saying that, he waved goodbye and reminded them the repairs inside were finished, so they could stay without worry. He would be back in 2 days. Deep down, he thought that taking the old Iron Garment sect elder along to promote the demon sect would drive him insane. He glanced at Xiao Shui and saw the boy still staring at him with obvious reluctance. Thinking about it, this was probably the first time they had ever been apart for so long. His heart softened. He crouched down, patted Xiao Shui on the head, and promised to return in 2 days. Since Shama Te and Tu Ni were both away, the inn would be left in his care. Xiao Shui simply lowered his head and quietly agreed. Anyone could see he was feeling miserable. Still, he decided one extra companion was enough. For anything involving the demon sect, Tu-ni was the more reliable choice. He climbed into the carriage while the two outside kept waving non-stop. The old man even shouted that he would take good care of Xiao Shui. Sitting inside, he smiled, waved back, and said they would meet again soon. The carriage finally started moving. He shrugged with a smug grin and sighed. Having people who actually miss you was a pretty nice kind of trouble. Then he looked at Daliang Piao and asked if she really did not plan to return to Yuhongzhen with Xiao Shui and the others. Sitting across from him, she smiled softly and gave a simple answer. She wanted to stay with Awei. He rested his chin on his hand, accepted his fate, and muttered, "Fine." Having another heavenly maiden around was not exactly a bad deal. Just then, someone outside the carriage loudly called for Miss Ruan and shopkeeper Li, making them both turn toward the curtain. The girl pulled the curtain aside to see who it was. It turned out to be Ku Tijia. She smiled and asked if she could ride with them, because traveling alone all day was painfully boring. She even stuck out her tongue and joked that it was lucky Miss Ron was here, or she would not even have anyone to chat with. The moment she heard Li Ziwei was heading to Zhen Wuming, she decided to tag along without hesitation. She suddenly noticed Daliang Piao was wearing her old outfit again and curiously asked why she had changed back. Daliang Piao immediately blushed and explained that the other clothes belonged to the princess, so she did not feel right wearing them. Besides, that style did not really suit her. As she said that, she remembered the tight red cheongsam and white stockings from before. The whole look had been impossible to miss. Kuatijia smiled brightly and sat beside Daliang Piao. She teased that the outfit looked amazing on her, and shopkeeper Li probably liked it too. Daliang Piao blushed even harder and begged her to stop joking. Sitting across from them, he watched with his chin resting on his hand. Girls really acted differently around each other. She had even forgotten to introduce herself. He yawned again and again, covering his mouth as sleepiness took over. Right before dozing off, he mumbled, "Once everyone gets closer, just call her Xiao Mei." Outside the carriage, the sun hung high in the sky while white clouds drifted by. Inside the carriage, he slept so soundly that he completely lost track of time. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Still half asleep, he rubbed his head and asked, "Are we there already?" Tu-ni pulled back the carriage curtain, poked her head inside, looked at him, and asked if her master had finally woken up. He looked at Tu-ni, stepped out of the carriage with her, and asked where the beautiful lady had gone. Before Tu-ni could answer, a familiar voice nearby called out to Li Ziwei. He turned around and recognized Meng Tianqiu. Meng Tianyu was standing beside her, but he seemed to have completely forgotten her, so he immediately shouted, "Greetings, holy maiden." Then he pointed at Meng Tianyu and calmly asked, "Who is the person next to you?" The moment she heard that, she exploded with anger. Meng Tianyu put her hands on her hips, her face turned bright red, and she even raised her middle finger at him while shouting, "What the hell? You seriously forgot me? Am I just some background character to you?" He completely ignored Meng Tianyu, who was practically steaming with rage, and ran straight to Meng Tianqiu. As he pointed around, he asked, "Where did the beautiful lady go?" Behind him, Meng Tianyu nearly exploded after being ignored yet again. Meng Tianqiu acted as if she could not hear her furious little sister. She calmly pointed upward and explained that the 9th princess had taken Miss Ron to help since he was still asleep. The imperial preceptor was checking on the disaster situation, so she would bring him there later. She casually introduced the girl beside her as Meng Tianyu, the sister Yu he had once managed to lose. Meanwhile, Meng Tianyu waved her arms in frustration, looking completely unhappy that her introduction got no attention at all. Hearing that, he immediately walked over with a big smile, held out his hand for a handshake, and said he finally remembered. They had met at the arena before. Then he introduced himself as Li Ziwei, but she turned away proudly and snorted that she would never shake his hand. Everyone knew anyone he touched ended up passing out. He gave an awkward smile and admitted that did seem to be true, but it had all been a coincidence. Then he looked back and forth between the two and curiously asked, "Your names sound so similar. One is Meng Tianqiu, and the other is Xu Yu. Are you sisters?" Meng Tianqiu rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and replied that you could say that. He immediately grinned and commented that having an older sister sounded pretty nice. Meng Tianyu instantly turned away like a sulking child, while Meng Tianqiu quickly pointed at her and corrected him. "No, actually, I am the older one." He froze for a few seconds before blurting out, "Wait, then why do you call her big sister? Hold on. How old are you this year?" Meng Tianqiu turned around and continued walking. She glanced at him and said it was a long story that she would explain later. Right now, they had more important things to do. After a few more steps, she casually added, "I am 28 this year." He smiled out of reflex and replied, 28? That is a lot younger than I expected. But right after saying that, his brain finally finished processing what he had heard. He immediately leaned toward Tu Ni and whispered behind Meng Tianchu's back while secretly pointing at her. How old did she just say she was again? 28? Up ahead, Meng Tianchu seemed to have expected exactly this reaction and did not even bother turning around. He narrowed his eyes at the cheerful figure skipping ahead and thought something did not add up. She looked far too young. Could gu arts really keep someone forever youthful? That thought made him turn to Tu Ni with a worried look and ask how old she was. She shyly replied that she had just turned 18 and had been serving her master for 10 years. He nodded and said, "Good, but next time do not say it in a way that sounds so easy to misunderstand." Just then, a little girl with pink twin buns came running over, her arms full of bright red fruit as she happily called out to Tianchu and Tianyu. Her emerald eyes sparkled as she proudly held up the fruit and said she had just picked them. They were really sweet, so the two sisters should try some. Then her attention shifted to him and Tu Ni. She skipped over and happily stuffed one fruit into each of their hands. Both he and Tu Ni crouched down to accept them, while the little girl smiled and said, "You should eat too since you are my sister's friends." He took a bite right away and nodded in approval. It tasted a lot like a peach. Tu Ni simply held hers without eating, while the little girl watched them with a bright smile. The little girl happily led the way, while he walked behind, and said to Meng Tianchu and Meng Tianyu that you could tell what a place was really like by looking at its children. This did not feel like some elite training ground for geniuses at all. Meng Tianyu glanced at him and snorted. She explained that if they had not come, everyone here would have died long ago. Even after reporting a disaster, sending help still took time. As he chewed on the fruit, he realized she had a point. Even if this world had lightness techniques, you could not expect people to carry spatial rings and fly around rescuing everyone. He looked up at the sky and silently hoped nothing bad would happen. After all, that woman had only said she was stopping by to see if there were any promising talents. After walking a little farther, the group finally reached Daliang Piao. She was scooping something from her stall and happily waved from a distance. "Away, you finally made it." As he got closer, he noticed a long line of people waiting in front of the stall. Daliang Piao explained that the 9th princess had been called away by the imperial preceptor, so she came over to help. Hearing that, he asked if she needed an extra hand. Before anyone could answer, he casually lifted a large jar onto his shoulder and smiled as he asked where to put it. Daliang Piao immediately looked at his arm in alarm. He set the jar down, raised one finger to reassure her, and said not to worry. His arm was completely fine. He even added that he was stronger now than he had ever been before. At that moment, Tu Ni stepped forward, placed a hand over her chest, and politely asked for permission to look around and check the situation. He smiled and told her to go ahead. Watching all of this, Meng Tianqiu could not help twitching at the corner of her mouth. A thought flashed through her mind. Tu Ni was even calling him master now. What exactly had Li Ziwei done to Hongxiu? Then she decided it was none of her business. As soon as that thought passed, she produced a beautifully engraved silver bracelet from somewhere. She placed it in her palm and began channeling her energy. Soft purple waves spread outward, and countless medicine bottles appeared floating around her. Once she finished, she and Meng Tianyu each gathered armfuls of medicine and began handing them out to the villagers with warm smiles. After watching for a while, he pointed at the bottles in her hands and curiously asked what they were. He also wondered if the silver bracelet belonged to their mistress. Meng Tianqiu blushed slightly as she continued handing out medicine. She explained that their mistress was in secluded cultivation dealing with something important, so she was temporarily managing the Eternal Pavilion. She picked up one bottle and explained that it had been refined from the black mystic ginseng he had provided before. The plant looked like ordinary ginseng, except its color was much darker. Once refined into pills, it became an effective fever medicine. He looked at the bottles and joked, "The moment you mentioned fever, I suddenly started feeling hot myself." She continued that while a fever rarely killed someone right away, it could torment people for a very long time. Most of the villagers were elderly or children, and the medicine and supplies they had brought would at least help everyone hold on a little longer. Just then, a white-haired old man slowly approached, trembling as he repeatedly thanked them. Suddenly, her gaze paused before turning toward him. She introduced him to the old man, saying the person beside her was shopkeeper Lee, and the black mystic Seng used to save everyone had also come from him. The old man immediately became emotional and called him his life-saving benefactor. In the blink of an eye, a crowd gathered around him. Endless words of gratitude poured in, making him blush as he could only scratch his head awkwardly. Everyone said they had heard the holy maiden speak about him before, and praised shopkeeper Lee as a truly honorable man. Nearby, a pair of bright emerald eyes watched him with admiration. It was the pink-haired little girl from earlier. She happily said his black mystic ginseng had saved her grandmother, and she was deeply grateful. He picked up a bottle of medicine and handed it to the little girl, simply telling her there was no need to be so polite. She accepted it with a bright smile and thanked him over and over. The little girl happily ran off, waving back at him as she shouted that he had to visit once her grandmother recovered. He smiled and agreed. He rubbed the tip of his nose with a smug grin. A single accidental good deed had ended up saving quite a few people. Thinking about it, being treated like a hero actually felt pretty nice. Meanwhile, the little girl skipped down the road, eager to tell her grandmother that their life-saving benefactor had appeared in person. She was sure her grandmother would be overjoyed. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice someone walking toward her. Her tiny body crashed straight into the person, sending her tumbling to the ground. The impact hurt enough to make her squeeze her eyes shut, but when she looked up and saw who she had bumped into, her face instantly turned pale. Standing before her was none other than the imperial preceptor, with the 9th princess beside him. A chilling aura surrounded him, making everyone uneasy, while Cutie Jia also looked at the little girl in surprise. His expression darkened as he looked down at her with a gaze that seemed ready to devour someone. He silently wondered how this child could walk so carelessly. That murderous glare froze the little girl in place. Her whole body trembled as she stammered apology after apology. Just as the tension reached its peak, the 9th princess stepped in and broke the silence. She happily crouched down, clasped her hands together, and told the little girl she was absolutely adorable. Still frightened, the little girl clutched her chest and kept apologizing, insisting she had not done it on purpose. The 9th princess glanced at the imperial preceptor. He put away his cold expression and calmly said it was fine, as long as she was more careful next time. Then she crouched down to the little girl's eye level and gently asked for her name. The child slowly stood up and answered that her name was Irya. She gently patted Irya on the head and smiled, saying she could call her sister Gio from now on. The little girl obediently repeated the name. Then, as if remembering something, Irya looked up curiously and asked if they were friends with shopkeeper Lee. Hearing her mention their benefactor, the 9th princess looked slightly confused and asked what she meant. Irya excitedly used both her hands and feet to explain, her eyes shining with admiration. She said Sister Tianqiu told everyone that shopkeeper Li's black mystic ginseng was what helped them survive the disaster. The 9th princess simply smiled as she listened. By the time Irya finished, the 9th princess was smiling so brightly that her eyes curved shut. A quiet sense of pride filled her heart. The man she admired really was different. He helped people without seeking fame, and no matter how she looked at it, he was truly kind. She happily took Irya's hand, nodded repeatedly, and confirmed with a bright smile that yes, she really was shopkeeper Li's friend. Perhaps because she had grown so fond of the adorable child, she took out a gold bracelet and gave it to her as a gift. She also told Irya that if she ever needed help, she could come find her anytime. The little girl was so happy she nearly jumped for joy and kept thanking Sister Jiu. After saying goodbye, Irya turned and ran off, but not before waving to both of them one last time. The 9th princess happily waved back and loudly reminded her to be careful on the road. Watching the scene, the imperial preceptor could not resist teasing her. He said Xiaoju's had changed surprisingly fast. Earlier, she had not even wanted to come here, yet now she was happily letting a little girl call her big sister. She shot him a cold glance. Then she let out a soft huff, turned her head away, and replied stubbornly, "So what? I like being called big sister." Her expression suddenly turned unusually serious. She admitted that she had not wanted to come because of her royal brothers, but once she learned shopkeeper Li was here, there was no way she could miss this chance. Standing beside her, the imperial preceptor looked up at the evening sky and slowly said that this time the imperial court had opened its granaries to provide disaster relief. Yet the people were grateful to someone other than the royal family. She frowned at him and asked, "So what if they are?" At that moment, faint golden light began gathering around her, as though the sunlight itself had chosen to shine only on her. Her voice became firm, as she declared that although she disliked her royal status, she fully understood its duty. Protecting the peace and safety of the people was the responsibility of every member of the royal family. Her gaze grew even more resolute as she looked directly at the imperial preceptor and said that the retired emperor had once taught her the greatest proof of a royal family's worth was the peace enjoyed by its people. As the imperial preceptor, he should know which words ought to be spoken and which should remain unsaid. The imperial preceptor looked her over with a calm gaze and judged her silently. This girl was interesting. She was far harder to control than her father, and somehow everything seemed connected to Li Ziwei. A pitch-black demon with a sinister grin suddenly flashed through his mind. He wondered how she would react if she ever learned the whole truth. The more he thought about it, the more he laughed. Standing beside him, the ninth princess felt chills run down her spine. She was convinced this man was seriously twisted. She had just argued with him, and he was actually laughing. Meanwhile, the pink-haired little girl returned home. The house looked old, but it was neat and tidy. Inside, her grandmother was lying in bed. The moment she saw her granddaughter come back, she looked over. The little girl happily called out that she was home. As soon as she entered, the little girl knelt beside her grandmother and excitedly told her everything that had happened. She talked about shopkeeper Li showing up, how he had donated so much black mystic ginseng to help everyone, and how Today's medicine had also come from him. She happily handed the bottle of medicine to her grandmother and said that once she recovered, they had to invite their life-saving benefactor over for a visit. But first, she needed to take the medicine. Her grandmother opened the bottle with a smile and said, "Then I had better recover as quickly as possible." After finishing the medicine and handing the bottle back, she noticed the bracelet on the little girl's wrist and curiously asked where it had come from. The little girl immediately raised her hand proudly and said it was a gift from shopkeeper Li's good friend. Everyone she met today had been so kind. Her grandmother smiled gently, patted her head, and reminded her to treasure it. She also hoped the little girl would grow up to be someone just like those kind people. The child nodded eagerly. Night fell peacefully. The sky was filled with countless stars, and the moon shone brightly. Inside the simple brick house with its straw roof, everything settled into silence. Wei and Daliang Piao said goodbye outside their rooms. She reminded him to get some rest, since her room was right next door. He smiled and replied, "Good night, beautiful." The moment he stepped inside, he flopped onto the bed and relaxed completely. He remembered when he had first arrived in this world. Back then, he had also slept in a tiny house just like this. He rolled onto his side, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the peace. After running around all day, being admired by so many people really did feel good. Maybe becoming a righteous grandmaster in the future would not be such a bad idea. But then he suddenly realized someone had been lying beside him the whole time. It was Tu Ni. Blushing slightly, she gently placed a hand on his shoulder and softly said that someone as amazing as her master deserved the respect of the entire world, even without doing anything. He nearly jumped out of his skin. His mind went completely blank. After more than 20 years of life, he had never shared a bed with a girl before. His heart immediately started racing. Tu Ni, on the other hand, showed no embarrassment at all. She moved even closer and softly called him, "Master." The surprise attack caught him completely off guard. Tu Ni narrowed her eyes with an eager smile and giggled. She said she understood everything now. Her master had been kind to those people because he wanted them to become allies in the future, but honestly, none of their talents were all that impressive. Tu Ni leaned in even closer, making her chest sway right in front of his eyes. Panicked, he quickly leaned away. She seriously suggested that with both her talent and her master's, their child would surely be a heaven-defying genius. After hearing that, only one thought remained in his head. Dear heavens! He suddenly shot upright as if struck by lightning, scrambled away from Tu Ni as though she were his natural enemy, and declared with absolute righteousness, "A swordsman without women in his heart draws the purest blade. Do not even think about shaking my Dao heart." Then he muttered to himself, "What is this? A game with a breeding system?" Tu Ni was completely speechless. After the chaotic scene, he flopped back onto the bed as if nothing had happened, leaving Tu Ni standing there looking utterly dejected. Turning his back to her, he told her to just find talented people and bring them back for training. Tu Ni could only obediently agree. But as soon as she answered, she rested her chin on her hand and began thinking seriously. It looked like she would have to choose carefully. At the very least, they needed someone with real potential. The scene shifted to Ya. her bright emerald eyes sparkling. She happily ran up to him, held out a small pouch, and grinned as she said she had prepared it especially for him. He accepted it with a puzzled look, thanked her, and curiously asked what it was. Urya excitedly replied that it was a protective charm she and her grandmother had made together. Then Urya pulled out several more little cloth pouches. He crouched down to take them, and she happily explained that everyone had one. They were all being kept with shopkeeper Lee for now. He smiled, nodded, and said he would hand them out to everyone later. A moment later, the little girl ran off. While he was busy serving porridge to the villagers, he turned around and saw Daliang Piao arriving with a basket. But the first thing he remembered was the cloth pouches. He took one out, handed it to her, and said, "Beautiful lady, this is yours." Daliang Piao accepted the pouch. She examined it for a while before asking curiously, "What is this?" Still serving food, he explained that it was a protective charm the little girl had made, one for everyone. It also reminded him of the gifts children gave him during a charity trip to the mountains years ago. Daliang Piao looked at the charm and quietly wondered, "A protective charm?" Then she suddenly hugged it to her chest. Smiling so brightly her eyes curved, she secretly decided to make one for Away someday too. Only then did she remember the basket in her hand. She quickly handed it over and said she had brought him food. He glanced at the basket in surprise. Daliang Piao placed each dish on the table and explained that the 9th princess had prepared everything. She said she, the national master, and the saintess of the eternal pavilion still had matters to discuss, so he did not need to wait. He picked up a bowl and said in surprise that he never expected the princess to know how to cook. Daliang Piao agreed and added that the 9th princess also asked him not to mind since the ingredients were limited. Resting her chin on her hand, Daliang Piao thought about how Qian Wujin used to prepare lavish meals for Away. She wondered if he could get used to such simple food or end up with a stomachache. She even pictured Qian Wujin happily carrying a full tray and calling master to eat. But the result was the exact opposite. He quickly finished one bowl, his eyes lit up, and he let out a satisfied sigh with just one word: delicious. He then walked over to Daliang Piao, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and told her to stop working and sit down to eat with him. Holding his bowl, he said he used to live with his grandmother, and she made the best porridge in the world. After a long day, a hot bowl of porridge with a few side dishes was all the happiness he needed. But after she passed away, every bowl of porridge felt like something was missing. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had said too much. He quickly apologized and said he was only feeling nostalgic. Seeing Daliang Piao remain calm made him feel even worse. Her family was gone too, yet he had brought up such a topic. She simply looked at him and softly said it was fine. She was happy that Away was willing to share these memories with her. She lifted a bowl of soup and took small sips while quietly thinking about his life. She had always known Away was an orphan, but she never knew he had once lived with his grandmother. When she looked over, he was still happily enjoying his meal. She thought about the old Away, who barely spoke and spent every day training. He had been so timid that everyone treated him like a joke. If he had never lost his memory, no one would have known how capable he truly was. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached. He was so kind and generous that he would rather suffer himself than hurt anyone else. He had worked hard since childhood and rarely enjoyed a good meal. Before she realized it, tears were already rolling down her face. Seeing her cry while eating, he immediately panicked and asked what was wrong. Hearing Away's concern, she quickly wiped away her tears and smiled gently at him. Deep down, she could only imagine how many hardships he had faced all by himself. Away quickly waved it off and insisted that everyone else had suffered far more than he had. But in his mind, he could not help thinking that ancient life must be unbearably boring with endless rules and no phones or entertainment. Meanwhile, far away, Tuni sat on a tree branch, quietly watching the two of them the entire time. The scene made Tuni so annoyed that she snapped off a nearby branch and bit into it to vent her frustration. In her head, she kept grumbling that they were disgustingly sweet, and she definitely was not jealous. Just then, a voice called out from below and caught Tuni's attention. "Big sister, why are you sitting in a tree?" She looked down and saw Urya staring up at her. The little girl curiously asked if she also knew that man, and why she was not eating with everyone else. Tuni turned her face away and answered with only 2 words, "Not friends." The little girl could only let out a confused, "Huh?" Then Tuni proudly lifted her chin, placed a fist against her chest, and declared with complete confidence that she was her master's pet, and the most spoiled one at that. Ya stood there completely frozen, her mind filled with question marks after hearing that. Ni jumped down from the tree. Ya watched her and muttered that she was obviously not a cat or a dog, so how could she be someone's pet? Ni only glanced at her and did not bother replying. Then she winked and mysteriously explained that her master once said the best way to build a trusted inner circle was to start from a young age. After saying that, she turned to Ya and asked if she wanted to join them. The little girl blinked in confusion and asked what she meant. Ni immediately pointed at the sky with a slightly goofy look and painted a grand future. Join us, grow stronger, reach the peak of life, and embrace a glorious future. Ya gently tugged at her skirt and looked up. Does that mean I have to travel far? Ni casually replied that it depended on fate. Wherever master went, they would follow. Ya's expression slowly fell. She lowered her head and quietly said she wanted to become stronger too, but she had to stay and take care of her grandmother, so she could not go with them. The moment she heard that, Ni switched into full recruitment mode and enthusiastically listed all the benefits, including stable work, vacation time, allowances, family support, and every perk imaginable. Ya stood there completely stunned, clearly having no idea what any of that meant. After thinking for a while, she finally said that Ni should explain it to her grandmother instead, because she was too slow to understand. Ni immediately agreed. Sure, lead the way. After walking for a bit, Ya scratched her cheek and suddenly asked if she would also have to call shopkeeper Lee master after joining them. The instant she heard that, Ni nearly exploded. She shoved her face close to the little girl and shouted, "Keep dreaming. Only I get to call him that." Ya was so frightened that she stammered apology after apology. At the same time, somewhere else, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the room. It came from Meng Tianqiu while she, Meng Tianyu, and the national master were discussing an important matter. Meng Tianqiu slammed the table so hard, she almost looked ready to burst into flames. She demanded to know where they planned to send all the disaster victims. Meng Tianyu also spoke up, reminding everyone that the people of Nameless Town had lived there for nearly 100 years, and most of them were elderly. Unable to hold back anymore, Meng Tianyu directly asked whether this was the national master's personal decision or the emperor's decree. Across from her, he simply wore his usual faint smile and calmly answered. Although he was still smiling, that smile sent chills down everyone's spine. The killing intent around him grew heavier, and his black eyes slowly glowed with a strange crimson light. Then he calmly declared as if it were beyond discussion, "My will is the emperor's will." Meng Tianqiu's face darkened with rage. She slammed the table again and shouted that this was complete madness. She pointed straight at him and argued that the disaster was already under control, relief had arrived, and the remaining problems would eventually be solved. There was no reason to force the people to leave. This time, the national master finally spoke again. Raising a hand, he asked what would happen if another disaster struck in the future. Would they be lucky enough to have another benefactor save them? He also pointed out that without the black mystic ginseng provided by shopkeeper Lee, this crisis might not have been resolved so easily. His crimson eyes looked terrifying, yet deep inside he silently gave thanks. The thought nearly made him laugh because the black mystic ginseng had originally been something his senior brother planned to use for the disaster relief scheme. He had been wondering how to introduce it, but everything had unexpectedly fallen perfectly into place. The room fell into suffocating silence. No one spoke another word. Meng Tianqiu could not find a proper argument, while the national master remained absorbed in his own calculations. From the very beginning, he seemed determined to direct all attention toward the Eternal Pavilion and Li Ziwei. Meng Tianqiu clenched her teeth in frustration because she knew he was right. Without the massive supply of black mystic ginseng from Li Ziwei, even emptying the imperial treasury would not have been enough. As for the Eternal Pavilion, although they could temporarily suppress the disaster with goo insects, there were simply too many people to handle. After several seconds of thought, she sat back down, tightly clenched her fist on the table, and spoke more calmly. The national master is right about those points. But I have one more question. If the people are relocated, how exactly do you plan to settle them? Beside her, Meng Tianyu finally exploded. She shot to her feet, pointed straight at the national master, and angrily demanded what was the point of deciding such a major issue among themselves. They had not even asked the people what they wanted, yet they were already planning to move everyone away with a single order. Meng Tianqiu could only tell her to calm down, reminding her that this might truly be the emperor's decree. But those few words did nothing to calm Meng Tianyu's anger. She slammed the table and proudly declared that even the emperor, let alone the retired emperor, had to show the Eternal Pavilion some respect. Just as the tension reached its peak, the 9th princess suddenly rushed through the door, shouting that something had happened. Daliang Piao was right behind her. Both of them looked pale and were gasping for breath. As soon as they stopped, the princess reported that people had started showing symptoms of the ulcer disease. Back at Awi's location, several people were already lying on the ground in agony. Awei covered his nose and mouth with a cloth and repeatedly warned everyone to stay away from the patients. Anyone without a reason must not get close. At that moment, Meng Tianqiu and Meng Tianyu also rushed over. The moment they saw the scene, they immediately asked Li Ziwei what had happened. Awei quickly raised a hand to stop them and urgently warned them not to come any closer. The disease was likely highly contagious, and the first priority was isolation. Looking at the infected villagers, Awei's heart sank. Could this really be smallpox? The outbreak had happened far too suddenly. Normally, the disease should have an incubation period, yet it looked like the entire village had already been infected. The diseases in this world were clearly different. Even the early symptoms were terrifying. One young man coughed so violently that it seemed his lungs would come out. His body was covered in horrifying sores, and the pain was so unbearable that he clawed at his own throat. Seeing this, Meng Tianqiu stepped forward, clearly intending to examine the patient. She told Awei not to stop her because her goo insects protected her body, so she was not too worried. She could still help. After saying that, she immediately told Meng Tianyu to find the 9th princess. The situation was far worse than expected, so they needed a solution as soon as possible. Meng Tianyu nodded without hesitation. Awei stepped aside and asked whether they had ever encountered this disease before, and if there was any cure. Meng Tianqiu knelt beside a female patient as she examined her and replied that she had seen this disease once about 10 years ago. She then took the patient's hand and closed her eyes, seemingly activating a special cultivation technique. Moments later, a purple glow appeared, and the patient's sores gradually began transferring onto Meng Tianqiu's body. Awei stared in complete shock. Seeing his reaction, Meng Tianqiu wiped away her sweat and explained with a frown that this method could only suppress the illness temporarily and could not cure it completely. Lowering her gaze, she began recalling what had happened years ago. When the ulcer disease broke out in a village near Despair Valley, they arrived only to find the place had become a living hell filled with corpses. After searching for a long time, they found only one little girl who had somehow escaped infection. The image remained vivid in her mind. A white-haired girl with long hair covering half her face stood among countless bodies scattered across the road. She was so thin she was little more than skin and bones, her empty eyes completely lifeless, while tightly gripping a sharp weapon. After hearing the story, Awei could only sigh in despair. This was exactly how miserable life was for an ordinary transmigrator. Without any real strength, he would have been dead long ago. The thought only made everything feel even more tragic. Just as his thoughts were in complete chaos, someone suddenly shouted beside him, "Awei!" It was Daliang Piao running toward him in a hurry. As soon as she arrived, she said the 9th princess and Meng Tianyu had already sent word back. The national master claimed an ancient text, recorded a folk remedy for the ulcer disease, and they might soon find a solution. Standing beside him, she added that the 9th princess had one more message. This outbreak was far too unusual, and there was likely something else behind it. Hearing that, Awei paused and asked, "What do you mean?" Without wasting another second, Awei immediately turned and sprinted away, calling back that he had to find the national master right away. Watching him run off, Daliang Piao stood there in confusion and asked, "Huh? Right now?" After running a short distance, Awei turned back and shouted for her not to follow him. Daliang Piao froze in place and could only respond with a stunned reply. Standing nearby, Meng Tianqiu also seemed to realize something was wrong. She quietly frowned as she watched Awei disappear into the distance, but she said nothing. Meanwhile, in another part of Yuhong town, Xiao Shui was sprawled across a table like a lifeless fish, constantly complaining that he missed his sister and his master. Sitting beside him, Xia Yi nodded in agreement. She said she missed Awei too, but deep down she knew the one who truly missed him the most was actually her father. The two looked at each other, and sadness was written all over their faces. Then they both let out a long sigh at the exact same time. Suddenly, Xiao Shui jumped up, ran over to Xia Yi with sparkling eyes, and suggested they secretly go find Master. Xia Yi turned to him in confusion. She puffed out her cheeks and immediately refused. It was not like they could just leave whenever they wanted. By the time they arrived, everyone would probably already be back. Besides, if her father found out, they would definitely get scolded. And if both of them left, who would watch the inn? Hearing that, Xiao Shui instantly changed tactics and pulled out his cutest act. He hugged Xia Yi and said he could fly her there quickly so they could just take a look from afar. If they got caught, Master would definitely protect them. As for the inn, the maids could handle it. Xia Yi could only sigh helplessly. In the end, she raised a finger and warned him that she would go. But if her father found out, he had to say a few good words for her. Xiao Shui immediately beamed with joy and kept praising her. Sister Xia, you're the best. The little boy grabbed Xia Yi and hurried off. His praise put her in a great mood, and she even started imagining herself proudly helping Away. But a second later, Xiao Shui pointed ahead and urged her to hurry because he had no idea how to read a map, while she did. Xia Yi's smile instantly froze, so all that enthusiasm had just been because he needed a guide. Meanwhile, back with Ya, her grandmother was coughing violently, her face frighteningly pale. Ya rushed over in panic, tears already welling up as she cried, "Grandma." At the same time, Ni silently watched everything from the doorway. The old woman said nothing and only struggled to sit up. Ya quickly supported her and asked with a trembling voice what had happened, begging her not to scare her. Ni stepped closer, and Ya immediately turned to her for help, asking why her grandmother had been perfectly fine just moments ago. The old woman slowly lay back down. Her face was completely drained of color, and cold sweat kept covering her forehead. Ni took one look and remained silent. Then she turned and walked away, her expression growing colder with every step. Behind her, Ya hurriedly called out, asking where she was going. As soon as Ni stepped outside, she saw two men arguing fiercely. The blonde-haired man grabbed the black-haired man's arm and tried to drag him away, but the other refused to move. Furious, the blonde man pointed at him and shouted, "You're really not coming? We're all from the same village. When disaster strikes, are you just going to save yourself?" The black-haired man refused to back down. He raised his hand and yelled that this was the ulcer disease, not a common cold. Catching it meant almost certain death. He was just an ordinary farmer, so what could he possibly do? Ni ignored them and kept walking, but the desperate complaints still echoed behind her. First the fever, now this ulcer disease. At this rate, how could anyone survive? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Well, this place is lively." Ni immediately turned around and shouted, "Lord Tianshuan." Without any small talk, Tianshuan calmly said that being chosen by his senior brother was already the greatest fortune these people could ever receive. Becoming stepping stones on his path to godhood was something countless others could only dream of. Ni watched him with wary eyes. He continued by asking whether she felt the same as he did, that she would do absolutely anything for their senior brother. Ni lowered her head and answered without hesitation, "Of course, Master let me stay by his side, so I will accept anything he asks of me." At that moment, Away came running from the distance and loudly called Ni's name. The instant she heard his voice, Ni's expression changed completely. She pressed both hands against her cheeks and looked at him with adoring eyes. "Master." But Away ran straight past her. He stopped in front of Tianxun, pointed at him, and demanded, "I finally found you. What are you hiding from me?" Away glared at him in fury and shouted, "Was this ulcer disease you're doing?" Faced with the accusation, Tianxuan stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his hands with an innocent look and asked, "What do you mean I caused it? Do I really look that capable?" As he spoke, he casually poked Away with a finger, making him jump. Then he turned the suspicion around, saying he had actually assumed this entire incident was part of his senior brother's plan. The moment Away heard that, his face turned pale. He stumbled backward several steps as if he had seen something terrifying, frantically waving his hands for Tianxuan to stay far away from him. Even in the middle of the chaos, Away kept his distance from Tianxuan. He even flashed him the middle finger and shouted that standing so close in a situation like this would only make people get the wrong idea. Even a passing dog would want to throw up after seeing them together. Tianxuan frowned in complete confusion, having no idea what he was talking about. Just then, Ya suddenly burst out of the house, crying as she ran, instantly drawing all three of their attention. She rushed over and tightly hugged Away's leg. Although he frowned slightly, he did not pull away. Through sobs, Ya trembled as she said her grandmother was coughing up blood, a terrifying amount of it. At the same time, one of the patients near Daliang Piao suddenly coughed up blood and clutched his throat in agony. Daliang Piao and the ninth princess both turned toward him. The young man was frantically scratching his face and neck while gritting his teeth through the pain. Daliang Piao hurried over to support him and stopped him from scratching any further. He could only groan that the itching was unbearable and driving him insane. She kept telling him that scratching would only make it worse. But the patient had completely lost control. He shoved her away with enough force to send her stumbling back. Even her face covering was ripped off as he screamed at her to stay out of his way. A moment later, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as paper, and cold sweat soaked his entire body. Several drops of blood accidentally splashed onto Daliang Piao's face, leaving her frozen in place with her eyes wide open. She gently touched the fresh blood on her cheek, and a strange feeling suddenly rose inside her. For a brief moment, she even felt the urge to taste it. Fortunately, the ninth princess rushed over in time and stopped her, anxiously asking if she was all right. Still dazed, Daliang Piao quietly replied that she was fine. The ninth princess helped her up and softly reassured her that everything would be fine once the blood was wiped away. But her own thoughts were already in complete turmoil. Even the saintess of the Eternal Pavilion could not cure this ulcer disease, and now something even stranger had happened. She looked up at the sky and wondered whether the emperor had already received news of the disaster. The natural calamity had barely ended, and now an epidemic had broken out. High above, a messenger bird was flying through the sky at full speed. It was clearly one of the ninth princess's carrier birds. Suddenly, a flaming arrow tore through the air. The arrow pierced the bird, sending it crashing to the ground. One nearby man asked if this was the last one. Another immediately replied that the other two had already been taken care of. The archer nodded with satisfaction and said they had ruined Lord Tian Xuan's mission last time, but this time they absolutely could not fail. Within 100 miles of this place, not even a fly was allowed to get through. Another man asked in confusion why they had to do that. Was no one allowed to pass through here? The first man shot him a cold look and told him to stop asking questions. Everything was for Lord Tian Xuan and for the revival of the demon sect. He added that the demon lord had returned, and soon they would no longer have to hide in the shadows. But at that very moment, a cold sword suddenly rested against his throat. The man's face turned pale as he realized the voice behind him did not belong to the demon sect. The swordsman simply said, "I see." The newcomer was none other than Xia Yi. She stared at him coldly and slowly asked if he had just mentioned the demon sect. Xia Yi then brushed the dust from her sleeve and let out a relieved sigh. She looked down at Xiao Shuai, who was sitting nearby with his chin resting on his hand and a smug grin on his face. She quietly thought that children really were easy to deal with. In one swift move, they had captured 3 remaining members of the demon sect. Beneath the tree, the 3 men in black knelt with pale faces, drenched in sweat as they remained tightly bound. Thinking about it, Xia Yi could not help feeling rather proud of herself. Xia Yi strode forward with her hands on her hips and shouted at the 3 captives, making all of them flinch. The man in the middle stubbornly gritted his teeth and declared that they could kill him if they wanted, but he would never surrender. He even bragged that no matter what they asked, he would never reveal a single word. Xia Yi looked at him in confusion, wondering when she had even asked him anything. Crossing her arms, she looked at the 3 men and asked who Lord Tian Xuan was and what they meant by the demon lord's return. The moment he heard the question, the man turned his head away with a sneer and claimed she should stop asking because he knew nothing. Xia Yi fell into deep thought. The return of the Ziwei demon lord had always seemed inevitable, but she had never heard the name Tian Xuan before. She suddenly remembered a Wei once saying that the most dangerous enemy was never the one standing in the open, but the one hiding in the shadows. Thinking it over, Xia Yi decided she had to squeeze some information out of them. Her expression instantly turned serious. In a flash, the blade in her hand slashed downward, aiming straight at the man's most vulnerable spot. His face turned green as he screamed in terror. Xia Yi's eyes burned crimson, her breath seemed to steam, and the killing intent pouring from her made the man tremble uncontrollably. She coldly asked again, "Are you going to talk or not?" The man in the middle had gone completely pale, but he still turned his head away and shakily answered, "No." The man beside him completely broke down. Crying and sniffling, he shouted that he would confess everything. The middleman immediately whipped his head around and stared at his companion in disbelief. The man in black cried as he made up every excuse he could think of, begging for mercy. He claimed he had elderly parents and young children waiting for him, and he could not die. The other two instantly exploded, yelling that he did not even have a wife or kids. Still shamelessly sobbing, he admitted he had only made up the tragic story so he would fit in. Xia Yiyi stood there completely stunned, her mind almost shutting down from the ridiculous scene. Through tears, the man confessed that Lord Tianxuan was actually the Demon Lord's junior sister. She had disguised herself as a man, stolen someone else's identity, and taken the position of national master to secretly assist the Demon Lord from the shadows. He continued by saying that bringing the 9th princess to Nameless Town was also part of some larger plan, but they had no idea what it was. Hearing that, Xia Yiyi's expression changed dramatically. What? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ya cried herself hoarse beside the bed where her grandmother struggled to breathe. Li Ziwei looked at Tianxuan with obvious annoyance and asked, "Weren't you here to recruit people? Why did you drag an epidemic into this too?" The only answer he received was Tianxuan's chilling smile. Tianxuan then walked straight over to the sobbing Ya and gently asked whether she wanted to save her grandmother. Wei immediately stepped in and raised a hand to stop him, demanding to know what he was planning this time. The moment Ya heard there was a chance to save her grandmother, she grabbed Tianxuan's sleeve and begged through tears, saying she would do anything if only her grandmother could live. Tianxuan's eyes slowly turned an eerie white as demonic energy thickened around him. He simply replied, "Good." In the blink of an eye, a crimson blade appeared in his hand. Looking at Ya, he said that Hongxiu had once told him shopkeeper Li cared deeply about the little girl, so he had decided to trust her as well. He crouched down and softly asked for her name, as though sharing a secret. After confirming she was Ya, he leaned in and whispered that this disease was actually a curse. He looked at him in confusion. A curse? He gave her a fake smile and calmly explained that was right. The disease could never be cured. Once infected, people could only spend the rest of their lives suffering. As he spoke, he placed the crimson blade into Ya's hands. She looked at the strange weapon and innocently asked what it was. His eyes slowly glowed red as he pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He continued tempting her by saying the blade could absorb curses. Everyone else had fallen ill while she remained healthy, proving she was the chosen child. Only she could do this. Didn't she want to save her grandmother and the entire village? The moment he finished speaking, demonic energy surged from his body and wrapped around Ya. Little by little, her eyes turned a deep crimson. Under his influence, Ya gripped the crimson blade and slowly raised it toward her grandmother. Standing beside her, Tianxuan continued guiding her like a hypnotist. That's right, just like that. But just before the blade came down, Wei rushed over, knocked it from her hands, and shouted for her to stop. Holding Ya tightly, he spun toward Tianxuan and angrily yelled, "Have you lost your mind? You're tricking a child into killing someone. This isn't some demon sect. It's nothing but an evil cult." Wei then turned toward Hongxiu, who was standing nearby, and demanded an explanation. Hongxiu froze for a brief moment before remembering something. She clasped her hands together and smiled. "Master, have you forgotten because of your memory loss? This child isn't killing anyone. She's saving them." Wei frowned even more. "What did you just say?" Hongxiu placed a hand over her chest and slowly explained that Master himself had once said the souls of these people had already been consumed by the curse. All they had to do was wait until they could receive new bodies. When the Demon Lord ascended to godhood, they would return to his side, while the chosen ones would become his strongest followers. As she finished, she smiled proudly and said it was a great honor for her. Wei immediately grabbed Hongxiu by the shoulders and shook her, saying this sounded exactly like a scam. Wasn't this the oldest trick used by evil cults? At the same time, he pieced everything together. Hongxiu had to be the white-haired girl who survived back then, and the ulcer disease was probably created by his original body's former owner. A wise expression grew more serious. He continued analyzing the situation. If he had never experienced things like consciousness transfers, and the system himself, he might have believed it too. This looked more like a demonic technique used to brainwash people, and they targeted children because they were easier to manipulate. But the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. Could they really have gone through all this effort just to recruit loyal followers? The more he thought about it, the more his eyelid twitched. Either the original owner had truly been insane, or there was an even bigger plan hidden behind everything. Just then, a faint sound interrupted his thoughts. All three of them immediately turned toward the door. Tianxuan's face darkened as he looked that way, and coldly said there was a rat listening outside. Deep down, however, he knew he had intentionally let that person overhear everything. Behind the wall, Meng Tianqiu jumped in shock and quickly covered her mouth with both hands, desperately trying not to make a sound. Standing outside with a deathly pale face, she trembled uncontrollably. Only one thought echoed through her mind. The national master belonged to the demon sect, and so did Li Zuwei. Meng Tianqiu clenched her teeth as the image of the white-haired girl from years ago flashed through her mind. That frail child had sat among countless corpses with lifeless eyes. If Hongshu truly was that girl, and if the ulcer disease had been created by the demon sect, then what terrifying method had they used? Realizing the situation was far worse than she imagined, Meng Tianqiu immediately turned to leave and warn everyone. But before she could get far, Tian Xuan appeared in front of her with a dangerous smile. "Saintess of the Eternal Pavilion, where do you think you're going?" The sudden appearance left her frozen in shock. The moment she turned around, her face went pale as she saw a mass of pitch-black demonic energy rushing toward her. The demonic energy moved as if it had a mind of its own. It wrapped around her body, dragged her back into the house, and slammed the door shut behind them. Tian Xuan spoke with open disgust. "I hate people from the Eternal Pavilion more than anything." As soon as he finished, the demonic energy transformed into countless tendrils that tightly bound her body and even sealed her mouth, creating a terrifying sight. But a moment later, beams of light burst forth. The demonic energy was forced back as Meng Tianqiu's body began radiating a brilliant glow that pushed away the surrounding darkness. She immediately activated the indestructible golden body. A gentle golden aura covered her entire body as she slowly landed on her feet. Tianxuan looked at her with mockery. How rare! Even the Eternal Pavilion's little bug knows cultivation techniques. His eyes gradually turned crimson, and the killing intent within them grew heavier as he stared at Meng Tianqiu. He coldly remarked that she was still far too inexperienced. Thick demonic energy instantly shot toward her, blasting her backward as blood sprayed from her mouth. Meng Tianqiu crashed heavily onto the ground, clutching her stomach in agony and unable to stand. Enduring the pain, she forced herself up. Only one thought remained in her mind. No matter what, she had to get word out. With that thought, she immediately summoned a spider goo. But the instant it appeared, Tianxuan crushed it beneath his foot. Watching him approach with overwhelming killing intent, she could only force out a single word. "You." Trembling with fear, Meng Tianqiu demanded, "Who are you? Why are you doing this? Was the epidemic you're doing? Aren't you afraid your plot will be exposed?" Tianxuan merely smiled and corrected her. "Saintess, you're mistaken." As he spoke, he reached into his robe as though retrieving something. He pulled out a voice recorder and pressed play. It clearly replayed the earlier conversation about relocating the villagers and the disrespectful remarks toward the former emperor. Then he looked at Meng Tianqiu and smiled. "I suggested moving the disaster victims, but the two saintesses of the Eternal Pavilion opposed it. Now that an epidemic has broken out, tell me, who do you think everyone will blame?" Standing nearby, Li Ziwei stared at the object in Tianxuan's hand in shock. "Wait, isn't that a voice recorder?" Tianxuan let out a fake sigh. The Eternal Pavilion secretly contaminated the black mystic ginseng with a disease-causing medicine, a crime worthy of death. Hearing that, Meng Tianqiu immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tianxuan turned toward Li Ziwei and called out, "Senior brother." Leaning close, his face darkened as he whispered, "You've been pretending to be my senior brother for quite a while now. Having fun?" A moment later, he returned to his usual calm expression and continued, "You were the one who delivered the black mystic ginseng to the Eternal Pavilion. Everyone knows that. I don't care where you really came from." Pointing at Meng Tianqiu, he made her flinch. "Senior brothers just disappeared, and the demon sect needs a new master. Keep pretending to be him. Kill the two senses in front of you under my command, and I'll make sure you escape alive." Hearing that, Li Ziwei gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. This woman really had no idea what she was doing, so bringing him here to save people had been nothing more than a trap from the very beginning. As he walked, he wondered where the recorder came from. Did Long Batian leave it behind? If there was a camera, maybe the demon sect really was connected to the system. Meanwhile, Meng Tianzhu thought he was about to attack and quickly said, "Li Ziwei, this cannot be your doing. Say something." But the next second, Li Ziwei turned around and stood in front of her. He stared at the man and said, "I planned to use you, but you were secretly plotting against me the whole time." Then he raised his middle finger. I am the #1 martial artist, Ziwei Demon Lord. But remember this, the important part is #1 martial artist. He continued, I do not care about being the Demon Lord. You want me to be your lackey? Keep dreaming. Suddenly he pointed at the man and shouted, Shuni, take her out, Shuni. Hongshu heard him call her name, and her resolve began to waver. Right then, the man placed a hand on her shoulder and said coldly, Hongshu, have you forgotten who your master is? His words sent a chill through her body. When Hongshu turned and ran, Li Ziwei panicked. Shuni, seriously? Why did she run away? Watching Hongshu leave, the man closed his eyes with a faint smile. Looks like the negotiation failed. You are no longer useful, but I will spare your life. You do not look easy to kill anyway. He slowly opened his eyes again, but the killing intent was still there. Just as he was about to finish off the Saintess of Wanggu Pavilion, he suddenly froze as a sharp pain struck his chest. Looking down, he saw Ya had stabbed the red dagger he originally gave her straight into his body. The situation flipped in an instant. The little girl trembled as tears filled her eyes. Crying, she said, Big Brother said you wanted to kill Grandma, Sister Tianshu, and shopkeeper Li too. Big Brother is the bad guy. Hearing that, the man exploded with rage. His eyes burned with killing intent, as if he wanted to crush everything around him. Seeing things spiral out of control, Li Ziwei gasped, This is bad. Li Ziwei could only stare in shock as everything happened too fast. Before anyone could react, the man blasted Ya with demonic energy. Her tiny body convulsed as blood poured out in a horrifying scene. Meng Tianshu also turned pale and could not react in time. Li Ziwei rushed over and shouted, Ya. In his arms, Urja barely opened her eyes. Blood stained the corner of her mouth as she whispered, Shopkeeper Li, I almost killed Grandma earlier. Urja is a bad girl. He gently held her and said softly, No, you are a good girl. Urja blinked in confusion and asked weakly, Really? Urja is a good girl? Right in the middle of the chaos, Xia Yi ran over and shouted, This is bad. The Imperial Preceptor is part of the demon's sect. The moment she finished speaking, she froze at the scene before her. Behind her, Da Piaoliang and Ku Suijiao rushed over. Li Zizi stood in the middle of the battlefield with torn clothes, holding the unconscious Ya. Surrounded by overwhelming killing intent, he looked like he had just walked out of a massacre. Tianshuan, disguised as the Imperial Preceptor, watched from afar and wondered, Why are people from the Iron Garment sect here? He instinctively dodged to the side and avoided the sudden attack. Li Ziwei shouted behind him, Take Meng Tianshu and leave now. Tianshuan roared in anger, a bunch of useless fools. Then he unleashed demonic power at the group. Without hesitation, Li Ziwei charged forward and used his own body to block the attack, protecting Da Piaoliang. The strike ripped part of Li Ziwei's clothes apart, but his wounds healed almost instantly. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, Xiao Shui, get them out of here. Xiao Shui nodded firmly. Got it. He grabbed Da Piaoliang's hand and urged, Sis, come with me. Seeing her stand there without moving, he cried out, Sis. Da Piaoliang reached up and touched the blood on her face. Her eyes were filled with panic, but she remained silent. Xia Yi warned, This is bad, leave now. Xiao Shui grew even more anxious, but Sis. Da Piaoliang finally spoke. Ru Ni, go first. Xiao Shui immediately shouted, Sis. The moment she finished speaking, she unleashed her power and blasted everyone around her away. Deep inside the forest, Xia Yi led the way while Xiao Shui, Suijiao, and Meng Tianyu followed behind, carrying Meng Tianshu. As soon as they reached deeper into the forest, Xia Yi suddenly stopped. Breathing heavily with sweat covering her face, she asked in a trembling voice, What is really going on? Meng Tianyu gently put Meng Tianshu down and asked worriedly, Are you all right? If something happened to you, I would have no way to explain it to the madam. Meng Tianshu's face darkened. Ya is dead. The Imperial Preceptor made his move. Li Ziwei, he might also be part of the demon sect. Everyone froze in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Xia Yi stammered, That is impossible, Tianshu. You cannot say something like that, without proof. Meng Tianshu hurriedly explained, The Imperial Preceptor is with the demon sect. He even called Li Ziwei his senior brother. The Black Mystic Forest was poisoned, and Li Ziwei was the one who gave me that poison. She turned to Meng Tianyu. Do you remember the village from 10 years ago? When the plague broke out, only one little girl survived. Meng Tianshu clenched her fists. Hongshu was that little girl. The Imperial Preceptor manipulated everything and turned her into a killing tool. Back then, we cleaned up the scene without investigating properly. She gritted her teeth. Even if Li Zivi really lost his memory, I still suspect he is the missing Zivi Demon Lord. Xiao Shui immediately argued, Impossible. Meng Tianyu hesitated, but he is not exactly a good person either. Xiao Shui defended him in panic. Master is not a bad person, Meng Tianyu replied, but every clue points straight at him. She continued, the Iron Garment sect, Wanggu Pavilion, and the Invincible sect are all connected. He clearly approached us on purpose. Xia Yi quietly interrupted, actually, the Iron Garment sect came to us first. Meng Tianyu immediately shouted, quiet. She turned to Xiao Shui. Your sister acted strangely earlier. Did she know martial arts before? Xiao Shui answered, she never learned martial arts. She only trained with master once in a while. After reviewing everything, Meng Tianshu concluded that the force that sent everyone flying was beyond normal human strength. If the girl could truly sense other people's aura, then claiming Li Ziwei was harmless became even more suspicious. She might have been influenced by the demon sect long ago. Xia Yi immediately objected. What if we are misunderstanding him? Shopkeeper Li risked his life to protect us earlier. Besides, he lost his memory, so nothing is certain. Meng Tianshu quietly guessed that Li Ziwei and the Imperial Preceptor had probably fallen out for some unknown reason. But if he really was the Ziwei Demon Lord, the situation would become far worse. She added that the Demon Lord had once been afflicted by a Gu curse. If that curse had truly been removed, then all his former limits would be gone. Even so, she still did not want to believe Li Ziwei was really the Ziwei Demon Lord. On the other side, Tianshuan removed the disguise and sneered. So you came prepared. You even brought the Iron Garment sect. Who are you really? Li Ziwei looked up and cursed at him. Your imagination is completely out of control. Stop making up ridiculous stories. He charged forward with a fist filled with powerful spiritual energy. As he attacked, he muttered, who am I really? Then he shouted arrogantly, I am your father. But Tianshuan casually raised one hand and stopped the entire attack. With a simple motion, Tianshuan knocked Li Ziwei flying backward. Li Ziwei gritted his teeth and got back up. Still mocking his opponent, he muttered that his healing ability was not bad at all, as the wounds on his hand rapidly closed. Even through the pain, he charged again, roaring in anger as he launched another relentless assault. Tianshuan blocked every strike with both hands while silently reassessing Li Ziwei's strength. He was clearly stronger than before. The next moment, Tianshuan poured out even more demonic energy, sealing off every possible escape route. Countless calculations flashed through Tianshuan's mind. The opponent was difficult to control and had likely cultivated a special technique. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would become since reinforcements might already be on the way. Tianshuan reached a conclusion. This battle could not continue. Even if Li Ziwei could regenerate, Tianshuan would wear him down completely. Having made the decision, Tianshuan gathered every bit of demonic energy into one finishing strike aimed directly at Li Ziwei. Li Ziwei immediately raised his guard and closed his eyes. Only one thought remained in his mind. This is the end. But after waiting for what felt like forever, nothing hit him. He slowly opened his eyes. Standing in front of him was Da Pioliang, who had blocked the entire attack. Li Ziwei froze in shock. She coldly mocked Tianshuan. Do not act like nobody else is here. Then she remained standing in front of Li Ziwei with overwhelming pressure. Behind her, Li Ziwei stood with his sleeves torn apart as the black demonic energy was stopped inches away. Da Pioliang had grabbed it with her bare hand. Her eyes slowly turned crimson. She tightened her grip and crushed the black demonic energy into nothing. The surrounding demonic energy instantly scattered, leaving the entire battlefield stunned. Li Ziwei stepped forward in disbelief and softly called out, Da Pioliang. But before he could finish speaking, he froze. He watched in shock as the demonic energy did not disappear. Instead, it was being drawn into Da Pioliang as though she had become its center. Her eyes were now completely crimson, and her voice turned icy. From the moment we first met, I already could not stand you. She looked straight at Tianshuan and calmly asked, have we met before? Tianshuan sneered. Senior brother once mentioned the Heavenly Maiden. Even if we have met before, it no longer matters. Tianshuan instantly unleashed a massive wave of demonic energy and launched a devastating attack straight at Da Pioliang, reminding her that she had always planned to capture the Heavenly Maiden and present her to senior brother. For a brief moment, excitement flashed across Tianshuan's eyes. Looking at the explosion she had created, Tianshuan believed the Heavenly Maiden was finally finished. She sneered, regretting that she had not gone all out from the start, then wondered how she would explain it to senior brother if she had really killed the Heavenly Maiden. But the next second, Tianshuan froze when she saw two figures still standing in the smoke. Li Ziwei smirked and joked, that smoke never kills the main character. Folding his arms, he grinned. The smoke rule. If there is smoke, nobody dies. Through the smoke, Da Pioliang's eyes glowed crimson once again, as heavy demonic energy poured out of her body. In the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Tian Xuan. One hand clamped around Tian Xuan's throat, instantly cutting off her breath. The crushing grip filled Tian Xuan with panic. Her body trembled as she struggled, only to realize all of her demonic power was being drained away. Right before her eyes was Da Pioliang's face, her crimson eyes blazing while black energy coiled around her arm. The red glow in Da Pioliang's eyes slowly faded, but crimson marks began spreading across her body. Even as she struggled through the pain, Tian Xuan forced out a mocking laugh and gasped, "You are suffering from the rotting plague too." Da Pioliang suddenly coughed, loosened her grip on Tian Xuan's neck, and staggered back half a step as if escaping an invisible pressure. The moment Tian Xuan saw Da Pioliang raise her hand again, she instinctively jumped backward to widen the distance. Li Ziwei hurried over to support Da Pioliang. Before he could ask if she was all right, she leaned completely against him with a pale face and ragged breathing. Her body trembled as her hand repeatedly reached for the red patches on her skin. The unbearable itch made it hard for her to stay on her feet. Across from them, cold sweat ran down Tian Xuan's face. She looked calm on the outside, but inside she was panicking. After realizing she could no longer use her full strength, negotiation was now her only option. Keeping her voice steady, she claimed she possessed a special medicine that could cure the rotting plague, but only she knew how to use it. Hoping to force them into a deal, Tian Xuan pulled out a red syringe and raised it as a sign of truce, proposing that both sides stop fighting. Seeing it, Li Ziwei helped Da Pioliang stand and muttered, "A cure?" Sitting on the ground, Tian Xuan quickly explained that it was an exclusive demon sect medicine, and even boasted that they had many similar products. After hearing that, Li Ziwei looked down at her with a heavy gaze. "You people really are something." Suddenly, he swung his blade with incredible speed toward Tian Xuan, leaving her only enough time to cry out in terror. Li Ziwei stood there with his sword in hand, watching Tian Xuan's body collapse without the slightest hesitation. He bent down, picked up the red syringe, and said coldly, "Villains who talk too much never live long." Then he casually pocketed it. Da Pioliang scratched at the red marks on her skin with a pale face and weakly called, "Away." Li Ziwei immediately turned back. He rushed over and comforted her. "Hang in there. Do not scratch it. We have medicine now." Then his expression darkened as memories of the little girl who survived years ago made him even more certain. He suddenly stopped speaking as a serious look crossed his face. Without another thought, Li Ziwei stabbed the red syringe into his own arm. The toxin spread quickly, making him grimace in pain. Da Pioliang cried out in shock, "Away! What are you doing?" Gritting his teeth as sweat poured down his face, he forced out a smile. "It is fine. I knew this was poison. She was trying to trick us." Hearing that only made Da Pioliang more worried, while Li Ziwei struggled to explain that Tian Xuan's plan had completely failed. He stood up, took a deep breath, and calmly said, "The important stuff is always carried on the body." Da Pioliang anxiously called after him, "Away, where are you going?" Li Ziwei walked straight toward Tian Xuan's corpse and crouched down to inspect it. Then he oddly gave a thumbs up as if pressing a like button. Loot time. He picked up Tian Xuan's identity token and frowned. She was carrying this too? Curious, he opened it for a closer look. Inside, a large character for Tian was engraved, along with several strange pieces of advanced technology. The contents made him stop in his tracks, because they looked nothing like anything from this world. His jaw dropped as he cursed. This is all modern technology. Some of it even looks futuristic. In his hand was a blue syringe that resembled a treatment device for the rotting plague. After thinking for a moment, he decided to test it on himself and injected it into his own body. He waited for a reaction, but nothing unusual happened. Li Ziwei immediately grabbed the blue syringe and ran back to Da Pioliang. "Da Pioliang, this one should work." Then he prepared to inject her. Blushing slightly, Da Pioliang shyly rolled down her sleeve to expose her arm. Li Ziwei carefully checked the injection site. Seeing her close her eyes with a bright red face, Li Ziwei thought she was scared and gently reassured her, "It will not hurt." After the injection, he handed her a white cloth. "Press it for a moment, then let go." A while later, he turned to Ya, who still lay unconscious with wounds covering her body. He slowly stood up. Walking over, he carefully picked her up and softly called, Ya. He placed Ya beside her grandmother so they could stay together. As he wiped the dirt from Urya's face, he blamed himself. Maybe all of this had happened because of him. The demon sect was clearly hiding far too much strange technology connected to the system. He placed a small blue pouch into Urya's hand, hoping to leave behind one last shred of hope. The same question kept echoing in his mind. What was the system, and who was he really? There was still no answer. He reached into his bag. Then he pulled out a black outfit and slowly put it on. He draped the black robe over Da Piaolyang's shoulders like a cloak. She blinked in confusion, unsure what he was doing. She turned to him and asked, "Away, what do we do now? Should we look for Miss Xia?" Li Ziwei's expression turned serious. He decided they had to stay hidden for a while and uncover the truth. Deep inside, one question kept haunting him. If he was not the Ziwei demon lord, then who was he? As night fell, two figures dressed in black quietly walked along, road lined with plague victims. In the distance, a man sat among the ruins with his face buried in his hands. One of the black-clad figures walked over and called out, "Hey, wake up!" The man looked up, his face pale from the disease. The moment he recognized Li Ziwei, he gasped. "Shopkeeper Li?" Li Ziwei placed 3 blue syringes into the man's hands and explained how to use them. "This is the cure for the rotting plague. Give these injections to the villagers. I have to leave now." The man trembled as he asked, "Can this really cure them?" After giving his instructions, the two figures turned and left, leaving an entire bag of supplies behind. The man burst into tears and repeatedly kowtowed, treating shopkeeper Li as the savior of the entire nameless town. After leaving the crowded area, Li Ziwei sat down and let out a long breath. At least they had found a temporary place to rest. Looking at Da Piaolyang, he quietly said, "I am sorry you have to go through this with me." She smiled gently. "It is all right." Her cheeks turned slightly red as her hand rested over her chest. For some reason, simply being beside him made her feel safe. But then the memory of choking Tianxuan suddenly returned. She wondered what had happened to her, and why she had wanted to destroy everything. Just then, Li Ziwei's voice pulled her back. "Da Piaolyang?" She snapped out of it and hurriedly answered yes. Li Ziwei recalled what had happened at the Zen temple and asked her about the words the old master had spoken. At that moment, the system announced, "System Unit 2B666, host body replacement complete, consciousness rebooting." A pair of emerald green eyes suddenly opened as though awakening from a long sleep. Urya, who had been believed dead, abruptly sat up with a startled gasp. She stared at her tiny hands in shock as the system explained that she was now in Nameless Town, inside the body of a little girl who had died from the rotting plague. At the same time, a strange scented pouch mysteriously appeared in Urya's hand. A cold laugh echoed inside her mind. This body is perfect for hiding my identity. The first thing he saw was the motionless body of a red-haired woman lying near the doorway, making him instinctively tense up. The Ziwei demon lord, now inside Urya's body, stepped outside and swept his cold gaze across the corpse. It somehow felt strangely familiar. He walked closer, clearly saw the woman's face, and suddenly froze. It was Tianxuan, leaving him deeply puzzled. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him, and he instantly turned around in alert. Hongshu slowly stepped out, cautiously calling his name. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to confront her directly and demand the truth behind Tianxuan's death and everything else. Sitting cross-legged on an old wooden step, he stared at Hongshu and coldly asked, "How exactly did Tianxuan die?" Hongshu answered with nothing but a sharp, icy stare. His eyes narrowed as his voice turned colder. "I asked you a question. Did you not hear me?" Hongshu hesitated, clearly confused by the strange way he referred to himself. Without warning, crimson demonic energy wrapped around her neck, choking her as she struggled in agony. The Ziwei demon lord coldly tightened his control over the demonic energy, punishing her resistance. But just then, the system announced, "Demon Sect Order activated." He clicked his tongue in annoyance and reluctantly loosened his grip. Without another word, he raised one finger and pointed straight at the wall, as though locking onto a target. A crimson beam instantly shot in that direction and slammed into the wall. Hongshu coughed violently as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. He clenched his fist, his icy gaze fixed on the scene before him without the slightest emotion. Hongshu had no strength left to resist. She could only scream in agony and endure the pain. As her cries faded, the Ziwei demon lord waved his hand in boredom, and the crimson light instantly vanished. The system appeared again and explained that the host had once used the demon sect order to bind part of Hongshu's consciousness. She should have been perfectly normal, but the host's aura had strangely remained on her, raising the system's suspicions. Hearing that, he immediately searched his belongings. His expression suddenly darkened as if struck by lightning. It was gone. The system urgently asked what had happened. He stared at his hands and replied coldly, "The demon sect order is gone." The system panicked and reminded him that he had destroyed himself to escape his pursuers. He ignored it completely and stood silently in the corner with a grim expression. The system tried to reassure him. According to its design, the demon sect order could never disappear from its host. It asked him to wait while it checked everything. After a while, the system returned with data from Unit 2B666. It explained that the host had issued his final orders before self-destructing while surrounded. Then the host destroyed his own body, wiping out his pursuers and creating the illusion of death or disappearance. Following its preset route, the demon sect order was supposed to find the new identity prepared by the system. At the same time, once the original owner's consciousness vanished, the host's consciousness would transfer into the new body. That way, the host could escape under a carefully prepared new identity. In short, everything had gone according to the system's plan, except for one unexpected variable. Li Ziwei had taken over the prepared body, disrupting the entire transfer process. The Ziwei demon lord frowned, his face filled with obvious irritation. The system continued talking about an unknown bug that needed time to fix. He barely listened and finally snapped, "Explain it in plain words." The system simplified its answer. "It is only a minor error. There is no need to worry," he asked again, and the system confirmed that was correct. He questioned the system about Tianxuan and the demon sect order. The system answered that Tianxuan was dead, and that the order could simply be replaced. The next moment, the system issued him a brand new demon sect order and asked whether Hong Xiu's consciousness should be bound to it again. Growing impatient, he shouted, "Of course!" The system warned that separating her consciousness a second time would cause permanent damage. He replied coldly, "As long as it still works, that is enough." The process began. White light covered Hong Xia's body as she convulsed in pain on the cold ground. When the light faded, she slowly opened her eyes. They were completely empty, as though her soul had been stripped away. She knelt down, stared blankly at him, and stammered, Who are you? Are you my master?" Her body trembled as fanatic devotion gradually filled her eyes. She repeatedly called out, "Master." The Ziwei demon lord, still inside Irya's body, coldly ordered her to straighten her twisted leg. Hong Xiu immediately obeyed with complete submission. Without the slightest hesitation, she snapped her own leg back into place with a chilling crack. Still gazing at him with blind devotion, she reported that the task was finished. He only replied with an indifferent acknowledgement. He continued questioning the system, insisting that the plan had gone off track and demanding a clear explanation. The system responded in its usual calm manner, saying it needed more time to process the data and asking him to wait. His face darkened as he warned that if the system failed to keep its promises, it would face the consequences. The system remained coldly composed, insisting that every variable was still within its calculations. It reminded him that they were bound together. They would rise together or fall together. Betrayal between them was impossible. The Ziwei demon lord narrowed his eyes and warned it again not to deceive him. The system replied that he had only just awakened in his new body and needed time to adjust. It also reminded him to make full use of the survivor identity it had prepared. At that moment, a loud shout tore through the night and interrupted everything. High above, the cultivators of the Sanyuan sect filled the sky, led by their sextmaster, Fonting. He roared, demanding that the Ziwei demon lord and Tianxuan come out and face judgment. Countless cultivators stretched across the night sky like a wall of stars. Fan Tong stood at the front with an overwhelming presence, ordering an immediate capture and declaring that the entire area was surrounded by the Sanyuan sect. Down below, Meng Tianchu's group gathered together, still fiercely arguing over whether Li Ziwei was truly the Ziwei demon lord or merely someone connected to the mystery. At the same time, they discussed how to deal with the wounded people scattered across the battlefield. Shai looked tense and reminded everyone that after dealing with the demon cult remnants, she immediately sent for reinforcements. So the three great sects had already arrived. Earlier, Meng Tianchu's group escaped the forest before nightfall, leaving chaos behind, and even after the main force arrived that night, their argument still had not ended. The ninth princess stood in front of Li Ziwei, defending him while arguing that the imperial preceptor being tied to the demon cult was believable, but she would never accept that Li Zhonghui was the demon cult leader. The tension instantly reached its peak. Shu Tijao nearly exploded, waving her arms as she loudly rejected every theory, insisting there was no way Li Zhongui was behind everything. Her emotions were almost out of control. Meng Tianshu sat down in the middle of the chaos and calmly analyzed that no matter who Li Ziwei really was, his connection to the demon cult could not be denied. Her expression darkened as she listed several possibilities. Either he had lost his memory, or the Ziwei demon venerable identity was just a disguise someone else had taken over. Either way, nothing was as simple as it seemed. She knelt on the grass with a heavy gaze and admitted everything was only speculation. She then mentioned the mistress, who once possessed a secret art that could read other people's memories. A sudden thought flashed through Meng Tianshu's mind as she remembered that the mistress had personally viewed Li Zimai's memories. She jumped to her feet in excitement, saying that if Li Ziwei really was the Ziwei demon venerable, then the mistress hiding the truth was highly suspicious. If he was not, then his real identity had to be even more dangerous. The ninth princess and another companion reacted immediately. One blamed Meng Tianshu for keeping silent, while the other stubbornly insisted the person they trusted could never be evil, making the argument even more chaotic. Xia Yi still looked worried and asked what they should do now that the imperial preceptor was suspected of working with the demon cult, while the Ziwei demon venerable had also revealed himself, and the news had already spread. Meng Tianshu proposed a plan, saying that if the demon cult caused the chaos, they must also know how to stop it. She insisted they find Li Ziwei first and uncover the truth before dealing with everything else. Suddenly, a cold and intimidating laugh echoed from above, putting everyone below on full alert. The voice challenged the Ziwei demon venerable and Tianshuan to come out and die. The ninth princess immediately shouted and scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the source of the strange voice. Every eye turned toward a distant tree branch. A white bird with a bright red mark on its head stood there, gently flapping its wings as if preparing to leave. Someone quickly recognized that it did not belong to the Sanyuan sect. The bird suddenly shot into the sky. The ninth princess tried to capture it, but it quickly disappeared into the night. As the news spread, all five of them instinctively looked up, their minds filled with shock and doubt. Li Zhongui might be the demon cult leader, while Li Ziwei carried the identity of the Z demon venerable. Nothing about this was ordinary. The ninth princess exploded with anger and immediately drew her artifact to destroy the bird that spread the news. Meng Tianshu quickly stopped her, saying it was likely the spirit beast of the Sanyuan sect master. She coldly replied that knowing its owner only made her want to kill it even more. Xia Yi turned to Meng Tianshu and urgently told her to bring the mistress at once, or the situation would spiral out of control. She so reminded everyone that the Sanyuan sect master was notorious for being reckless and loved causing trouble wherever crowds gathered. The spirit bird continued circling high above the quiet green forest. It suddenly descended and landed on the shoulder of Fan Tong, the Sanyuan sect master. He frowned at the bird and quietly repeated the name Li Ziwei, the Ziwei demon venerable. Fan Tong stroked his chin and decided it was just another title. It sounded familiar, but not worth worrying about. To him, changing names would never change his target. He then stood tall as his aura surged and loudly challenged the Z demon venerable and Tianshuan to come out and fight. Behind him stood a woman holding a fan and an elderly man with silver hair. The woman lowered her fan, revealing her striking face before introducing herself as Princess Nonggong Li of the Bliss Palace. She also revealed that her cultivation had reached Martial Emperor and confirmed the name Li Ziwei once again. The elderly man beside her also spoke, saying the person everyone was targeting was not the man he knew. He introduced himself as Wu Suwei of the Wuding sect, whose cultivation had reached the peak of martial sant. Fan Tong grew even more arrogant with the bird on his shoulder, mocking and provoking everyone. He claimed that no matter how well the opponent hid their identity, a martial emperor should settle everything in battle. The two behind him exchanged wary glances, sensing an unexpected variable. Elsewhere, Ya was so furious that her youthful face turned bright red as her aura surged violently around her. She clenched her fists while the system interface flooded with chaotic messages. She shouted that the original plan had been perfectly stable until Li Ziwei appeared and ruined everything. The system replied that Li Ziwei's identity had always been a preset role for the host to carry out the plan smoothly. He was originally meant to be a minor figure who would later approach the target and gather allies. The setup had been successfully activated. but the system immediately reported a critical deviation. The data showed that Tianxuan had already been eliminated by Li Ziwei, while Hongshu and the demon cult token had both gone down a completely different path than expected. Ya muttered in frustration just as Xu Ni softly called out to her. She quickly turned around, and her eyes lit up after remembering an important clue connected to Hongshu. She immediately ordered the system to extract the target's memories, but it warned that the host's consciousness had already been split multiple times. Any further interference could cause mental collapse or complete memory loss. Xu Ni stood nearby, completely confused by what was happening. After displaying another warning, the system concluded that memory retrieval was impossible unless the original fragment of the demon cult token was restored. Ya's aura exploded as black and crimson killing intent spread around her. She demanded to know why the system had never reported something so important, only for it to reply that the host had previously ignored the warning herself. She coldly demanded Li Ziwei's current location. The system answered that it could not determine his exact position because his data was outside its control. Furious, she clenched her fists and shouted what the system was even good for. Somewhere else, Wei leaned against a large rock while someone in front of him loudly questioned what he had once told the old emperor. The atmosphere was so tense that everything felt like it was being pulled into a strange whirlpool. He gently rubbed his chin and murmured that fate already had a fixed course, with everything arranged long ago. But once an unexpected variable appeared, the only choice was to follow the flow and watch what happened next. Wei frowned, feeling that everything around him was drifting away from its original path. Da Liangpiao, walking beside him, anxiously kept asking what that original fate was and why following him could change everything. At that moment, she suddenly looked up as if she had heard someone calling his name. Cold sweat instantly covered his back as he looked at the person beside him with an innocent expression, completely unsure how to respond. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and he desperately wanted to avoid the topic without knowing how. He quietly wondered if his transmigration had given him the wrong identity from the very beginning. The more he thought about it, the stranger everything seemed. He wanted to contact support, only to remember he had already used up every chance, leaving him speechless. His attention shifted to the demon cult token he carried. The more he looked at it, the more confused he became. Gritting his teeth, he suspected that some powerful system 666 was interfering, yet the token contained nothing but cultivation techniques instead of the advanced technology he had expected. His expression changed by the second, from confusion to forced confidence before ending with a strange laugh. He convinced himself that maybe he was actually connected to some legendary figure, while he was only a lucky supporting character inside a world that had already been programmed. Suddenly, he froze as his eyes widened after noticing an incredibly important detail. He stared at the demon cult token, while a brand new theory began taking shape in his mind, making him feel like he was finally approaching the real answer. He remained motionless as countless thoughts raced through his head, every clue tangled together into complete chaos. He reasoned that he was connected to the demon venerable, yet he was not the real demon venerable. The identity matched,
but his actions did not.
Making the mystery even more complicated. A sudden realization struck him, and his whole body froze as if he had slammed into an invisible wall. A bizarre theory emerged in his mind. Maybe he was never the main character at all, but some higher-level variant that ranked even above the demon venerable in an entirely different system. That thought excited him again. He clapped his hands as if confirming his theory, only to reject it again a moment later. His expression turned serious as he dug deeper into the demon cult token and its origin, trying to understand why his original body had possessed it in the first place. Seeing him stay silent for so long, Da Liangpiao softly called out to him with concern. Startled, he looked up at her and answered awkwardly while pretending everything was normal. She gave an embarrassed smile and explained that she was only worried because his expression kept changing. Seeing her reaction, his expression softened as he quietly called her name. He stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder, and asked how she was feeling after everything that had happened, especially after coming into contact with demonic cultivation. He silently analyzed her condition, recalling several unanswered hints from the past. He suspected the earlier incident was connected to a special physique. She lowered her head slightly and admitted she did not understand what was happening either. She only knew her emotions had become unstable lately, especially whenever the Imperial Preceptor was involved. She unconsciously touched her lips, remembering the moments when she lost control and even wanted to do something she could never take back. After hearing that, he was completely speechless. He stared at her blankly, realizing the situation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. She quickly added that she had never been like this before. She had only begun losing control recently and did not know why. She was also worried that he would get dragged into it. Placing a hand over her chest, she seriously said she did not care how he was connected to the demon cult and had no intention of investigating. She only wanted everyone to stay safe, including Hongshu. He simply thanked her, leaving her briefly stunned because she could not read what he was really feeling. Then he flashed a playful smile, gave her a thumbs up, and teased that she had looked incredibly cool earlier, and even a little cute. Awei smiled brightly, and repeatedly thanked Da Liangpiao. He even admitted that knowing she considered him important genuinely touched him. Flustered, she quickly waved her hands and said anyone would have done the same. Resting his chin on his hand, he pieced together every clue. He guessed Da Liangpiao's dark transformation came from demonic energy, unlike the Imperial Preceptor or Xiu Ni. The Imperial Preceptor was often affected by the reedied state, while Da Liangpiao remained stable beside the Qingshan sect master. That made him suspect the effects depended on the concentration of demonic energy. Still, thinking any further seemed pointless because he had already changed the original course of events. As the thought faded, images of Ya and Xiu Ni smiling appeared in his mind. He let out a quiet sigh and silently called their names. Beneath the star-filled night sky, he muttered that he had forgotten to bring Miss Jia's wanted notice and would probably have to return to the inn to retrieve it. Elsewhere, Fan Tong was still shouting non-stop with his spirit bird on his shoulder, repeatedly mentioning the demon cult remnants and their coming execution. One of the two people beside him silently watched, while the other casually remarked that he had been yelling for nearly 2 hours. Even so, Fan Tong remained furious and showed no sign of stopping. An elderly man beside him finally advised him to rest before taking further action since dawn was approaching, and it would be better to wait for more news. Fan Tong ignored him completely. Fan Tong suddenly turned around with a piercing glare and loudly declared that if the opponent truly was the demon venerable, then they should come out and fight. He also reminded everyone that the Sanhuan sect had once been attacked by the demon cult. However, no matter how hard they searched, they still could not find any trace of the Ziwei demon venerable. After entering an unnamed area, the group was guided by villagers to the place where the Imperial Preceptor had last been seen. Meanwhile, several villagers whispered among themselves, insisting that Li Zhongui could never be a villain because he had once saved their lives. Another villager fiercely argued that the rumors about the demon venerable were ridiculous and angrily lashed out at the chaotic gossip. A young woman quietly watched the scene and connected it to Awei, suspecting that the plague in the village might be linked to Li Ziwei. Suddenly, her eyes froze as if she had noticed something unusual. Somewhere else, a man suddenly blurted out that the target was already dead. In another location, Xiu Ni and Ya stood on a tree branch surrounded by thick fog. Xiu Ni turned to Ya and asked where they should go next. Ya angrily answered that they were obviously going after the one responsible for everything, Li Ziwei, and reminded her that he had taken Tian Xuan's demon cult token. In a deep voice that the demoness Tian Xuan was dead, then used the clues on her clothing to identify her. Nanggong Li continued, saying the remaining target had already escaped, and that person was Li Ziwei. Hearing that, Fan Tong slammed his hand onto the table and roared that the entire trip had been a waste because the target had already fled. He looked up at the sky and kept shouting in anger, while the other two could only exchange helpless glances, knowing the real problem was Fan Tong himself. Nanggong Li set down her teacup and calmly reminded everyone that the mission was to capture the targets alive. Now one was dead and the other was missing, making the report extremely difficult. Even so, Fan Tong's anger did not fade. He coldly said everyone could do whatever they wanted. He then ordered Wu Suwei to explain everything to their superiors. The old man strongly objected, but was ultimately forced to take responsibility. Wu Suwei sighed helplessly, accepted the task, and ordered everyone to follow the usual procedure by preparing a new wanted notice. Outside, villagers gathered around the notice board, waiting for the latest announcement to be posted as the area buzzed with excitement. The moment the notice was posted, it caused an uproar. Many feared that the great demon lord had returned and another disaster was approaching. A young man froze after reading the notice and realized the wanted man was the champion of the martial tournament. Watching from a distance, one chaotic thought filled his mind. Was that not his master? While casually looking around, Tong Chikian Woojin suddenly froze as a nearby notice caught his attention. He hurried over, as if drawn by an invisible force, and carefully read every word on the notice. Without hesitation, he reached out and ripped the paper right off the wall. The instant he saw what was written, his entire body froze. His face turned pale, and only one thought remained in his mind. What is this? The wanted notice clearly named Li Ziwei and even labeled him as the Demon Venerable. He was completely stunned to discover that the wanted man was actually his master, the Ziwei Demon Venerable, whose name was surrounded by endless suspicion. Before he could process everything, a shocked shout came from behind him. Wait, isn't that him? The one who shouted was Zheng Biao, who rushed over with a mix of shock and excitement. Tong Chikian Woojin and Zheng Biao stared at each other with guarded and contemptuous eyes as the tension became unbearable. Elsewhere, the emperor hurried over and tried to persuade his daughter to stand up, but Kui Tijiao stubbornly remained kneeling. He let out a heavy sigh and reminded her that this behavior was beneath a princess. He admitted he knew she admired Li Zhongui, but that man's identity had never been simple. Before he could finish, Cui Tijiao interrupted and firmly declared that Li Zhongui could never be the Demon Venerable. The emperor turned away, clearly dissatisfied, but quietly admitted that he himself had misjudged the imperial preceptor. He continued, confessing that he had trusted the man like a mentor and never investigated him properly. If he truly belonged to the demon cult, then he must have deceived everyone. Cui Tijiao became even more conflicted as doubt slowly crept into her heart. The emperor's face darkened as he said the imperial preceptor was dead. The demon cult's involvement was now obvious, and rumors of the demon venerable's return had spread from both demonic cultivators and the three great sects. Kuo Tijiao stood frozen. Whether Li Zhongui was innocent no longer mattered. The priority was capturing the demon venerable before the world fell into chaos. If he was innocent, they could make amends later. She finally understood what the emperor meant. Without giving her another chance to speak, the emperor immediately ordered the princess to return and rest. A female steward stepped forward and respectfully asked the princess to leave under the emperor's command. Kui Tijiao still wanted to object, but the emperor's cold gaze stopped her. She realized she was effectively under house arrest, and if she could not persuade him, her only option was to find Miss Xia and the saintess. She clenched her teeth as her expression darkened with frustration, feeling as though every path before her had been blocked. The scene shifted as a mounted messenger returned and reported to two figures in black that Zhen Yuhong was just ahead. One of the two handed over a banknote, and the messenger's eyes lit up as he repeatedly thanked them like he had met a wealthy benefactor. The newcomer was Li Ziwei. His eyes were full of anticipation because he was finally close to his destination, and he was already planning to change his appearance to avoid attention. Before he could finish that thought, a sheet of paper suddenly flew straight into his face. Wei calmly pulled it off and examined it, only to freeze when he realized it was another wanted poster with his face on it. No matter where he went, he kept seeing himself. He pursed his lips as cold sweat formed on his forehead, especially after taking a closer look at the portrait. He casually tossed the paper aside and let out a long sigh. He muttered in frustration, "This is such a pain." Li Ziwei searched through the bookshelves non-stop, trying to remember where he had put something important. After searching everywhere without success, he was almost in tears, completely unable to remember where he had tossed it. A stunning beauty walked over and curiously asked what he was looking for. With teary eyes, Li Ziwei explained that he was searching for the wanted notice Miss Xia had given him about the demon cult members. After searching for a long time, he sat down on the floor and explained that several people on the list were hiding their identities. He wanted to check whether the Tiei sect had already exposed them. He handed the book to the beauty and said that if their identities were still safe, they could gather more information from them. The beauty remembered seeing a stack of rolled papers in the corner of the room and had moved them to the study. The moment she said that, Li Ziwei's eyes lit up because he was almost certain those were what he had been searching for. Seeing Daliang Piao helping him so wholeheartedly, Li Ziwei was so touched that he grabbed her hands with tears in his eyes, as if he had found his savior. She immediately blushed, looked away to avoid his gaze, but quietly nodded in agreement to help him. The scene shifted back to Li Ziwei's house. Outside the room, Li Ziwei and Daliang Piao, both dressed in black, quietly approached and peeked through the crack in the door. As soon as he stepped inside, Li Ziwei let out a sigh. He had expected someone to be guarding the place, but concluded that the safest place was often the one that looked the most dangerous. Behind him, Daliang Piao quietly closed the door. Suddenly, a deep and icy voice came from behind him, pressing down on the entire room. "Who are you?" Startled, Li Ziwei spun around. His eyes widened as he instantly turned to face the unexpected newcomer. Without another word, Li Ziwei threw a powerful slap that sent Qian Wujin flying across the room. The impact slammed into the door behind him with a thunderous crash. Dust filled the air and blocked everyone's vision as the room instantly fell into chaos. Qian Wujin staggered to his feet while holding his face. The familiar strength of that slap made his entire body tremble. Even after taking the hit, he gave a thumbs up with shining eyes. "No doubt about it. That is my master, Ming Shenwu." Li Ziwei frowned in confusion and blurted out, "What are you doing here?" After a few awkward moments, the two quickly straightened their clothes, and the atmosphere gradually settled down. Li Ziwei glanced at him and concluded that he must have seen the wanted notice and rushed back to find him. Qian Wujin immediately nodded and eagerly asked what had happened and why his master had become the demon venerable. Li Ziwei rubbed his forehead with a sigh and explained that the whole story was complicated. In short, he was not the Ziwei demon venerable. Hearing that, Qian Wujin visibly deflated in disappointment. But Li Ziwei added that although he was not the demon venerable, the current chaos was partly his fault, and he wanted to fix everything before it was too late. Qian Wujin stood there in confusion, completely unable to understand what his master meant. He started imagining that perhaps his master and the demon venerable shared a deep grudge. The more he thought about it, the more he pictured an intense life-or-death rivalry between them. In his imagination, two legendary experts, destined to clash in an earth-shattering battle, made his theory seem even more convincing. Holding the stack of papers, Li Ziwei turned to Daliang Piao and confirmed that those people's identities were still hidden, so the situation remained under control for now. As he flipped through another document, a bizarre image suddenly appeared in his mind. Drunken flower house and a muscular man dressed in pink with cat ears. The strange thought left him completely puzzled. He patted Qian Wujin on the shoulder and called him his disciple. His voice turned serious as he said there was an important mission that only Qian Wujin could accomplish. Qian Wujin immediately stood tall, pounded his chest, and accepted the mission with complete confidence. Li Ziwei nodded in satisfaction as he assigned the task with complete trust in his eyes. He instructed Qian Wujin to go to the drunken flower house and find a way to bring the establishment's top courtiers away. As he spoke, he imagined a beautiful performer dancing in a luxurious hall. Inside the drunken flower house, a woman named Enshi appeared from behind a curtain and sweetly asked whether tonight's guest was Noza. Reclining on the bed with a seductive smile, she urged him to lift the curtain. Meanwhile, Qian Wujin kept reminding himself to stay calm and not be tempted. In his mind, he imagined himself dramatically pulling the curtain aside. In reality, he grabbed Anshi's hand instead, making her cry out in surprise. With a stern expression, he warned her to come quietly, or he would not show any mercy. His eyes were filled with tension as he desperately tried to look intimidating, warning her not to force him to act. As he escorted Enshi back, he imagined Li Ziwei praising him, filling himself with pride. He was convinced he had earned a great achievement. In his imagination, Li Ziwei kept praising him, making him even more excited. But it was all happening inside his head. In reality, everything was still a complete mess, so he calmed himself down and kept going. He pulled the curtain open with force and once again loudly ordered the other person to come with him, acting full of confidence. Still looking fearless, he repeated his warning not to make him stop being a gentleman. But the person before him left him completely frozen. And she had a beautiful face, but her body was enormous, packed with muscles like a professional fighter. Every muscle stood out clearly, making it look like a single swing could send someone flying. Qian Wujin's jaw dropped as every bit of his confidence vanished instantly. With a sweet smile, Enshi teased, "So you wanted to take me away?" Her massive frame closed in on him, making Qian Wujin tremble. It felt like she could lift him with one arm, and the price of taking her away suddenly became much higher. Shaking all over, Qian Wujin pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. Terrified but determined, he convinced himself that more money would solve everything. Even with tears in his eyes, he kept telling himself he was not a coward, just adapting to the situation. Just then, a strange noise came from the roof, followed by a few drops of water, and she immediately frowned, sensing someone above them. Before anyone could react, a figure crashed straight through the roof and landed in the middle of the room, completely destroying the tense atmosphere. Zheng Biao slowly got to his feet, dusted himself off, and grumbled that the house leaked and was as fragile as paper. The moment he stood up, he and Qian Wujin stared at each other before both slowly turned toward Enshi. The room fell silent for several long moments. Qian Wujin angrily pointed at Zheng Biao and demanded to know why he was there, while Enshi simply smiled and calmly remarked that another person meant paying even more. Night had fully fallen, and Li Ziwei's house was wrapped in silence. Daliang Piao had fallen asleep against his shoulder, while Li Ziwei looked outside, wondering why Qian Wujin still had not returned. Something felt wrong. He rubbed his stiff neck and quietly complained that the lamp was about to burn out, yet he still could not leave. His neck had become unbearably sore. At that moment, Qian Wujin shouted from outside, "Master Im back." The voice startled Daliang Piao awake, and Shi entered with Qian Wujin and Xing Biao. Looking around the room, she remarked that the place was surprisingly luxurious, though she could not understand why they had sneaked in like thieves. She quietly wondered which important figure they were serving. Suddenly, a strange pressure spread through the room, as if the air itself had tightened, and Shi froze with wide eyes, as though she had encountered something terrifying. Before her, Li Ziwei and Daliang Piao sat calmly, while the surrounding light seemed swallowed by darkness, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. She immediately stepped back, her voice trembling as she felt she was facing something beyond an ordinary person. A recent rumor flashed through her mind. The demon venerable had returned and was hiding under a disguise. The moment she sensed the familiar aura and met Li Ziwei's icy gaze, she was almost certain her suspicion was correct. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees on the spot, ignoring the shocked expressions of Qian Wujin and Zheng Biao. She excitedly blurted out her conclusion as if she had just confirmed something incredibly important. She respectfully introduced herself as Anshi and declared that she was standing before Lord Demon Venerable, leaving Zheng Biao completely stunned. Zheng Biao froze in place as fear flooded his mind. He never imagined the man before him was truly the Demon Venerable. He nervously backed away while staring at Li Ziwei, wondering if this was really the legendary figure. Sweat poured down his face as he hurriedly introduced himself and recalled their previous meeting during the martial tournament, where he had been effortlessly defeated and even lectured on how to act like a proper villain. Li Ziwei rubbed his chin for a few seconds before nodding as he finally remembered who the man was. He turned to Qian Wujin and told him to take Zheng Biao outside because he needed to speak privately with Enshi. Qian Wujin immediately obeyed. The two left the room, and Qian Wujin carefully closed the door behind them. The moment the door shut, his expression changed. He pointed at Zheng Biao and directly demanded to know what relationship he had with his master and why he had followed them here. Zheng Biao casually smiled and claimed he was simply tagging along to stay true to his villain style. It was nothing serious. The more Qian Wujin listened, the angrier he became. He loudly demanded that Zheng Biao stop avoiding the question and reveal his real motive. Leaning against the door, Zheng Biao calmly admitted that he only wanted to find a new boss to rely on because Li Ziwei's overwhelming presence had completely conquered him during their last meeting. Hearing that, Qian Wujin immediately grew tense, convinced that this man wanted to steal his place beside his master. Inside the room, Enshi remained kneeling on the floor as cold sweat streamed down her face. She was terrified, believing the Demon Venerable had taken an interest in her and might dispose of her at any moment. Li Ziwei looked at her helplessly and asked directly if she was Enshi. The moment she heard her name, she immediately confirmed it and declared that the Demon Venerable himself had given her that name long ago. Li Ziwei quietly acknowledged her answer, his expression thoughtful. In Enshi's eyes, he looked like a silent figure, wrapped in darkness, radiating overwhelming pressure that made her think of herself as nothing more than a tool. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. She convinced herself she was merely a discarded tool that had outlived its usefulness, and her ending would not be pleasant. Thinking she had become worthless, and she repeatedly kowtowed and hurriedly insisted that she was still useful and remained absolutely loyal to Lord Demon Venerable. She rambled on, saying that despite not seeing him for years, she had faithfully carried out Lady Tianshuan's orders and had never neglected her duties even after the unexpected changes. Li Ziwei raised a hand to stop her and coldly said, "Get to the point." His face turned grim as his intimidating aura intensified, and he continued questioning her about the arrangements Tianxuan had left behind. Inside, however, cold sweat covered his back as his mind raced. He struggled to maintain a commanding appearance while hoping to squeeze out useful information about the demon cult's hidden operations. And Shi misunderstood everything and believed she had just been spared, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. She immediately reported that according to Lady Tianxuan's plan, the sacrificial ritual was basically ready. Unfortunately, the recent incident had left them short of manpower, so they needed more time to recover. Li Ziwei glanced down at her with an icy stare before asking how many people they still had. Trembling, and Shi answered that a little over 100 remained. The rest were under surveillance by the Ti sect, and those people had originally been placed under her command by Tianxuan. The moment he heard about human sacrifices, Li Ziwei froze. He immediately realized this had gone far beyond an ordinary demon cult plot and into something far more dangerous. Seeing his expression darken, the atmosphere in the room instantly became much heavier. Li Ziwei gripped the armrest so tightly that the wood cracked. His murderous aura burst forth, terrifying Shi into collapsing to the floor as she desperately begged for mercy. Trembling uncontrollably, she repeatedly pleaded for Lord Demon Venerable to calm his anger, convinced that even a slight frown could end her life. Li Ziwei coldly ordered her to return and prepare every remaining sacrifice because he would personally inspect them the next day, and Shi immediately bowed her head and accepted the order. He then added that there was one more important matter to discuss, never taking his eyes off her. Raising the demon cult token, Li Ziwei warned that someone had recently been impersonating the demon cult and using his name to spread chaos. If anyone was caught using that identity, they were to be eliminated without mercy. And Shi immediately accepted the order without the slightest hesitation. As soon as she stepped outside, Qian Wujin hurried over and eagerly asked whether his master had finished giving instructions. At the same time elsewhere, a man held Li Ziwei's wanted poster and trembled with anger as he read, Li Ziwei, Ziwei Demon Venerable alias, extremely dangerous. Report immediately to the Tieyi sect upon sight. He burned the poster on the spot, his expression turning icy as he ordered preparations to head for Yuhong Town and investigate the one abusing the Demon Venerable's name. Under a bright blue sky, sunlight shone over the drunken flower house. The peaceful scene hid the storm that was about to unfold. In the next moment, Xu Ni and Ya charged straight onto the second floor, without the slightest hesitation. Xu Ni set Ya down in a chair, stood beside her, reported the situation, and prepared to capture the target as ordered. After speaking, she disappeared from the room like a shadow, leaving Ya alone in the silence. Ya carefully looked around, before asking the system whether this place was truly safe. The system replied that the drunken flower house was in Shi's territory and fully under their control. This room was considered completely secure, though Ya remained unconvinced. Just then, a loud shout shattered the silence from outside. "Who are you?" A servant was thrown straight into the room, rolling to Ya's feet while crying out in pain from the powerful throw. Xu Ni looked down at the man on the floor with eyes as cold as a drawn blade. Without hesitation, she stomped directly on his head before calmly reporting, "Master," he says, "the person we are looking for is not here." Even while writhing in pain, the man glared back and growled, "You dared to kick me? Do you think I'll surrender that easily?" Before anyone could react, his expression suddenly changed. A twisted grin spread across his face as he looked strangely excited. "Do not underestimate me, I like this kind of thing." Woman, that kick had real power. Ziwei Demon Lord finally lost his patience and coldly shouted, "Enough." He raised his hand, and a command token flew before the man, wrapped in chilling demonic energy. "Open your eyes and see what I am holding." Tuni paused for a moment after the kick, while the man looked up, staring at the token as he muttered, "This." Then he burst into loud laughter and sneered, "Great, you have some nerve pretending to be the Demon Lord." He pointed straight at him like he had just exposed a fraud. Ziwei Demon Lord froze on the spot, his entire body stiff as his mind went blank for a few seconds. The man became even more excited and jumped to his feet. "I told you. Before Big Brother left, he warned us about this. You still dare to impersonate him? You think anyone will fall for it? Look carefully. The real Demon Lord is not someone like you." Hearing that, Ziwei Demon Lord finally gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Hongshu, silence him." Tuni nodded without hesitation. Yes. She immediately threw a punch, sending the man crashing to the ground and cutting him off at once. Ziwei Demon Lord frowned and lowered his voice. Hongshu, I meant kill him. Tuni paused briefly, then drew a sword from thin air and scratched her head. Sorry, I misunderstood. Just as she was about to strike, a few blurry memories flashed through her mind. A familiar voice. A man once told her not to kill recklessly, to act with discipline, and even called her his most trusted subordinate. But the memories were too vague to grasp, making her hesitate for a split second. The strange feeling vanished almost instantly, but the sword in her hand never stopped, and the killing intent had already gathered. One clean slash fell, and blood splattered across the ground. Tuni sheathed her sword and reported coldly, Master, it is done. Ziwei Demon Lord walked to the corpse with a heavy expression before turning to the system. Explain this. What is really going on? He nearly roared as he demanded answers. Why did his subordinate fail to recognize the token and even call him an imposter? The system hurriedly replied that it was checking the target's memories and still did not know the reason. The analysis bar quickly reached completion as the memory data was decoded. The system immediately reported that the entire problem traced back to someone named Li Ziwei. According to the analysis, Li Ziwei had approached Enshi first, used the demon sect token to earn his trust, and gradually took control of internal information, completely turning the situation around. Ziwei Demon Lord froze for a second before exploding with rage. Him again. He gritted his teeth as killing intent surged wildly. Li Ziwei, it is Li Ziwei again. His overwhelming aura shook the surrounding space as he turned to the system and demanded to know why everything had gone so far out of control. The system quickly answered that information about Li Ziwei was outside its management data. Even the people around him no longer matched the original settings, throwing the entire plan into chaos. Ziwei Demon Lord clenched his fists, his eyes turning red as he growled. You said that if I followed your instructions, I would break my limits and become a true god. Then what is this? His furious roar echoed so loudly that even Tuni outside the door heard every word. He bellowed that if the system dared toy with him and failed to keep its promise, he would drag it down with him even if he died. Tuni gently pushed the door open, peeked inside, and cautiously called out, Master. Before she could understand what was happening, a stone flew straight into her forehead. The unexpected throw hit her squarely, making her wince in pain. His face looked terrifyingly dark, his blue eyes filled with icy killing intent, and the arm that had thrown the stone was still raised. He coldly demanded to know who gave her permission to enter. Pointing directly at Tuni, he shouted so fiercely that she flinched and ordered her to get out immediately. Tuni could only reply softly before lowering her head and leaving, looking deeply wronged. Inside the room, his attention returned to the system. It calmly said that his anger was pointless because everything had already gone beyond control. It then explained that the only solution now was to return everything to its original course. He gritted his teeth and asked through clenched words how he was supposed to trust the system anymore, after everything had turned out like this. The system seemed to understand his weakness and confidently declared that they were now in the same boat and he had no other path left. He immediately argued back. This time he was no longer so easy to fool. If that was the case, then give him another body. What could this child's body possibly accomplish? The system continued tempting him. It said changing bodies required both time and a suitable target. Once the fusion was complete, he could freely use his cultivation techniques. According to the latest information, Anshi had already taken Li Ziwei away, and their destination was most likely the sacrificial altar in the southwest. Li Ziwei was carrying the demon sect token and could bypass the restrictions. The host had to get there quickly because many valuable treasures were hidden inside. At this point, he knew there was no turning back, so he could only clench his fists and swallow his anger. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei was crossing a gloomy forest that felt downright terrifying. The trees had long since withered. Anshichi led the way, followed by Li Ziwei, Da Piaoliang, Qian Wujin, and finally Tang Biao. Tang Biao suddenly leaned over and asked Qian Wujin where they were actually going. Hugging himself against the cold, he nervously looked around and said the place was so creepy that maybe the demon lord really planned to sell them. Qian Wujin frowned and snapped that Tang Biao was the one who insisted on becoming master's guard, so why complain now? Qian Wujin looked at him with open disdain and said if he was scared, he should leave instead of blocking the way. He also warned him to stop calling Master the Demon Lord. Deep down, he scoffed. His master was nothing like that. Tang Biao immediately flared up, clenched his fists, and loudly argued that he was only being careful because Master had taught them to stay cautious. Qian Wujin secretly grumbled that this fool understood nothing and was obviously here to compete for Master's favor. Just then, Shichi suddenly stopped walking. As Li Ziwei stepped forward, she respectfully reported that they had arrived. His eyes widened at the scene before him. All he saw was a barren wasteland with nothing in sight. Li Ziwei stood there in complete confusion and blurted out, "Huh?" His mind filled with questions. Arrived where exactly? He walked a few steps ahead, turned to the others, spread his arms, and loudly joked that if someone wanted to bury themselves here, nobody would ever find the spot. And Shichi walked to a certain place, knelt down, pointed ahead with both hands, and softly said, "Demon Lord, it is here." Only then did everyone notice a strange circle carved into the ground. She clasped her hands with an embarrassed smile and explained that she had always come here with Lord Tianxuan before. The entrance could only be opened with the demon sect token, so she had to trouble the demon lord this time. As Li Ziwei took out the token, he quietly wondered why the demon sect loved hiding its bases in places this deserted. Behind him, Qian Wujin and Tong Biao both stared with wide eyes. One was amazed that Master even possessed such an item, while the other silently sighed that he really was the demon lord. He knelt before the circle and noticed a slot in the center that perfectly matched the token. He guessed he only needed to insert it, though the whole mechanism looked incredibly advanced. The moment he placed the token into the slot, a soft click echoed out. Then the familiar mechanical voice announced, "Access granted. Welcome back." Hearing that, Li Ziwei immediately jumped backward in shock. In a way, this thing really was impressive. The group made their way into the underground chamber. Cold stone walls lined both sides, and the entire passage was built from solid rock. Only expensive night pearls lit the path ahead, and Shichi led the way while Li Ziwei kept looking around with curiosity. As he walked, Li Ziwei secretly complained that the demon sect really had strange tastes. They seemed to love burying everything deep underground. He casually placed a hand on the nearby stone wall and felt countless cracks and signs of age. A worrying thought immediately crossed his mind. What if this place collapsed halfway through? When they reached another checkpoint, Shichi stopped and respectfully raised her hand, saying this lock also required the demon sect token. Li Ziwei immediately searched for it. He placed the token onto the glowing white control panel. The system announced that access had been granted, while thin mist began rising beneath their feet. Li Ziwei could not help thinking that the smart lock was nice, but they really should have built this place a little sturdier. A moment later, the massive door across from them slowly rumbled open. As the opening widened and revealed what lay inside, Li Ziwei's eyes went wide. His face froze in shock as he instinctively raised his guard. Only one thought flashed through his mind. What in the world is that? At the same time, back on the surface where the group had disappeared, a scholarly-looking young man slowly appeared. Stroking his chin, he muttered to himself, feeling quite pleased that he had found the demon lord's hideout so easily. Scratching his head with a smug yet slightly bashful grin, he thought this was a huge achievement. The people under Sect Master Xia and the three great sects would surely reward him handsomely. In his mind, he pictured Xia Yi holding money and wine while looking at him with admiration, calling him Brother Qiang. Just the thought made him grin from ear to ear as he dreamed of reaching the peak of life. After indulging in his fantasy, he finally became practical. There was no way he could handle this alone, so he needed to call for reinforcements first. The thought brought another smug smile to his face. But at that moment, someone behind him suddenly shouted for him to stop. Startled, he spun around at once. The newcomers turned out to be Xia Yi and little Xiao Shuai. The moment she saw him, she pointed at him and sternly asked what he was doing here. De Chang's eyes lit up with excitement as he happily replied that he was obviously here to capture Demon Lord Li Ziwei. Then he asked why Yi was here too, after they had not seen each other for so long. Xia Yi helplessly explained that while he was hiding in the bushes waiting for Li Ziwei, she had been hiding in the bushes behind him, watching everything the entire time. She could clearly remember him burying himself in the grass, and even pulling more grass over himself for cover. Hearing that, De Qiang covered his mouth in excitement and whispered that Yi had secretly followed him on purpose. After a whole year apart, she must have missed him terribly. Xia Yi immediately shut him down with a cold reply. Not at all. With her usual lifeless expression, she raised a hand and explained that she came here to find Li Ziwei, but somehow he had suddenly disappeared. The moment De Qiang heard that name, he froze and asked in confusion, "Brother Li Ziwei?" His eyes widened in disbelief. The person she was talking about was actually Demon Lord Li Ziwei. Xia Yi calmly confirmed that it was indeed him. De Qiang stammered and pointed at her, looking like he wanted to say something but could not find the words. Seeing his reaction, Xia Yi asked what was wrong. He quickly explained that he came because he had seen the wanted notice issued by the three great sects. Hearing that, De Qiang suddenly narrowed his eyes in thought. He walked closer to Xia Yi and carefully looked her up and down. The girl before him had been gone for a whole year, and now there was also Xiao Shui standing beside her. A storm of wild imagination instantly exploded inside his head. Covering his face in despair, he started jumping to absurd conclusions. Could it be that Yi Yi and the Demon Lord? Meanwhile, Xia Yi kept explaining that Li Ziwei was not the Demon Lord. She needed to find him and learn the truth. Her father had also warned her to act in secret, or the whole family would be unable to bear the consequences of hiding the Demon Lord. As for De Qiang, it felt like half his soul had already left his body. After finishing, Xia Yi turned to him and asked if he had heard anything she said. But in De Qiang's ears, every word became completely distorted. He imagined someone discovering the child's identity, everything falling apart, and Li Ziwei being the Demon Lord. All the color drained from his face as one horrifying thought remained. He had only been gone for a year, and Yi Yi already had a child with the Demon Lord. Thinking that, he gritted his teeth so hard that his face twitched. Even so, he told himself that he would still love Yi Yi no matter who she stayed with. Putting on the look of a heartbroken lover, he pulled something from his clothes, looked at Xia Yi with sorrow, and said he could accept that she had another man's child, but he could not stand by and watch her walk down the wrong path. The moment those words left his mouth, both Xia Yi and Xiao Shui turned to stare at him as if they wanted to punch him. A second later, Xia Yi realized exactly what ridiculous story he had imagined, and her face instantly turned bright red. The instant she understood, Xia Yi rushed over and punched De Qiang right in the face while yelling, "Is there seriously something wrong with your brain?" Back with Li Ziwei, an ancient alchemy furnace covered in the marks of time stood before him. Intricate patterns covered every inch of its surface. The five of them walked inside in a line, with Li Ziwei leading and Da Piaoyang close beside him. Looking around, he guessed this was where the sacrificial offerings had been prepared. His gaze settled on the alchemy furnace as he continued analyzing the situation. By normal logic, this had to be the centerpiece of the entire sacrificial ritual. Glancing behind him, he began assigning tasks. He ordered Enshichi to stand guard outside while Tongbiao and Qian Wujin followed him. She immediately bowed and accepted the order. In contrast, both Qian Wujin and Tongbiao looked thrilled, especially Qian Wujin, whose eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Qian Wujin's eyes gleamed like he had found hidden treasure. Clasping his hands together, he eagerly asked what taskmaster had for him. Li Ziwei walked over to the alchemy furnace, knocked on its side a few times, then turned and asked the two of them to see if they could lift it. Secretly, he was delighted to have two free laborers helping him this time. The two of them immediately answered with an energetic shout of agreement. Just as they were about to move, Qian Wujin shoved Tongbiao aside and shouted for him to back off because he wanted to help Master himself. Deep down, he was thrilled. This was finally his chance to impress Master. But at that exact moment, he stepped on something, and the ground beneath him suddenly sank. His heart skipped a beat. His expression changed instantly. His eyes went wide, and his jaw nearly dropped. He immediately realized he had triggered a hidden mechanism. His whole body trembled as he turned to Li Ziwei with tears almost in his eyes. In a shaky voice, he called out, "Master, I think I messed up." Li Ziwei was about to ask what he had done when the entire cave began shaking violently. Rocks started falling from above, making him yell that it was an earthquake. Beside him, Qian Wujin's face turned pale. Da Piaoyang lost her balance and was thrown against the stone wall behind her, grimacing in pain. But a moment later, her expression suddenly changed in shock. She quickly pointed behind Li Ziwei and shouted that another door had appeared. Startled, he immediately turned around. Li Ziwei stared at it with caution and muttered, "Another hidden door?" For some reason, an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly filled his heart. Standing before that door, his body stiffened as a terrible premonition crossed his mind. Just then, a strange smell suddenly rushed straight into Li Ziwei's nose. His face changed at once. Covering his nose, he shouted, "What is that horrible smell?" The shaking gradually subsided. Tongbiao and Da Piaoyang walked over, and she asked what could possibly be inside. Driven by curiosity, Da Piaoyang carefully peeked through the hidden doorway. But only seconds later, she stumbled backward in horror. Her face turned ghostly pale as she let out a terrified scream. The first thing she saw was the tiny skeletal leg of a child, tightly bound in heavy chains. Inside sat a little girl in filthy clothes, her body covered in dirt. She was holding the corpse of a dead rat and biting into it piece by piece, with blood smeared all around her mouth. More than a dozen children were trapped inside in the same condition. Every one of them was filthy and chained up. Seeing the scene, Li Ziwei was instantly reminded of the hidden chamber beneath the state preceptor's hall. The situation was almost identical. Disbelief and horror filled his face. As much as he hated to admit it, these children had most likely been used to cultivate demonic arts until they completely lost their minds. Images of starving people and dying children flashed through his mind. No matter how he looked at it, their fate was unimaginably tragic. They were nothing more than sacrificial offerings. Li Ziwei immediately turned to Qian Wujin and Tong Biao, shouting for them to bring over every bit of emergency food they had. Qian Wujin finally dared to move and awkwardly asked if he was allowed to move now. Li Ziwei held a water pouch in front of the little girl and gently said, "Drink slowly, don't rush." As he watched her take tiny sips, he began thinking of a way to get all the children out. But Anshichi was still guarding the entrance. If he suddenly tried to take everyone away, she would definitely become suspicious. He needed another plan, and fast. Just then, a falling stone struck him on the head, making him frown in pain and squeeze his eyes shut. Li Ziwei immediately looked up at the cave ceiling as panic began creeping into his heart. What now? Picking up the stone that had just fallen, he felt a terrible sense of foreboding. Was this cursed place really about to collapse? Watching more and more rocks rain down from above, Li Ziwei's face turned deathly pale. Meanwhile, on the surface, Xia Yiyi and Ni Deqiang had already drawn their swords against each other. Xia Yiyi stood protectively in front of Xiao Shui. Deqiang raised his sword and seriously pointed at its hilt, completely lost in his own imagination. Looking at Xia Yiyi with sincere eyes, he said he could not watch her continue down the wrong path. As long as the demon lord died, he would take care of both her and the child because he truly loved her. Xia Yiyi was so furious she nearly exploded. She yelled right in his face that after all her explanations, he still understood absolutely nothing. He was pointing a sword at her while claiming she was the love of his life. After calming herself down, she quickly thought things through. Since this fool had followed Li Ziwei all the way here, that meant Li Ziwei had to be somewhere nearby. If she sent out a signal, her father's people would arrive from within 100 miles. After thinking it over, she realized it was the only option left. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Brother Li Ziwei, run!" After her shout, an awkward silence filled the air. The two of them simply stood there, staring at each other in embarrassment. Deqiang froze as he watched Xia Yiyi's actions. His trembling finger pointed at her while he stammered, asking if she was really protecting that man this much. Just then, Xiao Shuai's voice came from behind Xia Yiyi. The little boy quietly called out, "Big sister master." But in the next instant, Xiao Shui suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. The deafening scream forced Xia Yiyi to cover her ears. Seeing her yell, he copied her and shouted for everyone to run. It seemed he used too much strength, because right after shouting, Xiao Shui collapsed onto the ground. Even so, he refused to give up. While lying there, he struggled to crawl back up, repeatedly calling for big sister and master with endless determination. Suddenly, Xiao Shui stopped, his eyes widening as if he had sensed something. Xia Yiyi and Deqiang were still covering their ears when they saw Xiao Shui slowly sit up. At the same time, long cracks began spreading across the ground beneath them. Their eyes widened as wave after wave of despair hit them, cold sweat pouring down their backs. At that moment, they shared the exact same thought. They were doomed. In the blink of an eye, the ground exploded and collapsed, sending all three of them plunging below. Only Xiao Shui remained calm, while the other two had already imagined their own deaths. The falling dirt and rocks crashed straight into Li Ziwei's area below. He quickly dodged aside while everyone else dropped flat to the ground. Staring at the chaos, he wondered what on earth was happening. Looking at the thick cloud of dust and the pile of rubble, he guessed it had all fallen from above. Just then, movement came from somewhere within the wreckage. Li Ziwei immediately turned toward it, filled with curiosity. A small figure slowly crawled out of the ruins. Xiao Shui climbed to his feet without a single scratch on his body. Li Ziwei stared in disbelief, reaching out toward him as he asked how Xiao Shui had ended up here. Da Piaoliang looked just as shocked. The moment Xiao Shui saw Li Ziwei, he happily ran straight over while shouting for master and big sister. Li Ziwei instinctively opened his arms to catch him. Xiao Shui hurriedly explained that he had come with Sister Xia. He also warned everyone to run because good people were coming to capture them. Li Ziwei nearly spat blood inside. Good people coming to arrest me? That sounded completely wrong. Li Ziwei seriously asked where Miss Xia was now, secretly pleased because he had been worrying about how to deal with all these children. Xiao Shui pointed behind him, where Xia Yiyi and Deqiang were lying motionless on the ground, and answered that Sister Xia was over there. Li Ziwei sighed helplessly at the sight and comforted himself. He would wait until they woke up before figuring out how to move the children. Then he looked down at Xiao Shui, pointed at the alchemy furnace, and said the timing was perfect. Could Xiao Shui try lifting it? Xiao Shui followed his finger, nodded, and answered, "Okay." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shui gathered all his strength into a single point between his hands before pouring everything into lifting the furnace. The force shook the entire area. Standing nearby, Li Ziwei secretly grinned with satisfaction. It felt like he had found a priceless treasure. So what if he could not lift it himself? Xiao Shui was his best disciple, and with that level of strength, one furnace should have been nothing. But then Xiao Shui's voice reached his ears. "Master, I don't think I can lift it." Li Ziwei froze on the spot, utterly stunned. Staring at the furnace that had not moved an inch, Li Sizhui began to feel uneasy. Xiao Shui was the strongest fighter on their side, yet even he could not budge it. At that moment, inspiration struck him. He suddenly remembered the classic trick from fantasy stories, blood recognition. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip until it bled, secretly pleased because this trick was so familiar. Before he could do anything, the wound instantly healed before his eyes. Looking at his perfectly unharmed finger, he stood there speechless. Watching the cut disappear in an instant, Li Ziwei secretly gritted his teeth. It seemed an overpowered healing ability was not always a blessing. Thinking of that, he grabbed a sharp knife with his other hand. His face turned slightly pale as he aimed the blade directly at his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed deeply across his palm, and blood immediately poured out. He instantly pressed his bleeding hand against the alchemy furnace, desperately praying it would react before the wound healed again. Li Ziwei narrowed his eyes and stared intently, but all he got in return was an unsettling silence. Then, in the very next second, the furnace suddenly trembled, and the burst of energy even made his hair flutter. Li Ziwei's eyes lit up as a huge grin spread across his face. He happily shouted, "Finally, it reacted." But just as he tried to pull his hand back, something felt wrong, and he suddenly froze. Li Ziwei panicked, stepped onto the alchemy furnace, and pulled with all his strength, but his hand would not budge. He screamed inside his head, "My golden finger is stuck." Blood-red patterns began glowing across the furnace. Li Ziwei froze for a moment before realizing the problem. "Wait, this thing is draining my blood, and it is doing it incredibly fast." Within moments, his face turned deathly pale from blood loss. His first thought was that he was finished. His regeneration could not keep up with the speed of the drain. His vision went black, and he passed out. When he finally woke up sometime later, he found himself inside a prison cell. Li Ziwei suddenly opened his eyes. Rubbing his head, he muttered in confusion that every time he passed out and woke up, he somehow always ended up in a jail cell. Just then, Qian Wujin rushed over with tears nearly pouring down his face, loudly calling for Master. Everything happened so fast that Li Ziwei did not even have time to dodge. Hugging him tightly, Qian Wujin cried that Master had suddenly fainted, and then countless experts from the Iron Robe sect had appeared, scaring him half to death. Li Ziwei looked at him with complete disgust. After hearing the story, Li Ziwei immediately asked where Da Piaoliang, Tong Biao, and his alchemy furnace were. Qian Wujin looked up with teary eyes and said he did not know. The furnace had suddenly disappeared, while Miss Ron and the others had all been taken away separately. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the prison bars with a mocking grin and asked whether Demon Lord Li Ziwei had finally woken up. Both Li Ziwei and Qian Wujin turned to look. The newcomer was Ni Deqiang. Standing there proudly despite his left arm still being in a cast, he boasted that experts from all three great sects were guarding the prison outside. He kept rambling, accusing Li Ziwei of committing countless evil deeds and even harming children, saying he deserved to die. He proudly declared that he had cleverly stopped the Demon Lord's evil plot. Li Ziwei only glanced at him and cursed inwardly. Stopped what? If I had not saved those kids, they would all be dead by now. Letting out a helpless sigh, Li Ziwei shook his head and decided to forget it. He had already been captured, and explaining anything to this guy would be like talking to a brick wall. Standing up with his hands on his hips, he directly asked where Sect Master Xia was because he wanted to meet him. De Qiang burst into laughter and said Li Ziwei sure talked big for someone who still did not understand his situation. Laughing almost manically, his eyes shining with excitement, De Qiang proudly revealed that while Li Ziwei was unconscious, they had severed all his meridians. No matter how powerful the Demon Lord was, crippled meridians made him useless. Hearing that, Li Ziwei stared in shock with his mouth hanging open. He could not help admiring how unbelievably thorough the Iron Robe sect was. Then he looked down at his own body and realized nothing felt wrong. A thought immediately crossed his mind. His absurd regeneration had probably repaired everything already. Outside, De Qiang was still laughing like he had won the lottery, while inside, Li Ziwei rested his chin in thought. The wound on his palm had healed too. Anyone else would probably have been drained dry. But wait, where did my precious furnace go? The moment that thought crossed his mind, a small pop sounded beside his ear, making him instinctively jump aside. Looking down at his hand, Li Ziwei was stunned to see the alchemy furnace had appeared. It was just much smaller now. He quietly marveled at how tiny it had become. Everyone outside the cell turned pale, while Li Ziwei stood frozen like a statue, his mind filled with questions. Where did this thing even come from? Meanwhile, De Qiang immediately shouted for help. Pointing straight at the furnace in Li Ziwei's hand, he yelled that it was a hidden weapon and ordered him to throw it down immediately. Li Ziwei gave him a deadpan stare and could not even be bothered to answer. He had no idea what nonsense this fool was talking about. Chaos immediately broke out outside the prison as everyone shouted over one another, asking where the sect master was. Someone replied that Sect Master Xia had gone to the Eternal Pavilion and no one knew when he would return. Hearing that, De Qiang immediately stood tall before the other disciples and declared that everyone should follow his orders until the sect master returned, since he was the sect master's favorite disciple. After issuing commands to everyone around him, he confidently declared that the search earlier must have been sloppy. Otherwise, Li Ziwei could never have hidden that item on his body. As De Qiang aggressively questioned him face to face, he was clearly trembling all over, yet he forced himself to act fearless. He burst into loud laughter and declared that this was merely another trial, so they should use every trick they had. Watching the performance, Li Ziwei could only sneer inwardly. A moment ago, this guy had been shaking like a leaf. He took a deep breath, his face turning slightly red. In his head, he was already praising himself as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Just then, his eyes landed on a tiny object on the ground, and he let out a surprised gasp. He crouched down to inspect the tiny pill furnace, rubbing his chin in confusion. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled an alchemist's tool. Curious, he reached out to pick it up, but no matter how hard he tried, it would not budge. Such a tiny item was absurdly heavy. While he was still struggling, someone suddenly spoke beside him. The familiar voice made De Qiang's eyes light up at once. It was Xia Yi. He closed his eyes and rushed over to hug the person in front of him, then immediately started complaining that the Demon Lord had pulled out a hidden weapon and nearly scared him to death. He kept hugging the other person while rambling proudly, even boasting that with him around there was nothing to worry about. Then a cold male voice was told him to let go first. He opened his eyes, only to realize he was hugging not Xia Yi but Sect Master Xia, whose face was darker than storm clouds. De Qiang instantly panicked, hurriedly stepped back, bowed 90 degrees and stammered out, "Sect Master." The sect master ignored everything else and got straight to the point, asking where Li Ziwei was. Meanwhile, Xia Yi quietly left with the madam. De Qiang proudly clenched his fist like he had achieved a great victory. He claimed the Demon Lord had tried to ambush him, but he saw through it first. He even bragged that he had already dealt with the man's meridians, making cultivation techniques useless from now on. The moment Sect Master Xia heard the words severed meridians, he froze as if struck by lightning. Terrified, he shoved De Qiang aside and rushed to check on Wei, feeling like he was about to burst into tears. On the other side, Li Ziwei was tied up into a tight little bundle. When he saw Sect Master Xia arrive, he calmly smiled. Sect Master Xia immediately sighed in relief and patted his own chest. It seemed Wei was still fine. But that thought vanished the next second. Looking at the scene, his face turned pale. Fine? The man was tied up like a rice dumpling. He hurried over to untie him, constantly reassuring Wei to stay calm because help had arrived. Li Ziwei simply looked at him without saying a word. After struggling for a while, Sectmaster Xia turned around and shouted for Nia Deqiang to come help. Startled by the shout, Deqiang froze for a moment before obediently kneeling down to untie the ropes. His mind was filled with question marks, completely clueless about what was happening. Nia Deqiang glanced over and saw Sectmaster Xia carefully checking Li Ziwei's arms and legs while anxiously asking about his meridians. Li Ziwei calmly replied that it was nothing serious and they would recover on their own. Watching this, Deqiang started wondering if the Sectmaster was protecting the Demon Lord just because of Xia Yi. His mind felt like it had fallen into an endless void as countless thoughts spun around. Did the three sects know about this yet? Did anyone else know? The more he thought, the less he understood the situation. Elsewhere, Nonggong Li, Wu Chuwei, and Fan Tong were welcoming Madame Wang Gugu. Everyone was surprised that she had come in person. They politely exchanged greetings and mentioned that capturing the Demon Lord this time must have been thanks to her goo insects. The madam coldly replied that Awi's capture had nothing to do with her. The others immediately broke into a cold sweat, but kept flattering her, insisting that without her goo insects suppressing the Demon Lord's power, the Tiei sect could never have captured him. Deep down, they found it strange because the madam usually loved hearing praise. The madam frowned in annoyance and denied the credit again. She secretly looked down on them, since she had already said before that her goo insects could suppress at most 70% of the Demon Lord's strength. The madam lowered her head in thought, resting a hand on her chin as she pieced everything together. The more she thought about it, the stranger it became. These people actually dared to lay hands on shopkeeper Li, and even more unbelievable, shopkeeper Li willingly let them escort him away. He had even tried to build a connection with her. If people misunderstood, it would become a huge problem. Pushing those thoughts aside, she looked at the three of them and stated the purpose of her visit. She would be taking him away shortly, and anyone with objections could speak now. The smiles instantly disappeared from all three faces as their expressions turned serious while staring at her. Hiding behind Fan Tong, Nonggong Li quietly wanted to ask why she was taking him away. Before she could finish, Fan Tong cut her off with an arrogant attitude, pointed straight at the madam, and loudly demanded an explanation. Watching from behind, Nonggong Li almost turned to stone. This guy showed no fear at all and even brought up the Demon Lord's identity. He was asking to die. She had only one thought left. This fool was beyond saving. She had no idea how someone like him ever reached Martial Emperor. Wu Chuwei and Nonggong Li shared the exact same expression, looking ready to cut all ties. They both thought the same thing. He started this himself. It had nothing to do with them. The atmosphere around the madam gradually became terrifying as an invisible pressure spread everywhere. Nonggong Li quietly swallowed. Even the royal family treated this woman with respect. Yet this fool dared speak to her like that. She might not cultivate, but her goo insects were no joke. The madam narrowed her eyes, and her purple pupils shrank slightly. That sight alone sent chills down everyone's spine. Even the Demon Lord had fallen for her tricks before. The moment Fan Tong met her gaze, all his confidence vanished. He instinctively stepped back and began to stutter. Even so, he forced himself to stay firm. He argued that the Demon Lord was too dangerous, and only the three great sects and the Tiei sect had the right to decide his fate. If she took him away on her own, who would take responsibility? The madam answered him with nothing but a look of complete contempt. She let out a cold laugh and said they were dreaming in broad daylight. They could not even deal with the Demon Lord, yet they wanted to decide shopkeeper Li's fate. Besides, shopkeeper Li was a guest elder of Wanggu Pavilion. She dared anyone to lay a finger on him. Hearing that, Fan Tong exploded in anger. Pointing at her, he shouted that she was talking nonsense. He said he had tolerated enough, and warned her not to think he would not fight back. The madam did not argue. She simply smiled at him as if watching an amusing show. The smile quickly disappeared, and her eyes turned razor-sharp. She quietly muttered, "You want to fight? Fine." In the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of Fan Tong before he could even react. She calmly remarked that it had been a long time since she last stretched her muscles. A powerful aura gathered around her palm as brilliant light covered her body. Then she struck forward with the surging wave palm, first form, moving mountains and filling seas. Fan Tong and his bird instantly became unidentified flying objects. The blow slammed him straight into the wall with overwhelming force. It looked painfully brutal. The other two froze with their eyes wide open as cold sweat poured down their faces. Even their movements stopped for a moment. Nonggong Li and Wu Chuwei leaned close together with their mouths hanging open. Only one thought echoed in their minds. A martial emperor had been sent flying with a single slap by someone everyone claimed could not fight. Meanwhile, the madam seemed to be in an excellent mood after the attack. She casually took out a handkerchief and wiped the hand she had just used. Watching that, Nonggong Li got goosebumps. It felt like the madam had simply brushed away an annoying insect. At that moment, Meng Tianchu and Xia Yi arrived. Looking around in confusion, Xia Yi asked what had caused such a huge commotion. The madam instantly changed her expression, revealing a gentle smile as she shyly touched her lips. The two behind her turned pale and did not dare say a word. She simply said they had only exchanged a few moves with the sect master of Sanyuan sect. She even added that his skills were not bad, but his stance was slightly off. Using both palms together would have been the proper technique. A little farther ahead, they met Li Ziwei, sect master Xia, and Qian Wujin. The moment Li Ziwei saw the madame, he happily waved at her. She immediately smiled brightly, greeted shopkeeper Li, and said it had been far too long. The madam then gave a polite bow, though her eyes never left Li Ziwei. She said the only guest elder of Wanggu Pavilion had been falsely accused, so of course she had come personally. She also invited him to rest with her, while sect master Shixia handled everything else. The other two were trembling so badly they looked ready to turn into statues. Even after being called out directly, they did not dare argue. They had arrested someone based on baseless claims, and only now realized how ridiculous the whole situation was. Back in the reception hall, Xia Yi explained what had happened to Da Piaoliang and Song Biao. She said Miss Yuan and the other man were waiting elsewhere, and she would bring them over. For now, a Wei should explain everything first. The door closed, and the room immediately fell silent. Only Li Ziwei and the madam remained inside. Li Ziwei closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling like he had finally escaped disaster. At last, someone reliable had arrived. Carrying the demon sect token had brought him endless trouble. No matter how many times he explained, no one believed him. The madam put away her playful smile and seriously asked about the imperial preceptor. She said Meng Tianchu had misunderstood the situation and asked forgiveness on his behalf. She also believed there had to be another reason why Li Ziwei had pretended to be the demon lord. Hearing that, Li Ziwei almost burst into tears. Only one thought filled his mind. At last he had met someone with common sense. Seeing his reddened eyes, the madam paused, covered her mouth in surprise, and asked why he was suddenly crying. Li Ziwei took out the tiny pill furnace and showed it to her. He said he had found something interesting. Since goo insects and poison arts were somewhat related, he asked if she recognized it. The madam stared at the furnace in shock and said it looked like an alchemist's tool. Strangely enough, it also felt incredibly familiar. The longer she looked at the furnace, the deeper she fell into thought. That strange sense of familiarity refused to fade. She reached out to pick it up while searching her memories, trying to remember where she had seen it before. Suddenly, her expression changed. Her eyes widened, and her brows knitted together. Even using all her strength, she could not lift the furnace. She was instantly baffled. Seeing her reaction, Li Ziwei asked if even she could not move it. The madam slowly withdrew her hand, but the shock remained in her eyes. Li Ziwei rested his chin on his tray hand, staring at the furnace. His instincts told him this was no ordinary treasure. He immediately asked if she knew where to find a truly skilled alchemist. The madam happily nodded and said she did. With great interest, she recalled a story she had once heard while Li Ziwei listened attentively. She mentioned the Medicine King Valley in the far west, where she had once met one of its members as a child. Rumor had it that an alchemist there had lived for several hundred years. The image of a silver-haired man appeared in Li Ziwei's mind. He quietly repeated the name, Medicine King Valley. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement. He was already planning to take Da Piaoliang and Xiao Shuai there. After all, a place like that was a must-have in any martial arts story. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside, asking if Wei was all right. Li Ziwei immediately turned toward the sound. Before he could react, Da Piaoliang rushed over and wrapped him in a worried embrace. Her eyes were red as she cried while calling his name. She clung tightly to him with tears still in her eyes, saying she had heard people wanted to cripple him and had been terrified. Li Ziwei could only smile helplessly. He gently wiped away her tears and softly comforted her. She knew better than anyone how quickly he could recover. He then asked about her situation instead. Da Piaoliang frowned slightly and lowered her head, saying Xia Kunyang had taken her away, while she knew nothing about the others. Just then, Xia Yi walked in holding Xiao Shui's hand. The little boy's face was filled with joy. She quickly assured Li Zui that Miss Yuan was safe, while Xiao Gongzi had been taken away by Song Biao. As for this child, he had insisted on seeing Li Zui first. Standing beside him, Xia Yi smiled brightly, and Li Zui praised her for being so thoughtful. He then took the chance to ask about everyone else's situation. Xia Yi replied that besides their group, they had rescued more than 300 other children, and all of them had already been settled safely. There was no one else left. Li Zui forced a smile and said it was fine. Deep inside, however, he thought of the athletic young woman. It seemed Shi had slipped away on her own. She had escaped surprisingly fast. Xia Yi raised 3 fingers and explained the current situation. With the madame here, Li Zui would no longer be imprisoned. Sect Master Xia was also negotiating with the 3 great sects to send him to Wanggu Pavilion under the excuse of investigating his physique. Smiling until her eyes curved, Xia Yi asked if everything had gone according to his plan. After all, thanks to him, all the children and villagers had been saved. Li Zui froze. What plan? This time, he had simply gotten lucky. Even though cold sweat soaked his back, he kept a calm face and accepted the credit without hesitation. He nodded confidently and said everything had gone exactly as planned. Next stop was Wanggu Pavilion, and soon he would take care of one more matter. Early that morning, a carriage was parked inside a forest. The 2 coachmen sitting in front chatted while waiting. One of them held the reins and admitted he did not know much either. He only knew it was the sect master's order. Apparently, Wanggu Pavilion wanted to take the demon lord away to experiment with goo insects. As he spoke, he scoffed, wondering what made Wanggu Pavilion so special. Inside the carriage, the madam sat calmly, with her eyes closed, listening to everything outside without the slightest concern. Another man quickly lowered his voice, warned him not to underestimate her. She had sent their sect master flying into a wall with a single palm strike, and getting him back down had not been easy. That was why they did not dare snatch the prisoner openly, and could only send people to follow and monitor them. After hearing that, the madam opened her eyes, looked at the man across from her, and smiled mysteriously. She told him to relax because she was not going to eat anyone alive. The moment she finished, he nearly jumped out of his seat. The person sitting across from her was actually Qian Wujin disguised as a Wei. He tried to stay calm on the outside, but inside he was completely terrified. All he could do was force an awkward smile and deny being nervous, while secretly thinking this woman was absolutely terrifying. Inside, he was crying a river, yet he still had to keep smiling. All he could do was pray that his master succeeded and came back soon to rescue him. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Xiao Shui flew through the air like a bird set free, carrying 1 person in each hand. The 3 of them finally landed in front of a massive cliff. Looking down, Li Zizue saw a thick sea of mist covering the forest below. He could not help but admire the legendary Medicine King Valley. The wind swept through, sending their hair fluttering. As Li Ziwei looked around, he thought this place was completely cut off from the outside world, untouched by worldly affairs. There was a good chance no one here had heard he was being labeled the Demon Lord. Pointing toward a village hidden among blooming peach trees, he said there seemed to be a settlement over there. They should rest there first before making any plans. As they entered Peach Blossom Village, a peaceful scene unfolded before them. Peach blossoms covered every corner, making the place look like a heavenly paradise. An elderly woman carrying a basket slowly walked along with a warm and gentle smile. Nearby, a young woman quietly sat while working on her embroidery. Li Ziwei, Da Piaoliang, and Xiao Shui could not hide their amazement. Li Ziwei thought this place truly looked like the legendary hidden paradise. He politely stepped forward and asked for some information. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the young woman looked up from her embroidery. Li Ziwei smiled and asked if this was Peach Blossom Village. He explained they were looking for an alchemist, and also hoped to find a place to rest. The moment she saw strangers, however, her expression changed completely. She suddenly screamed in panic, shouting that outsiders had appeared. She immediately pointed at them and yelled for them to get out. She accused them of being swindlers who had come to deceive people again. Li Ziwei and Da Piaoliang exchanged confused looks. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. The madam had said the villagers here were friendly, so why was the reality completely different? Li Ziwei quickly explained that they meant no harm. However, the shouting had already drawn everyone's attention, and villagers began staring at them. The young woman refused to calm down and kept ordering them to leave. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of a walking stick striking the ground echoed through the air. An old man slowly approached and said that if they had managed to reach this place, someone must have guided them here. He continued in a calm but firm voice that Peach Blossom Village was not accepting strangers and told them to leave immediately. The three of them stood there like statues, completely confused after being thrown out without explanation. Li Ziwei rubbed his forehead with a helpless sigh. He kept wondering what had happened here to make the villagers hate outsiders so much. Just then, a noise came from behind them, causing both Li Ziwei and Xiao Shui to turn around at the same time. A young boy had fallen to the ground and hit his head so hard that he cried out in pain. Li Ziwei immediately walked over and gently started a conversation. The boy looked up at him with obvious caution. Li Ziwei crouched down with a friendly smile and asked if anything had happened in the village recently. He also assured the boy that they were definitely not bad people. The boy seriously replied that his grandfather had taught him every bad person claimed to be a good one. He would not be fooled. No matter what they said today, he was not going with them. Hearing that, Li Ziwei fell into thought. It sounded like someone had tricked the village children into leaving before. The image of the imprisoned children flashed through his mind, making him uneasy. The demon's sect and missing children. Could it really be that much of a coincidence? Meanwhile, Xiao Shui bent down and picked up the bundles of herbs the boy had dropped. He handed them back with a warm smile and said they really were not bad people. The boy blushed as he accepted the herbs. Seeing Xiao Shui's friendly attitude, Xiao Shui gently asked what had happened in the village. Even heroes could not resist a charming face. The boy shyly looked away and reluctantly agreed to explain because Xiao Shui was younger than him. He began by saying that a few months ago, a stranger had arrived in the village. The man claimed to belong to a powerful sect and promised to teach everyone how to cultivate. Back then, all the village children happily gathered around the black-cloaked man with his face covered. The boy explained that he had stayed behind because he needed to take care of his grandfather. The other children followed the stranger, who promised they would send news back every month. He sadly continued that a long time had passed without a single letter returning. The villagers became worried and went to the sect the stranger had mentioned, but they could not find even the slightest trace of it. The boy's face immediately darkened. Later, everyone discovered the man's identity was fake. He was actually a child trafficker. The village elders set out to search for the missing children, and before leaving, they ordered that no strangers be allowed into the village. Only then did Li Ziwei understand why there were no young men in the village. They had all left to search for the missing children. Just then, the old man appeared out of nowhere and calmly asked why they were still here. The boy happily ran over and hid behind him. The old man calmly confirmed that everything the boy had said was true. He added that people from the Demon Extermination Hall had also been watching this place lately. Whatever their goal was, he still hoped Li Ziwei's group would leave as soon as possible. Later, inside the old man's house in Peach Blossom Village, someone reacted in surprise after hearing the name Demon Extermination Hall, saying they had never heard of it before. Holding a cup of tea, the old man sighed and explained that people from the Demon Extermination Hall came by every day. Their leader was said to be gravely ill, but the alchemists of Medicine King Valley could not travel far from the valley. He shook his head and refused to say any more. Looking at Li Ziwei, the old man seriously asked if what he had said earlier about knowing the missing children's whereabouts was true. Li Ziwei nodded and assured him he truly meant no harm. Then he took out a letter and explained that the Madam of Wanggu Pavilion had asked him to deliver it to the Valley Master of Medicine, King Valley. He added that the story behind the missing children was a long one. Then he told the old man everything that had happened from beginning to end. After listening, the old man slammed his hand on the table in shock. He could not believe so many things had happened outside. He immediately cursed the demon lord, calling him a monster for committing such heartless crimes. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei quietly held his teacup as cold sweat ran down his back. He awkwardly looked away, suddenly feeling very guilty. After calming down, the old man could only let out another heavy sigh. His body trembled, startling Li Ziwei, who quickly told him to calm down. Staring out the window, the old man slowly said he had spent his entire life in this village, and most of the villagers had never left it. He admitted he wanted the children to see the outside world, which was why he had agreed to let that man take them away. The more he spoke, the more he trembled. His voice was filled with regret. He only hoped some of the rescued children were from their village. Li Ziwei stepped forward to comfort him and promised they would search together. He even said he could bring the rescued children here so they could confirm their identities. The old man lowered his head and quietly apologized for how the villagers had treated them. He said everyone had simply been pushed to their limits. Then he looked up at Li Ziwei with deep gratitude. He said they had received such great kindness, yet had nothing to repay him with. Since Li Ziwei had been recommended by the Madam of Wanggu Pavilion, they would naturally treat him as an honored guest. The old man explained that Medicine King Valley was surrounded by poisonous miasma. Without the special antidote called the Jade Poison Pill, entering the valley would be nearly impossible. Li Ziwei immediately asked where they could find one. The old man replied that every 7 days, the alchemists of Medicine King Valley came out to treat patients. They could ask them then, and might be able to obtain a jade poison pill. After talking a while longer, the two of them opened the door and walked outside. Da Piaoliang and Xiao Shui were still waiting there. Li Ziwei smiled and told Da Piaoliang that everything had been settled. The village chief would prepare a place for them to stay. Since the alchemists would not leave the valley for another 2 days, they would have to remain here a little longer. Walking ahead, the old man led the way, while saying there were still plenty of empty houses in the village, so they could simply follow him. The scene shifted to another place covered in a faint green mist. In the quiet surroundings, the sound of constant coughing echoed through the air. Inside the room filled with green mist, a young woman held a letter with a worried expression. She said the other person's condition had been getting worse lately, and the coughing fits were becoming more frequent. The alchemist from Medicine King Valley looked exhausted. After coughing a few more times, she calmly replied that she was fine. She then noticed the letter in the young woman's hand and asked what it was. Before the question was finished, another coughing fit interrupted her. Only then did the young woman remember the letter. She quickly handed it over and asked if she still remembered Wanggu Pavilion. The letter was from the madam. The alchemist accepted it with a smile and affectionately referred to her as that little girl. As she opened the letter and began reading, old memories resurfaced. The first time they met, that little girl had been so tiny that she barely dared to speak to her. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to write first. But the moment she reached one part of the letter, her eyes widened in shock. She kept repeating the words, "Immortal Li, the shopkeeper." After finishing the letter, a smile spread across her face. She quietly thought this was getting more interesting. Back in the peach blossom forest, a beautiful young girl rolled up her sleeves as if she was about to start something. Just then, a strange voice asked if she needed help. She immediately turned toward the sound. The moment everyone finally looked his way, Li Ziwei beamed with joy and waved at them with a bright smile. The girl froze for several seconds after being caught on the spot. She had no idea how to react. As if she had realized something extremely important, she immediately bowed deeply and kept begging for forgiveness because she had not known his identity. Ziwei was completely stunned and quickly waved his hands, saying none of it was her fault. He stepped forward to help her up. Only then did the girl raise her head and tearfully explain that the person she had been searching for had followed that group and disappeared without a trace. That was why she lost control of her emotions. Her voice trembled with emotion as she thanked him again. Even if the person she was looking for was not among those rescued, she still wanted to express her gratitude. Hearing that, Ziwei paused as countless thoughts filled his mind. The memories weighed heavily on him. If Tian Xuan had not accidentally exposed his true identity back then, he might still be trapped behind the Demon Lord disguise. The thought wrapped Ziwei in an invisible darkness. But he quickly pulled himself back to reality. Maybe that was not what would have happened. Perhaps the mistaken identity had actually ruined the Demon Lord's plan. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Ziwei quickly regained his confidence. The incident with the infiltrators inside Kingshan's was probably just a coincidence. So once he met the alchemist and learned what that furnace was for, more of the truth would be revealed. Thinking that, his spirit was completely restored. He raised both fists and cheered himself on. Li Ziwei, you can do this. Just as he was motivating himself, a voice suddenly interrupted. Aviv, we have good news. Da Piaoliang and Xiao Shui rushed over with excited faces. They said the alchemist had already arrived, and the village chief wanted him there immediately. Meanwhile, somewhere else, and she was kneeling before a pile of rubble with a troubled expression, unable to figure out what to do. She pulled at her hair in frustration. The place had suddenly collapsed into ruins. The people from Ti sect had gathered everywhere. The Demon Lord had vanished, and even all the sacrifices were gone. The more she thought about it, the colder she felt. She dropped to her knees in deep regret. She had only cared about escaping, and this time the demon lord would never forgive her. Just then a cold voice suddenly spoke, "Idiot." Hongshu carried Ya in her arms as she calmly walked across the ruins, looking down with overwhelming pressure. Ya glanced around before clicking her tongue in annoyance. "Looks like we got here too late." Hongshu gently set the little girl on the ground. Ya immediately crossed her arms and ordered her to search, and Hongshu obediently carried out the command. Without another word, Hongshu rushed into the rubble to search. She stared in complete confusion and shouted, asking what she was doing. Wasn't she supposed to be following the demon lord? Then her gaze shifted to Ya standing nearby, her mind filled with questions about the little girl's identity. Before anyone answered, she came up with her own explanation. Maybe this was also the demon lord's order. Otherwise, Hongshu following a little girl was simply unbelievable. Fed up with the endless chatter, Ya finally lost her patience. Her tiny face turned ice cold as a bright red flame appeared in her palm. Shia's expression changed instantly, as if she had recognized something. The very next moment, the flame shot straight at her. She clutched her face in agony, rolled across the ground, and screamed. Ya remained completely indifferent. Without changing her expression, she asked the system to check what had happened here. The system quickly replied that it was reading the memories. Right then, Hongshu returned and reported that she could not find what they were looking for. Ya seemed to have expected that result and simply nodded in understanding. The little girl fell into deep thought as she analyzed the situation. If the item was not here, then that man must have taken it. What puzzled her was how he had managed to carry it away. The progress bar climbed to 99%. Less than a second later, it hit 100. The system then informed Ya that Anshi had stayed outside the courtyard and knew almost nothing about what happened inside. The moment she heard that, Ya exploded with anger. She smashed the system screen and shouted, "Damn it! How many times has this happened already?" Outside, the old man respectfully gestured for the two guests in white to enter and apologized for not greeting them at the village entrance. After that, he turned to Li Ziwei and asked him to wait a little longer. The person leading the group, dressed in white with a veiled hat covering the face, suddenly spoke. "There is no need to wait." The mysterious figure pointed at Ziwei and asked directly, "You are shopkeeper Li, right? I have a few things to discuss with you in private." Just like that, the four of them walked inside together. Beside the mysterious figure was a young woman. The moment Ziwei met her gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. Inside the wooden room, the mysterious guest took a seat and motioned for Ziwei to sit as well. He quietly looked the stranger over from head to toe. The voice revealed nothing, but the build suggested a man. Once the room settled down, the stranger finally spoke. "Shopkeeper Li, I have read the letter from the mistress of Wanggu Pavilion about the person she wants to find." Before the sentence could finish, a massive crash came from outside. At the same time, someone shouted in panic, "This is bad. The people from Demon Slayer Stronghold are here." Ziwei and the mysterious guest both turned toward the door. The next second, a burly figure kicked the door wide open and stormed inside. The newcomer was none other than the wife of the Stronghold chief. With an arrogant smile, she immediately started provoking them. "I heard our precious alchemist arrived early." She smirked and continued, "What a coincidence. We just happened to stop by as well." Then she pointed at Da Pioliang, who was tied up behind her, and smiled meaningfully. "Even better, I found a beautiful young lady along the way." The moment Ziwei saw the captive, he recognized her. His eyes widened in shock. Da Pioliang. She leaned closer and gently touched Pioliang's face before grinning maliciously. Whether the Stronghold chief can be cured or not, taking another wife is not a bad idea. A beauty like this will definitely catch his eye. Ziwei quietly clenched his teeth. So these people were from Demon Slayer's Stronghold. But what he could not understand was how Da Pioliang had become a hostage. Where was Xiao Shuai? Fighting was one thing, but what about everyone else? Just then, the mysterious guest suddenly spoke. "Let her go." The Stronghold chief's wife sneered. "You think I will release her just because you asked? Then where would my pride be? I heard your valley master is called the living Bodhisattva. If you want her back, tell her to come trade herself." The mysterious guest let out a soft sigh and reached up to remove the hat. Very well. As the hat came off, her identity was revealed. "I am the living Bodhisattva valley master you just mentioned. Now will you release her?" The moment the woman saw her face, she gritted her teeth in excitement. She looked exactly like the person in the portrait. She stepped forward and said seriously, "You want to trade yourself for her? Fine, no problem. Come with us first." But the female alchemist simply raised a hand. "Wait." The woman immediately became wary. "What now? You expect me to release her first? Do you think I am that easy to fool? Not happening." The alchemist calmly shook her head. "No." Then she pointed at Li Ziwei in the distance. "I will go with you. You can release her later, but he has to come too." Ziwei pointed at himself with a confused look. "Me?" The alchemist from Medicine King Valley calmly replied, "Your teammates are still in their hands." Ziwei thought for a moment and nodded. Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, where is Xiao Shuai?" Da Pioliang sadly closed her eyes and answered, "He was playing with that child and accidentally drank a sleeping potion. He is still unconscious. It was my fault for not paying attention." Ziwei was left completely speechless. The alchemist from Medicine King Valley looked at the stronghold chief's wife and casually asked, "By the way, how is your stronghold chief doing now? I think I should go back and get my medical kit first." The woman clicked her tongue in annoyance. "There are plenty of herbs here. Are you trying to trick me?" She calmly explained, "The herbs here are only enough to treat things like colds or stomach aches. They are nowhere near enough for this." She raised one finger, clearly annoyed. "Fine, I will trust you this once. The hostage stays with us. You have one stick of incense. We will wait." That meant about 30 minutes. The young woman from Medicine King Valley, who was tightly bound, called out anxiously. The alchemist turned back and reassured her, "It is fine. We will be back soon." Meanwhile, Ziwei quietly calculated that half an hour should be enough for Xiao Shui to wake up. Halfway there, the alchemist suddenly stopped as if she had remembered something. "Oh right." She took out a pill and handed it to Ziwei. "This is the green poison pill. Medicine King Valley is covered in poisonous miasma." She calmly added, "Do not worry. It is not poison. Take it and come with me. I have a few things to tell you. Besides, the people of Demon Slayer's stronghold are not truly evil. Your teammates will be fine." The two of them passed through the mist and arrived in a peach blossom forest, surrounded by blooming trees. After walking for a while, Ziwei finally spoke, "So what did you want to tell me?" She turned to face him and replied calmly, "You sound awfully serious. I remember someone traveled all the way here just to find me." Ziwei froze. "How do you know that?" The female alchemist smiled knowingly. "I received a letter from Wanggu Pavilion." She held up the letter and continued, "It mentioned shopkeeper Li and even shared quite a few interesting stories about you." Ziwei immediately let out a relieved laugh. "So that is why I was wondering why you were acting so strangely toward me. Turns out we are on the same side." Then he asked curiously, "Earlier you said the people from Demon Slayer's stronghold are not bad, but the village chief said they keep harassing Peach Blossom Village." The alchemist from Medicine King Valley let out a quiet sigh. "I know, it was not only Peach Blossom Village. Many people suffered in the past. Incidents like Today's kidnapping of alchemists happened many times. Back then, they were not even called Demon Slayer's Stronghold. They only took that name later." She began explaining. 2 years ago, the Stronghold chief left on a journey. After he returned, he fell seriously ill. She continued, "His wife brought him to Peach Blossom Village to seek treatment. But the moment they got close, his condition worsened at an unbelievable speed. They tried several more times, but the result was always the same. Whenever he approached Peach Blossom Village or Medicine King Valley, his condition became much worse. That was why he decided to bring alchemists outside instead." Ziwei looked confused. "Then why did nobody from Medicine King Valley simply go out to help?" She remained silent for a long moment before quietly answering, "We cannot leave." A gentle breeze stirred her robes as she calmly explained, "Everyone in Medicine King Valley carries an incurable poison. We can only survive inside this poisonous miasma. Even the people of Peach Blossom Village can only leave once in a while." Ziwei was stunned. "How did things end up like this? But you still agreed to go with that woman earlier." She smiled as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "That is because we have you now." Ziwei could only hold his forehead in frustration. "You have come this far. Can you stop making me guess?" She looked at him and smiled softly. "Your body carries a medicinal aura. I noticed it the moment we met. There is no mistake." She pointed at him. "You definitely took pills left behind by that great man." Ziwei was completely stunned. At that moment, faint golden wisps seemed to swirl around his body. Ziwei quietly muttered to himself, "A medicinal aura pills left by that great man." Then something suddenly clicked. He shouted, "Do not tell me the person you mean is." She smiled and nodded. "That is right." The image of Long Batian appeared in his memory. The female alchemist slowly said, "That great man never belonged to this world." Long Badian appeared with a familiar grin, scratching his head as he greeted everyone. "Hi, it is me again, Long Badian." He forced a thumbs up and sighed. "As you can see, this system keeps making my life miserable." Right then, the system window repeatedly displayed a warning. Today's training objective has not been completed. Please continue working harder. Failure to complete it will result in punishment. After that, the notification slowly disappeared. Long Batian took a few more steps before falling flat on his face. Lying spread out on the ground, he shouted angrily, "Forget training. I just want to find a place to lie down." Then he suddenly lifted his head in surprise. Huh? Why did that stupid system suddenly go silent? Just then, a gentle female voice spoke. About that. A woman who looked almost identical to the current female alchemist gazed at him with concern. "Are you all right?" The moment Long Badian saw her, his eyes went wide. Only one thought filled his mind. "Is this a fairy from heaven?" Then he muttered, "Am I dying? Is that why I am seeing someone this beautiful?" Wait, hold on. Ziwei suddenly cut off the story and stared at the portrait in shock. "Is this you?" She shook her head. "No, she is my grandmother." The position of Medicine King Valley Master has always been passed down through the male line, but she was the very first Valley Master. Ziwei looked back and forth between the portrait and her, as if he had discovered a great truth. "Wait, so you are actually..." His eyes unconsciously drifted toward her chest. She answered without hesitation, "A woman." Ziwei let out a silent sigh of relief. "That was close. I almost thought you were a man." As the Medicine King Valley alchemist opened her medicine basket and took out a handful of herbs, she continued the story. "Back then, that great man collapsed right outside the village. My grandmother brought him back. She said he kept mumbling the same words over and over. 'The system is gone. I am finally free.'" Ziwei was stunned. The system disappeared? Could this place really block the system? The alchemist continued. "We also learned the term another world from him. He once said the place he came from called this a hidden paradise." As she put the herbs away, she added, "That was when this place became known as Peach Blossom Village." Ziwei quickly asked, "What happened after that?" His mind was full of questions. If this place could block the system, then why did Long Batian later choose to kill himself? He could have just hidden here. She turned to him and made a request. "Before I answer, may I have a little of your blood?" Zivi nodded. "Sure, but make it quick. My recovery is incredibly fast." She simply nodded. The next moment, the alchemist took out a tiny needle and gently pricked Zivi's finger. Drops of blood fell into a small alchemy furnace in her hand, and the refining process immediately began. She looked up and continued. "What happened afterward is exactly why the people of Medicine King Valley can never leave this place. That great man lived in Peach Blossom Village for a long time. He opened a clinic and taught everyone how to grow medicinal herbs to make a living. But the people of Peach Blossom Village had never lived past the age of 25. My grandmother was no exception. Their peaceful days did not last long. In the end, her grandmother fell ill and became bedridden. Her expression grew heavier as she continued. That great man could do nothing to save her. Before leaving, he made one promise. Long Batian appeared in the memory with a serious expression. "I will find a way. Wait for me to come back." The alchemist continued. According to the records, the next time he returned, he brought back a mysterious treasure and buried it beneath Medicine King Valley. That was when the poisonous miasma began covering this place, she explained. To outsiders, this miasma is a deadly poison. But for the people of Medicine King Valley, it is what keeps us alive. The moment we leave its range, our bodies weaken at an incredible speed. Ziwei fell into deep thought. If Long Batian disappeared for a while and returned with something like that, then it was probably exchanged through the system. He lowered his head and continued thinking. Nearly all of Long Batian's points were controlled by the system. Exchanging such a treasure could never have escaped its notice. If Peach Blossom Village was truly off-limits to the system, yet it still allowed the exchange, then what kind of deal had they made? Just then, a loud explosion shook the area, and Ziwei jumped aside in shock. As the smoke cleared, the female alchemist walked out with a calm smile. "It is done." Ziwei turned pale at the sight. "Done? You just blew up the furnace." She held up a pill and replied casually, "Do not worry about little things like that. With this, I can leave the valley for a short time." Ziwei stared at the pill with obvious suspicion. "Does that thing actually work?" The alchemist popped it into her mouth and chewed without the slightest concern. "Of course it works. Do you really not know how special your blood is?" Ziwei immediately protested. "I seriously have no idea. You have been talking about your grandmother this whole time." He rubbed his forehead helplessly. "What is so special about my blood? Can it really cure every illness?" Then something suddenly came to mind. The bottle of Supreme Tonic flashed through his memory. Ziwei silently wondered. She said I carry a medicinal scent. Could it really be because of that? Golden wisps once again appeared around Zyvi's body. Everything finally started coming together. So my incredible healing ability was never natural. It came from that pill? No way. The female alchemist smiled and nodded. Exactly. I could never mistake something left behind by that great man. He also left behind an alchemy manual, filled with countless pill recipes the world had never seen before. She held up the manual and continued. Inside was a pill with an aura almost identical to the valley's poisonous miasma. It was said to bring the dead back to life and was called the perfect restoration pill. But the required ingredients were completely unknown. Just like that great man, they did not belong to this world. She looked at Ziwei with admiration. Anyone lucky enough to receive something like that is truly enviable. By the way, you are like that great man too, aren't you? You also came from another world. I really envy you. Even now, I have never managed to step outside Medicine King Valley. Seeing Ziwei's face turn pale as if he had suffered a huge shock, the female alchemist asked with concern. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. I am not sad. I just suddenly do not feel like living anymore. Ziwei turned away, feeling completely crushed. So after all this time, I was only a supporting character? Destroying the house was an accident. Saving Hongshu was an accident. Even getting the demon sect token was just another accident. Was this entire world built on endless coincidences? He looked up at the sky and complained. I am supposed to be a side character, so why do all the important things keep falling into my hands? The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. But the next moment he pulled himself together. No, Li Ziwei. The technique I picked up still works. I can still see demonic aura. I am doing just fine, and I even swallowed a legendary pill. Ziwei clenched his fist, planted one foot on the table, and stared into the distance with burning determination. Even if this body's original owner was only a side character, from today onward, I will never let him stay one. A confident smile spread across his face. If all of this happened, then there has to be a reason. Maybe I came here to change everything. And if I really defeat the Demon Lord, would that not make me even greater than the strongest hero alive? Zed kept the same dramatic pose, grinning from ear to ear. My fate belongs to me. The Medicine King Valley alchemist watched him swing from despair to excitement and could not help laughing. I heard that great man was just as emotionally unpredictable. You two really are alike. Anyone can see how full of life you are. Suddenly, Ziwei remembered something and quickly looked up. He smiled brightly. Right. If you know Long Batian, then we are practically family. No point hiding this anymore. Take a look at this. He placed an item on the table. The moment she saw it, the female alchemist froze. The blood furnace? Ziwei's eyes lit up. You know it? She nodded and asked, I do. But how did this end up in your hands? He waved his hand with a grin. Never mind where I got it. Just tell me what it does. The alchemist looked at the blood furnace and slowly explained. The name says it all. It is a magical artifact that uses blood to refine pills. Legends say immortals once used it to refine souls. The blood furnace always exists as a pair. One remained in Medicine King Valley, so I never expected the other one to end up with you. She looked at it seriously. But this artifact is extremely difficult to use. Its only ingredient is fresh blood taken from a living person. She continued. If you had not taken the perfect restoration pill before activating the blood furnace, the amount of blood it drains would kill an ordinary person 1,000 times over and still would not be enough. Ziwei's hair practically stood on end. It is really that terrifying? She sighed. According to the records left by that great man, you never think before acting. But since the blood furnace has awakened, it must have already produced a pill. Hearing that, Ziwei immediately reached inside and pulled out a pill, his eyes sparkling. Wait, seriously? The female alchemist was completely speechless. Holding the pill, he quickly asked, Can I eat this? What does it do? She closed her eyes and answered briefly, Yes, it has no side effects. Then she tried to explain further, but pills created by the blood furnace are incredibly precious. Normally, before she could finish, Z had already tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. The female alchemist could only smile bitterly. He ate it without the slightest hesitation. Normally, something like this would be treasured as a priceless heirloom. Ziwei carefully felt his body for a moment before looking confused. Huh? It does not seem any different. She sighed helplessly. That pill was made from your own blood. Simply put, you just absorbed your own essence again. But in the very next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Ziwei looked down at his hands as fierce flames burst to life around them. He stared blankly at the flames. Wait, is this not the demon sect's demonic aura? Just then, a sharp pain exploded inside his head. Ziwei clutched his head as his entire body convulsed, like he had been struck by lightning. The female alchemist rushed over in panic. What is happening to you? Ziwei collapsed onto the ground as his vision slowly faded. Only one final thought remained in his mind. I am seriously asking this time. Did you say it was safe to eat and had no side effects? The next morning, at Peace Inn in Yuhang Town, Ya stood in front of the inn and looked up at the building. The system displayed a message. Host, endure it a little longer. There is no other way. This body is too weak, and the fusion still needs more time. Just then, someone called out from behind, making her quickly turn around. Standing before her was Meng Tianqiu, staring in disbelief with a deep frown. How is this possible? Aren't-you? Ya glanced at the system panel beside her. According to the latest information, Li Ziwei was at Wanggu Pavilion. As for Meng Tianqiu, the saintess of Wanggu Pavilion, she was the one who had personally witnessed the original owner's death. Things had just become troublesome. Realizing something was off with the situation, the one controlling Ya's body immediately acted like an innocent child to avoid suspicion. Inside, however, emotion surged as a dark aura quietly spread. He gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. Damn it, they are making me ruin my own image again. After a moment, Ya lowered her head and softly called out, Sister Tianqiu. The one possessing Ya's body stayed completely in character, sniffling and crying as he called again, Sister Tianqiu. Meng Tianqiu's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the little girl crying. She quickly knelt down, her voice becoming much gentler. Ya, why are you here? He continued pretending to be pitiful, crying as he made up a story. When Ya woke up, I was already here. The white-haired sister said grandma was gone. She also said shopkeeper Li was here, so I came to find him. Hearing that, she paused for a moment. Hongshu brought her here? Wait, didn't Hongshu already cut ties with Li Ziwei? After calming herself, Meng Tianqiu gently patted the little girl's head. Be good, Ya. Shopkeeper Li is not here right now. I will take you to find him, all right? But he is sick, so you may have to wait a few days before seeing him. The moment he heard Li Ziwei was ill, he quickly covered his mouth to hide his delight. Sick? That could not be better. The next second, he suddenly threw himself at Meng Tianqiu. She instinctively caught him as he squeezed his eyes shut and cried loudly, Sister Tianqiu, Ya is so scared. Meng Tianqiu hugged the little girl while making plans in her mind. First, she would take Ya back and deal with those troublesome people. Everything else could wait until Li Ziwei returned. The scene shifted to a shop inside a cave with a red banner hanging outside, that red demon slayer's stronghold. Inside, Li Ziwei slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. Lying on a gray mat, he smiled helplessly and muttered to himself. Passed out again? Let me guess, did I end up locked up again? The moment he woke up, Da Piaoyang happily ran over. Away, you are finally awake. Ziwei looked around and sighed in relief when he realized this was not a prison. At least I did not end up in jail this time. Still confused, he asked Da Piaoyang what had happened. She immediately explained. After you passed out, the Valley Master worried the people from Demon Slayer's stronghold would lose patience, so they had you brought outside. Da Piaoyang looked at him and continued. The Valley Master is treating their stronghold chief now, and I stayed here to wait for you to wake up. Ziwei simply nodded after hearing the explanation. But then he suddenly remembered something. Looking down at his hands, cold sweat began forming. Before I passed out, I swear I saw demonic aura. Was that just an illusion? Right then, an angry roar echoed throughout the cave. Damn it, what did you just say? You can only ease it? The sudden shout startled both of them. On the other side of the cave, a red-haired beauty grabbed the white-haired woman's collar and shouted furiously. Doesn't Medicine King Valley claim it can cure anything? Then why can't you save him now? The white-haired woman coughed lightly, closed one eye, and calmly replied, You already said it yourself. Medicine King Valley specializes in treating illnesses. That is why we have such a reputation. The answer only made the red-haired woman even angrier. But the stronghold chief is suffering from backlash. What is the difference? I seriously do not get it. Unable to stand by any longer, Li Ziwei and Da Piaoyang hurried over. Ziwei quickly grabbed the furious woman and tried to calm her down. Easy now. Why are you fighting all of a sudden? Let's talk this out first. Being held back only frustrated the red-haired woman more. She pulled at her hair and gritted her teeth. It is all because of those stupid demon sect bastards. If it were not for them. Watching the two women, Li Ziwei slowly pieced everything together. He turned toward the man lying on the bed, whose entire body was wrapped in crimson demonic aura. It looked like the demon sect was behind this once again. Just then, an icy voice echoed through the cave with a mocking laugh. Trash like this actually thinks he can cultivate demonic arts? Ziwei was startled and thought, who just said that? The strange voice continued in the gloomy cave, speaking toward the man lying motionless beneath the crimson demonic aura. Tisk, look at that pathetic state. At this rate, he will not last more than 2 days. Hearing the eerie voice again, Ziwei immediately glanced at the two people behind him, but neither reacted. A thought crossed his mind. Am I the only one who can hear it? The sinister voice echoed inside his head once more. You look ordinary enough, but you are quite interesting. Seems you have eaten something valuable before. Ziwei's face darkened as he shouted back in his mind. What are you, and how are you talking inside my head? To his surprise, the voice calmly replied, Weren't you the one who awakened me? You do not even know who I am? Ziwei was completely confused and had no idea what was happening. Then it suddenly clicked. The image of the strange furnace flashed through his mind. One clue after another came together. The blood furnace. Just as its name suggested, it used blood to refine pills and was even said to have been used by immortals to refine souls. The mysterious voice spoke again, confirming his guess. Correct. I am the world-famous Ziwei Demon Lord. Just hearing that name was enough to make people tremble. The moment he heard the last words, Ziwei's eyes widened as his entire body froze. Souls? The Ziwei Demon Lord began telling the story of his seal. That bastard was tempted by the system and locked me inside the blood furnace. I thought the next time I woke up, he would have already reached the realm of the gods. Hearing that, Ziwei clapped his hands as the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. So the system really was once with the Demon Lord. The moment the system was mentioned, the Ziwei Demon Lord immediately asked, Oh, so you know about that thing? Just then, the unconscious man on the other side suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the red-haired woman rushed over in panic, sweat pouring down her forehead. Didn't you say he was stable? Why is he even worse now? Stop standing there and do something. The white-haired woman hurried over as well. Looking at the man still wrapped in demonic aura, her face slowly turned pale. She stared at him and quietly said, This. The Ziwei Demon Lord's voice echoed in Ziwei's mind again. I thought he could hold on for another 2 days. Looks like he only has about 4 hours left. Ziwei immediately asked through his spiritual sense, Is there any way to save him? The Ziwei Demon Lord answered without hesitation, Of course. Then he looked toward Da Piaoliang, who was anxiously wiping away the blood with a worried expression. There is so much blood. What do we do? He continued. With the Heavenly Maiden here, this is an easy problem. He told Ziwei to have her place a hand on the man's forehead. Ziwei asked doubtfully, Will this affect Da Piaoliang's health? The Ziwei Demon Lord immediately replied, Are you underestimating the Heavenly Maiden's physique? Only then did Ziwei let out a quiet sigh of relief and reached toward Da Piaoliang. Da Piaoliang, give me your hand. She blinked in confusion and could only let out a puzzled, Huh? Even so, she obediently held out her hand and asked, Away, what is wrong with my hand? Even the white-haired woman behind them watched closely. Without another word, Ziwei took Da Piaoliang's hand and placed it on the demonic aura gathered on the man's forehead. Instantly, something incredible happened. The demonic aura surrounding the man began flowing into her hand. Watching the scene unfold, Ziwei was stunned. The demonic aura was really disappearing. Once the aura was completely gone, Ziwei quickly grabbed Da Piaoliang's hand and asked, Da Piaoliang, do you feel anything unusual? She blinked and replied, No. Why? Just then, the unconscious man suddenly let out a groan, causing all 4 of them to turn toward him in shock. He slowly opened one eye and muttered in disbelief, I am still alive? Night quietly settled over Wuding sect once again. Inside his private room, the Wuding sect master sat reading a book, but all he could do was sigh. 2 disciples hurried inside to report, Sect Master, the 3rd elder has been pounding on the door for the past hour. Even with the constant banging outside, he calmly remained seated and replied, I know, let him keep knocking. I am waiting for him. The disciple continued, But Sect Master, many disciples have already come to complain. The 3rd elder is making so much noise that no one can enter meditation. Hearing that, Wu Suwei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fine, I will go meet the 3rd elder. Before he could finish, a single punch shattered both the barrier and the door. The 3rd elder rolled his eyes and cursed, Damn it, your door is ridiculously tough. The 3rd elder's face burned with rage, veins bulging across his forehead. He roared, I was in seclusion for a short time, and you already followed those 2 idiots to pick a fight with Li Ziwei? What were you thinking? Go apologize to that kid now. Seeing the walking time bomb in front of him, Wu Suwei hurriedly waved both hands. Sweat poured down his face as he softened his voice. 3rd elder, we can still talk this through. but Sui Hua Tianzun ignored him, dragged him across the floor, and shouted, "Enough talking. That kid is at Wanggu Pavilion, right? It is so close, so what are we waiting for?" As he was dragged away, Wu Suowei could only scream, "Third elder, let go, let go." Sui Hua Tianzun finally released his grip on Wu Suowei's collar. As soon as he regained his footing, Wu Suowei pointed ahead and spoke non-stop. The third elder crossed his arms and listened. "I know you value Manager Li, but we cannot interfere carelessly. We were already suspected of ties to the demon sect. If you rush over now, we will only invite more trouble." After hearing the long speech, Sui Hua Tianzun casually picked his ear and replied, "If that woman from Wanggu Pavilion can go demand someone, why can't we?" Wu Suowei exploded in anger and nearly shouted himself hoarse. "How is that even the same thing?" He pointed straight at Sui Hua Tianzun and yelled, "Wanggu Pavilion is a force even His Majesty treats with caution. On top of that, they now have someone who can cultivate martial arts. Did you not see it?" One slap sent the Yuanzong sect master flying into a wall. Sui Hua Tianzun refused to back down. He pointed right back at Wu Suowei and bellowed, "Is your dog brain just for decoration? Think about why Wanggu Pavilion is fighting over him. That woman who practices martial arts was definitely taught by him." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He grabbed Wu Suowei by the collar again and dragged him away while rambling. "Come on, go apologize already. He promised to share part of the new cultivation technique with me. I cannot miss this." Wu Suowei struggled wildly and cried out, "Let go! Stop dragging me!" A deafening crash echoed through the area, shaking the ground itself. Sui Hua Tianzun clicked his tongue in annoyance, clenched one fist, and pressed it into his other palm. Wu Suowei ended up covered in swollen bumps and completely unable to resist. Sui Hua Tianzun happily dragged him along as if taking a stroll, repeating only one thought in his mind: new cultivation technique. New cultivation technique. The scene shifted to a little girl sleeping peacefully beneath a warm blanket, while someone gently tucked the quilt around her. It turned out to be a place that cared for children. Besides Meng Tianqiu, 2 female disciples were busy looking after the kids. As she entered, a familiar figure followed behind her. One disciple asked, "Lady Qingnu?" The other noticed the child and asked, "Who is the little girl behind you?" Meng Tianqiu replied softly, "I have to trouble you two again." Behind her stood Ya, who peeked around curiously while pretending to be an obedient little girl. She kept acting like a timid child and tightly held onto Meng Tianqiu's sleeve. Meng Tianqiu turned to the 2 disciples and said, "Her name is Ya. She is another unfortunate child. Please take care of her. I need to speak with the mistress." One disciple stepped forward and bent down to look at her while Meng Tianqiu gently nudged her ahead. The disciple smiled and said, "Do not worry,
Lady Qingnu."
"Oh right, I heard the sect master of Wuding sect has arrived. The mistress is waiting in the main hall." Meng Tianqiu nodded. "Got it, I will head there now." She stood still and watched Meng Tianqiu's figure slowly disappear from the room. The moment Meng Tianqiu left, the innocent expression vanished. A calculating gaze appeared, along with a faint smirk. In another room, away, disguised by Qian Wujin, was still sleeping soundly with drool running down his chin, completely unaware of everything. Just then, the door slowly opened. At the same time, the system interface appeared beside Qian Wujin as he walked to the bedside. The system said, "Qian Wujin, the young master of the unbelievably wealthy Qian family." He stared for a moment before saying to the system, "This Lizue is more complicated than I expected. He probably guessed we would come looking for him, so he deliberately used someone else as a substitute." His face darkened as he let out a cold snort. "I underestimated that guy. Leave him alone for now." But at that moment, he suddenly noticed someone spying from outside. It was Tong Biao. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead as he thought, "Why is this brat sneaking into the blonde guy's room in the middle of the night?" Before he could finish thinking, the other man appeared right behind him. The icy stare made Tong Biao jump in shock, his eyes wide open. A heavy blow came down the next second, making his eyes bulge and his face twist in pain. He calmly watched Tong Biao collapse to the floor, while the remaining force still lingered in his hand. The system immediately warned, "Host, if someone suddenly dies, people will become suspicious." He replied calmly, "I know, I only knocked him out." Then he held out his hand and said, "Give me the twin talisman." The system asked in confusion, "Host, what do you need it for?" He raised an eyebrow. "Do you expect me to run around gathering information in this child's body? I have no idea what tricks Lizue is still hiding. Alerting him now would be foolish. Since I cannot touch Qian Wujin, I will borrow someone else." The system understood and explained, Within a limited range, the twin talisman can control the target's actions and synchronize both of your auras. As soon as it finished speaking, 2 connected paper dolls appeared in midair. He reached out, took them, and placed one directly onto Tong Biao. The paper doll instantly merged into Tong Biao's body, and he slowly withdrew his hand. A moment later, Tong Biao's body trembled slightly. His eyes slowly opened, and a few groans escaped his lips. He sat up, looked around in confusion, and rubbed his head. That is strange. Why am I lying here? Unable to figure it out, he gave up, stood up, and walked outside while muttering, "Forget it. I still have to find that annoying blonde guy." Hiding behind a wall, he watched Tong Biao walk away and curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes filled with ill intent. Meanwhile, Qian Wujin continued sleeping peacefully until he slowly opened his eyes. But the first thing waiting for him was Tong Biao and a hard slap across the face. Tong Biao shouted, "Still sleeping? How can someone your age sleep this much?" The slap instantly left Qian Wujin's face twisted. He immediately lost his temper, sat upright, rubbed his cheek, and yelled, "Why did you hit me? Do not forget I am wearing master's face right now." Tong Biao crossed his arms and said, "Your master took those 2 girls away. That feels too dangerous. I think we should go help them. What do you think?" Qian Wujin stepped off the bed, narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and asked, "Help? Just you?" Tong Biao instantly bent forward with his hands on his hips. That look is seriously disrespectful. Qian Wujin lay back down on the bed, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and replied, "Master and the others are heading to Medicine King Valley. Without an invitation, nobody gets in. Besides, you are overthinking it. I am not sure about Miss Ron, but my senior sister is incredibly strong. One slap was enough to defeat the Iron Robe sect master." Tong Biao immediately pictured Da Piaoliang. The image of that delicate girl in his mind suddenly turned into something terrifying. He was stunned. "One slap? She is that powerful?" Qian Wujin quickly corrected him. "You misunderstood. I was talking about Miss Ron." Qian Wujin raised a hand, and an image of Xiao Shui wearing a cute dress appeared before them. He proudly said, "This is my strongest senior sister." Tong Biao's eyes widened. "That little kid is real?" Still uneasy, Tong Biao asked, "So we are just going to wait here?" Qian Wujin lazily answered, "What else? If I run away, the 3 great sects will just make trouble for the mistress again." Then he added, "Stop overthinking it. Small fries like us should just follow master's arrangements." Standing nearby and listening to everything, he frowned slightly and silently repeated in his mind, "Medicine King Valley." The system immediately spoke beside him. "Host, Medicine King Valley is a special region beyond my authority. Under the current circumstances, I do not recommend going there." He lowered his head and listened without saying a word. But the next moment, a confident smile spread across his face. "I will not go myself, but someone else can go in my place." In the blink of an eye, Hong Shu and Shu Ni appeared behind him and said together, "Master." He calmly ordered, "Release Tian Quan. Tell him to make a trip to Medicine King Valley and retrieve something for me." Shu Ni no longer looked as cheerful as usual. She immediately lowered her head and replied, "Yes, master." The scene shifted to a prison where only a faint trace of light could reach the deepest cells. A prisoner sat silently in the darkest corner. His body was covered in scars, a heavy collar hung around his neck, his hands were chained, and his clothes were torn to rags. 2 guards chatted as they walked. One asked, "Finished the inspection?" The other replied, "Yeah, he has been quiet today." The first guard still warned, "Do not let him fool you. He is the murdered demon, even more terrifying than Hong Xiao." The conversation continued. "Relax. He is just a prisoner now. Come on, it is time to switch shifts." But the blood-red eyes in the darkness never stopped following their every step. Just then, Shu Ni appeared behind them like a shadow. The 2 guards noticed nothing and kept laughing as they walked. "This job is way too easy." A faint sound echoed through the corridor. The next instant, both guards collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, mouths frozen in shock, never realizing what had killed them. A trace of sword aura still lingered on their bodies, but Shu Ni paid it no attention. She walked over and casually picked up the key lying beside the 2 corpses. The cell door opened. Shu Ni stepped inside and coldly said, "Master has a mission for you." She took out a portrait of a Wei and held it before him. "Go to Medicine King Valley, find this man, and bring him back. Then retrieve another item for Master." The prisoner curled his lips into a savage grin. His crimson eyes radiated killing intent that could send chills down anyone's spine. The sky was clear as warm sunlight spread across the land, while flower petals drifted gently through the breeze. Da Piaoyang stood beside Xiaoxi with a reluctant expression. She gently rested a hand on the child's head and said, "Away, why not take Ronner with you?" He turned around with his travel bag over one shoulder and slowly replied, "I would worry even more if I left her alone. Xiao Shui should stay here and protect you. Just focus on treating the stronghold leader first. I will come back for everyone later." But deep down, he thought, what comes next is too dangerous. I cannot drag them into it. The stronghold leader's wife stood beside Da Piaoyang, happily wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and said to Li Ziwei, "Do not worry. You saved my husband, so from today on, you are the benefactor of Demon Slayer's stronghold. Leave these two children to me. If you ever need anything, just come find us." The white-haired girl beside her stepped forward and added, "Medicine King Valley feels the same. If you need help, come to us anytime." He put his hands on his hips and said to her, "I already gave you plenty of my blood. Now you can finally leave the valley freely. Once everything is settled, go out and see the world." She smiled and replied, "Thanks to Manager List's generosity, the people of Medicine King Valley can finally walk freely beyond the valley." Then she gently raised her hand and continued, "Even so, I still want to remain here, fulfill my duty, and wait for that lord to return. Manager Li, I also hope you will find the place where you truly belong in this world." Hearing those words, Li Ziwei stood there in silence, unsure how to respond. A moment later, he returned to his usual self, looked up and answered, "All right, I will." A terrifying image of Tianquan appeared in his mind. His eyes were blood red, and where his heart should have been was a glowing inner core instead. From what he had heard, that inner core had been exchanged from the old system, making Tianquan even more destructive than Hongshu. The voice kept talking beside him as he walked. "Right now you are far too weak. Forget winning. You do not even have the advantage to survive against him. But if you obtain that inner core, I can find a way to make you stronger." His expression turned cold as he glanced back and asked, "Why are you helping me?" Ziwei Demon Venerable laughed and said, "That bastard locked me inside the furnace for countless years. I hate him to my very bones. Have you never heard the saying? The enemy of my enemy is my ally." Li Ziwei replied indifferently, "I have. But where did you even learn that?" He ignored the question and got straight to the point. "It is simple. You need power, and I know how to get it. We both have the same target, so let us work together. Each of us takes what we want." Li Ziwei looked away, silently thinking, this guy is definitely no saint either. He kept walking and asked, "Tianquan is that powerful. Can I really deal with him alone?" Ziwei Demon Venerable floated behind him with a grin. "What are you worried about? You have me." The scene shifted again. A young woman was racing down the road on horseback, her mere silhouette overflowing with unmatched presence. She yanked the reins and leaned back, bringing the horse to a sudden stop. It was Ku Tujia in disguise. She let out a long sigh, sweat covering her pretty face. "Riding hundreds of miles like this is going to kill me." After getting off the horse, she walked while thinking. Chingna's letter said Manager Li headed this way. I wonder if I can find him. The palace probably has not realized I slipped away yet. Touching her face, she murmured, "This is my last disguise pill. I just hope nobody recognizes me." The inn waiter immediately noticed a guest standing outside. He hurried over with a bright smile. "Heroine, would you like to stay the night?" She nodded, handed him the reins, and said, "Take care of my horse." The waiter happily agreed. She walked to the counter, placed 2 silver ingots before old Chuyin and said, "1 room and a tub of hot water." His eyes narrowed with delight. "You are so generous, heroine. I will prepare everything right away." After receiving the key, she went straight upstairs and locked the door. Once behind the folding screen, she slowly removed her clothes. Wrapping herself in a towel, she stepped into the hot bath alone and sighed in relief. "Finally, I can relax." She leaned forward until her lips were almost touching the water and thought, "Come to think of it, I still have not visited Manager Li's inn. Once everything settles down, I have to stay there for a while." As soon as that thought crossed her mind, drowsiness hit. Her eyes slowly closed as she mumbled, "I will just rest for a bit." Before long, she fell asleep against the edge of the tub. Suddenly, frantic screams erupted outside. "Help! Run! Where are the iron-robed sect people? Please spare my child." The cries instantly woke her. Without another thought, she jumped out of the bath, her face filled with worry. What is happening? After getting dressed, she opened the door, just as a blood-covered waiter ran past, screaming, "Murder! Murder!" Her expression changed as she quickly asked, "What happened?" The scene outside sent chills down her spine. Corpses were scattered everywhere, fresh blood covered the ground, and the surrounding earth and buildings had all turned dark crimson. A twisted grin spread across the man's face, as though sending people to the afterlife was the greatest thrill imaginable. Everywhere he went became a field of destruction, with more victims falling one after another. Ahead of him, a woman desperately fled for her life, but he made no effort to chase her quickly. He simply watched his terrified prey with amusement. The woman ran while crying, desperately calling for help. She suddenly tripped and crashed to the ground, screaming in pain and fear. The moment she looked up, she found the man standing right in front of her. Terror instantly filled her face. His massive shadow loomed over her like a warning of certain death. Even so, she trembled as she raised her hands in front of her face, begging over and over, "Please do not." She kept crawling backward, her legs covered in wounds, while desperately pleading for mercy. Just then a voice rang out, "Go, find somewhere to hide." Those words became her final ray of hope. Looking ahead, she saw Ktujia standing before her with her sword drawn. "Leave this to me, get somewhere safe." The woman shakily got to her feet, stammering her thanks, though the terror on her face remained. Meanwhile, Ktujia frowned, her expression growing increasingly grim. After only one glance at him, she thought, "There is something seriously wrong with this guy." He lowered his body and spoke with clear irritation. White smoke constantly flowed around him. "I was having so much fun." The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward. His giant hand shot out as if it could crush everything before him. He roared, "Mind your own business." His enormous fist slammed into the spot where Ktujia had been standing, blasting everything around it apart. Luckily, she reacted instantly and leaped into the air. Using the momentum, she immediately swung her sword straight toward his neck. But her eyes widened in disbelief. Only one thought remained in her mind: what is going on? Her sword could not even cut a single strand of his white hair. Realizing she could not hurt him at all, he grinned smugly. Ktujia was completely stunned. How could my attack be this useless? His blood-red eyes slowly shifted toward her. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed her sword and crushed it like paper. Ktujia jaw dropped in shock as she instantly retreated. He reached out to grab her, but this time she reacted faster. He flicked away the broken rope, looked at her with contempt, and sneered, "This pathetic strength is nothing." She realized brute force would not work, so she immediately pulled out the rope, wrapped around her waist. The ordinary rope burst into flames the moment it reached her hand. Raising her right arm, she shot into the air with unwavering determination. The rope quickly wrapped around his body and held him in place for a brief moment. She smiled to herself. It worked. But her relief lasted only a second before he started laughing. His twisted grin and excited eyes sent chills down her spine. He flexed his body, spread his arms, and the rope snapped apart instantly. Even the ground beneath him cracked under his monstrous strength. He grabbed the remaining end of the rope, clenched his other fist, and gave it a violent pull. Ktujia, still in midair, was dragged straight toward him before she could react. His punch landed squarely on her, spraying blood from her mouth. The overwhelming pain instantly twisted her expression. Blood kept pouring from her lips. Cold sweat covered her body, and her face turned deathly pale. He lowered his head and looked at the woman kneeling helplessly before him. One hand clutched her stomach as she trembled and whispered, "It hurts." She glanced behind her at the countless corpses scattered across the ground. Thoughts raced through her mind. This place is so remote. Has the Iron Robe sect received the news? Will reinforcements arrive? And where did this monster come from? How many people has he already killed? Realizing even more people would die if he escaped, she gritted her teeth and forced herself back to her feet despite her severe injuries. Meanwhile, Away was still struggling to find his way out of the forest. Sweat streamed down his face, making him look years older. Gasping for breath, he groaned, "I am exhausted." Then his eyes suddenly lit up like he had found treasure. Spotting a town ahead, he shouted with joy, "Finally, I made it." He happily ran inside, already imagining the end of his miserable journey and a nice hot bath waiting for him. But the moment he entered the town, his expression changed. The sight before him filled him with confusion. Corpses lay everywhere. Stone roads were shattered and white smoke drifted through the air. It was obvious a terrible disaster had just struck. Away looked around in horror and muttered, "What in the world? Did bandits attack? This is a complete massacre. Have the Iron Robe sect arrived yet?" Then he suddenly froze as something important crossed his mind. Wait, if the Iron Robe sect is already here, would they not capture me too? A fierce debate broke out inside Awice's mind. One side urged him to save people, while the other screamed at him to save himself first. The struggle made him squeeze his eyes shut as sweat poured down his face. At that moment, something shot past his eyes and slammed into the nearby wall. The explosion shattered solid stone, making him turn in shock. As the dust slowly settled, Kutujia came into view. Her entire body was covered in wounds, her clothes soaked in blood, and she could barely stay standing with the support of a large rock. Her already pale face turned even whiter. Moments later, she coughed up another mouthful of blood, pain written all over her face. But her opponent gave her no chance to recover. He rushed over, grabbed her by the throat, and made her spit out blood once again. Lifting her into the air, he mocked, "Someone like you actually dared ruin my fun. I just got out, and I have not finished playing yet." She forced one eye open to glare at him through the pain. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. This madman kills people because just we enjoys it? She gathered every last bit of strength she had left. Her body began to glow, and her gaze never wavered. She had only one thought: I cannot let him leave. Even if I die, I will take him down with me. The instant she made up her mind, her power erupted. Brilliant light engulfed both of them, leaving even the monster confused about what his prey was trying to do. As he watched with curiosity, a small stone suddenly flew in and smacked him right in the face. Both of them turned toward the direction where the stone had come from. Even though his legs were shaking with fear, Away still pointed at the man and shouted, "Let her go. If you are so tough, come after me instead." Kutujia frowned and struggled to speak, Lilizwe. The moment he heard that name, the man curled his lips into a grin, stared at Away, and repeated, "Liziwe?" To Away's surprise, the man actually released Kutujia. As Away slowly backed away in panic, the man coldly said he would have to postpone crushing those insects for a little while. He shot forward at full speed and shouted, "Master's mission is to capture Liziwe alive." Away's eyes widened as he cried out in despair, "Oh no." Without thinking twice, he turned and ran. The monster was right behind him, while he cursed non-stop in his head. "Damn it, are you seriously coming after me?" Chu Ergu floated beside him and sighed. "Your luck is unbelievable to run into him here." Away nearly exploded with rage as he ran. "Luck my ass." After only a few steps, he slammed straight into a wall, painfully smashing into it. Looking up at the city wall before him, despair slowly filled his eyes. Only 2 words remained in his mind: "I am finished." The moment he turned around, his pursuer was already right behind him. Away gritted his teeth and encouraged himself. "Even if I have never done it, I have at least heard of people doing it." He figured that kicking off the wall would launch him upward, so he immediately gave it a try. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. He jumped surprisingly high, but he was still just short, only about 8 inches away. Away's face instantly changed. His mouth hung wide open as both hands instinctively grabbed his own neck, as if he could already see his fate. Right then, Chuergu added another savage comment. That jump looked more like a hippo hopping. Away's veins bulged as he shouted back, "Shut up." Tian Quan slowly walked toward him with a smile that sent chills down Enion's spine. The air itself was filled with killing intent. He said, "Alive just means not dead yet, right?" Away swallowed hard as cold sweat covered his face. He screamed inside, "Big brother, that does not look like capturing someone alive at all. I am dead for sure." Tian Quan grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into the wall. Away struggled to breathe while cursing inside. "Damn it, you call this alive? I am about to die." The giant hands tightened around his neck until he could barely breathe. A miserable thought crossed his mind. Dying like this is so embarrassing. Tian Quan looked at him with blood-red eyes as if staring at trash. Struggling is pointless. This is boring. He even said he never expected Master to personally send him to deal with someone this weak. His grip tightened even further, crushing Away against the wall until cracks spread across the stone. Then Tian Quan grabbed one of Away's legs as well. He gleefully spun Away around as if he were nothing more than a toy. After taking such a brutal beating, Away finally collapsed unconscious on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Chu Ergu floated down from above, crossed his arms, looked at him with contempt, and asked, "Are you really going to lie there and take it?" Away weakly replied from the ground, "What do you know? Playing weak is a strategy sometimes." Shuergu asked in confusion, "When you released me, you inherited part of my power. Do not tell me you have no idea how to use it." Away's eyes immediately widened in shock. The moment he heard that, Away completely forgot the pain. He's jumped to his feet with sparkling eyes. "I can use the demon sect techniques? Great. Hurry up and teach me." Shu Ergu began giving him a very serious lesson, explaining one step after another. When he finished, Away stood there completely frozen. After several seconds of silence, Away finally blurted out, "I did not understand a single word you just said." But before anything else could happen, Tian Quan suddenly appeared out of nowhere and punched him square in the face. The impact was so powerful that Away flew several yards away like a kicked sandbag. As expected, he ended up unconscious again in an even more pitiful state. Even after that beating, Away still muttered, "The smartest thing is knowing your limits. I should just keep pretending to be dead. Since the demon Venerable wants to capture me, I will let him take me there." Chiro rested his chin on one hand and looked at him with disdain. "You cannot even beat one of his subordinates. Do you really think you can fight the demon Venerable?" Away simply looked back without answering. Chiro continued, "Have you ever wondered why Tianquan showed up at exactly this moment?" Away immediately froze. After thinking for a while, he sat up and said, "Could it be the demon Venerable already knows where I am? Then his real target is Medicine King Valley?" Chiro calmly replied, "Very possible. But for now, just keep pretending to be dead." Crossing his arms, Chiro explained, "Do you know why the demon sect became so powerful? It is not just because of their cultivation techniques. Their greatest weapon is controlling valuable people and turning them into the demon Venerable's chess pieces. Take the Heavenly Maiden, for example. She has a special physique that can absorb every kind of power in the world. Images of Da Pioliang and countless innocent people being thrown into the blood furnace flashed through his mind. He continued, "Throw her into the blood furnace and use the blood of thousands as the catalyst. That is enough to refine a pill." Chiro clicked his tongue and continued, "If he really succeeds, he might even reach the realm of the gods." Then he seemed to remember something and added, "The demon Venerable is extremely vindictive. After everything you have done, your disciples and those friends of yours will probably be dragged into this too." The faces of everyone Away cared about flashed through his mind, especially Ya. He immediately shouted no. His eyes went wide, veins bulged across his face, and his anger was on the verge of exploding. Both of his hands clenched tightly into fists. All of his bottled-up emotions erupted at once. "I will never accept innocent people dying because of me." Tianquan watched with amusement. "You took my beating and still got back up? You are more interesting than I thought. But I really hate that look in your eyes." Away did not bother arguing. He roared and charged forward with a punch. "Done talking? Then take this." Tianquan only smiled and blocked it with ease. Away immediately thought, "Damn it, this guy really is made of steel." Tianquan silently observed him. His aura has changed. This feeling is strangely familiar. With a casual swing of his arm, Tianquan knocked Away flying backward, but Away caught himself with one hand and stayed on his feet. Tianquan's expression suddenly changed as he demanded, "Why do you have Master's aura on you?" Away showed no fear at all. Instead, he shot back, "What does that have to do with you?" Then he pulled out a small pouch. He boldly declared, "Now it is time for the Petuan gear." The moment he finished speaking, Away tossed the pouch into the air. Armor, boots, necklaces, and countless treasures burst out. After equipping everything, he confidently pointed at himself. "Now I am fully geared and fully buffed. Scared yet?" At the same time, the system repeatedly announced the value of every item. Tianquan only scoffed. "You think a pile of scrap metal can beat me? What a joke." The two faced each other with provoking stares, as their invisible pressure collided violently. It was obvious the second round was about to begin, and the battle aura around them grew even more intense. Tianquan suddenly let out a furious roar. Then he lunged forward like a starving beast. His massive fist was already inches away from Away's armor. A deafening crash rang out as the armor instantly cracked under the terrifying impact. But Tianquan suddenly paused. Something was wrong. It did not feel like the armor had blocked the attack. It felt as if Away's body had endured it directly. Seeing Tianquan's confused expression, Away smirked. "Is that all?" Then he prepared to activate the returning flame mark, an enhancement worth 66,666 silver. Clenching his newly empowered fist, Away's eyes gleamed with excitement. "All right, my turn to shine." The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks before Tianquan could react. But seeing Tianquan still holding his defensive stance, Away was surprised. Even magic damage cannot break his defense? He immediately switched tactics. Replacing the firepower with the drunken poison gold of Wangu wrapped around his arm, his eyes turned razor sharp. "Then try this." In the blink of an eye, he dashed past Tianquan so quickly that he left almost no trace behind. The instant Tianquan felt something strange inside his body, he froze. "How is this possible? No one but Master has ever managed to wound me." Standing a short distance away, Away tilted his head and smiled to himself. Perfect, so infusing demonic chi into a weapon really can hurt him. With that realization, he reached back into his pouch. The next second, Away pulled out an enormous broadsword, radiating overwhelming power. Wearing a confident grin, he shouted, "Come on! My 40-meter blade has been starving for a fight." It was the treasured blade, once given to him by Sect Master Xia. He added seriously, "I finally get it. The only reasons I have survived this long is because I have tons of gear." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned deadly serious, and he charged straight ahead. "I am going all in today." Tianquan stood there, still trying to figure out what was happening. Before he knew it, a sudden strike slammed into his chest, forcing his mouth open in pain. He touched the bleeding wound on his face, and his expression instantly darkened. That attack, he secretly poisoned me? That thought threw him into confusion. Was everything part of his plan from the very beginning? Lost in thought, Tianquan never noticed a figure quietly closing in behind him. Awei's face turned cold as he said, "All right, I will give you a moment for your last words." Then he ruined the dramatic moment himself. "You actually thought I was going to say something like that?" Without giving Tianquan any chance to react, he swung his blade across with blinding speed. The ruthless slash landed cleanly. Tianquan had no time to defend himself and dropped to one knee. Awei smirked and began lecturing him. Only idiots let their enemies finish their last words. Anyone who watches enough shows knows that letting the villain talk gives them a 99% chance to turn things around. Just finish them off. At some point, Kutujia had already rushed over. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she repeatedly called out, "Manager Li, Manager Li." After confirming she had the right person, she excitedly analyzed the fight. In her eyes, Awei had deliberately acted weak to lower his opponent's guard, distracted him, and secretly poisoned him first. She kept shaking Awei's shoulders as she spoke. "Then you struck with lightning speed and finished him in one move. Manager Li truly has both brains and strength. No wonder everyone calls you a sage." But the moment she finished, Awei suddenly collapsed to the ground with both arms hanging limp. Kutujia froze before crying out in panic, "Manager Li." His face looked completely peaceful, and every ounce of strength had left his body. Right now, all he needed was a long sleep. A voice echoed from far away, "Manager Li, Manager Li." Awei's consciousness slowly returned as Kutujia anxiously tried to wake him. The moment he opened his eyes, he groggily thought, "Did I really pass out because I ran out of energy?" Seeing him awake, Tujia smiled with relief. "You are finally awake." Aji's eyes went wide when he realized his head had been resting on her lap. He shot upright and rapidly asked, "Pretty, no former princess, why are you here? Where are we? What happened to that heroine? And what about the town?" Kutujia quickly looked away, avoiding his eyes as she shyly explained that she had been the one traveling with Sect Master Xia. She had used one of her father's disguise pills to change her appearance. Awei calmly nodded. "So that was you, then why did you come here?" Kutujia immediately regained her confident expression. "I came to find you. My father wanted to sacrifice you to calm the people, but I could never accept that. After learning you were heading to Medicine King Valley, I secretly left the palace. When you passed out, my disguise pill wore off, so I hurried to take you away before anyone recognized you." Suddenly remembering something important, Awei anxiously asked, "What about the people in the town?" Kutujia quickly explained that, before leaving, she had already sent word to the soldiers and the Iron Robe sect for help. The injured should all be receiving treatment by now. Hearing that, Awei finally let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and added, "It was all thanks to you arriving in time." But her expression soon turned gloomy. She admitted that if Awei had not arrived, she had been ready to use the royal family's forbidden technique to die together with that monster. Awei looked at her with gentler eyes. He quietly thought, "She always acts like she does not care about being a princess, but when it truly matters, she is willing to sacrifice herself to protect the people." Suddenly remembering something, Kutujia took several items from her belongings. "Oh right, Manager Li, these are for you." She explained that while carrying him away, she had examined the giant man's body and discovered something very strange. Inside his dantian was something that looked just like a golden core. As she spoke, she held out both hands. A golden core rested in one, while a key lay in the other. "I have never seen anything like this before, and I also found this key on him." Just then, Chuergu spoke from behind them. "This little girl is surprisingly careful. That is the inner core I told you about." The moment he saw the key, he suddenly paused. Awei immediately asked through voice transmission, "You know what it is?" Chuergu crossed his arms confidently. "Of course, I cannot believe he entrusted this to Tianquan. He must have been certain Tianquan could deal with you. Then he laughed and continued, that arrogance of his has never changed. This key opens a secret chamber filled with valuable treasures. I will take you there. The moment Away heard the word treasures, his eyes lit up. Looks like I just picked up the jackpot. He jumped to his feet with a bright smile. Thank you, princess. These 2 items will help me a lot, but I have to leave now. Qiu Sijia looked disappointed. Are you not staying to rest a little longer? I will come with you. Away shook his head. That guy is from the demon sect. Sect Master Xia should be here soon. Coming with me will only put you in danger. Please stay and help take care of the injured. He added that they were not even that close. She did not need to defy the emperor because of him, or she could easily be punished. Kwasajia immediately shook her head. It is not just about the demon sect. No matter who is being wronged, I cannot stand by and do nothing. She looked straight at Away and said firmly, my father is the son of heaven, so he must have his reasons. But to me, protecting the people is also the right thing to do. Shopkeeper Li, you are one of my people too. Hearing those words, Away froze for a moment. Then he gave her a thumbs up with sincere admiration. Pretty kid, you are an outstanding princess and a true heroine. Kwasijia immediately blushed and shyly told him to stop praising her. But Away quickly turned serious. Still, princess, you should stay here. I have something important to ask of you. Kwasijia looked up curiously. What is it? He told her to pass a message to Elder Xia. The demon lord is carrying a powerful treasure that is extremely hard to deal with. He can also change his appearance, so be careful of anyone suspicious nearby. Kwasijia clenched her fists with determination. Understood. I will complete the mission. Back at Wangu Pavilion, the madam was still calmly sitting in her chair as if nothing had happened. Down below, Zuihua Tianzun and Meng Tianyu were arguing fiercely. The old man angrily accused her of bullying people at the examination grounds, while Meng Tianyu fired right back without backing down. Neither side was willing to give in. Meng Tianyu pointed at him in anger and called him a bully who picked on the weak. Zuisas argued that he was only searching for good talent, and besides, he was now a martial emperor. Watching the total chaos, Wu Sui could only hold his forehead and apologize to the madam on behalf of the third elder. The madam simply sighed and said Meng Tianyu had never had a good temper either. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The newcomer rushed in, soaked in sweat, with only one thought in his mind. We are doomed. This time we are really doomed. The moment he burst into the hall, he raised his hand and shouted, Madam, I need your help. His anxious made it look like a disaster was about to happen. But after looking around, he suddenly froze. Wu Suwei, Meng Tianyu, and even Zuihua Tianzun were all here. He could not help thinking, everyone is here today. But he quickly snapped back to reality. Wait, that is not the important part. He stretched both hands forward and shouted, Madam, I need to borrow the goo insects from Wangu Pavilion. The madam rubbed her forehead, closed her eyes, and sighed. Why is there another one now? The moment he received the news, his face turned pale and he shouted that the situation had become critical. Tian Quazan of the demon sect, Tian Shi, had broken free from captivity, killed the patrol captain, and was heading south. Hearing that name, Wu Sui felt like ice water had been poured over him. His face turned ghostly pale as he quickly asked, You mean that monster really escaped? He turned away and held his head as if struck by lightning. He kept muttering that they had just finished dealing with Yang Ni of the demon sect, and now another one had escaped. At this rate, this month would never be peaceful. Beside him, Meng Tianyu folded her arms calmly and said she did not see the big deal. The demon sect had so many people. If one or two escaped, they could just catch them again. Zuihua Tianzun finally spoke with a serious expression. Little girl, you really do not know much, but your courage is impressive. You do not even know Tianquan. He is the demon lord's trusted right hand and one of the most infamous madmen alive. He continued with Tianquan's past. Since childhood, the man had been mentally unstable. He loved arson and murder, and even innocent animals were not spared. The scene of blood-soaked white rabbit corpses scattered everywhere was enough to terrify anyone. After joining the demon sect, he finally found the perfect place for himself. No one knew what twisted cultivation art he practiced, but injuring him was almost impossible. Xia Fu frowned and confirmed that the senior was absolutely right. It would not be accurate to say Iron Garment Sect captured Tianquan. The truth was that he willingly let us bring him back. Now that he has escaped, I have no choice but to seek the madam's help. The madam finally spoke. Dealing with the demon sect is the duty of the righteous Tianyu. Go with Sect Master Xia, and show more respect to your elders. She immediately nodded and said she understood. Zui Tianzun casually added that he would come along as well. He glanced at her and continued, "Didn't you say Li Ziwei is heading south too? I might as well go. Maybe I will run into him. Our chief is still staying at Wangu Pavilion for a few more days anyway." Meng Tianyu simply folded her arms and clicked her tongue in annoyance. He smirked and asked, "I thought you followed the martial path. Since when do you know Guarts too?" She shot back, "Looks like you have not heard. Ever since the madam obtained that divine technique from shopkeeper Li, we have been cultivating both martial arts and Guarts at the same time." The madam silently watched the two of them. "So Wu Ding sect is actually on our side. I thought such a large group had come here to cause trouble." As expected, shopkeeper Li is no ordinary man. Even the third elder of Wu Ding sect values him so highly. But the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Li's shopkeeper had only just left, yet Tianquan escaped prison almost immediately afterward. The timing was far too perfect, making her frown. High in the sky, three figures sped through the air like birds riding the wind. Xiaofu led the way, followed by Meng Tianyu and Zuiwo Tianzun. While flying, Meng Tianyu suddenly noticed something ahead. Her body froze and her pupils instantly shrank. She quickly pointed toward the thick cloud of dust in the distance and shouted anxiously, "Sect Master Xia, look over there!" The other two immediately turned to look. As the three entered the area, the scene before them was nothing less than hell on earth. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and the streets had been reduced to ruins. He knelt to inspect a body and quickly realized these people had not died from weapons. They had been beaten to death by sheer brute force. The man beside him clutched his head in despair. 3 villages. Not a single survivor. That monster must have done this. The demon sect is truly despicable. He immediately stood up and said to the other two, "There is still another town, farther south. We have to get there now." But the moment they arrived, his face froze. The sight before him left him completely speechless. All he could say was, "What happened here?" Something was swaying gently in the wind on top of a rooftop. Looking closer, they realized it was Tianquan's severed head. The monster feared by countless people had died in utter despair, his face dark purple and covered in blood. All three looked up in shock. He could only wonder whether they had arrived too late, or perhaps they had actually made it in time. Meanwhile, somewhere far more peaceful, Wei walked through the grass behind Zhao Ergo while chatting cheerfully. He laughed that traveling with Qinggong felt amazing. Now this is what a true master looks like. Floating beside him, Zhao Ergo said they had arrived. Hearing that, Wei grinned and clenched his fist. Finally, they had reached the place he had been searching for. But his smile quickly faded. He scratched his head and stood frozen for several seconds. As he looked ahead, this place felt strangely familiar. Right in front of him was a patch of flattened grass, shaped exactly like a human body. After digging non-stop for a long time, a mound of dirt had piled up behind him like a small hill. Even then, he clearly had no intention of stopping. Nearly exhausted, he finally uncovered a metal hatch beneath the soil. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air with his eyes barely able to stay open. Seriously? Digging tunnels and secret chambers is a tradition in this world, or what? I am half dead from digging. Zhao Ergu watched for a while before asking in confusion, "Why did you not just blow the dirt away with your demonic art?" Wei opened his eyes, sat up, rubbed his nose, and confidently replied, "Using demonic art just to dig dirt would be like using a butcher's knife to cut vegetables." Zhao Ergu showed no mercy and bluntly answered, "You simply did not think of it." Wei took out the key, his expression turning serious as he inserted it into the lock. He could not help thinking how small this world really was. Wasn't this the exact place where he first arrived? After all that wandering, he had returned to the very beginning. The door slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading down into the room below. The instant he saw the computer sitting in the center, he froze. Right by the entrance were stacks of manga and all kinds of anime figures that were instantly recognizable. His gaze immediately locked onto the white computer, standing in the middle of the room. A thought instantly crossed his mind. Wasn't this the room from Long Beiqian's video? The image of him sitting here, drinking water while using the computer, flashed through his mind, leaving him completely stunned. He walked around the computer and could not help admiring it. This was a real PC and a top-tier build too. Then he looked at the Miku figure nearby and muttered, "You can even redeem something like this from the system? What a legend!" His excitement was written all over his face. He immediately reached out to power on the computer, grinning from ear to ear. But no matter how many times he pressed the button, nothing happened. His excitement vanished in an instant. All he could do was sigh, "Well, that is over. It will not turn on. But if there is a system, there should be another way." Seeing the computer was useless, he switched to searching the entire room. Zhao Ergo curiously asked what he was doing. Away replied while rummaging around, looking for anything valuable. After a while, he pulled out a brightly colored shirt that looked surprisingly stylish. After examining it, he laughed. This senior really knew how to enjoy life. So flashy. This system really can redeem anything. Before long, something else caught his attention. In the corner of a cabinet sat a beautiful-looking sphere. He stared at it in confusion. What is this? I have never seen anything like it. Is this some kind of future technology? He stared so closely that he could clearly see his own reflection inside it before reaching out to touch it. For some reason, the sphere almost looked like it was breaking into a cold sweat. He picked it up and rubbed it a few times. Suddenly, the sphere made a sound. His eyes lit up. Nice, it still works. Future technology really is amazing. Even Zhao Ergo leaned in with curiosity. The sphere began glowing with colors identical to the system interface, just as Away let out a surprised sound. A man's image suddenly appeared inside the sphere. After adjusting his glasses, the man repeatedly tested the connection. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Then he pointed straight at Away and smiled. One look and I can tell you are another unlucky guy just like me. Away jumped backward in shock and shouted, What in the world is this? A ghost? A remnant soul from the demon sect? Some martial god spirit? Are you trying to recruit me into an undead army? The man simply looked at him and replied, That is quite an imagination. Try using a little less of it next time. Pointing at himself, he continued, Ever watched zombie movies? Ever heard of a hologram? I am something like that, though not nearly as advanced. If you want to call me a remnant soul, that is close enough. After pushing up his glasses again, he kept talking. Since we are both from the same world, I will skip to the point. Right after I transmigrated here, I got stuck with that stupid 2B system. As soon as he finished speaking, a system interface labeled 2B66 appeared behind him. Away twitched at the sight. He had been acting normal a second ago. Why did he suddenly become so serious? And how did the topic change so fast? Resting his chin on his hand, the man began telling the story from the moment he transmigrated. Childhood memories appeared as he spoke, though the most eye-catching thing was still his glasses. Away quickly interrupted him. You are getting way off track. Just tell me the important part. The man merely sighed. You really are impatient. Twirling his finger, he continued, That cursed system wanted to destroy the world, but was I going to let it succeed? Of course not. If the world disappears, my beloved wife would disappear too. Zhao Ergo floated around him a few times before resting his chin in thought. So this guy used to have a system too. I thought I was the only one. But what do you mean by destroying the world? My old system never mentioned anything like that. Away immediately pointed at himself and turned pale. So I am the only one here who was never chosen by a system? Does that mean I am actually the real protagonist? The other two looked at him with matching looks of disbelief, leaving him completely speechless. The gathering of former system victims officially began. Long Batian and Zhao Ergo chatted happily, while Away stood there looking completely lost, his jaw hanging wide open. The consciousness administrator from before appeared once again and casually said, Congratulations! You were lazy enough to meet the requirements perfectly. Since you seem incapable of enjoying life, you have been specially granted one reincarnation ticket. Back in the present, Away sat on the ground listening, while Zhao Ergo stood beside him, paying close attention. Long Batian continued, explaining that his transmigration happened because he met certain conditions set by the consciousness administration. Under normal rules, when people die, their souls or consciousness return there. But after being bound to that system, once they die in this world, their souls can no longer return as they normally would. Hearing that, Away's eyes widened. Wait, what did you just say? He immediately reacted with alarm. If consciousness is the soul, and souls cannot return to the place that manages them, then people in this world can never be reincarnated. How could the administration ignore something this serious? He pictured the exhausted consciousness administrator who only wanted to clock out early. Then he sighed helplessly. Forget it. Those people never looked very responsible anyway. Zhao Ergo finally spoke up. I have no idea what you two are talking about, but my system told me something similar back then. The scene shifted into a flashback. Two young men struggled desperately while tied to the ground. The blue-haired one shouted for him to get his filthy foot off his master, while the cream-haired one also begged him to spare his master. A younger Ziwei demon lord appeared. An old man lay motionless beneath his feet after being brutally beaten. At that moment, a system interface appeared beside him. He narrowed his eyes at it and asked, What are you? The interface immediately replied, I am the administrator of this world. Everything exists under my authority. You may call me the system. Zhao Ergu frowned in confusion. What kind of thing is that? I have never heard of it. The system answered that it was normal for people from a low-level world to know nothing about its existence, but it knew everything about him. Zhao Ergu could only let out a confused sound. Before he could respond, the system recited his entire life like reading a file. Zhao Ergu, a top student who dreamed of becoming the strongest cultivator. Ever since childhood, you loved crushing others with overwhelming power. Your only goal is to stand at the peak of the martial world, and you have always hated your real name, wishing for a far more imposing title. Having his past exposed in front of everyone made his face turn bright red. He waved his hands wildly and shouted, "Enough! Never mention that name again." He angrily demanded, "What do you actually want?" The system tempted him with a question. Do you not want to become the strongest, or even reach a realm beyond that? The system continued its persuasion. Someone with your talent should not be trapped in a tiny world like this. You have the right to climb even higher. That is why you were chosen. Zhao Ergu immediately asked, "Then what exactly is the true peak?" A grand vision appeared in his mind. He stood beneath a blazing sky like a descending god, his body shining with golden light. 6 massive arms covered the heavens, while his flaming hair absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. Only then did the system answer. Beyond humanity lies godhood itself. He stared in shock for a few moments before breaking into an excited smile. That actually sounds pretty good. Just imagining himself standing above everyone else filled him with excitement. The man and the system continued talking. The system explained that becoming a god was not easy. Countless trials came first. Then it pointed at the old man below and said, "For example, becoming a god requires many sacrifices." The old man looked up with a pale, trembling face and begged for mercy. He admitted defeat completely and only asked that the 2 children be spared. But before he could finish speaking, Zhao Ergu killed him right in front of his disciples. Blood splattered everywhere. The old man only managed a single cry before dying. He looked at the blood on his hand and slowly licked it away. "Did you not say sacrifices were needed? These little ants have no value anyway. Becoming sacrifices on my path to godhood should be an honor." The flashback ended. Zhao Ergu calmly said that was basically what happened. Beside him, Awei could only think in frustration. Bringing advanced technology into an ancient world just to scam people is seriously messed up. I still do not fully understand it, but this system feels exactly like an evil cult. Its brainwashing is way too convincing. He curled his lip and silently concluded that, even without the system, this demon lord had never been a decent person. A vivid image appeared in his mind. Zhao Ergu had been completely brainwashed by the system, endlessly repeating that the world must be destroyed. Meanwhile, the other man screamed that all weaklings deserved to die, that he alone was a god, and everyone should willingly become sacrifices. The endless cries of slaughter made Awei look utterly disgusted. A power-obsessed madman meeting a complete psychopath. They were a perfect match. Long Baitian let out a weary sigh and compared himself to an employee trapped in a lifetime contract with a shady company. The boss wanted to expand endlessly, but workers like him could never quit. The more he thought about it, the more miserable it felt. Hearing that, Awei's eyes lit up. He instantly put on a flattering smile and asked, "Senior, after all those years, you must have left behind some amazing treasures, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the sky and imagined all kinds of futuristic gear. A cool laser sword, an energy cannon that could wipe out an entire battlefield in one shot. Those sounded way better than years of martial training. Long Batian sighed again and poured cold water on his excitement. Even killing the host is useless. That system has already broken away from the administration. If the host dies, it simply goes into hibernation. Mid-sentence, he suddenly froze and shouted, "Damn, how did I forget that? That system lost contact with the administration a long time ago." He turned to Awei with a serious look. "Brother, how exactly did you end up in this world?" Elsewhere, Urya sat confidently in his chair, while Xioni reported the latest news. Iron Garment Sect had asked Wangu Pavilion for help with Gu poison, then set out with people from Wangu Pavilion and Tianmen Tihua to hunt Tianquan. Their target was Tianquan, who had just escaped. But for some reason, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately ordered Xiuni to follow them and confirm the situation. Xiuni looked worried and said she wanted to stay behind to protect her master if something happened while he was alone at Wangu Pavilion. Before she could finish, a hard slap struck her across the face, sending her spinning to the ground. He stood over her with icy eyes and said, "I do not like repeating myself, Shuni lowered her head, holding her cheek with a dark expression. In the end, she quietly accepted the order. Elsewhere, Xiaofu listened as a disciple gave his report. By the time they followed the clues and arrived, Tianquan was already dead. The local villagers had even cut off his head. According to one woman, a masked heroine had saved her life. Xiaofu stroked his beard and muttered, "A disguised heroine?" The disciple quickly added that they had found her, but she would only speak to the sect master. Xiaofu, Meng Tianyu, and Zui Huatians followed the disciple into the house. The moment they stepped inside, a figure in a black cloak suddenly jumped out, startling Xiaofu. The person cheerfully called out, "Uncle Xia, it has been so long." She pulled back her hood with a smile. "It is me, Xiaoju." Xiaofu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked why the princess was here. Could that heroine have been? She immediately nodded. "I was the one pretending to be the heroine, but I was not the one who killed Tianquan. Shopkeeper Li told me to wait here." Xiaofu stroked his beard and murmured, "So it was Awi's instructions." But in the very next second, his body suddenly stiffened as he remembered something. He hurriedly asked, "Awei really came here? Then where is he now? Was Tianquan killed by him?" She nodded and replied that Shopkeeper Li defeated Tianquan with a single slash before leaving. Xiaofu's face changed instantly. Only one thought remained in his mind. One slash to kill Tianquan, whose body was nearly indestructible. As expected of Awei, Xiaoju happily took out the saber and proudly showed it off. Before leaving, Shopkeeper Li even lent it to me for protection. The moment Xiaofu saw it, his eyes lit up. "Isn't that the treasured saber I gave Awei?" He immediately fell into complete self-satisfaction, grinning from ear to ear. In his mind, Awei had used the saber he gifted to kill Tianquan, which meant he had contributed too. Meanwhile, Zuihua Tianzun was already drunk. Shaking his wine gourd, he mumbled that he had traveled so far but still failed to meet Li Ziwei. Then he turned to Xiaoju and asked if she had anything else to tell Sect Master Xia. Her expression instantly turned serious. "This concerns the Ziwei Demon Lord." Shopkeeper Li said the Demon Lord possesses a life-saving treasure that is extremely difficult to deal with. He can also change his appearance, so everyone suspicious must be watched carefully. If anything seems unusual, do not act recklessly. Xiaofu fell into thought. The royal family did have disguise techniques that could alter appearances, but if Awei specifically warned him, it had to be something far more dangerous. Outwardly, he calmly replied that he would personally report everything to His Majesty. The Moon Festival was approaching, and nothing else could be allowed to happen. Then he asked if Awei had left any other instructions. While everyone continued talking, no one noticed that a corner of the roof had already been removed. Above them, Shuni silently listened to the entire conversation. When asked, Xiaochu calmly replied that there was nothing else. She only knew that Shopkeeper Li had apparently headed toward Sihong because he still had other matters to handle. Back with Awei, Long Batyan suddenly jumped up and shouted. He clenched his fists like he had uncovered the ultimate truth. This had to be a system bug. He went on explaining that the system data was supposed to update constantly, but after leaving the control center, those updates stopped. In other words, Awei had completely surpassed this world's original design. Awei listened from start to finish, but his face stayed completely blank. Seeing Awei still confused, Long Batyan pointed at the sky and simplified it. The system followed fixed rules, but Awei was the one breaking them. This time, Awei finally nodded in understanding. Long Batyan gave him a thumbs up and continued. Awei had already absorbed the perfect restoration pill, fused with the Demon Lord's revenant soul, and now had his knowledge of the system as well. If he kept growing stronger, defeating both the Demon Lord and the system was only a matter of time. Awei immediately raised his hand. That sounded great, but fighting the Demon Lord and fighting the system were two completely different things. His expression suddenly turned into that of a veteran scholar. He looked like someone who had stayed awake for hundreds of nights just to reach one conclusion. Even if the Demon Lord died, the system would only go dormant. Right. That still meant the world was doomed. After hearing that, Long Batyan turned away without another word. He calmly said goodbye. He had died long ago, and his white-haired wife had probably turned to dust centuries earlier. Whether the world survived no longer mattered to him. Awei frowned at his back and spoke up. "But senior, the descendants of your white-haired wife are still waiting for you." Long Batyan instantly spun around with a shocked expression. "What did you just say?" The space around them began to change. Long Batyan's body turned pale blue while the surroundings slowly crumbled apart. His eyes widened in disbelief. How was that possible? She actually. Away looked him straight in the eyes and reached out his hand. He said he had heard the whole story. Then he asked directly, "You could have hidden forever, so what did you trade to the system in exchange for saving them?" Long Batian simply stood there and remained silent. After a long pause, he turned around and slowly began his story. Her illness had become far too severe. He could not bear to watch the woman he loved die, so he begged the system for help. The price was that he could never return there again. Even if he tried, the system would always stop him. Away quietly listened from behind. Away saw Long Batian frowning deeply while clutching his head in pain. In a low voice, he asked if she had truly left behind descendants who were still waiting for him. Away rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. "Leave the system to me. If we get out of here, I will take you with me. This thing still has plenty of energy left." By then, the lower half of Long Batian's body had already started fading away. Away watched as Long Batian's body broke into countless lights and returned to the half-sphere in his hand. He smiled smugly to himself. As expected, the love-struck guy changed completely the moment his wife was mentioned. He sat down on the soft chair, enjoying the comfort with a sigh. Before dealing with the system, he had to handle the Demon Lord first. If the system suddenly pulled out a gun, how was anyone supposed to fight that? Zhao Irgu floated beside him with a puzzled look. Away suddenly turned to him with sparkling eyes. "Hey, Brother Irgu, besides the demon arts, did the Demon Lord hide any strange treasures?" Zhao Irgu crossed his arms and asked, "Like what?" Away lowered his head, rested his chin on his hands, and closed his eyes to think. For example, an image suddenly appeared in his mind of Zhao Irgu holding a gun with a fierce expression while striking all kinds of bizarre battle poses. Then he simply said exactly what he was thinking. Something like that. Zhao Irgu's eyes widened with fury. One hand pressed against his chest to stay calm, while the other rose as if ready to slap Away. He shouted that he had never relied on weapons in his entire life. He climbed the heavenly ranking with nothing but his bare hands. Those thoughts were a serious insult. Away simply covered his ears, closed his eyes, and ignored every word. While Zhao Irgu fumed helplessly behind him, Away let out a satisfied sigh. He concluded that great villains always had some incredibly weird principles. Somehow, that made him feel much more at ease. A moment later, Away pulled a round golden object from his orange bag. Its color almost blended into the bag itself, and it shone so brightly that it was almost blinding. He held the inner core right in front of his face and gritted his teeth. It looked like the time had finally come to swallow it. Zhao Irgu stood behind him with folded arms, watching in complete disdain. He scoffed. What was there to hesitate about? This body would not die from the backlash anyway. If you never eat it, you will always fight without enough power. Sweat poured down Away's body as his eyes darted around. He raised the inner core and shouted back, "You think I am scared of the backlash? I just hate the fact that this thing used to be inside someone else." He then seriously imagined himself suffering unbearable pain and immediately started analyzing every possible outcome. Broken meridians, a shattered dantian, and cultivation deviation. It could not get much worse than that. Besides, every serious injury had always made his body much stronger. The moment he imagined his future with a massive muscular body, Away suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In the end, he tossed the inner core straight into his mouth and encouraged himself. It is only backlash. Think of it as another power buff. Meanwhile, Zhao Irgu kept watching him as he walked. The moment Away actually swallowed it, a strange smile appeared on Zhao Irgu's face. His eyes turned sinister, and the corner of his mouth curled into a calculating grin. He sneered inwardly. The backlash was far more than damaged bones and meridians. It would refine both soul and body. Survive it and you would be reborn like a phoenix. Fail, and this body would become mine. The scene suddenly changed as a voice grew louder and clearer. "Li Zui, wake up." Away was slumped over a desk, fast asleep with drool running from his mouth. He slowly opened his eyes, completely confused. He suddenly sat upright, still rubbing his closed eyes awake. Then he casually complained, "Stop bothering me. My head feels like it is splitting apart. This backlash is pure torture." Piaoyang stood in front of him with folded arms, looking completely puzzled. "Backlash? What backlash?" "The backlash of staying up too late. You worked on documents all night again, did you not? I keep telling you to get some rest." The moment Away saw the girl in front of him, his eyes went wide. He froze in shock for several seconds before shouting, "Senior sister, why are you dressed like that? Where am I?" Piaoyang stood there holding her bag, as if she were looking at someone who had lost his mind. Away panicked and continued, "Where did this backlash throw me? Is this still an illusion? Wait, did I really return to the modern world?" Piaoyang immediately stepped closer and pinched his arm hard. Away cried out in pain. She answered right away, "Of course it hurts. Who are you calling an illusion?" Then Piaoyang tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What is wrong with you? Were you talking in your sleep again? Did we not agree to grab dinner after work?" Looking down from the top of the skyscraper, everything below was strangely quiet. The wide streets were almost empty except for a few passing cars. Away stood on the balcony as the night wind whipped his clothes. Above him stretched a dark sky covered with gray clouds. He simply stood there without saying a word. His legs started trembling as he stared down in fear while gripping the edge of his shirt. Only one thought filled his mind. The pain in my legs felt so real in that dream. Have I still not woken up? Maybe dying is the only way out. But the next second, Awee's face turned pale and sweat streamed down his forehead. What if this was actually reality? If he jumped, he was definitely finished. Just then, Piaoyang and Tianqiu rushed out from inside as fast as they could. While running, Piaoyang shouted in panic, "We found him." She reached out toward Awei with a face full of worry. "Li Ziwei, what are you doing?" Tianqiu stood beside her, silently watching with a heavy expression. Hearing the call, Awei turned around. His face was pale and covered in sweat as he cried out in panic, "Senior Sister Holy Maiden." But at that exact moment, he suddenly lost his balance and slipped off the edge of the balcony. Awei fell backward into open air with both hands desperately reaching out. His face twisted in terror and only one word remained in his mind, "Finished." His consciousness slowly became blurry. Awei barely opened his eyes and wondered, "Am I dead now, or have I finally woken up?" Piaoyang desperately clung to his arm while Awei dangled high above the ground. She and Tianqiu shouted in panic, "Stop slacking off like this. Hurry, we are pulling you up. I cannot hold on much longer." After a long struggle, Awei was finally pulled back onto the rooftop. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath after the terrifying ordeal. None of them had the strength to speak. Clutching his chest between heavy breaths, Awei exclaimed, "Good grief, my soul almost left my body that time." He slowly raised his arm and looked at the skin that had turned red from being pulled. His expression immediately grew serious. The marks were still there. They were not healing at all. Tianqiu rushed over and punched Awei right in the face. Furious, she shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? Were you so bored that you decided to jump off a building?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, glaring at him as if she wanted to swallow him whole. "Are you trying to make the entire company famous for this? People said to follow trending news, not become the headline yourself." Awei shrank to the side, clutching his cheek with teary eyes as he stammered, "That's not what happened." The scene shifted to a large building with a bright green cross on top. It was clearly one of the city's major hospitals. Inside the examination room, a bald doctor wearing glasses carefully studied the results before speaking. The patient attempted suicide because he believed he was still dreaming. However, every test came back completely normal. It was most likely caused by excessive stress recently. Tianqiu and Piaoyang stood beside Awei, listening carefully while resting their hands on the dazed man sitting there. The doctor continued, "I recommend transferring him to the next department for further evaluation." Tianqiu looked over the medical report again and again with a doubtful expression. Nothing wrong with his body? Did work really drive him insane? Just then, a voice interrupted them. About that, both women turned toward the source of the voice. Awei was holding his phone, staring at the password screen. He gave an awkward smile and asked, "Do either of you know my phone password?" That single question left Piaoyang speechless, and even the doctor froze. The doctor immediately turned back to his desk and began writing with complete seriousness. The patient not only shows severe delusional symptoms, but also appears to have memory loss. His cognitive ability may also be affected. Piaoyang barely paid attention to the doctor's notes and simply asked, "Why not use Face ID?" Awei's eyes widened. "Oh, right." Later, the three of them stood outside the hospital room. Tianqiu put her hands on her hips, stared at Awei, and asked, "Are you really sure you're okay?" Awei scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "I'm fine, I was just sleep-talking. I'll treat everyone to a nice meal in a couple of days as an apology." Hearing that, Tianqiu turned around and waved as she left. "Message us if anything happens." Piaoyang glanced at him, said goodbye and walked away. Awei smiled and waved back. But as the two of them disappeared into the distance, every trace of joy vanished from Awei's face. His eyes gradually turned cold as he silently observed their every move. A spinning top rotated across the table while Awei sat lost in thought. The demonic qi was gone. Afio Xuan had disappeared, and even the effects of the perfect restoration pill were gone. He stared at the spinning top after it finally fell over. Senior Sister and the Holy Maiden had somehow become his co-workers, just like figures pulled straight out of his memories. Thinking about the smiles of Tianqiu and Piaoliang, Awei frowned. A terrifying possibility crossed his mind. What if it was actually the other way around? Maybe meeting them after crossing over created those memories instead. If the space thief was involved, this was going to be a serious problem. Two people were standing in the room, looking at Li Ziwei with worried expressions. A middle-aged man anxiously asked, "Good grief, Awei. Ron told us you were hospitalized yesterday and even lost your memory. Do you still recognize us?" Ziwei stared blankly at the two people before him and hesitated. You two are inside, he thought. I have no idea who they are, but judging by the script, they must be my parents. To avoid raising suspicion, he stood up, held the woman's hand, and said gently, "Dad, Mom, I'm fine. It was all a misunderstanding. I was just sleep-talking." The man smiled happily and patted him on the shoulder while the woman finally let out a relieved sigh. His mother released his hand and walked over to the food bag. She took out a white radish while scolding him with affection. "You're all grown up, yet you still don't know how to take care of yourself. Your father went to buy some ribs. I'll make you soup later." Just then, the door slowly opened, and a familiar voice called from outside. "Everyone, we're back." Xiaoyi and Hongshu walked in side by side. Xiaoyi happily waved toward the room. "Brother Awei, I came to visit you too." The moment Ziwei's mother saw them, she warmly welcomed them inside. "Xiaoyi, you came too?" Then she noticed the bags they were carrying and gently scolded them. Hongshu immediately smiled and explained, "I happened to pass by and picked these up. The shop owner said they're really good when cooked." But after taking a few more steps, her eyes suddenly met Ziwei's unwavering gaze. In that single moment, Hongxia's imagination ran wild. She covered her face with both hands and thought dreamily, "Why is Senior looking at me like that today? How am I supposed to handle this?" Thinking that, she quickly held the bag out toward him with a shy smile. "I heard you were in the hospital yesterday, so I brought you something nourishing. Please accept it." Z accepted it and thanked her, but his mind was already racing. Even Hongshu was here. So what about everyone else? The scene immediately shifted to the CEO's office. A man who looked like a subordinate stood beside the desk, holding a stack of documents. Tian Quan set the papers down and said with his usual arrogant calm, "Your leave has been approved. Go take a few days off. Just do not die in the office." He kept staring at Ziwei and added, "Why are you still standing there? Go home and be careful. I do not want to pay compensation." After leaving the office, Ziwei returned to his normal life. Today he had plans with the girls, so the group went out together. There were 4 of them in total. Ziwei and Piaoliang walked in front while Hongshu and Xiaoyi followed behind. The atmosphere was lively. Everywhere along the street felt peaceful. A couple laughed together in the distance. A little girl ran past while hugging a ball, and a young woman knelt down to feed a cat nearby. Zivit stopped and carefully observed everything around him. Piaoliang walked over after noticing him standing alone. They chatted for a while before both of them burst into laughter. After walking a little farther, the group stopped at a nearby restaurant. While taking a bite of his hamburger, Ziwei quietly watched everyone around him. He thought to himself, "Everyone really is here, but after looking into it all day, I still cannot find anything unusual." Resting his chin on one hand, he continued thinking. A few months ago, he had been in a car accident and remained unconscious for half a month. After waking up, he settled things with the driver, accepted the compensation, and went right back to work. Everything seemed perfectly reasonable. Even social media looked completely normal. His fingers lightly touched his lips as his brows slowly tightened. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Why could he not remember anything from before crossing over? Just then, a terrified scream echoed from the distance. A man behind the wheel shouted in panic, "Oh no, the brakes are gone. Someone call an ambulance." A massive truck, like a beast out of control, charged straight toward Ziwei. Both the driver and Ziwei turned pale and screamed in horror at the same time. The truck slammed directly into his seat without the slightest mercy. Glass exploded everywhere, reflecting the terrified faces of everyone nearby. Barely conscious, Ziwei cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Do I have some kind of truck magnet body? No matter where I go, a vehicle comes crashing into me. Is the Grim Reaper really sending me another notice?" As his consciousness faded, an image of his childhood suddenly appeared before him. A mechanical voice announced, "This is Awei." Ever since he was little, he believed he would become a superhero. Awei was completely speechless. There is even a narrator now? The scene instantly shifted to his old classroom. Little Away stood up and declared seriously, "My dream is to become Batman." The narrator immediately added, "Because he was too kind." Minnie Away instantly objected, "No, it is because Batman does not have parents either." Hearing present-day Ziwei could only sigh. That got dark really fast. The people around him back then probably never expected an answer like that. The entire classroom instantly fell into awkward silence. The narration continued calmly. Before long, Away realized he could never become Batman. The scene changed to his adult self holding a ridiculously thick stack of papers. The voice concluded, "After all, Batman owns a corporation. He is just an overworked office employee." Ziwei was left completely baffled by that brutal comparison. He suddenly jolted awake from the haze like someone escaping a nightmare and shouted, "Good grief." After calming down for a few seconds, he held his aching head and muttered, "That was terrifying. But wait, I finally know where the problem is." Cherry blossom petals drifted through the air, while children played happily nearby. A woman sat quietly sewing, and another stood beside her watching. Pyoliang carefully examined the patterns on the cloth, but she was so distracted that the needle accidentally pricked her fingertip. The sharp sting made her frown as she quietly murmured, "Ouch." Seeing that, the woman beside her leaned over with a curious look. She asked with a teasing smile, "What has you so distracted?" Then she leaned in close, rested a hand on Pyoliang's shoulder, and whispered like she was sharing a huge secret. "Let me guess. You are thinking about the man you love, aren't you?" The question struck her right where it hurt. Pyoliang immediately blushed and hurried to explain, "Away and I are not like that." Realizing she had phrased it poorly, the woman quickly corrected herself, though it hardly sounded any different. Fine. He is not your man, but you have been thinking about him, right?" She then put on the look of someone with plenty of life experience and advised her, "If you like him, make your move. He has protected you so many times. If it were me, I would stick by his side no matter what." Even though those words made her face burn, Pyoliang stubbornly denied it. "No, it is not like that." After hesitating for a while, she quietly admitted, "Away saved my life. I am only grateful to him. I just worry that he might be in danger while I cannot do anything to help." The lady immediately declared as if she had uncovered the ultimate truth. "After all that, you are still saying you miss him." This time, Pyoliang did not argue. She simply gave a soft reply, silently admitting it. Seeing that Pyoliang had finally faced her true feelings, the lady smiled. "If you miss him, then go find him." But Pyoliang still hesitated. "I do not want to become a burden to Away." The lady could only click her tongue helplessly. "You really are hopeless." She decided to drop the topic and change the subject. "The Moon Festival is coming soon, and the capital will be holding the 100 Flowers Fair. Sitting here all day is boring anyway, so take your little sister out to enjoy it. I heard a great master will be there too. I plan to ask for a blessing talisman so everyone on Demon Slayer Island can reunite next year." Her eyes immediately lit up with admiration. Then she casually added, "You should get one for your man too. If I go with you, there is nothing to worry about." Teased beyond her limit, Pyoliang frowned and protested, "I already told you, he is not my man." The lady only smiled and ignored the complaint. "So, are you coming? We rarely get a chance to go out like this." Pyoliang immediately nodded. "Great, then we leave in 2 days." Pyoliang looked at the embroidered cloth she had made with her own hands and smiled gently. She wished for nothing grand. She only hoped that Away would stay safe and happy, that everything would go smoothly for him, that every journey would reach its destination, and that every wish would come true. At the same time, back at the hospital, Ziwei's mother walked in carrying a basket of fruit and scolded him worriedly. "You silly boy, how did you get hit by a vehicle again?" The man beside her quickly chimed in, "Look what your mom and dad bought for you, and do not ever think about doing something reckless again." Before he could finish, his wife shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you talking about? This was just an accident," he grumbled back. "I am only worried about him." Just then, a blonde doctor entered with the medical report in hand. After looking it over, he said, "The patient only suffered minor external injuries, but I still recommend staying here for a few more days to recover." Even he could not help sighing. This is honestly a medical miracle. Suddenly, Hongsho rushed over from the side with red, teary eyes and hurried straight to Ziwei's bedside. "Senior, you really scared me this time." Tianqiu watched from a distance and nodded. "I have to hand it to you. I cannot even tell whether you are lucky or unlucky. A crash that's serious only left you with a few scratches. But getting hit by a truck while sitting inside a restaurant is just unbelievable." Standing nearby with a worried expression, Pyoliang said, "Away, your luck has been terrible lately. Maybe you should visit a temple and pray. Seeing this keeps making me uneasy." Ziwei simply sat on the hospital bed without saying a single word. He looked at Hongshu sitting beside him and fell deep into thought. Then everything suddenly clicked. How could this place possibly be reality? No wonder everything had felt so wrong. If his life before crossing over had really been this perfect, there was no way he would have missed wrong every single day. His eyes casually drifted to the electronic device his father had placed on the table, and he froze. Wait, I barely remember having parents while growing up. And even if I really did, there is no way they would buy me an RTX 4090. Something this good is way too unbelievable. He slowly lifted one leg and calmly said, "It is time for me to leave." Hongshu, who had been kneeling beside the bed the whole time, looked at him in confusion. "Senior, what did you just say? Where are you going?" Ignoring the question, Ziwei kept the same cold expression. He thought to himself, a world this beautiful could easily make anyone want to stay forever. But let me test it first. Everyone around him stared in disbelief as they all shouted at once, "Away, senior, Li Ziwei." Sunlight poured through the window, but something even brighter ignited inside his heart. Ziwei firmly told himself, hesitation means death. If I waste even one more second thinking about this, I will have betrayed every novel and movie I have ever experienced. Senior sister and everyone else are still waiting for me to save that world. The moment he abandoned the thought of staying, an invisible force instantly erupted around him. Everything happened so fast that Ziwei did not even have time to prepare. He could only stare with his eyes wide open. Once everything settled down, he looked at his body and let out a relieved sigh. Just as I thought. My brain is still sharp. That place really was an illusion. Just then, a deep voice echoed behind him. Awake already? Awei immediately turned around. The moment he saw Zhao, his face darkened. Damn it, this was your doing, wasn't it? Zhao only gave a vague grunt in response. Resting his chin on one hand, Zhao looked at him in confusion. Strange. Tianquan only escaped because he had the system helping him. Yet you woke up too. Wasn't that perfect illusion nice? Life out here is exhausting. Why bother waking up? Hearing those words, Ziwei instantly realized he was being manipulated. He glared back in anger. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Zhao Ergu floated in the air and chuckled. Plenty of people would happily stay trapped in a dream. So what if it is all fake? Ziwei answered seriously. If I were the only one, maybe I would have thought about it. Then he narrowed his eyes and pointed straight at him. We're on the same boat now, so stop pulling tricks. Zhao Ergu waved him off without looking back. Fine, fine. I won't do it again. But Ziwei's expression stayed dark as he stared at the glowing blue sphere like it was his mortal enemy. Deep down, he thought, there is no way I will ever trust this old man. He is way too shady. I need to find a chance to get even. Seeing how serious he looked, Zhao Ergo floated over with a grin. Come on, want to try cultivating? The moment he heard the word cultivate, Ziwei looked over suspiciously. Cultivating? The scene shifted to a dense tropical forest. Floating above a clearing, Zhao Ergu explained, your body has been completely reborn. You're not as weak as you used to be, but your foundation is still lacking, so you'll need another approach. Didn't you create your own techniques before? Try combining them with demonic qi. Ziwei frowned in thought. Combine them? He immediately took a deep breath. He stomped the ground with all his strength, sending cracks spreading across the earth beneath his feet. His inner energy began to circulate as golden streams of light spun around both of his hands. Closing his eyes, he calmly recited, Mountain Splitter. He brought his palms together like blades and shouted, Sea Filler. A brilliant golden blast shot straight ahead. Awei expected the attack to at least knock down a few giant trees. But after waiting, nothing seemed to happen. He and the two souls beside him were completely dumbfounded. Still frozen in his attack pose, Ziwei blankly asked Long Badian, did nothing happen? Long Badian adjusted his glasses like a top student, solving a difficult problem. Perhaps you distorted the air itself and created an invisible crushing force. Right then, sharp cracking sounds echoed through the forest. One ancient tree after another split apart as though sliced by an invisible blade. Dozens of towering trees collapsed at once, leaving behind a massive clearing in the middle of the forest. The sight left one of them so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, while the other stood there with his mouth wide enough to fit an entire egg. Zhao Ergu rubbed his chin with a satisfied smile. Not bad, you're much stronger than I expected. Ziwei stared at his own hands in disbelief. Did I really do that? Long Batian floated above him, clicking his tongue in admiration and praising Li Ziwei for looking unbelievably cool. Meanwhile, Zhao Ergo curiously asked, now that you have real power, how does it feel? The corners of Li Zivai's mouth slowly curled upward, and his smile became increasingly dangerous. He immediately activated another technique. The 18 dragon palms erupted as the majestic phantom of a golden dragon slowly appeared behind him. He did not stop there. Charging forward, he thrust both hands into a tree trunk, unleashing one finger zen and heavenly ear strike, with a grin of pure excitement. Keeping that same expression, Li Ziwei pointed toward the sky. Golden spiritual energy burst outward as he followed up with heavenly meteor fist. Even after showing off every technique, the golden glow around him refused to fade. Spiritual energy spread in every direction, while the surrounding forest had been completely torn apart. Then Li Zivai's expression turned cold, yet the smile on his face looked like the incarnation of Asura itself. It felt like he had just unlocked the ultimate achievement. Bursting with excitement, he shouted, "Ha ha ha! From this day on, I'm no longer the man I used to be. The martial god has returned." He confidently turned toward the two souls and pointed into the distance. Unfortunately, the back of his shirt had ripped wide open and was only inches away from exposing everything. He proudly declared that his fists were already itching for battle, and that taking down the demon lord was now within reach. Then he suddenly felt a cold breeze behind him. Long Badian quickly reminded him, "Go change your clothes first, and while you're at it, grab the treasures waiting in your room." After Awi's group had gone some distance away, Hongshu descended from the sky and landed in the devastated area they had just left. She picked up a leaf and whispered, "This is Master's aura." A strong sense of unease suddenly filled her heart, as if something incredibly important had just been overlooked. The scene shifted to the imperial palace. A eunuch hurried over to inform the emperor that Sectmaster Xia requested an audience. Sectmaster Xia entered looking absolutely miserable. His face was pale, sweat poured down his body, and he could barely catch his breath. Even the emperor looked confused. "What happened to you?" Rubbing his forehead, he sighed. "The remnants of the demonic sect have been causing endless trouble lately. One burns things down today, another escapes and stirs up chaos tomorrow." Hearing that, the emperor seemed to have already guessed the culprit, but he still asked anyway. Sectmaster Xia's eyes widened in shock. "You already let shopkeeper Li go, didn't you?" The emperor remained calm as always. "You two are clearly close, so stop pretending. Besides, I already have my own headache. Xiao Chu insists Li Ziwei is not the demon lord." Then she stole the disguise pill and ran away from the palace. Sectmaster Xia immediately updated him on the princess. He explained that he had already found Xiao Qiao. She had accidentally encountered the demonic sect remnants and was rescued by Awei. Although she was injured, it was nothing serious. She was now staying at the Eternal Pavilion with Drunken Painting Heavenly Venerables group. He then added seriously, "Xiao Qiao may be mischievous, but she truly deserves her royal bloodline. I heard she was even prepared to use a self-destruction secret art just to hold Tianquan back." The emperor was completely stunned. "My daughter is really that brave?" After a brief moment of surprise, he smiled with great satisfaction. "Of course she is. Just look whose daughter she is." Meng Xuanwu walked alongside them, while introducing a special goo insect that could cure colds. But the moment Kui Tijiao heard the description, goosebumps covered her body, and she flatly refused to try it. Just then, a familiar girl with twin buns appeared. "Jiyu, why didn't everyone go with Drunken Painting Heavenly Venerable to see the mistress?" Seeing a familiar face, Meng Xuanwu smiled. "This is the princess's first visit to the Eternal Pavilion. Shouldn't we show her around?" Ku Tijiao immediately brightened up. "This place is incredible. I even met shopkeeper Li, and he told me quite a few interesting stories." But halfway through her sentence, she froze as she stared at the person before her. Meng Tianshu walked over, held Niya's hand, and asked, "Holy Maiden, who is this child?" Meng Tianshu crouched down, gently patted the little girl's shoulder, and asked, "Do you still remember your big sister?" Kui Tijiao's expression immediately darkened. She clearly remembered that this child was supposed to have been dealt with by the imperial preceptor. Her gaze slowly settled on Niya's hand. Kui Tijiao pointed at herself with a smile, catching the girl's attention. "Niya, do you still remember me? You even gave me a protective charm before. I'm so happy to see you again. But how did you end up here?" The system suddenly displayed a notification. The former princess appeared to know Li Ziwei. The moment Awi's name came up, his expression instantly darkened. But in the very next second, he switched expressions as smoothly as flipping a page. Smiling brightly, he looked at the little girl and said, "Big sister, of course Niya remembers you." He then explained that the white-haired lady had taken him out of the village before Meng Tianshu brought him here. Watching him act so naturally, Chui Tijiao felt that something was seriously off. She quietly wondered, Hongshu was the one who rescued Niya. Did Meng Tianshu and the others find any of this suspicious? Pushing those thoughts aside, she crouched in front of Niya, gently held the girl's hand and said, "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. The bracelet I gave you is gone, isn't it? I'll make you a new one another day." As Kuo Tijiao walked away, he silently watched her back and analyzed the situation. A bracelet? It seems this girl has already started suspecting me. But that's strange. She should have been happy to see Niya alive. Just then, the system explained that this situation was similar to Tianquan's before. Once the target became suspicious, the secret technique could no longer activate. Meng Tianshu had doubts, but had never been wary of the royal family. The woman before him was different. Her paranoia was far too strong. She had probably realized something, and was already guarding herself against the host. As for the bracelet, the system replayed an earlier scene. The bracelet had slammed into Hong Xia's head with tremendous force before exploding on the spot. Remembering that moment, he stood frozen and quietly muttered, "Huh." A moment later, he looked toward the Eternal Pavilion and sneered inwardly, "Fine, so what if they're on guard?" The corner of his mouth curled into an even more sinister smile. These insects would not stay alive much longer anyway. Looking at the system panel, his synchronization had already reached 92. The scene shifted to the Imperial Library inside the palace. The Emperor asked Sect Master Xia whether the Demon Lord could truly change his appearance at will, and he received an unwavering confirmation. Sect Master Xia clenched his fists and warned seriously, "The enemy is hiding in the shadows while we stand in the open. If the Demon Lord has already infiltrated our ranks, then the Moon Festival must never take place." The Emperor remained resolute. The Moon Festival will be held no matter what. Otherwise, how would we explain it to the people? Sect Master Xia grew anxious. What if the Demon Lord and his followers attack on that very day? How are we supposed to explain that to the entire kingdom? Holding a scroll, the Emperor's gaze deepened as he spoke calmly. The disasters have only just ended. The people celebrate this festival every year. If we suddenly cancel it, they will become suspicious, and the demonic sect will only have an easier time exploiting the chaos. We might as well make it bigger than ever. Perhaps we can even lure the real Demon Lord out. Sect Master Xia nearly lost his footing. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? Even if we draw him out, what can we possibly do? We cannot defeat him." No matter how much Sect Master Xia protested behind him, the Emperor calmly continued walking as though he had heard nothing. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said softly, "We have known each other for many years. You also know that since I was young, I never believed I was suited to sit on this throne." Sect Master Xia immediately tried to reassure him. "Your Majesty, please do not belittle yourself like that." The Emperor continued calmly, "Xiao Chu is furious over the injustice Li Ziwei suffered. If the truth spreads, the people will likely blame me as well." Sect Master Xia sighed. She is still young and does not understand how complicated these matters are. Before he could finish, the Emperor interrupted him. "If we eliminate the Demon Lord, none of this will matter anymore." Sect Master Xia could only look at him helplessly, unable to find another word to say. Looking weary, the Emperor casually tossed the scroll over. "This is my final decree. Keep it." Hearing those words, Sect Master Xia jumped in shock and cried out in disbelief. His face completely changed as he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty is still in the prime of life. Why prepare a final decree now?" Unlike his reaction, the Emperor simply smiled faintly. "As the Son of Heaven, I cannot stand by and watch. I have a plan. Perhaps it really can send the Demon Lord to his grave." Meanwhile, Li Ziwei lay sprawled across his bed, sighing non-stop. "I'm so bored. I miss Master. I miss Senior Sister. I'm even starting to miss Miss Hongshu." While absent-mindedly staring ahead, he saw the door slowly open. Zheng Biao walked in and said the Moon Festival was approaching. The Emperor had sent an invitation, so they would be heading to the capital. He asked whether Ziwei wanted to come along, but Wei showed almost no interest. He lazily replied, "Go where? I still have an extremely important mission pretending to be master." Zheng Biao casually answered, "About that, the Emperor figured out you were a fake a long time ago." He calmly explained that the Emperor had no intention of pursuing the matter. Besides, the three great sects had probably learned the truth already, so there was no need to keep acting. The moment he finished speaking, a figure shot past him like a gust of wind. Li Ziwei burst into laughter. "Finally, I can get out and breathe some fresh air." Bright sunlight shone over a large basket filled with bamboo tubes. An old man leisurely sipped his tea, enjoying the rare moment of peace. But before long, His expression became increasingly strange as he looked ahead. Li Ziwei stood right in front of him, radiating a dark and mysterious aura, then slowly asked, "Sir, is there anywhere nearby where I can stay for the night?" The old man immediately sighed with relief. "Oh, so you're just asking for directions. Dressed like that, you nearly scared me to death from a distance." He looked Ziwei over one more time and shook his head. "Honestly, I don't know. From far away, I thought you were some bandit on the run." From behind, Zhao Ergu suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "You're still young and growing. How can you be thinking about resting?" Wei immediately turned around and complained, "I'm getting stronger, not turning into a monster. Do you think I've already ascended and no longer need food? I ran out of rations, so I need to find something to eat." Zhao Ergu laughed proudly and started lecturing him. "Whenever something happens, look at yourself first. You've been skipping meals for so long. Have you been cultivating hard enough? Look at me. I don't even need food anymore." Wei closed his eyes and tried to stay calm, but the non-stop lecture kept ringing in his ears. Zhao Ergu rambled on about how young people who refused to work hard would regret it when they got old. Wei had only one thought left in his mind. This old man is unbelievably annoying. Night fell over a city full of excitement as lights lit up every corner. The old man calmly explained that the Moon Festival was the biggest celebration of the year. Laughter echoed everywhere. He went on to say the festival was held in the imperial capital, where the emperor led the people in praying for peace, prosperity, and a stable kingdom. As he poured gunpowder into the launcher, the old man explained it was called a fireworks rack. The explosives were hidden inside, and once lit, the mechanism activated on its own. Before long, brilliant streams of light shot into the vast night sky, covering the heavens with dazzling colors. A massive golden dragon below made the display even more spectacular. The dragon decoration on the fireworks rack moved with every explosion, creating a breathtaking scene. Ergu folded his arms and suddenly turned serious. He wondered if everyone would still be celebrating like this next year. Wei kept eating and thought, "Just get to the point already." Ergau's expression turned grim. He slowly said no one understood that man better than he did. The quieter he became, the bigger the plan he was hiding. After losing his identity, his reputation, and even letting the sacrifice escape, the Demon Lord was surely preparing a grand comeback. With so many people gathered for the Moon Festival, there was no way he would miss it. Something was definitely coming. Right then, a sudden puff made Ergau turn around in confusion. Wei quickly covered his mouth to hold back his laughter. He imagined the Demon Lord making a grand entrance, except only he could see the over-the-top demonic effects, making the whole scene hilarious. Thinking of that, he smiled at the old man and said he could not accept a free meal. His hometown had all kinds of unique fireworks, so he would lend a hand. As Wei recalled modern fireworks, he became more excited. They could create pictures in the sky and even spell out words. The old man stared in disbelief and asked if it was true. Wei confidently promised it was. In the next moment, a sly grin spread across his face. The Demon Lord wanted a dramatic entrance. Not happening. A dangerous smile appeared on his lips as he thought, "This time I will make something even more eye-catching and leave him completely stunned." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Forces from every region gathered at the imperial capital for the grand celebration. Wu Jin smiled the entire journey. Tian Chu gently carried the baby onto the carriage. Piaoliang held the little girl in her arms and softly comforted her before lifting the curtain to look outside. The person beside her told her not to worry because they were almost there. Tian Chu simply nodded. The vast capital was packed with people as endless crowds streamed through the gates. As soon as Wei entered, the guard stopped him and signaled for his identification token. Hearing that, the old man immediately searched through his robe. A moment later, he took out the token and explained that the young man was traveling with him. The guard checked it, ordered the people behind him to clear the way, and allowed the fireworks inside. As he walked past, Wei recalled what Miss Xia had once said. Purple represented a martial master, below a martial king and a martial saint. He studied the badge on the guard's armor and realized he had never paid attention to ranks before. Miss Xia seemed to be a mid-level martial warrior. He had failed to notice because he was still too inexperienced. Blending into the crowded streets, Wei quietly looked around. The imperial capital truly lived up to its name. Martial artists were everywhere. Walking ahead, the old man thanked Wei for escorting him all this way and said he would show him around the imperial capital. But when he turned around, he froze. Wei had disappeared. On top of a luxurious building, far removed from the lively streets below, a lone dark figure stood silently on the roof. Go asked in confusion why Away had come up there. Without looking away, Away calmly replied that ever since leaving Long Baishan's house, he had felt someone following him. Looking down from above, Away focused on the presence locked onto him and quietly traced its direction. It seemed to be coming from over there. His eyes settled on a black-clad figure walking through the street. Surrounded by dazzling lights, that person felt completely out of place. But the moment Away saw the stranger's face, he froze. During the Moon Festival, the three sisters strolled along a street filled with glowing lanterns. Xiao Shuai pointed excitedly in every direction. Da Piaoliang admired the lively scene, while the one walking behind them finally revealed a rare smile. She immediately threw an arm around the person beside her and grinned, saying they should buy the little girl some fun new toys just to make someone regret it. As soon as she finished, Yang Wanggu the alchemist suddenly popped into the frame. At the same time, on another street, Meng Tianyu and Meng Tianqiu were strolling through the festival. Meng Tianyu complained that traveling with kids was exhausting. After riding in a carriage the whole way, her body was falling apart. Meng Tianqiu told her to stop complaining since it was only once in a while. Meng Tianyu nodded and joked that it was nothing compared to those poor people who could not fly on swords and had to ride carriages every day until they had iron backsides. Meng Tianqiu bent down to Ya and gently asked if she wanted to come along while the sisters took care of some business. Ya looked up and calmly replied that they should go ahead. She would be fine by herself. Right then, the ninth princess eagerly jumped out and volunteered to babysit, leaving Ya staring at her. But Meng Tianyu immediately dragged her away by the shoulder, saying the lady had ordered them to personally deliver her back to His Majesty. The princess protested that she did not want to go back, but Meng Tianyu coldly replied that it did not matter. Just then, Zheng Biao, who was standing beside Qian Wujin, stepped forward and offered to stay behind and watch Ya. Qian Wujin turned to him with a suspicious look. "You are babysitting?" Zheng Biao smiled naturally and said children were his favorite. Everyone could leave without worry. Qian Wujin still looked at him with obvious disbelief. Qian Wujin finally nodded and agreed, saying he also had something to handle. Zheng Biao accepted, while the ninth princess could still be heard shouting in the distance to wait for her. But when Zheng Biao opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned crimson. His face became stiff like a machine as he muttered that everything was under control. Elsewhere, the system interface went crazy with notifications. The synchronization rate climbed one step after another. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Ya stood there without the slightest expression, silently receiving orders. At that moment, the system suddenly detected Hongxiu nearby. He glanced at the notification and gave only a cold response. A familiar look of contempt returned to his face as he muttered that Tian Xuan had been exposed. Tianche was dead, and Hongxiu had even disobeyed orders for half a month without returning. Killing intent exploded from his body. He coldly cursed them as a bunch of useless fools. Especially you. You talked big but could not even control a single dog. Hongxiu was no longer of any value. It was time for him to act personally. Dressed in black from head to toe, Xu Ni moved through the streets as if searching for something. She thought to herself that her master's aura had split into two. Her gaze quickly shifted in another direction as she quietly concluded that the aura over there felt stronger. At the same moment, Away, also dressed in black, crouched down and picked up a strand of white hair. Xu Ni's hair? He looked around for her, but could not figure out where she had gone. Gu spoke up, saying that person was very close and had probably sensed their aura. Away turned and asked, "Your original body?" The next moment, he spotted a black figure racing across the rooftops at incredible speed. Xu Ni leaped from roof to roof as her black robe fluttered in the wind. Only one thought filled her mind. The aura was straight ahead. But then someone suddenly called her name from behind. Xu Ni froze instantly, her eyes widening. She turned toward the voice and saw Away removing his outer cloak. Looking at her, he quickly said, "So it really is you." Sounding slightly annoyed, Away asked if she had been the one following him all this time. Why disappear for so long only to secretly trail behind him? Xu Ni kept her serious expression and calmly asked a question that left everyone speechless. "Who are you?" Hearing those words, Away froze on the spot. Xu Ni remained completely serious and explained that the aura on him did belong to her master, but he was not her master. Under the bright festival lights, Away stood there completely confused. Xu Ni continued, saying she had watched him in secret for a long time. He felt incredibly familiar, yet she could not remember who he really was. The wind brushed past as both Ace and Shunis' robes fluttered softly. Away clenched his fists in disbelief. His mind was in complete chaos. What happened to Shuni? Did she lose her memory? Ergu calmly explained that the system was responsible. It had taken away part of her soul, or in modern terms, her consciousness. Away could only mutter in shock. How was that even possible? Looking at Shuni, who now felt like a complete stranger, Away fell into deep thought. So while she was gone, she had been with the Demon Lord. That bastard actually stole her consciousness. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, Hong Xiao. Both of them turned toward the source at the same time. It was Ya, being carried in Zhong Biao's arms. He sneered and said he had wondered why Hong Xiu was nearby, but never returned to report. It looked like they had been having quite a good time. Sitting comfortably in Zhong Biao's arms as if on a royal throne, while Zhong Biao stood there with empty, lifeless eyes, he folded his arms and casually greeted Away. We finally meet, Li Ziwei. Elsewhere, the monk was fully strolling through the streets with his two disciples. He waved at Da Piaoliang and smiled. We meet again, young lady. Da Piaoliang happily returned the greeting with folded hands. Amitabha, so it is master. It has been a long time. I hope you have been well. She then explained to the person beside her that this was the great monk she had mentioned before. He had rarely appeared over the past few years, so meeting him was not easy. The monk looked at the two of them and kindly asked if they had come for protective charms, telling them to wait a moment. But she immediately raised 3 fingers and coldly said, Master, I want 3. As soon as she received the charms, her eyes lit up. She carefully held all 3 and happily murmured that it was perfect, 1 for each person. The 2 she wanted to give them to were her husband and Yang Wangu the alchemist. The monk then turned to the other woman and gently asked, What about you? Do you not want one? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master, you once told me to stay by his side. Before she could finish, a strange sound suddenly echoed across the sky, making both of them look up. It was fireworks. Brilliant bursts of light exploded across the night, filling the sky with dazzling colors. Everyone around them looked up at the spectacle. A woman could not hide her excitement and exclaimed, Are those fireworks? More fireworks shot into the sky. Some people gasped at the countless shapes appearing overhead, while others marveled at the incredible display. Crowds gathered to watch. Xiao Shui and Da Piaoliang could not hide their excitement either. But then her expression suddenly changed. What is that? Is someone up there? Back on the rooftop, he remained completely calm as he looked at Xu Ni. Hongshu, what are you standing there for? Pointing it away, he smiled smugly and ordered, Kill this nuisance. Maybe I will overlook what happened this time. Shuni suddenly fell into turmoil. Her body trembled, her hand instinctively reached for her head, and a painful groan escaped her lips. Seeing that only made him more irritated, his eyes turned crimson as he coldly cursed her. Even a dog knows how to stay loyal. Killing intent erupted from his body as a cruel smile spread across his face. He thought to himself that with such a lively moon festival, there was no way he would simply watch from the sidelines. Down below, while Ni Deqiang was sweet-talking Xia Yi about watching the lanterns together after patrol, Xia Yi suddenly stared at the rooftop in horror. Her eyes widened as if she had witnessed something impossible. 4 people now stood on the rooftop. Zheng Biao was carrying Ya as overwhelming killing intent spread everywhere. Away had already removed his cloak, making him impossible to miss. Someone pointed upward and shouted, Who is that? Is this some kind of performance? Wait, something is wrong. Away gritted his teeth as killing intent began pouring from his own body. His expression turned deadly serious as he coldly spoke. Ziwei Demon Lord. Fireworks still illuminated the sky behind him, while demonic energy engulfed both Zheng Biao and the Demon Lord, whose face was filled with pride. The next moment, he raised his hand, and the demon sect token instantly appeared, wrapped in its familiar demonic aura. Xia Yi and Ni Deqiang both stared in shock as their expressions changed dramatically. Xia Yi immediately shouted, The demon sect token. She instantly ordered everyone around her to inform the sect master and evacuate the civilians at once. Ni Deqiang also hurriedly yelled, Stop standing there, run now. But amid the panicked crowd fleeing in every direction, Xia Yi suddenly stopped. Her eyes locked onto Away, who looked strangely absent-minded. He stood completely still with both fists clenched, showing no intention of backing away. At that moment, a young man looked up and suddenly realized something. Trembling, he pointed at Away and screamed in panic, Ziwei Demon Lord, the Ziwei Demon Lord. Right beside the young man, a figure suddenly flashed past like lightning, making him instinctively turn to look. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 people rushed onto the rooftop, completely surrounding Away and Shu Ni. Away quickly scanned the area in surprise. There were far more demon sect members hiding in the imperial capital than he had expected. Down below, two brothers whispered to each other. The younger one asked what was happening, and the older replied that they had sensed the aura of the demon sect token, so everyone rushed over. Then someone pulled out a wanted poster. It showed Away's face with the words, Ziwei Demon Lord, alias Li Ziwei, extremely dangerous. Report immediately to the Iron Garment sect upon sight. This time, they had officially put him on the wanted list. Across from him, Zheng Biao radiated overwhelming pressure. He held Ya in one arm and raised the demon sect token with the other, looking exactly like a kidnapper. The younger brother compared the wanted poster with Away and wondered if that young man was the master, because they looked identical. But the older brother pointed at Zheng Biao instead, saying the one holding the demon sect token and carrying a child matched the aura much better. The older brother glanced at Shu Ni and quietly said that Hong Shu was here as well. The younger one wondered why she was standing still. He calmly replied that they only needed to watch. If there was an imposter, whoever Hong Shu obeyed would be the real master. Beside Away, Zhu Ergo rested his chin on his hand and clicked his tongue. He commented that this body was a terrible choice. Was Away really planning to fool everyone with such a skinny and weak-looking body? Away coldly cut him off and told him to shut up. The other man narrowed his eyes with obvious contempt and cursed under his breath. That idiot actually chose such a worthless body. Zheng Biao moved like a puppet, mechanically holding up the demon sect token, while Ya secretly kept glancing at Shu Ni. With a cold expression, he beckoned her over. Hong Shu, come here. Shu Ni was visibly trembling as she looked at the scene before her. But in the end, she reluctantly lowered her head and answered, Yes, master. Just as the tension reached its peak, a shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone, kill the fake pretending to be the demon lord. Elsewhere, the emperor heard the commotion and immediately came out to see what was happening. Consort Xia and the 9th princess followed closely behind, as she hurriedly called out to her father. Standing beneath the night sky with unwavering resolve, the emperor declared that everyone should join the 3 great sects in protecting the civilians. He would deal with the demon lord himself. The 9th princess quickly grabbed his arm, completely confused. She reminded him that all the princes and princesses had already fled, so how could he possibly fight the demon lord with his current strength? The emperor gently patted her head and said that if sacrificing himself could save the world, then he would at least deserve the title of a wise ruler. She immediately realized he intended to use the royal forbidden technique. He smiled softly and replied that although he might not be able to kill the demon lord, his cultivation was enough to seriously wound him. With so many experts present, the demon lord would never escape. He turned around and raised a hand to stop her from saying another word. No matter how desperately the 9th princess tried to stop him, he firmly declared that his mind was made up. He would drag the demon lord down with him. But the moment he finished speaking, someone landed a devastating blow to the back of his neck. His expression twisted as his eyes nearly rolled back. The emperor was slammed to the ground and instantly passed out, his body going limp as foam formed at the corner of his mouth. Ti Jiao and consort Xia turned pale with shock and screamed for his majesty. As the civilians fled in panic, someone suddenly collapsed onto the ground. The Ziwei demon lord's subordinates charged in from every direction, targeting Li Ziwei without hesitation. Even while completely surrounded, Away remained perfectly calm. Every strike landed with precision, taking down one enemy after another. When a frontal assault failed, the attackers immediately changed tactics and circled behind him for a sneak attack. The moment Li Ziwei sensed the movement, he sidestepped with perfect timing, causing the attacker to crash straight into his own ally. Seizing the opportunity, Away grabbed the man and slammed him into the ground hard enough to crack the rooftop. Another attacker saw his companion get crushed and flew into a rage, cursing as he prepared to throw a punch. Unfortunately for him, he was knocked sideways by a single punch before he could even react. Li Ziwei had no intention of stopping. He grabbed the man's leg without hesitation. Then he spun around and hurled him far into the distance. After defeating enemy after enemy, Li Ziwei finally began to tire and helplessly asked if he did not have a demon sect token as well. Zhu Ergo calmly replied that there was no helping it. The aura coming from that other guy was much stronger. Besides, everyone knew Hong Shu obeyed only one person, the demon lord. Da Piaoliang held Xiao Shui tightly in her arms, anxiously watching Away. The civilians around them turned pale with fear, running and screaming that the demon lord had appeared. Master Rukong calmly stepped forward and stood in front of her, telling her to stay safely behind him. The moment he finished speaking, he began chanting as dazzling golden light erupted around his body. Elsewhere, Xiaofu ran while looking back, telling Ku Tuijiao that he was going to reinforce the battle, while the ninth princess was now his responsibility. Thick smoke and flames dyed the night sky red as Xiaofu leaped down from the city wall without hesitation. He immediately unleashed the 9 curved heart protection formation, summoning countless golden arrows into the air. Master Rukong did not stand idle either. He activated the Golden Buddha Body Bell Radiance. A gigantic golden Buddha instantly appeared behind him, bathed in brilliant light. Tianzun Tuowo also became serious. He raised his wine jug and emptied it in one gulp. As the wine reached his stomach, his body transformed. His muscles swelled, his aura surged, and he laughed boldly at Li Ziwei, saying he would fight as well. No matter how many demon sect members came, he would wipe them all out. In another corner, someone was wrapped in swirling black and crimson energy. Meng Tianyu gritted her teeth and cursed, "What the hell is going on? How did Zheng Biao suddenly become the demon lord?" On the rooftop, the Ziwei demon lord stood beside Zheng Biao and Hong Shu, watching everything from above. Meanwhile, Li Ziwei continued fighting without pause. As he fought, he realized Zheng Biao's condition was far too strange. He had clearly fallen under the demon lord's control. Before anyone noticed, Li Ziwei had already appeared on the rooftop, standing directly before the demon lord's group. His eyes turned ice cold. Only one thought remained in his mind: to end the chaos, take down the mastermind first. At the same time, the sect master of Sanyuan sect and the Bliss Princess were both away from the sect, completely missing the news about the fake demon lord. Nonggong Li and Fantong hid behind a bush. She hesitantly asked what they were planning, and he explained that he wanted to confirm the truth himself. He refused to believe Wanggu Pavilion had ties to the demon sect, so before their people arrived, he would test that demon lord first. Throughout the city, civilians fled in every direction, while the guards shouted for everyone to get behind the master, promising that the sect masters would protect them. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. Everyone turned at once, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. For no apparent reason, Zheng Biao suddenly dropped face first onto the rooftop and passed out instantly. Li Ziwei stood there with both hands in his pockets, calmly watching him as though everything had gone exactly as planned. Zhu Ergo folded his arms and explained that the system's twin talisman had finally taken effect. Zheng Biao had been under control all along. Li Ziwei casually replied that he already knew. He had simply knocked the guy away while fighting. Suddenly sensing something, Li Ziwei turned around, his expression instantly turning cold. The Ziwei demon lord possessing Ya's body floated high in the air with demonic energy swirling around him. Li Ziwei showed no fear at all and coldly said, "Enough talking. Are we fighting or not?" At that moment, the system suddenly displayed an unknown error notification, while Li Ziwei simply folded his arms and listened without the slightest reaction. Error messages flooded the system. It identified the strongest martial artist in the world, the Ziwei demon lord, as the one who had casually killed Awei at the inn, but the verification immediately failed. Strangely, Li Ziwei's identity seemed hidden by an unknown force, making it impossible for the system to read. Another warning appeared, stating that the target did not belong to dimension 28666. Floating above, the Z demon lord folded his arms and looked down with contempt. "So the outsider the system spoke of was you," he continued, saying he finally understood why Li Ziwei could ignore the laws of this world and easily destroy his demon sect. The moment he remembered the blood furnace, his face twisted with rage. Even the demon blood furnace and his remnant soul had been stolen. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. None of that mattered anymore because he was the chosen one, the strongest of all. Li Ziwei was nothing more than a stepping stone to his ultimate rise. Everyone below stood frozen after hearing those words. The Ziwei demon lord then declared that he would use the entire imperial capital as a sacrificial altar, offering every citizen as a sacrifice. Meng Tianyu and Meng Tianqiu immediately became alert, while Qian Wujin was so terrified that he grabbed his head with his mouth hanging open. He raised his hand and declared that the moment of his ascension had finally arrived. Down below, Madame Dayang quickly stepped in front of Da Piaoliang and Xiao Shui to shield them, staring in confusion as she muttered, "Isn't that looks like Awei and Ya." Floating in the sky with a sea of flames behind him, the Ziwei Demon Lord burst into manic laughter as if victory was already his. But before he could finish speaking, a fist smashed straight into his face. The one who threw that punch was none other than Li Ziwei. After listening to the Demon Lord ramble non-stop, Wei had enough. He shot into the air and landed a clean punch right across the Demon Lord's face. With the blazing red sky behind him, the moment looked absolutely epic. Hong Xue's eyes widened in shock after witnessing the scene. The Demon Lord's followers froze in place, their jaws hanging wide open. Li Ziwei coldly said, "Why keep talking? Did you really think your opponent would just stand there and listen?" The punch was so powerful that the Demon Lord's face was completely twisted, with the center visibly caved in. Just then, the system suddenly announced that the synchronization had reached 100%. As soon as the notification appeared, crimson energy erupted around the Demon Lord, and his arm began to transform. Seeing that, Li Ziwei asked in confusion, "Did my punch seriously mutate him?" Zhuge Ge looked interested and said he would explain. He explained that every time the Demon Lord changed bodies, his soul and new body could not fully synchronize right away, leaving him weakened for a while. Zhuge Ge continued that once synchronization was complete, the Demon Lord would return to peak strength. He could even abandon this body and revive elsewhere if he wished. Judging by the situation, he was about to return to his original form. Hearing that, Li Ziwei grabbed his head in disbelief. "He can turn back to normal too? Why didn't you say that sooner?" Everyone below noticed the change, and their expressions instantly turned to shock. The Ziwei Demon Lord finally returned to his true form. His grin alone was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. Delighted, he declared that it felt incredible to have his power back and to finally escape that troublesome body. He shouted for everyone to look carefully. A muscular body emerged from the thick demonic aura as he proudly proclaimed that this was his true appearance. Amid the dense black mist, the towering figure slowly became clear, while his laughter echoed through the battlefield. But the sight made everyone immediately cover their eyes. One woman even shouted for people not to look unless they wanted their eyes to suffer. Wu Jin panicked and quickly covered the eyes of the person beside him, crying out in disbelief. The Ziwei Demon Lord looked up at the crimson sky and smiled in complete satisfaction. With absolute confidence, he declared that a sky covered in red clouds was the perfect backdrop, one worthy of someone like him. But just then, a message appeared before his eyes. The system asked if there were two things it was unsure whether to mention. Frowning, he told it to go ahead. With permission granted, the system immediately reported that the first thing was that SB was an insult in another world. Before he could finish reading, the second message appeared. It was short but devastating. "You are currently naked." The instant he read it, his face twisted with rage as he roared, "How dare you humiliate me like this?" Demonic energy exploded around him as he clenched his fists, ready to unleash his fury. One punch shook the ground violently, sending the surrounding area into complete destruction. Right then, a voice echoed from somewhere nearby, sounding deliberately mocking. "Looks like you didn't enjoy my little surprise." Standing atop the rubble with an amused smile, Wei gathered a blood-red sphere of energy in his hand and said he had something interesting to show him. The massive energy blast shot straight into the sky as Wei loudly called out, "Great Luo Spiral Ring." The Demon Lord reacted instantly, leaping out of the attack's path. As he dodged, he glanced back in surprise. This guy had actually absorbed Tian Xuan's inner core. Out of nowhere, Wu Jin rushed over while shouting, "Master." Xiao Shui and Wu Jin both hurried to Wei's side, yelling that his disciples were here to help. But without warning, a hand slammed straight into Wu Jin's face before he even knew what happened. Wei punched him flying and scolded, "Take a good look at yourself. With that level of strength, why are you charging in?" Wu Jin only managed to cry out, "Master," before being sent soaring away. Standing amid the shattered rubble, Wei turned and called out to Xiao Shui. In an instant, the boy's expression became completely serious, unlike his usual self. Xiao Shui stood beneath the gigantic golden ba, its radiant light shining all around him. Through the thick smoke, Li Ziwei pointed the imperial sword straight at the Ziwei Demon Lord. The strange blade looked like a stranded fish, while Wei stood protectively in front of Xiao Shui, smiling confidently as he faced his opponent. Countless glowing blue system panels floated before his eyes, slowly converging into one point. Without wasting the chance, he swung Qingdao with all his strength. Only one thought filled his mind: finish him while he is still transforming. A slash of sword energy tore through the air, followed by a massive explosion that blasted shattered rocks across the sky. As the smoke settled, the familiar blue system panels appeared once again, making everyone feel that something was seriously wrong. The glowing fragments began joining together, gradually forming a complete body. Seconds later, the system finished rebuilding it. Standing there was a female version of the Ziwei Demon Lord. The moment Li Ziwei saw it, he froze completely. He still held Qingdao, but his mind had completely shut down. Shock was written all over his face. Even the fish-shaped blade seemed frozen along with its owner after witnessing something so unbelievable. The Demon Lord looked down at the new body with interest and asked the system if it had a function like this. The system immediately explained that by consuming a huge amount of accumulated points at peak condition, it could temporarily switch to the form with the highest combat efficiency. Li Ziwei instantly protested, asking if the system had completely lost its mind. A white-haired, reed-eyed girl was somehow considered the highest damage form, and with that ridiculous figure too. What kind of final boss gets a fanservice upgrade like this? Seeing him muttering to himself, the Demon Lord immediately fired a blast of spiritual power, forcing Awei to stop joking around and dodge seriously. The fish-shaped blade erupted with demonic energy as Awei quickly ordered Xiao Shui to launch a coordinated attack. Li Ziwei charged forward with Qingdao in hand while the Demon Lord calmly stood inside the smoke with a mocking smile. Awei shouted, "Don't think it'll go easy on you just because you turned into a woman." Just then, Hongshu stepped out of the smoke wearing a crimson cloak and softly called out, "Master." But another voice suddenly called, "Miss Hongsh." She paused and turned around. Behind her stood Da Piaoliang and the others, approaching cautiously. Da Piaoliang quietly asked if Hongshu had really become Awei's enemy. Hongshu lowered her cloak and coldly asked, "Who are you?" Yet deep inside she felt an indescribable discomfort and found herself unable to attack the woman before her. Watching her reaction, Da Piaoliang quietly wondered if Hongshu truly had forgotten all of them. What had happened to her after she disappeared? Hongshu continued walking forward and raised her hand in warning, telling them to step aside because she did not want to fight. Seeing that she only warned them instead of attacking immediately, Da Piaoliang realized something was wrong. Hongshu had to remember something. Otherwise, she would have struck already. But when they still refused to move, Hongshu condensed a blade from spiritual power and prepared for battle, warning that she would show no mercy if they kept blocking her path. At that moment, Da Piaoliang remembered something Awei had once said. He could absorb demonic energy, and anyone using that power would eventually have to unleash demonic aura first. In the blink of an eye, Hongshu vanished and charged straight at Da Piaoliang with her blade. Da Piaoliang's eyes immediately sharpened. She raised her hand to block, thinking only about keeping Hongshu occupied so she could not interfere with Awei and Xiu Ni. Back on the other side, Li Ziwei swung Qingdao straight at the Ziwei Demon Lord, forcing the enemy to retreat. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Shui appeared behind the Demon Lord, his body wrapped in brilliant golden energy as he rushed in. Xiao Shui threw a punch at the Demon Lord's back, but it was effortlessly stopped by a pale hand. The Demon Lord lifted the boy into the air as easily as picking up a toy. Then he casually threw Xiao Shui away and sneered that the kid did not know his own limits. Just before Xiao Shui crashed into the ground, Xiaofu suddenly appeared, caught him safely, and raised a pale golden barrier around them. Xiao Shui looked up and happily called, "Uncle Xia." Xiaofu immediately asked if he was hurt and where his master was. Before he could finish speaking, both of them looked forward at the same time. A lone figure had just landed on the rooftop of an old building in the distance. Li Ziwei swung Qingdao with tremendous force, sending an entire section of the rooftop flying into the air. Broken bricks and rubble filled the air with smoke as waves of demonic energy spread out, forming a thick black mist. Then, a pair of vicious eyes suddenly appeared within the smoke, like those of a demon. The Ziwei Demon Lord had transformed again. This time he became a monstrous creature, with his head and arms engulfed in demonic flames as he laughed in excitement. Staring at him, Li Ziwei blinked in confusion. "Seriously, you changed skins again already?" Hearing that, the Demon Lord instantly lost his temper and pulled back his demonic arm. He threw a punch so fast that only an afterimage could be seen as it shot toward Awei. The blow landed squarely, making Li Ziwei's eyes widen as his entire body froze in place. Seeing that, Xiaofu and Xiao Shui cried out in panic, calling for Awei and Master. Even Hongshu and the others below stopped fighting and looked up in shock. A pitch-black arm wrapped in demonic energy was now gripping Li Ziwei tightly by the throat. Towering in mid-air, the Ziwei Demon Lord lifted away effortlessly with one arm, despite having lost the other. He coldly asked how it felt to become his personal joke. His monstrous face grew even more terrifying as he snarled. Ever since Li Ziwei appeared, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful moment. Li Ziwei was in so much pain that he could barely move, yet he still mocked him inwardly. So this is the power of the strongest martial artist in the world. It hurts. It really hurts. Just finish me off already. But then the Demon Lord suddenly paused after noticing something strange. The arm Li Ziwei had lost began glowing and slowly regenerated as if it had never been injured. Staring at it, the Demon Lord muttered in astonishment. Regeneration? As black spiritual energy erupted from Li Ziwei's cultivation art, the Demon Lord's face lit up with excitement. He burst into laughter and declared that he wanted to see whether Li Ziwei's regeneration was faster than his demonic flames could burn him away. Everyone watching below stared in complete horror. From a nearby building, Tuijiao peeked over the edge with a pale face and desperately shouted for Manager Li. Down below, Xia Yi completely lost her composure and tried to rush forward, but a white-haired man grabbed her and held her back. He hurriedly told her to calm down. All anyone could see now was Li Ziwei's silhouette burning inside the thick smoke. The Demon Lord released what remained of him, and ashes scattered everywhere. Even the demon sect token was knocked away, landing in the dust. Looking down with contempt, the Demon Lord sneered. So this is all you were worth. The system suddenly appeared above his head and hesitantly addressed its host. Irritated, the Demon Lord snapped back, asking what it wanted now, and reminding it that he still had not settled the score over turning him into a woman. The system awkwardly explained that it had been an unexpected bug caused by not being updated for a long time. The system quickly added that this was not the important part. There was something far more critical he needed to know. The Demon Lord narrowed his eyes and listened. Two glowing gems appeared before him. The system explained that Li Ziwei's incredible regeneration most likely came from the perfect restoration pill. It could not only revive him but also strengthen his body every time it was damaged. Meanwhile, the demonic energies inside him came from Tian Xuan's golden core, which amplified willpower and desire. In other words, the Demon Lord's attacks could not only fail to kill Li Ziwei, but might actually make him stronger and even change his personality. Hearing that, the Demon Lord stood there with his mouth hanging open. What kind of nonsense was this? Since when did beating someone make them stronger? Bathed in brilliant golden light, a figure slowly emerged. His wild, messy hair looked like it had not been cut in 10 years. Li Ziwei scratched his head in confusion and muttered that it suddenly felt cold. Then he realized he was completely naked, though the smoke thankfully covered the important parts. He stood up in the mist with his hair sticking up in every direction like a caveman, while the smoke barely hid him as he walked. Looking down at himself, he could only wonder how he had ended up in this situation too. He then squatted down and started digging through the pile of scattered items, telling everyone to wait while he looked for something. A few seconds later, he happily shouted, "Found it. Pretty good quality too." Holding a bag with both hands, he flipped it upside down and dumped a pile of strange items onto the ground. The Ziwei Demon Lord could only stare at the scene with a completely frozen expression. A mountain of random junk lay before him, and among it a blue jade gem slowly rolled away. The system immediately reminded him that most of these items were tools the host had stored long ago inside his secret chamber. It then criticized his decision to use Tianquan to control Li Ziwei, calling it a serious mistake. The Demon Lord angrily argued that he had no way of knowing Li Ziwei was carrying a remnant soul that had betrayed him. While everyone else was still arguing, Li Ziwei found his pants in the pile, put them on, and happily said they fit pretty well. The Demon Lord suddenly burst forward at top speed, ready to throw another punch. But instead of attacking him, he smashed the pile of modern equipment, leaving Li Ziwei completely confused. It looked like those items were his first target. He unleashed black spirit power and pulled every modern weapon into the air. A massive black hole slowly formed and began swallowing everything around it. It kept expanding before rushing straight toward Hong Shu and Da Pioliang, leaving them no time to react. But in that instant, Li Ziwei shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Li Ziwei calmly appeared, carrying Hongshu over one shoulder and Da Pioliang in his other arm, bringing them both to safety as she softly called his name in shock. Hongshu glared at him and shouted right in his face, telling him to put her down. Annoyed by her non-stop yelling, he casually drove his elbow into the back of her neck and knocked her out instantly. He gently placed Hongshu beside Chu Tuijiao and asked him to look after her. Chu Tuijiao was still too stunned to process anything and could only stammer a reply. The next second, Li Ziwei shot into the sky as a powerful shockwave blasted dust everywhere, while someone cried out, "Away!" His body suddenly felt weightless as he floated high above the battlefield and looked down below. Seeing that, the old man immediately raised his eyes toward him. Without hesitation, the old man rushed up as well, growling that he would never lose because he alone was the strongest. But before he could finish speaking, Li Ziwei's hand was already pressed against his face. A devastating slam drove him straight into the ground, shattering the surface into countless pieces. Even with Li Ziwei gripping his face, the old man screamed like a madman, insisting he was the strongest under heaven and Li Ziwei should have been nothing more than a stepping stone. He stared at his own hands in complete confusion, muttering about the fire system before grabbing Li Ziwei's hand as flames instantly erupted. Streams of demonic fire shot toward Li Ziwei, forcing him to dodge backward, while the old man shouted that psychological tricks would never work on him. Through the thick smoke, the old man slowly pushed himself back up and stared directly at Li Ziwei. Li Ziwei quickly asked the system how to stop him without destroying his body. The system replied that the good news was it had hypnosis and illusion items, but the bad news was the host had already spent every last point. Li Ziwei quietly prepared for another fight, but seeing the old man standing still made him wonder if the battle was really over. He kept calculating. With his current strength, he still could not easily defeat the leader. Whether for revenge, for everyone else, or for this entire plane, that man had to die today. If he refused to make the first move, then Li Ziwei would. His body erupted with blazing power. His eyes turned completely white, and overwhelming demonic energy spread everywhere. The system immediately warned that attacking now would only make the enemy even stronger, but the old man coldly replied that there was no need to remind him, because he had no intention of fighting anymore. At that moment, the demonic energy inside Li Ziwei exploded as he let out a deafening roar. The terrifying scream froze Meng Tianshou and the other man in place as they could only stammer, "Good heavens!" Even the third elder, who was fighting elsewhere, turned to look and was horrified by the enormous disturbance. Xiaofu and Xiao Shui watched Li Ziwei roar in awe, both amazed by Awei's overwhelming presence. Xiaofu frowned as he wondered if true immortality was the cultivation art Awei practiced, while Xiao Shui anxiously called out to his master. Just then, Long Beichen's soul suddenly appeared and blurted out that Li Ziwei was really ruthless toward himself, startling both grandfather and grandson. The two instantly froze like statues, staring wide-eyed at the soul before them. Once they realized who it was, they clutched their heads and screamed, "Martial God, why are you here? Sha uncle, there's a ghost." Seeing them overreact, Long Badian helplessly told them to calm down, asked if they had never seen future technology before, and reminded them to hold on to the thing beside them before it rolled away. Xiaofu blankly asked what he meant by picking it up, while Xiao Shui hid behind him and peeked out. Xiaofu carefully lifted the sphere with both hands, trembling as if he were holding a fragile egg. He raised it high like an invaluable treasure, convinced it had to be the divine consciousness of the martial god. Back to the main issue, Xiaofu stammered as he asked Long Badian if he knew Awei. The spirit simply glanced at him and calmly answered yes. Long Batian rubbed his forehead and said Li Ziwei was his junior, and the two of them shared a similar fate. Hearing that, Xiaofu burst into tears and shouted that being brothers with the martial god had made his life worthwhile. Long Batian could not understand why he was so emotional. Xiaofu quickly turned serious, clenched his fist, and said he almost forgot the important part. That demon lord was incredibly strange, and his cultivation art was even more sinister. As Li Cizi was engulfed by demonic flames, Xiaofu said that even with Awei's powerful body protection, surviving the demon lord's attacks would be difficult. Long Batian immediately corrected him. Li Ziwei was burning himself with a demonic cultivation art, and that demonic energy most likely came from the system. Long Batian explained that Li Ziwei was constantly injuring and healing himself to grow stronger. Defeating the demon lord was only a matter of time, but his cultivation depended on demonic energy, and while the dark aura kept spreading from Li Ziwei as the demon lord struggled to stand, the real problem was something else. Li Ziwei's body rapidly regenerated, and as the demon lord staggered back up, Long Beichen's voice echoed again, The real concern was what would happen after the Demon Lord died. Who could possibly stop Li Ziwei after he completely lost control? As those words faded, pale skin was wrapped in waves of demonic energy, his eyes glowed crimson, and an inhuman smile slowly spread across his face. The scene became clearer. A twisted grin covered his face, while thick white mist swallowed everything around him. Away stood tall inside the mist, chest raised high, blood-red aura pouring from his body while dense white smoke surrounded him. Ziwei Demon Lord stared at Away in shock because a living mass of black matter had wrapped itself around his arm. Before he could react, his eyes widened. Somehow Away had already appeared behind him like a passing breeze. Away threw a straight punch. Ziwei Demon Lord barely dodged, but the impact still blasted him backward. Two nearby white pillars were instantly crushed and exploded into countless fragments. The massive structure shook violently before collapsing, and the explosion filled the area with clouds of dust. Ziwei Demon Lord sat in the dust, clutching his injured arm, as he muttered in disbelief. Fear finally crept into his heart because Li Ziwei's strength was growing far too fast. He looked up and screamed, "System, where are you? Think of something." Standing in the white mist, Z Demon Lord frantically called out again and again, "System, system, wasn't I the chosen one?" Away simply watched in silence. Suddenly, he spun around and saw Away standing quietly right behind him. His face twisted in rage as he glared at Away and arrogantly declared that Away could never defeat him. As long as the system existed, he could always start over. His mouth stretched wide in madness as he kept screaming that he would return again and again. Seeing Away raise his enormous arm covered in black matter, he gritted his teeth and swore that if he could not kill Away, he would slaughter everyone connected to him. Away answered none of those threats. He simply tightened his black hand. The next instant, Ziwei Demon Lord's head exploded. His agonized scream echoed out as his eyes nearly burst from their sockets and his mouth hung open in despair. Through the thick smoke, the two figures still faced each other, but the battle had already ended in silence. Xiaofu stood there completely stunned and stammered, "The Demon Lord just exploded?" Xiao Shui stared with wide eyes, and even Long Batian was shocked. What an explosive finish. Both the righteous and demonic factions stopped fighting, and every eye turned toward Away. One pale-faced demon cultivator screamed, "The master is dead. Run, why are we still fighting?" Yi Yi and the others immediately blocked their path, and she coldly asked, "Trying to run?" She gripped her sword tightly and shouted, "None of you are leaving." Everyone looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Is it really over? We still have no idea what just happened." It was obvious that the fake Demon Lord had killed the real one. At last, he was dead. Tianwu stood beside them, staring at Away as he admitted the guy was terrifyingly strong. Xianchu suddenly frowned as if she had noticed something and said, "Wait, Li Ziwei's current state is wrong." The red system coldly announced that the account had failed cultivation again and ordered them to retrieve the system from this useless host and find another one. The blue system objected, saying the host was still alive, so removal had failed. The gold system wondered why this remaining fragment of consciousness had not disappeared with the original one. The scene shifted to Away standing among the ruins with his head lowered and both arms hanging loosely. The system analyzed that Li Ziwei's consciousness had always been dominant, so how could this happen? Had Li Ziwei willingly given control to that other consciousness? At that moment, his blood-red eyes slowly opened. A twisted smile spread across his face, and he shouted excitedly, "At last, I can feel what it is like to have a body again." The scene shifted into the chaotic inner space, where Away happily raised a hand in greeting. He walked closer, stared at the gold system, and asked, "So you're the famous System 28666. Watching Away throw back his head and laugh like a madman, Da Pioliang instantly realized something was wrong. This was not Away at all. Hearing that, the ninth princess froze and blankly asked, "What do you mean?" She immediately turned serious, lowered her head, carefully sensed the aura, and slowly said she had noticed something. Staring at Away's back, she became even more certain. Besides his own aura, there was another one that belonged to the Demon Lord. The ninth princess panicked and hurriedly asked what they should do if that really was the Demon Lord's aura. When no one answered, she loudly called out, "Miss Ruan." But at that very moment, Miss Ruan leaped from the city wall, gliding down as gracefully as a bird, while everyone behind her shouted, "What are you doing?" The ninth princess grabbed her head in panic and cried, "We're done. Shopkeeper Li told me to keep Miss Ruan safe." She landed from above, her flowing robe and long hair dancing in the wind, making her stand out even more. Xia Fu anxiously shouted for Miss Ron, while Long Batian calmly told him not to panic. Xia Fu angrily yelled that even Long Batian had admitted Awei's condition was abnormal, so if Miss Ron rushed in recklessly, the consequences would be disastrous. Long Batian calmly replied that anyone else would certainly die. Then he pointed at her with an unusually serious expression and added, "But she is different. She is the heavenly maiden." Miss Ron had already reached Awei. Long Batian continued explaining that the heavenly maiden was the child of destiny everyone spoke about. Meanwhile, Awei still had not noticed Da Pioliang standing right behind him. Awei looked up at the sky with a slight frown as if he had sensed something. Long Batian continued that System 2B666 had altered the world's fate and turned the heavenly maiden into its own tool, but Li Ziwei's arrival had shattered that balance, allowing her to break free. Demonic energy existed because of the system, and the system itself was meant to serve the heavenly maiden. At the same time, her hand reached toward Awei. Streams of dark aura were continuously drawn out of him, as Long Batian explained that once the heavenly maiden stepped in, Li Ziwei's situation would become much easier to handle. Awei looked down at his hand, then at the aura being pulled away, and muttered in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Da Pioliang remained completely determined, keeping her hand extended toward Awei. She silently vowed that even if she could not see it clearly, she would suppress the demon lord's aura. "Even if I can only help a little, I still want to help Awei." Meng Tianshou and Meng Tianwu watched in complete silence, their faces filled with shock. When the last trace of dark aura was drawn away, the surrounding mist disappeared, leaving only Awei and Da Pioliang still frozen in place, as if making sure nothing remained. The next second, Awei lost all his strength and collapsed into Da Pioliang's arms, forcing her to quickly catch him. Her eyes lit up, a bright smile appeared, and she happily shouted, "We did it." Xia Yiyi also rushed over with Meng Tianshou and Meng Tianwu close behind, calling out, "Awei, Miss Ron." The three of them rushed over to check on him. Meng Tianwu immediately asked how Awei was doing and called for a healer, while Xia Yiyi anxiously asked if Miss Ron was hurt. She quickly replied that she was fine and only worried about Awei. Meng Tianshou spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. She said Li Ziwei had only fainted and would be fine once he woke up. Xia Yiyi turned to ask her father who the man beside him was. Long Batian casually answered that he was the legendary martial god. The moment she heard that, she froze with her mouth wide open. The final battle ended in complete devastation. Buildings lay in ruins, dust filled the sky, and the imperial capital was so badly damaged that the Moon Festival had to be cancelled. As soon as that was mentioned, Fontong appeared with a devastated look, crying out in regret, "What? I missed everything?" Behind him, Nonggong Li was still too stunned to recover. After more than half a month in a coma, Li Ziwei finally opened his eyes. But the moment he woke up, the familiar blue system interface appeared right in front of him. A notification appeared on the screen, saying the owner had been successfully locked, and Li Ziwei's identity was being updated. As soon as he sat up, the system appeared beside him and congratulated him on his new title, the strongest expert in Tianbao and the man who defeated the Zivei demon lord. Li Ziwei looked too exhausted to even react. He flopped back onto the bed and shut his eyes, hoping it was all just a dream. After a few seconds of silence, the system said, "Stop pretending to sleep. You were the one who forced me to bind to you. Changing your mind already?" He immediately sat up. Before his eyes were even fully open, he blurted out that the system should stop overthinking because he was simply overwhelmed after finally becoming the strongest in the world. Then he glanced to the side and quietly spoke. Da Pioliang was asleep beside his bed. Even in her sleep, she still held his hand tightly. Just then, the sound of something shattering suddenly echoed through the room as a teacup hit the floor. The one who dropped it was the 9th princess. She stared at Awei with wide eyes and stammered, "Shopkeeper Li, you're really awake." He smiled and replied, "Little beauty, how long was I asleep?" The noise also woke Da Pioliang, and she slowly rubbed her sleepy eyes. The way she rubbed her eyes was so adorable that no one wanted to interrupt her. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said, "Beautiful lady, you've worked hard all this time." She instantly jumped up and threw her arms around him, calling out Aishu's name again and again. Her eyes had already turned red, and with a trembling voice she said she was so happy he had finally woken up. He gently comforted her and told her not to cry. The 9th princess pointed at them and explained that ever since he fell into a coma, Miss Ruan had stayed by his side for more than half a month without proper rest. Shocked, he asked, "What? I've been unconscious for over half a month?" As soon as Xiaofu and his son heard Away had awakened, they were stunned before shouting happily, "Away is awake." Meng Tianshou and the madam were also surprised by the news. Meng Tianshou immediately said, "Shopkeeper Li has finally woken up." Even Hua Tianzun, leaning against the wall with a jug of wine, smiled and said that the kid had finally opened his eyes. Qian Wujin was even more dramatic. The moment he arrived, he burst into tears and rushed straight toward his master. He grabbed Li Ziwei's leg, crying non-stop as he wailed that he had been waiting for his master to wake up. The maid beside him eagerly joined in, saying the young master had been unable to eat or sleep because he worried about Li Ziwei every day. Li Ziwei did his best to push the clingy disciple away. Another maid added that the young master had even cast a golden statue in his honor and prayed for him day and night. The scene revealed a giant solid gold statue of Li Ziwei surrounded by flowers, looking suspiciously like a funeral memorial. Seeing that, Away helplessly asked, "So how long have I been dead?" Qian Wujin, still covered in tears and snot, tried to hug him again, but Li Ziwei shoved his head away and asked where Hongshu was. Da Piaoyang immediately answered, "Hongshu." She still had not woken up and remained lying peacefully in bed and as if trapped in a long sleep. Xia Fu explained that the remaining members of the Yangni demon sect had all been thrown into prison, while Hong Sip's fate had been left to Li Ziwei because of her special connection to him. As he finished speaking, Xia Fu suddenly searched through his clothes as if he had remembered something. He took out Long Beiqian's sphere and handed it to Li Ziwei, saying it contained the great senior's divine consciousness and should be returned to Away. Li Ziwei accepted it and thanked him. Looking at the blue sphere in his hand, Li Ziwei wondered if Long Batian had a way to cure Hongshu's condition. But the system interface suddenly appeared beside him. After one quick glance, his eyes widened in disbelief. The screen asked if the host wanted to awaken Hongshu, but he ignored it and secretly wondered how he was supposed to explain the system to Xia Fu. After being completely ignored, the system immediately issued a warning. Since the host had changed, all missions had been reset. Cooperation was mandatory, and refusal would result in an electric shock. Hearing that, he turned toward Xia Fu, pointed at him, and said, "Theory's something I need to." Before he could finish, a wave of pain hit him, twisting his face in agony. He collapsed onto the floor, groaning non-stop as Xia Fu panicked and shouted, "Away!" Xia Fu hurried over, helped him up, and grabbed his shoulders while asking what had happened. Clutching his chest and trembling, Li Ziwei silently cursed the stupid system. Afterward, he asked the madam to examine him. They sat facing each other, and after checking his pulse, she said his body appeared completely normal. However, she suspected a goo parasite was hiding inside him. An image of a bizarre worm with 6 purple eyes appeared, as she admitted her skills were not enough. She could not treat it, and could not even locate it. Sitting there, Away looked completely confused. His thoughts slowly descended into chaos. Countless colors seemed to swirl before his eyes, while the words goo parasite echoed endlessly in his mind. Then inspiration suddenly struck. The confusion vanished, and after searching his memories, he finally remembered something. Wait, I remember now. He trembled and put on a pitiful expression, complaining that the stupid goo parasite had tortured him so badly. Even the madam could not help feeling sorry for him. At the same time, he recalled that he had once asked her to examine him because he thought he had been infected. She had assumed the parasite was simply too powerful to detect, when in reality there had never been one inside him. Finally, Long Batian spoke up. Adjusting his glasses, he said he had experienced something similar before. He almost exposed the truth by mentioning the system, then quickly changed it to a goo parasite. He explained that it would gradually influence the host's consciousness, and anyone who resisted would suffer the same heart-piercing pain as before. After finishing his explanation, he asked if everyone understood. The madam, the 9th princess, and Shi Yi immediately nodded with shining eyes, convinced this truly was the martial god's divine consciousness. Only Meng Tianshou remained perfectly calm. Da Piaoyang stepped forward and politely asked whether there was any way to remove the goo parasite. Long Batian answered bluntly that there was none unless the host died. Then he added that Li Ziwei did not want to die, and perhaps he could not die even if he tried. That meant there was only one special method left. Meng Tianshou raised her hand like a student and said she had a question. Long Batian gestured for her to continue. She immediately asked why they were discussing such an important matter inside an outhouse. The scene showed a rundown room filled with a strange smell. Long Batian calmly replied that it was a good question because the goo parasite respected personal privacy and could not eavesdrop on their plans there. Everyone gathered closer to listen. Long Batian explained that once Li Ziwei entered the Medicine King Valley, the goo parasite would fall asleep. That was their destination. But if it sensed their intentions beforehand, it would definitely interfere. Xia Yi rested her chin on her hand and said they would have to get away to the Medicine King Valley without the parasite noticing. Then she seriously asked that if the parasite only fell asleep temporarily, would Awei have to stay in the Medicine King Valley forever unless it was completely removed? Li Ziwei smiled confidently and said there was no need to worry. He and the senior had already come up with a solution. Time was running out, and now they needed everyone's help. According to the plan, information recovered from the Demon Lord's system had revealed the demon sect's true headquarters. The Demon Lord's remaining soul had said a secret chamber there contained system exchange items. Xia Yi immediately searched the place and found an old box, but when she opened it, it was completely empty. Li Ziwei explained that Tian Quan had once taken a golden pill capable of creating illusions. The system would need time to pull him out of the illusion, and that window would be enough to transport his unconscious body to the Medicine King Valley. Once they arrived, they were to hand Long Badian's divine consciousness over to the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. The scene showed a carriage stopping outside the valley entrance as everyone waited nearby. Elsewhere, a consciousness administrator was buried under a mountain of paperwork, complaining about endless overtime and wondering how one person could handle so many worlds. Just then, another employee walked over and asked if World 2B666 was her responsibility. Hearing that, she nearly exploded, grabbed her head, and shouted that she already knew something had gone wrong there and was trying to fix it. The other employee helplessly reassured her not to panic. He was not there to pressure her. A consciousness claiming to be from that world had just appeared. The next moment, Awei appeared on the screen and happily waved hello. Smiling brightly, he looked at the girl buried in paperwork and said, "Hi, it's me." She froze with her mouth hanging wide open. After hearing the whole story, she stood before a wall of system monitors and explained that since the system had already bound itself to him, they first had to submit a report and confirm his exact location before retrieving it. She let out a sigh of relief, closed the system panel, patted her chest, and said, "Thank goodness. Thanks for saving my career. I almost lost my job." Li Ziwei simply smiled and said there was no need to thank him. While taking notes, she explained that once management approved the request, they would recover every consciousness collected by the system and compensate them. She also promised to take good care of the little girl and fully restore the damaged parts of her consciousness. Images of Xiu Ni and Irya appeared beside her. Curious, Li Ziwei asked if their organization worked like the old saying, where good people were rewarded while bad people suffered. She replied that it was roughly like that, although the real process was much more complicated. Hearing that, he asked whether consciousnesses like them, including all those systems, were ultimately just pieces of data controlled by someone else. The girl smiled faintly and replied that nobody really knew. Maybe even she herself was only a string of data. But whether everything was real or not, all the hardships they had lived through were real to her. Since he had made such a great contribution, she would request special treatment for him. As she spoke, she pulled out the official Model 16 life number machine and explained that it assigned new identities before entering another world. They could decide everything else after dealing with World 2B666. Li Ziwei stared at the absurdly long machine in complete disbelief. She continued by offering him a chance to transfer to another world, promising him the best possible identity this time. Before she could finish, he interrupted and firmly said he wanted to return to World 2B666. His identity did not matter. She casually hoisted the enormous machine onto her shoulder and asked if he really did not want to experience another life, like becoming the richest man in the world. At the same time, 3 blindfolded heads strangely appeared beside her. Li Ziwei let out a quiet sigh and replied that his old self might have accepted, but not anymore. No matter what, someone was still waiting for him there. After those words, everything returned to the familiar world. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The small town had become peaceful, and under the evening sky, crowds of people filled the streets with quiet warmth. Inside the shop, Da Piaoliang was busy sewing something when someone walked in and asked if Miss Ron was making flowers again. She looked up and replied, Yi, just wait a little longer. Almost done. When it's finished, please ask Tianshou to deliver it to the Blazing King Valley. Xia Yi told her not to rush, but secretly thought that Miss Ron had only recently finished making protective clothing for Wei. At this rate, he was going to be buried under all her gifts, yet he would probably still smile about it. Just then, a commotion on the other side caught both their attention, and they turned to look. A customer suddenly slammed the table and loudly demanded that the owner come out. One of Qian Wuxin's maids quickly asked him to take his feet off the table. The man acted even more arrogantly, saying he refused and asking what she was going to do about it before throwing a punch. But before the punch could even land, he was sent flying out of the shop with a single blow. The one who struck him was none other than Xiao Shui, now much more mature than before. After knocking the troublemaker out with one punch, Xiao Shui stood at the entrance and seriously repeated his master's teaching. If others don't provoke you, don't provoke them. Xiao Shui clenched his fist and continued, but if they dare cause trouble, beat them so hard they never come back. Beside him, Qian Wujin eagerly chimed in, Senior sister is right. Let's beat him up. Just then, someone remarked that there were still fools bold enough to stir up trouble here. The newcomers were the 9th princess, Sang Biao and Zuihua Tianzun. The princess skipped along in front while Zuihua Tianzun lay sprawled across his wine gourd with a full belly from drinking, carried by Sang Biao. She explained that her master had almost finished the wine they bought last time, so while passing through during their training journey, they stopped by to buy more. Lying comfortably on the wine gourd, Zuihua Tianzun enjoyed each sip brought to his lips and sighed that if he had known having disciples was this convenient, he should have accepted 80 or even 100 of them years ago. The 9th princess walked over, handed a letter to Da Pioliang, and said they had stopped by the Wanggu Pavilion before coming. The madam there had asked her to deliver it. Da Pioliang gently opened the letter and began reading. Xiao Shui curiously leaned over to peek as well. She read aloud, Hongshu has finally awakened. Xia Yi and Qian Wujin reacted immediately. Xia Yi clicked her tongue and said that Demon Woman had finally woken up, and this time she definitely had to pay. Qian Wujin looked confused and asked why she had sent a letter instead of coming herself. Da Piaoliang continued reading. The letter said that after waking up, Hongshu insisted on checking on Wei, so Meng's Tianshou had gone with her. Judging by the distance, they would not be back for another 4 or 5 days. The scene showed Meng's Tianshou happily leading Xu forward with a determined look. But then a familiar voice, along with a familiar pair of feet, appeared before everyone. Smiling, he said, Why wait that long? This time, his presence was far stronger than before. Holding Xiu Ni's hand, he walked forward while Meng Tianshou stood beside him in complete shock. He said using the best movement technique was much faster than traveling by carriage. Full of energy, he raised a finger, smiled at everyone, and said, After all, this is the greatest movement technique in the martial world. Surprised? Seeing him, Da Pioliang froze on the spot, her eyes widening in disbelief. The next instant, everyone rushed toward him, and he opened his arms to welcome them. Da Pioliang happily cried, Away! Then the 9th princess called out, Shopkeeper Li. Finally, Qian Wujin shouted, Master!